Yang Luo acquired the godly rich system, transforming into a wealthy individual, embarking on a path where affluence grants him the power to act as he pleases. Chapter 1. Dismal Judgment. At Jiangnan University, the basketball court, Lu Hao clenched his fists, his face a stormy shade of gray as he gazed at the couple before him. The young man was affluent and well-dressed, adorned with a watch that Lu Hao could only admire in advertisements. The young woman nestled gently in his embrace, clad in a flowing white dress that exuded a certain charm. Though the June sun beat down mercilessly, Lu Hao felt an icy chill engulf him. He lifted his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow with the frayed sleeve of his shirt, casting a cold glare at the girl in the young man's arms. The girl, around 17 or 18, possessed a beauty that could easily place her among the top ranks at Jiangnan University. With light makeup enhancing her features and a distinctive alluring aura, she would undoubtedly turn heads wherever she went. Yangli, what do you mean by this? Lu Hao shouted furiously, pointing at the scornful, wealthy young man. What do you think it means? I've dumped you. From today onwards, I am Li Xiao's girlfriend. Yang Li replied, casting Lu Hao a fleeting glance with a nonchalant smile. Why? The word escaped Lu Hao's lips, almost painfully, as the fiery anger within him surged, suffocating him. No reason, Lu Hao. It's just how it is. Please refrain from disturbing me in the future, Yang Li said dismissively, linking her arm with Li Feiyu's as they walked away. You must give me a reason. Was I not good enough to you? Lu Hao blocked their path, his voice firm and demanding. Yang Li frowned at Lu Hao's persistence, her irritation mounting as she glanced at his disheveled appearance, a wave of nausea washing over her. Honestly, you're a decent person and academically gifted. Unfortunately, we are not suited for each other. Do you know what others say about us? A flower and cow dung. To them, you're just cow dung. Don't be angry, this is reality. Are you satisfied with this answer? Lu Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he processed Yang Li's words, his body trembling slightly. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the numbing pain in his chest, and bitterly replied, I have been striving hard. I interned for 2 months during the summer, and the company was pleased with my performance. Do you know how much my monthly salary is? 6,000. I'd hoped we could find happiness together. He offered a self-deprecating smile. I worked tirelessly every month, giving you everything I earned. Was that not enough? Enough? Huh. What can 6,000 do? Can it buy an LV bag? Can it purchase a sports car? Can it secure a home? As for the meager sums you gave me each month, it's all right here. Yang Li scoffed, pulling out 2 stacks of cash from her purse and tossing them at Lu Hao's feet. The red bills fell to the ground, glaringly vivid, like bloody knives, piercing Lu Hao's heart. Pick it up. Consider it a gift. Go buy yourself some decent clothes. Just look at that pitiful appearance of yours. Since you disdain my poverty, why did you choose to be with me in the first place? Lu Hao asked coldly, ignoring the money at his feet. It was just for fun. Watching you trail behind me like a puppy was somewhat thrilling. If it weren't for Li Xiao's appearance, I would have enjoyed toying with you a bit longer. Yang Li laughed mockingly. Lu Hao clenched his fists tightly, his mind blank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The phrase felt feeble, lacking the conviction Lu Hao so desperately needed. Huh, such words belong in novels, only capable of deceiving someone like you, a pauper. If you could ever succeed, Mars would collide with Earth. Just as Yang Li finished her taunt, the ground suddenly shook violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Panic ensued as everyone fled to the open areas. Only Lu Hao stood frozen in place. The tremors lasted for more than 10 seconds before subsiding as if nothing had transpired. Not even a leaf fell from the ancient trees nearby. The only thing that felt different was Lu Hao himself, who stood motionless, eyes closed, his body slightly trembling. For he discovered that in his mind, there was now a stunningly beautiful woman, entirely unclothed, her figure so breathtaking that none he had encountered, not even the stars he had seen, could compare. Is she a fairy? Lu Hao muttered, blood trickling from his nose. The fairy remained dazed for a few seconds before snapping back to reality, glancing up, and Lu Hao felt as if she were looking directly at him, causing his heart to race. Ah, you are my esteemed husband. I am a princess from the far-off star, Ziyun, and my name, in Earth's language, is Gu Qinxia. You may call me Qinxia, dear husband. The fairy blinked her large, adorable eyes, then raised her left wrist. Suddenly, a virtual watch appeared, and she tapped it, instantly donning a flowing purple gown that perfectly enveloped her exquisite form. Seeing Gu Qinxia dressed, Lu Hao felt a pang of reluctance. Would you like to see more, dear husband? Gu Qinxia tilted her head, inquiring playfully. Um, no, I don't want to see any more, Lu Hao stammered, struggling to respond. I can sense what you're thinking, dear husband, she teased, causing Lu Hao's face to flush crimson, realizing she likely knew his more inappropriate thoughts. Qinxiao noticed you were contemplating something rather improper. Gu Qiangxia's cheeks turned pink as she stuck out her tongue. Ahem. Let's not discuss that. Who are you? How did you appear? Why are you in my mind? Lu Hao quickly gathered his thoughts, seeking answers to the multitude of questions swirling within him. I hail from the distant star, Ziyun, where I am a princess. My life was once carefree, but several generals under my father's command conspired against him, seeking to usurp the throne. For my safety and the safety of Ziyun, my father sent me aboard an interstellar battleship to drift through the cosmos. I need to find a kind and brave prince to return and save my planet, and I have chosen you. Me? Lu Hao chuckled, pointing at himself. What can a penniless wretch like me do? No, you are powerful, kind, and brave. You possess the greatest strength in the universe. Naturally, a princess must marry the strongest man. I have nothing at the moment. How can I assist you? As long as you harbor kindness, you are the wealthiest person. My dear husband, look. Gu Qinxia tapped the screen, and an endless array of wealth appeared before Lu Hao's eyes. So much money. Lu Hao gulped audibly. Qinxia has only a tiny amount of energy left here, so this is all I can provide for now. Once I recover some energy, I can create many fascinating things. Am feeling quite tired now and need to sleep. The rest is up to you, dear husband. That woman just now has such poor judgment she could abandon someone as exceptional as you. Gu Qinxia began, but her voice trailed off as she fell into a peaceful slumber, quietly hovering in Lu Hao's mind. The watch on her wrist fell away, transforming into a beam of light that adorned Lu Hao's wrist. Super technology. Intelligent one binding successful. Chapter 2. The Life of the Wealthy. Identity Analysis. Confirmed. Lu Hao. Male. 21 years old. 178 centimeters. System first ring. Activated. Core task. Collect energy. Main quest. None. Side quests. None. System store. Locked. Achievement store. Locked. Completed. After the mechanical voice ceased, Lu Hao glanced down at the utterly ordinary watch on his wrist, finally confirming that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. He had become a prince consort on an alien planet and had acquired an astonishingly advanced technological watch. It was quite some time before Lu Hao managed to calm his excited heart. A hint of confusion crept in as he pondered. What is this energy? How do I collect it? Energy is a new form of power. The host can gather energy while walking on Earth, drawing from the myriad emotions of others. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, yielding 100 units of energy for each point collected. Points can be spent on items within the system store, though currently, energy is insufficient to unlock it. Energy can be sourced from acts of heroism, saving lives, alleviating suffering, ridding society of evildoers, and upholding justice. The host can engage in these noble pursuits. How fascinating! Does helping an elderly lady cross the street count? Certainly. What about teaching a delinquent a lesson? That counts too. So, it appears there are myriad ways for me to contribute. Lu Hao mused, a surge of determination to save the world igniting within him. Indeed, as long as the host can garner popularity from others, it can be transformed into energy or points. I understand now. By the way, how should I address you? The host is the husband of Princess Qinxia, the prince consort of the Ziyun star system, and may call me by my name, Shengong Ling. With Shengong Ling, does that imply there are Shengong Yi and Shengong Air as well? Precisely, I am the first of the advanced technologies, hence the name Shengong Ling. How imposing. I'll just call you Shengong or Ling from now on. Could you modify your voice? This mechanical tone is rather grating. Certainly, please choose a voice to your liking. Lu Hao ultimately selected a warm, middle-aged man's voice, which immediately rendered the atmosphere much more pleasant. What are you still doing here? I told you. You are unworthy of me. Your relentless pursuit is rather pathetic, don't you think? Lu Hao stood in place for over 10 minutes, and when Yang Li returned after escorting Li Feiyu to class, her face instantly contorted into a cold smirk. Pathetic am I? Lu Hao smiled indifferently. Although he had been furious moments ago, after the recent events, he now regarded Yang Li with a sense of detachment. Such a woman would spread her legs for anyone with money. Lu Hao felt he had been blind to have ever been attracted to her. Indeed, you are pathetic. A destitute wretch like you will never amount to anything. Give up on that hope. Yang Li coldly declared before turning away, striding towards her classroom. Wait, Lu Hao called out. What? Do you wish to kneel and beg me to stay? If you did that, I might consider letting you be my kept man. No, no, you misunderstand. Lu Hao shook his head, then snapped his fingers in front of Yang Li, who regarded him with disdain. I merely want you to stop. I wish to inform you that women like you are short-sighted. Perhaps flowers and cow dung are well-suited, but there is something you must know. At that moment, two young men dressed in black and wearing sunglasses approached, respectfully bowing their heads and addressing him. Young master. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Li was taken aback, though she quickly adopted an air of disdain. It seems you've resorted to all sorts of tricks to win me back. Tell me, how much did you pay to rent these two? No matter how much you pretend, it doesn't change the fact that you are worthless. Hearing Yang Li's words, Lu Hao did not grow angry. Instead, he smiled even more brightly. Crazy woman. Yang Li scoffed heavily, and just as she was about to leave again, Lu Hao gently clapped his hands. One of the bodyguards promptly stepped forward, carrying a black box, and respectfully opened it. Wow! As the box opened, Yang Li's previously disdainful expression froze. She gaped in disbelief at the box brimming with red banknotes. A rough estimate revealed there was at least 1 million inside. Gulping, Yang Li swallowed hard. Although she was with the wealthy Li Feiyu, she had never seen so much money in person. The visual impact was overwhelming. Lu Hao approached, gently tipped the box to one side, and let the entire contents spill onto the ground. He clapped his hands, gazing at Yang Li. Pick it up. This money is yours. He returned her words to her verbatim. When others threw money at him, it was a humiliation, but now that he was showering someone else with money, he suddenly felt exhilarating. The sudden appearance of such a sum of money drew the attention of many bystanders, who were unable to resist gathering around. After all, few could remain indifferent in the face of such wealth. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, sending the bills fluttering about. Lu Hao slowly turned and squeezed through the crowd. Get away from me. All this money belongs to me. Hearing a roar from the crowd, Lu Hao felt the summer breeze on his face and thought of one word: refreshing. Upon exiting the school gate, Lu Hao noticed that his two bodyguards had vanished. He felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, emotions had been invested, and it was not so easy to forget. Exhaling a deep breath, Lu Hao pulled out his phone and called a few of his close friends, conveying a single message. Bro has broken up, so come keep me company. Before long, 3 figures appeared at the school gate. One tall, one plump, and one sturdy. The tall one was named Zhang Yuan, a wealthy second generation with the nickname Prince. The plump one was called Li Qing, nicknamed Fatty, and the sturdy one was Tian Bing, known as Qinghua. As soon as the 3 arrived, they immediately surrounded Lu Hao, peppering him with questions. Brother Hao, breaking up is nothing to fear. Women are just that. I'll introduce you to someone another day. There are beauties of all shapes and sizes. Take your pick. The prince threw his arm around Lu Hao's shoulders, grinning widely. He was the best at wooing women among them, due to his affluent background. That's right. Brother Hao, don't wear a long face. With the prince as your advisor, how could you possibly struggle to find a girlfriend? Fatty grinned lewdly. He was the most lascivious among them, though sadly, he was the type with a lustful heart but cowardly disposition, and coupled with his impoverished background, he had hardly ever dated, his thoughts still lingering on inappropriate films. Boss, do you need me to teach her a lesson? Just cover my meals for a month, and it's done. Qinghua chuckled ominously, his solid muscles instilling a sense of dread. He hailed from a martial arts family and had a solid combat foundation. Hearing the trio's words, Lu Hao felt warmth wash over him. Though he had lost a girlfriend, he still had his brothers. Damn, I called you all out to drink, not to get sentimental. Come on, tonight's on me, Lu Hao proclaimed loudly. Let me treat. I haven't spent my spare change this month. Let's go. We'll help Brother Hao unwind. You think you're better than me? Let us go. I insist on treating tonight. Lu Hao hailed a taxi, and the 4 of them climbed in, quickly disappearing down the road. Chapter 3. Young people should be low-key. The night feast bar. Located on the outskirts of Xiqing in Jiangnan province, though situated in the suburbs, still startled Lu Hao and his companions with its vibrant atmosphere upon their entrance. After squeezing in, the 4 settled into a booth that wasn't too far from the corner and casually ordered a few drinks. Wow, boss! This place truly lives up to its reputation as the most luxurious bar near the school. Just look at the crowd and the ambience. Wow! Fatty exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the surroundings. What is this? The Night Feast Bar is only somewhat well known in Xiqing. It doesn't even rank among the top bars in the entire Jiangnan province. The prince spoke dismissively, assuming an air of superiority. Ha, then you treat us next time, and we'll drink until we drop. Qinghua chuckled, crossing his arms. You all chat. I'll go pick a few songs. Lu Hao rose from the booth and made his way toward the live music stage. Unlike other nightclubs, the Night Feast bar maintained a relatively formal atmosphere, lacking the overwhelming noise typical of nightclubs. However, the cost of spending an entire night there was not trivial. Each person would typically spend a few hundred at the very least, and if they ordered pricier items, spending over 10,000 was not uncommon. The performers were professional singers hired from outside, and upon reaching the stage, Lu Hao found himself momentarily mesmerized when he saw the singer. The young woman was stunningly beautiful, exuding an inexplicable charm. How to describe it? Yes, it was purity. Having often seen the so-called pure campus beauties online, Lu Hao had almost laughed them off, thinking them to be heavily made up. Yet, he was taken aback to encounter a genuine beauty at the Night Feast bar. Hi. Lu Hao greeted her. Hello. The young girl appeared somewhat shy, responding softly. May I request a few songs? Of course. Lu Hao casually selected a few songs, all of which were melancholic and simple enough to sing. The girl nodded, conferring with the band beside her before beginning to adjust the microphone. Step aside, everyone. Clear the way. Just as Lu Hao stood by, waiting for the young girl to sing, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out and shoved him aside, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble out. Damn, who is this arrogant person? Lu Hao cursed, turning around to find a flamboyant young man strutting forward, flanked by 3 companions. The ostentatious youth approached the stage, dramatically tousled his hair, and gazed longingly at the girl, saying, Choo-choo, I've missed you so much. My kingbo, please have some decorum. The girl, with her delicate brows knitted, replied, Choo-choo, do you still not understand my feelings? If you were with me, I would treat you well. Ma Qingbo insisted, seemingly oblivious to the impatience etched on Wang Choo-choo's face. I'm sorry, but I'm working right now. If you're not going to request a song, please leave. She retorted. Fine, I'll request a song. Let's start with Pang Long's 2 Butterflies. Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the choice of song. It wasn't that it was bad, but it seemed rather inappropriate for a girl to sing in front of so many people. Ahem. Lu Hao coughed to draw the youth's attention. Excuse me, it's first come, first served. I've already requested several songs, so you need to wait your turn. You little brat, what did you just say? How dare you make our young master wait in line? One of Ma Qingbao's lackeys sneered. Get lost, don't cause trouble. Only my young master can request songs now. Do you understand? Hearing his subordinate's reprimand, Ma Qingbao's expression darkened. Although he was somewhat annoyed at having his good fortune disrupted, he had to maintain a certain composure in front of Wang Choo-choo. He waved off his lackey and approached Lu Hao with a smile. Brother, give me some face, and I'll cover your expenses for tonight. Lu Hao chuckled. What is your face worth? How about this? I'll cover your expenses tonight, and you can wait outside. Lu Hao was already in a foul mood from the events of the day, and now someone was demanding he give them face simply because they were wealthy. Why is no one giving me face? Ma Qingbo was taken aback by Lu Hao's audacity, especially since he had been so polite. If it weren't for the bar owner's connections and Wang Choo-choo sitting nearby, he would have exploded with anger. Even so, his face was not pleasant. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. A song costs $500, and you look like a poor wretch. Do you even have money? Ma Qingbao's cold voice slowly resonated, and he could tell from Lu Hao's attire that he was likely broke. Feeling the disdain in Ma Qingbao's gaze, Lu Hao smirked. He wanted to retort that no matter how lavishly Ma Qingbo dressed, he could never compare to Lu Hao's handsomeness. Despite wearing a pair of earthy yellow pants and a white shirt, Lu Hao's charm was undeniable. Oh, you mean money? Lu Hao rummaged through his pockets, pulling out a few crumpled coins. I was right. You have no money, so why act tough? Get lost. Ma Qingbo couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the coins. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong thing, Lu Hao said, as if performing a magic trick, and this time produced a stack of crisp red bills. Now it was Ma Qingbao's turn to be stunned. He never expected the young man in front of him to actually have money. Wang Choo-choo, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but giggle, her laughter blooming like flowers. You dare to toy with me? Ma Qingbo exclaimed angrily, his frustration mounting as Wang Choo-choo's laughter echoed in his ears. Not at all, I merely grabbed the wrong thing. Truly my apologies, Lu Hao feigned innocence. Even if you do have money, it's probably just a measly 10,000, right? You must have saved for a long time. Poor wretch. Keep that little amount to yourself, and bring me 30,000. Ma Qingba shot Lu Hao a disdainful glance and waved his hand. Immediately, one of his lackeys pulled out 3 stacks of cash. Impressive, impressive. I never expected you to have so much money, Lu Hao remarked. What's the matter? Are you scared? I won't target you. Just step aside. I'll cover the songs Choo Choo sings tonight. Ma Qingba laughed triumphantly. What do I have to fear? You bring out 30,000 just to listen to a song? How tacky. Lu Hao laughed as he called out to the band. Excuse me, could the band leader come here for a moment? Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 30s with long hair emerged from within. Sir, how may I assist you? The long-haired man inquired. No trouble at all. Here, take this 10,000 as a tip. Lu Hao casually handed the money to the man. This. The long-haired man was taken aback. He had never encountered someone who would simply hand over 10,000 as a tip without saying a word. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? Lu Hao questioned. No, I'll gladly accept. Thank you for your generosity, sir. The long-haired man thought for a moment before deciding to accept the money, understanding that the temperament of the wealthy could be quite peculiar, and it was best not to offend them. Seeing Lu Hao casually give away 10,000 as a tip left Ma Qingba utterly dumbfounded. Young man, you should be more low-key, Lu Hao said, patting Ma Qingba's shoulder in a pretentious manner before sighing. In the VIP area, the chubby friend cheered as he witnessed Lu Hao toss out the 10,000 as a tip. Damn, that's 10,000. That could cover my living expenses for several months. The boss has been hiding his wealth well. He always used to tag along for free food and drinks, he exclaimed. Looks like the boss was just pretending to be poor. With that kind of extravagance, few could emulate it. At least I can't. To casually toss out 10,000 without batting an eye is something else, the bespectacled prince remarked, equally astonished. The former Lu Hao always looked like he was struggling to make ends meet. How could he possess such lavishness? In the meantime, Ma Qingba's face was darker than ink as he angrily swatted Lu Hao's hand away, feeling utterly disgusted. He glanced at Lu Hao's pockets, which were empty, confirming his assumptions. Indeed, he had nearly applauded Lu Hao's earlier performance, but upon realizing Lu Hao was his rival, he cursed himself for being foolish. Hey, you just gave away your only 10,000. Do you have any money left? If not, I could lend you some, Ma Qingba gloated, feeling triumphant. You enjoyed yourself earlier, but now you're likely in shock. As he spoke, he waved 2 stacks of cash in his hands, totaling 50,000, making them glimmer enticingly. Ah, young man, I've already warned you to be low-key. Why won't you listen? Lu Hao shook his head solemnly, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, 4 burly middle-aged men entered the venue, all clad in matching sunglasses and suits, their muscular frames clearly visible. Their expressions were emotionless, and their calm gazes landed on Lu Hao. With synchronized movements, they bowed and spoke in unison, "Young master." Though there were only 4 of them, an intimidating aura radiated from their presence, akin to being locked in the gaze of a venomous snake. Ma Qingba felt this sensation acutely. Swallowing hard, he felt a twinge of fear as he compared his bodyguards to those of Lu Hao. The disparity was stark. He glanced at his own guards, who wore expressions of uncertainty and lacked the courage to meet Lu Hao's gaze. Where did I put my bank card? Was it in my Louis Vuitton? Or in my Hermes? Perhaps in my Prada bag? Ah, having too many wallets is such a hassle. Never mind, I'll just use cash, Lu Hao mused, shaking his head in frustration. One of the bodyguards promptly opened a black handbag, revealing it to be filled with neatly stacked red bills. Although the money lay quietly in the bag, it ignited a fervor among those who laid eyes on it. My money has arrived. By the way, you just said you wanted to lend me some, right? Lu Hao turned to Ma Qingba with a smile. And no, I didn't say that, Ma Qingba stammered, his bitter smile betraying his disbelief. He had never encountered someone so ostentatious, flaunting casual attire, yet possessing millions. In comparison, his own funds seemed trivial. Awkwardly retracting the 50,000, Ma Qingba gestured for Lu Hao to proceed. You go ahead. I want to interrupt you. I see you have some decent skills. Why not learn from me how to flaunt wealth? Lu Hao jested, nearly causing Ma Qingba to stumble in shock as he hurriedly exited the bar. As he left, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, their eyes darting towards Lu Hao and his 4 bodyguards. Who is this person? He is impressive. Even Ma Qingba was scared off. I don't know, I've never seen him before, but given his entourage, he must be some young heir from a prominent family. Must be. Did you notice his bodyguards? They've been here for a while, without even shifting their gazes. That is terrifying. Wow. Do you think his guards are military personnel? And not just any military personnel? Forget it. Let us not provoke someone like him. The surrounding discussions and the onlookers turned Lu Hao into the center of attention. However, contrary to expectations, he did not falter. Instead, he wore a genuinely warm smile, truly benevolent. For the first time, he acutely felt the advantages of wealth. You see, someone attempted to intimidate me with money, yet it was I who scared them off with my own financial prowess. Lu Hao mused inwardly, relishing the moment. Hello, sir. May I start singing now? At that moment, Wang Chuchu asked calmly. Yes, of course. You may begin. Lu Hao replied, snapping back to reality and glancing at Wang Chuchu. By the way, my name is Lu Hao. Please don't call me sir. Oh, I understand. Wang Chuchu lowered her gaze. I am the resident singer here. My name is Wang Chuchu. A lovely name, Lu Hao praised sincerely. Thank you, Wang Chuchu responded, appreciating the compliment as she noticed the purity in Lu Hao's gaze, which seemed to harbor a hint of melancholy. Lu Hao casually pulled a chair and sat beside the stage where Wang Chuchu was to perform. At that moment, she gently closed her eyes, microphone in hand, and began to sing softly. Two little boats, drifting alone, floating and sinking amidst the storms, finally one day. They meet by the shore, hand in hand, they vow never to part. Wang Chuchu's voice was tender and beautiful, the song resonating deeply within Lu Hao's heart. It reminded him of the initial days with Yang Li, their confession, and the love they once shared. Now, however, everything had changed, and Yang Li was no longer the same person he once knew. As he pondered the fleeting nature of life, Lu Hao became entranced, his fervent gaze making Wang Chuchu feel slightly uneasy. At last, the song came to a close. Lu Hao snapped back to reality and offered Wang Chuchu an apologetic smile. Let bygones be bygones. From this day forth, I shall embrace a life of audacity and grandeur, he resolved inwardly. After allowing Wang Chuchu to sing a few more songs, each one striking a chord within him, Lu Hao retrieved 5 stacks of money from his bag and placed them before her. You sang beautifully. This is your reward, he stated warmly, a noticeable shift in his demeanor as he felt a sense of ease. That is too much. I cannot accept it. Each song is worth 500. Please take back the excess, Wang Chuchu insisted, shaking her head as she took only 25 bills, pushing the remainder back toward him. That's 50,000. You truly want to accept it? Lu Hao was taken aback by her character, admiring her even more as he noted her modest attire, though clean, clearly inexpensive. If you don't want it, just discard it. It's already yours, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Wang Chuchu bit her lip, about to return the money, when the long-haired, middle-aged man approached, placing 1,000 yuan on the table. Chuchu, accept it. This should cover the first treatment for your grandmother's illness. Her health is paramount. Upon hearing his words, Wang Chuchu froze, her face contorting as she struggled internally before finally nodding heavily. Uncle Li, thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future. All right, but there's no rush. The long-haired man smiled contentedly upon seeing her accept the money. Wang Chuchu then turned to Lu Hao, noticing him seated in a corner booth, memorizing his features before she put the money away. Chapter 5. No lack of money, boss. You've kept us in the dark for too long. As soon as Lu Hao returned to his seat, the chubby friend approached eagerly. I mean, boss, with such formidable bodyguards, why didn't you let me in on it? You should compensate me. How about covering my living expenses for a month? No, make it 2. Qinghua chimed in, equally excited. The princess' eyes were wide with astonishment as he rifled through Lu Hao's wallet. Louis Vuitton, the latest diamond series, and Hermes? What the hell? A Collector S edition? Initially thinking it was a counterfeit, he now realized it was all genuine. Collectively, the wallets were worth millions, and at that moment, he truly grasped the extent of Lu Hao's wealth. Lu Hao looked at his friends and, without elaborating, waved his hand. All right, order whatever you like tonight, spend freely, and enjoy yourselves. Let's see if we can eat you out of house and home, they exclaimed, enthusiasm bubbling over. Numerous young women approached, eager to sit beside Lu Hao and share a drink. However, after his experience with Yang Li, Lu Hao had become disillusioned. Any affection that could be purchased with money was inherently inferior. Thus, he politely declined their advances, which only provoked his friends into playful jeers, calling him uncouth and lacking in romantic finesse. The group continued drinking until the early hours of the morning, stumbling out of the bar and flagging a taxi. Since returning to their dorms was not an option, they headed to the nearest hotel. Just as they were about to get into the car, a familiar soft voice called out, "Wait a moment." Turning to see Wang Chuchu jogging towards them, Lu Hao felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. Boss, impressive. You clearly know how to attract attention. She has even come to you. The chubby one teased with a sly grin. Enough of that. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Lu Hao dismissed them with a wave. Go on, boss, we understand. They chuckled, exchanging knowing glances. Ignoring their antics, Lu Hao approached Wang Chuchu, inquiring, is there something you need? He naturally didn't believe that a little money would win a girl as hard. Thank you for the money. May I ask where you study or work? Could you leave a contact number? Wang Chuchu asked shyly. A rare initiative for a girl to request a boy's phone number. It's no trouble at all. I'm a sophomore at Jiangnan University. Here, jot down my number, 187. Lu Hao smiled, providing his contact. Oh, I've noted it down. I promise to return the money to you, she declared firmly after writing it in a small notebook. Whether or not you repay, it does not concern me. I have no shortage of money. However, I do not accept charity. It's a matter of principle. Regardless, I will return what is excess, she insisted. Suit yourself, Lu Hao replied, beginning to comprehend Wang Chuchu's character. Outwardly fragile, yet possessing an inner pride. If you change your mind, you can find me at the Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Wang Chuchu added before dashing away. Lu Hao cast a lingering glance at her before turning back toward the taxi. Boss, how did it go? Did you score? The prince nudged him playfully. Score my foot. She merely came to discuss repaying the money. I'm exhausted. I just want to find a hotel and sleep, Lu Hao retorted as he climbed into the car, amidst his friends' incredulous stares. Once they were settled, Lu Hao lay in his room, summoning the virtual assistant, Zero. Sir, how may I assist you? A middle-aged figure appeared before him. How much money did my wife leave for me? Lu Hao inquired. Princess has prepared 100 million huaxia coins for you, a result of insufficient energy. Otherwise, you could have purchased the entire galaxy, Zero explained. What? That is outrageous. By the entire galaxy? Is that necessary? Indeed, sir. The galaxy is merely a small system, insignificant in comparison to the Ziyun Interstellar, Zero clarified. All right, but I can't even leave Earth right now. Having 1 billion is still quite something. Under what pretense does this money exist? After all, I'm just an ordinary citizen here. Suddenly having so much wealth would attract attention from the authorities. Sir, need not worry. I have already prepared an identity for you. You are the heir of an ancient Huaxia family, having recently inherited their fortune. This has been verified by the notary office in Huaxia. An ancient family? An heir? That sounds quite prestigious. Lu Hao mused, aware that many wealthy families in Huaxia operated under the radar, remaining largely unknown to the public. He was impressed by how easily Zero had arranged such an identity for him. So, I can spend this 1 billion without any worries or repercussions. Indeed, sir. However, this 1 billion was prepared by the princess at the expense of her last energy, with the hope that you will gather energy to awaken her, Zero stated calmly. I understand. I will ensure Qinxiao awakens. Lu Hao nodded, a sense of determination washing over him. I trust you, sir. With their conversation concluded, Lu Hao felt reassured. As long as the source of the money was legitimate, there was nothing to fear. Now his primary focus was on gathering energy. He glanced at the slumbering Gu Qinxia, who wore a serene smile, her beauty striking him deeply with a pang of heartache. His gaze shifted to the advanced technological system, and to his surprise, he noticed over 300 energy points had appeared. Where did these energy points come from? He wondered. Suddenly, he recalled the events of the night at the bar, noting several key factors. First, he had tipped several thousand. Second, he had given a minor punishment to Ma Qingba. Third, he had received Wang Chuchu's gratitude. Fourth, he had enjoyed a pleasant evening with his friends. Could it be that these actions contributed to his energy points? Reflecting on the system's binding prompts, he recalled that any action that garnered popularity could yield energy points. Thus, it seemed that the 4 events he had experienced that night could indeed help him gather energy. Once Lu Hao felt reassured, he discerned several potential directions to pursue. He resolved to delve into these avenues, confident that once familiarized, his ability to accumulate energy would significantly expedite. At this thought, a surge of excitement nearly propelled him from his seat. After all, the prompts provided by the system had been rather vague, and now, acquiring concrete information could only yield benefits. After a considerable time, Lu Hao regained his composure, and the realization that he possessed a staggering 100 million huaxia coins brought an uncontrollable grin to his face. After much effort to calm himself, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 6. Disciplinary Action. The following day, Lu Hao was roused from his sleep by a persistent knocking at the door. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, he opened the door to find his three rotund companions anxiously awaiting outside. "Boss, it's bad. You need to check online. There are countless discussions about you." Without regard for Lu Hao's drowsy state, they ushered him into the room and powered on the computer. As the machine booted up, they took note of Lu Hao's disheveled appearance, deep black circles under his eyes, a flushed complexion, and unkempt hair, rendering him a picture of exhaustion. Sighing, one of them clapped Lu Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Boss, it's all in the past now. Why torment yourself further? Indeed, with my years of experience, a woman like Yang Li is hardly worth your concern. You could have as many as you desire," the prince added in a low voice. Qinghua stood silently, arms crossed, his eyes betraying a hint of concern, though he was not one for many words. "Rest assured, it's nothing serious. I merely had a restless night. A little rest will suffice." Lu Hao smiled, offering no further explanation. The trio breathed a sigh of relief and offered more words of comfort. At that moment, the rotund one adeptly logged into Jiangnan University's forum. Lu Hao, still puzzled, soon encountered several pinned posts. "Silk counterattack? A god of wealth from Nanda splashes a million." The posts offered an objective recounting of yesterday's events. "Throwing money, a prodigal or a madman? The protagonist has been fraudulently claiming student aid from the school for years. Where did the million come from?" The subsequent posts were less courteous, questioning the legitimacy of Lu Hao's finances and highlighting his prior receipt of student aid. Overall, the posts were rife with accusations against him. Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals were clearly idle, and why should he face censure for spending his own money? "Boss, I didn't expect you to throw out a million just like that, but you must be honest with us. Where did you get that money?" After a while, the prince suddenly gripped Lu Hao's shoulder, asking earnestly, "Yes, boss, that is a million, not just 10 or 20,000. Even that amount could land you in jail if it's not sourced correctly," the rotund one chimed in. "I assure you," Lu Hao replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Rest easy. The origins of my funds are perfectly legitimate. Even if the police were to come, they wouldn't be able to touch me. You need not worry. That's good to hear. We were genuinely concerned you might have done something foolish." They all sighed in relief. After watching the posts for a while longer, they shut the computer down, exited the room, and headed toward the school. Upon arriving at the school, the group parted ways, as Lu Hao was not in the same department as the others, and their courses naturally differed. As he walked toward his classroom, he noticed several odd glances directed his way. Lu Hao understood it was due to the events of the previous day. In reflecting on it now, he felt he had acted somewhat impulsively. Donating a million to a charity would have been far better than handing it to Yang Li. As he walked, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number and promptly hung up. A few minutes later, the caller rang again. Assuming it was someone he knew, he decided not to hang up this time. "Hello, is this Lu Hao?" The voice on the other end was stern, instantly creating a sense of unease. "This is he. Lu Hao, please come to the Academic Affairs office immediately. Quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences." With that, the caller hung up, despite his irritation at the tone. Lu Hao recognized the authority of the Academic Affairs office over student matters and promptly informed his class instructor of his situation before making his way there. After a 10-minute walk, Lu Hao arrived outside the office of the Academic Affairs. He knocked on the door. "Hello, I am Lu Hao," he announced to the bespectacled teacher with bangs. "Lu Hao, Director Xia just instructed that you go to his office." "It's the first office on the left," she replied. "Thank you," Lu Hao responded, proceeding to the director's office. Inside, a portly middle-aged man with a balding head sat on the sofa, peering intently at the computer screen, seemingly engrossed in something. Upon noticing Lu Hao's entrance, his demeanor shifted instantly, the rapid change eliciting a chuckle from Lu Hao. "Is this the Academic Affairs Director? He resembles a lecherous fellow. You're Lu Hao, correct? Stand there and wait a moment. I'll question you once I finish this document," Director Xia said coldly, glaring at Lu Hao. Lu Hao nodded and obediently stood still. He initially assumed the wait would be brief, but half an hour passed without the director even glancing up. Lu Hao's feet began to feel numb from standing. Growing impatient, he cast a glance at the balding man and inquired, "Director Xia, is there a reason you call me here? Weren't you instructed to wait? Can't you see I'm busy? Be quiet and let me finish this before we talk." The balding man snapped irritably. "However, I've already waited for half an hour. Perhaps I should return once you are done?" Lu Hao retorted, unwilling to endure the director's condescending attitude any longer. What sort of attitude is this? Director Xia slammed his hand on the desk, producing a loud thud. Had it been any other time, Lu Hao might have felt intimidated by the display of authority, but he was not the same person anymore. He merely glanced at the balding man, remarking, "What kind of attitude do you expect from me, Director? Do you think you're acting like a student? Do you understand the importance of respecting your teachers? Do you know where this is? You have no right to act so brazenly here. You must wait as long as I say. Go outside and stand until I call you. You are not permitted to enter unless summoned," he barked, his voice rising sharply, prompting passing students to hasten their pace. Initially, Lu Hao felt a twinge of guilt, but he quickly regained his composure. It was clear that this bald man was targeting him, and there was no reason for him to endure such treatment. So, he simply walked out and left the building. If he wanted him to stand outside and wait, he was dreaming. Observing Lu Hao exit without a word, Director Xia scoffed, returning to his seat and resuming his video. Once the video concluded, nearly another half hour had elapsed before he called out, "Lu Hao, come in." After a long silence with no response, he shouted again, "Get in here." Still, there was no answer. Sensing something amiss, Director Xia decided to step outside, only to find the hallway completely empty. "Damn it, I'll make you pay for this," he muttered, returning to his office and dialing Lu Hao's class instructor's number. As soon as the call connected, he launched into a tirade. "Wu Xiang, you're doing a great job with your class and your students. Listen carefully, Lu Hao is facing a serious issue. After discussion, we have decided to place him on probation. You need to inform him. If he continues to misbehave, we will summon his parents to the school tomorrow." With a final expletive, Director Xia ended the call, a cold smirk creeping across his face. Chapter 7. Trouble upon returning to class. Lu Hao settled in to listen to the lecture. Despite possessing a considerable fortune, he had no intention of disrupting his life further. His parents, two honest laborers, had always hoped he would obtain a university diploma. The two classes swiftly passed, and as Lu Hao exited the classroom, he was summoned by his instructor. Without needing to think, he already knew the reason for the visit. "Follow me," his instructor instructed, leading him to the office. Once seated, Wu Xiang regarded Lu Hao for a moment before speaking earnestly. "Lu Hao, I'm aware of your situation. Let us discuss the recent $1 million incident. If I were to say that I suddenly inherited a fortune, would you believe me, teacher?" Lu Hao replied flatly. Wu Xiang paused, scrutinizing Lu Hao closely before slowly shaking his head. "This ISNTA television drama. Such things don't happen. Unfortunately, it does happen. I only learned of it yesterday. If you don't believe me, I can show you a text message to confirm," Lu Hao replied, retrieving his phone to display a remittance notification. "Your ICBC account ending in 5471 completed a transfer on May 6th at 1744, amounting to 100,000,000,000, with a balance of 100,000,000,000. Wu Xiang stared at the long string of zeros, speechless for a moment. After several minutes, he finally regained his composure and looked at Lu Hao with newfound respect. "Take your phone back. I believe you now." Lu Hao stowed his phone away and smiled. "Teacher, I hope you can keep this a secret. I prefer not to have too many people know. This is not a problem, my dear fellow. With such a fortune at your disposal, do not squander it heedlessly. Instead, plan wisely. Do you understand?" Wu Xiang chuckled in response. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I am aware of what I must do. It is good that you understand. I called you here today for two reasons. First, to ascertain the source of your wealth, and second, to inform you of a matter. Just now, Director Xia from the Academic Affairs Office called me and issued you a probationary notice. Tell me, is there some misunderstanding here?" Wu Xiang gazed intently at Lu Hao, who he always thought was a commendable student. How could he possibly receive such a sanction? What misunderstanding could there be? "It is merely Director Xia trying to toy with me." Lu Hao recounted the events that had just transpired. Indeed, Director Xia has been somewhat excessive. However, he is the head of the Academic Affairs Office and wields considerable power. Moreover, your actions were also inappropriate, since Director Xia asked you to stay. You should not have departed so abruptly. Wu Xiang sighed. The reputation of the Academic Affairs Office at Jiangnan University has long been unfavorable, yet as a mere class advisor, he lacks the authority to criticize that office. There is no recourse. They are clearly bullying me. What if he is the director? Even if the principal were to come, I would not be intimidated. You, young and impetuous. I can understand, but you have truly landed yourself in trouble this time, Wu Xiang remarked with a hint of frustration. Trouble? It cannot be that severe. A probationary notice is not something one can simply issue. It requires a violation on my part, does it not? Furthermore, I cannot comprehend why a director would target me. Is it because I am more handsome than he? Lu Hao retorted with indignation. Be serious. Wu Xiang shot Lu Hao a glare, exasperated. The Academic Affairs Office can fabricate countless charges against you. You are underestimating the situation. As for why they are targeting you, I happen to know a bit. Director Xia is Li Feiyu's maternal uncle. Considering that connection, do you think he will let you off the hook? I see now. So that is the reason. But how petty of this Director Xia to meddle in the affairs of younger generations, using his authority to oppress? Lu Hao expressed his frustration. Now that the situation is clear, everything seems simpler. Director Xia, having witnessed his nephew being humiliated, is likely seeking to regain face by punishing me. Who could expect a relative to assist an outsider? No matter how wealthy you are, bribery is simply out of the question, Wu Xiang remarked casually. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Hao's eyes brightened, but they quickly dimmed again. Bribery is something only a fool would resort to. It is akin to walking on a minefield. Too perilous. Teacher, you have reminded me well. Besides the Academic Affairs Office, the school also has the Finance Office, the Comprehensive Hall, and even the Principal's Office. With so many departments, do you think I could? Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. No, I hope you are not seriously considering bribery. Quickly dismiss that notion. Illegal activities are not to be entertained, Wu Xiang exclaimed, startled. Teacher, you misunderstand. I merely wish to donate 5 million to the school in my personal capacity. Let us consider it as funding for educational purposes. Surely, it would not be an issue for a student to contribute to their alma mater, would it? So that is your intention. If you genuinely proceed with this, I would be grateful to you, for in this society, there are few students who remember and give back to their alma mater. Wu Xiang sighed in relief. If Lu Hao were to donate 5 million, he would at least earn the title of outstanding alumnus, although it holds little substantial value. To issue a probationary notice to someone like him would be tantamount to slapping the school in the face. Let us not rush into this. For now, wait a moment while I return Director Xia's call to explain your situation. Wu Xiang concluded, pulling out his phone to dial back. After a brief wait, the call connected. Director Xia, I have just spoken with Lu Hao, and he has shown a commendable attitude of remorse. Would it be possible to reconsider the probationary notice before making further decisions? What? Director Xia, your treatment of my student is excessively harsh. How could you handle it in this manner? I swear, I will not remain as this class advisor without seeking justice for my student. The two seemed to be in a heated argument, and Lu Hao could see Wu Xiang's face reddening, signaling that things were not looking good. Soon enough, Wu Xiang hung up, a wry smile on his face as he looked at Lu Hao. We have encountered a problem. Director Xia has already issued a notification regarding your probationary status, which is now visible on the school bulletin board. I did not anticipate his maliciousness. Do not worry. I will ensure you receive a fair explanation. As long as it is not recorded in your file, we can still manage it. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, feeling disheartened by Director Xia's underhandedness. He had encountered trickery before, but nothing as insidious as this. If he were truly placed on probation, he would not mind, but the real concern was how his parents would react. What if they became anxious about their health? Initially, Lu Hao had been somewhat indifferent, but now he felt a surge of urgency. He looked at Wu Xiang and said, Teacher, please do not inform my parents about this. I will handle it myself. Very well, but you must act swiftly. I shall think of a way to assist you. Do not do anything foolish. Not every problem can be solved with money. You should return for now. By the way, I fear the Academic Affairs Office might contact your parents, so be prepared. After hearing Wu Xiang's admonition, Lu Hao nodded and exited. Staring at the blazing sun in the sky, Lu Hao clenched his fist tightly. Xia Chaming, if my parents find out, I will make sure you pay for this. Lu Hao was genuinely angry. He had no objections to others dealing with him. He could handle it in kind, but if it involved his parents, he would show no mercy. Chapter 8. Enemies. Not long after Lu Hao left Wu Xiang's office, his phone rang. It was Fatty calling. Hello, boss, what happened? Why are you under probation? The entire school's bulletin board is plastered with this news, and it has already surfaced online. Many people are discussing it. Fatty's voice was filled with concern. It is nothing serious. You need not worry. I will resolve it. Just focus on attending your classes and be careful not to fail. Lu Hao replied flatly. Really nothing? But the notice has already been posted. Fatty insisted anxiously. Would I deceive you? After a moment of silence, Fatty thought, since the boss says so, it must be fine. Just be sure to inform us at the first opportunity if anything arises. All right. After chatting a bit longer, Lu Hao hung up the phone. He descended the stairs and approached the nearest bulletin board, where he indeed found a notice about his sanction prominently displayed. It contained his details and photograph, but the reasons for the sanction amused Lu Hao. Defiance against the teacher? Fraudulently obtaining financial aid. How absurd. Hey, isn't that the person in the photo? Indeed, it is. What a pity. Who would have thought he was a fraud? Yes. Daring to swindle the school as financial aid when so many underprivileged students are unable to receive it. I had long heard that there were many shady dealings regarding the distribution of financial aid at the school, and it seems the rumors were true. There are all sorts of people. Many pointed and whispered derisively at Lu Hao. He noticed their disdainful glances, but, recognizing that they were merely discussing the matter at hand, he did not feel inclined to retaliate. Oh, isn't that Lu Hao? How did you end up being penalized by the school? Oh, I remember now. You are a fraud. Fellow students, you should keep your distance from people like him. Be cautious not to fall victim to deceit. An exaggerated voice rang out as Lu Hao spotted Li Feiyu approaching, with Yang Li absent from his side. Li Feiyu. Lu Hao suddenly recalled that all of this turmoil seemed to stem from him. Indeed, it is I. How does it feel to be sanctioned by the school? I heard you splurged $1 million yesterday. TSK. Quite a fortune you have there. Why not toss another $1 million and see what happens? Li Feiyu Tonta. Having initially been shocked by the news of Lu Hao's expenditure, but soon settling into a mocking demeanor, perceiving Lu Hao as nothing more than a nouveau riche fool. Not much, really. I merely regarded yesterday's $1 million as feeding a dog. If you desire it, you can kneel and bark like a dog, and I will gladly toss you $1 million without hesitation. Do you dare to do it? Lu Hao coldly fixed his gaze on Li Feiyu. You speak of $1 million as if it were nothing. Do you truly have that much money to spare? Or are you simply bluffing? You think you were someone special? A tycoon of the nation? Ha, not even close. Li Feiyu glared at Lu Hao with a fierce look in his eyes. His family background was not insignificant. While he may not possess $1 million himself, his father certainly did. If you lack the courage to confront me, then get lost. Your presence is a nuisance. Lu Hao shot back succinctly. You. Li Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then inexplicably broke into a grin. What does it matter how much money you have? Ananda, you can only cower before me. Moreover, I heard from Yang Li that you have always been a pauper, suddenly coming into such wealth. Could it be that you acquired it through deceit? Haha, given your true nature, it is entirely plausible. Li Feiyu mocked Lu Hao, pointing at him derisively. Mind your own business. Lu Hao scoffed, turning to leave. Are you angry? Good. I take pleasure in seeing you angry. Were it not for Yang Li's sake, do you think I would bother to speak to you so courteously? Yet I never imagined that, after being with Yang Li for so long, you would still be a virgin. The taste of soul-devouring. TSK. Li Feiyu laughed heartily, pointing at Lu Hao's retreating figure. Lu Hao halted his steps. Upon noticing Lu Hao's pause, Li Feiyu felt triumphant and said in a low voice, How does it feel? Are you seething with rage? It is good to be angry. But rest assured, I will return it to you once I have had my fun. At that point, you will still have your use for it. Lu Hao, in a fit of rage, forced a smile and glanced at Li Feiyu, giving a slight nod. I admit, you have successfully ignited my fury. From this moment forth, if I do not bring Xia Changming down from his pedestal or teach you a lesson, I shall write my name backward. With that proclamation, Lu Hao strode forward. You, Lu Hao, wish to contend with us? Who do you think you are? Li Feiyu shoutaludli. After his outburst, he retrieved his phone and made a call. It appears that Lu Hao has yet to learn his lesson. Perhaps you could have Officer Wang take him away? I believe a little police intervention will ensure such a student behaves. Li Feiyu said with a sinister smile. That insolent brat. Since you say so, Feiyu, I will contact him. By the way, come to my house for dinner tonight. All right, I shall come over after school. It's settled then? After hanging up? Li Feiyu chuckled coldly, thinking, to challenge me, Lu Hao, you are still rather inexperienced. Upon exiting the academic building, Lu Hao made his way to the dormitory, where he had been residing with a few friends. Glancing at the advanced technology system, he was surprised to see that the energy points had increased by several dozen. It seemed that the mischief of Li Feiyu and his associates had its advantages. Shengong, come out for a moment. Back in the dormitory, Lu Hao called out into the void. A virtual middle-aged man appeared before him, performing a noble bow and respectfully addressing him. Young master. Shengong, please explain to me how I can swiftly gather energy points. Although I have grasped some hints in recent days, they remain rather vague, Lu Hao said, taking a seat, a hint of frustration in his demeanor. Young master, the initial hints were quite clear. The emotions of humans can be transformed into energy for your collection. For instance, when the school penalized you, Xia Changming and his associates harbored animosity towards you, and those who witnessed your punishment would also gossip about you. Such discussions can convert into energy points. Moreover, if you can resolve this situation perfectly and attain a pleasant disposition, you can also acquire energy. Shengong Zero explained with little patience. Lu Hao nodded thoughtfully. So, if I generate more discussion, my popularity increases, and consequently, I can gather energy more rapidly? That would be a fair assumption. The more individuals involved, the greater the energy, and those of higher status will provide even more, Shengong Zero concurred. For instance, in school, the emotions of an ordinary student might yield 10 energy points for you, while a teacher could provide 100, and a professor or expert could contribute 1,000. Those in positions of authority could offer as much as 10,000 energy points, and this holds true across various domains. Shengong Zero added. Thus, if I were to deal with Xia Changming, I could acquire 10,000 energy points? Lu Hao asked, somewhat excited. Upon investigation, if you can provoke Xia Changming's anger, you would approximately gain 356 energy points. Ah, splendid. Xia Changming, let us turn you into my source of energy. Lu Hao laughed heartily. Chapter 9. Into the police station. After spending over half an hour in the dormitory, Lu Hao's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his class advisor, and he promptly answered. Lu Hao, where are you? The police have arrived at the school and wish to speak with you. Wu Xiang's voice was somewhat urgent. The police are looking for me? Lu Hao pondered briefly and immediately deduced the reason. Li Feiyu was undoubtedly stirring trouble again. Yes, please come quickly to the academic office. All right, I'm on my way. Lu Hao hung up and headed towards the academic office. After about 10 minutes, Lu Hao arrived at the academic office, where 3 police officers were conversing with Xia Changming while Wu Xiang paced anxiously nearby. Upon seeing Lu Hao approach, Wu Xiang quickly walked over and whispered, "Speak freely. Do not conceal anything. The police require evidence for their investigation." Thank you, Teacher Wu. You are my student. No need for thanks. Let us go inside. As the two entered the office, Xia Changming immediately scoffed and addressed a middle-aged man beside him, saying, Officer Wang, this student is Lu Hao. He is quite unruly. Please take him back for thorough questioning. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, then stood and approached Lu Hao, scrutinizing him before speaking in a deep voice. Student Lu, we kindly ask you to accompany us. We suspect that your financial resources are of dubious origin. You suspect my finances are illicit? So, it is for this reason. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at Xia Changming, who was looking at him with malicious intent, and a cold smile formed on Lu Hao's lips. Let you revel for now. In a few days, you shall become my source of energy. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, I must warn you that my lawyer is already en route. It will be easy for you to take me, but should you fail to provide an explanation, I will not leave. Lu Hao feigned compliance. Upon hearing Lu Hao's threat, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Rest assured, we are merely executing our duty, conducting a routine inquiry. Now let us go. The 3 officers stepped outside, and Lu Hao obediently followed behind them. Inside the director's office, upon witnessing Lu Hao being taken away, Xia Changming smiled and said, Teacher Wu, please inform Lu Hao's parents about the situation. I have matters to attend to, so you may leave. Wu Xiang, with a sullen expression, exited, watching Lu Hao being led down the stairs towards the distant police car. Who is that? Has he committed a crime? You're unaware? That's the wealthy guy who threw money around yesterday. Did you hear about the million he spent? It was quite staggering. $1 million? How outrageous. I've been studying and have missed the school news. Since you're oblivious, let me fill you in. The situation was, my word, impressive. That man is truly something. How could someone like Yang Li find a partner? It's such a pity he scammed so much money. He'll probably serve a lengthy prison sentence. As he walked, every student who spotted him pointed and whispered, yet Lu Hao felt no dismay. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised to see his energy points gradually increasing. Initially, the rise was slow, but soon it surged by increments of 10, rapidly accumulating to 1,000 points. Though these scattered energy points were not as substantial as those from an individual, even a mosquito's leg is considered meat. Continue. Lu Hao cheered inwardly. Oh dear. Lu Hao, what trouble have you found yourself in? being taken away by the police. Li Feiyu fortuitously appeared before Lu Hao, with Yang Li tightly clutching his arm, her expression somewhat awkward. Their arrival alone provided Lu Hao with over 30 energy points, equivalent to the gossip of 30 individuals, which delighted Lu Hao immensely. "Your presence reminded me of something," Lu Hao said with a mysterious smile, then turned to the officers. "If my money is illicit, then surely the funds I spent yesterday must also be illegal. Officer, it would be prudent for you to retrieve that sum." Upon hearing Lu Hao's remark, the smile on Li Feiyu's face froze. He had indeed benefited from that million, having bought his desired luxury car and enjoyed a lavish lifestyle recently. The thought of having to return it was unthinkable. Yang Li's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "No one can take that back. Lu Hao, that money was given to me. It belongs to me. I initially intended to use the money to hit you, and I never meant for it to be a gift. If I didn't take it back, it still belongs to you. Furthermore, if the police believe my money is dubious, then they should seek it from the officers," Lu Hao declared loudly, ensuring many around could hear him. The middle-aged officer's face darkened as Lu Hao's words threatened to spread, and he hastily gestured for Lu Hao to be taken to the police car. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, some even pulling out their phones to record, he ordered, "Now, you two also need to accompany me to the station to clarify the origins of yesterday's funds." "What? No way. I can't go to the police station." Li Feiyu shook his head with a troubled expression. The thought of returning that million was unbearable. Yang Li's face was pale as she shouted, "That's my money. No one can take it away. Whether or not it is your money, you will clarify it at the police station. Now get in the car." With the crowd's attention growing, the middle-aged officer could no longer hesitate. He opened the car door and urged them inside. Though Li Feiyu and Yang Li were reluctant, they complied and climbed into the spacious police vehicle, accommodating 6 individuals comfortably. The police cars soon drove away, and the gathering crowd gradually dispersed. Inside, Lu Hao looked at the 2 newcomers and chuckled with delight. Who would have thought we would be so fated as to go to the station together? Seeing Lu Hao's demeanor, Yang Li's eyes reddened, teetering on the edge of an emotional outburst. But Li Feiyu remained relatively composed and coldly remarked, "You should worry about yourself. After defrauding so much money, you are finished. If my funds are illicit, then your million must be returned as well." "The thought of losing a million without recompense is truly regrettable," Lu Hao said, feigning a sour expression. Upon hearing this, Yang Li's delicate form trembled, and a wave of anguish washed over her. After all, it was a million, a staggering sum, vanishing as easily as it had appeared. "Humph, merely a million. Do you think I cannot produce it? You should rather explain how you acquired your money through deceit." Although Li Feiyu felt a pang of sorrow, it did not quite reach the depths of Yang Li's despair. A million was no trifling matter, yet he could still muster it. "What I choose to disclose is of no concern to you," Lu Hao retorted coldly. "Silence, everyone. Quiet down," a nearby police officer appropriately admonished, stifling Li Feiyu's impending words. Observing the flush on Li Feiyu's cheeks, Lu Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. Little did Li Feiyu know that while he harbored resentment towards Lu Hao, he was inadvertently aiding him in accumulating energy points. If he were to discover this, one could only wonder if it might infuriate him to the point of apoplexy. Chapter 10. The charming lawyer. After Lu Hao and his companions were taken to the police station, they were immediately separated for questioning. Lu Hao was ushered into a small room, where a middle-aged officer promptly entered, secured the door, and reclined on a chair. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Bing, the head of this precinct. I have perused the details of your case and investigated your family background. To be frank, the situation is quite grave. Given your family's circumstances, it is implausible for you to amass such a sum. Now, tell me, how did you come by that money?" Yang Bing lit a cigarette, adjusted the desk lamp to a brighter setting, and directed its glare upon Lu Hao. "How I acquired it is of no concern to you. If you believe my funds to be stolen or fraudulent, then you may investigate at your leisure," Lu Hao retorted, discomforted by the harsh illumination. "What kind of attitude is that? I must warn you, this is a police station. You would do well to cooperate." Yang Bing slammed his palm on the desk, the resounding noise startling Lu Hao. "This is my attitude. Take it or leave it." Lu Hao defiantly closed his eyes. Let me be clear. You are in serious trouble. A million is beyond what our precinct can handle. We will have to report this to the city bureau. Once they become involved, it will not be a simple matter. If you confess now, you may still have a chance at leniency." Yang Bing thought that sternly. employing his usual tactics to intimidate newcomers. He believed that such tactics would instill fear in a university student like Lu Hao. Then let the city bureau investigate. It will expedite the process of clearing my name. Lu Hao replied with a smile, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. After all, that money rightfully belonged to him. Discarding it was not a crime, and surely the police could not imprison him for that. Very well, take your time to reflect. There will come a moment when you will seek my assistance. Yang Bing sneered, rising to leave, and after securing the door, soon the entire room was plunged into darkness. Is this what they call the infamous Black Room? It is not so terrifying after all. In the pitch blackness, Lu Hao simply closed his eyes and rested his head on the table, confident that the police could not convict him without evidence. Yet, not half an hour had passed before the door to the dark room swung open with urgency. Lu Hao rubbed his eyes, first noticing Yang Bing's dismal countenance. Behind him entered an exquisite beauty clad in high heels, a black suit on top, and a short skirt, her long legs encased in black stockings. The woman possessed a stunning figure, standing at least 1.70 meters, with the addition of 8-centimeter heels, making her appear exceptionally tall. Lu Hao thought he might still be dreaming, hastily rubbing his eyes, only to be taken aback as the beauty approached him, offering a professionally sweet smile. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Hao? I am your lawyer, here to secure your bail. Please come with me." Her voice was gentle, soothing to the ears. "Oh, I can leave now?" Lu Hao asked in a daze. "Certainly, in the absence of evidence, you are free to go at any time. Even if evidence emerges, I can still ensure your release." The beauty replied calmly. "Ah, now that is what I call professionalism." Lu Hao felt immensely satisfied. Not only was the woman beautiful, but her capabilities were also impressive. He promptly stood up, casting a triumphant glance at Yang Bing before swaggering out, leaving behind the officer's furious gaze. "For detaining my client without cause for half an hour, I shall reserve the right to pursue legal action. Director Yang, prepare yourself for a lawsuit." The beauty added with a final remark before departing. Yang Bing's expression darkened. As a mere precinct head, he could hardly contend with the likes of seasoned lawyers, who could easily unearth incriminating details to his detriment. Although he yearned to retort, the thought of her status made him hesitate. Should she accuse him of intimidation, it would be a self-inflicted wound. Observing the tension in Yang Bing's taut muscles, Lu Hao felt a twinge of sympathy, yet internally he relished the outcome he desired. Upon exiting the precinct, the beauty introduced herself. "Mr. Lu Hao, my name is Murong Qingqing, your private attorney. I came all the way from Yanjing specifically to assist you with this matter. Thank you for your help." Lu Hao acknowledged, realizing this was undoubtedly the work of Shun Gong. After all, the intelligence of super technology was no longer inferior to that of humanity. "Not a problem. I believe this matter will be resolved quickly. You, Mr. Lu Hao, can look forward to enjoying your substantial inheritance." Murong Qingqing blinked, marveling at Lu Hao's fortune. 100 million was a sum most ordinary individuals might never encounter in a lifetime. Yet Lu Hao had acquired it in an instant. "Just call me Lu Hao. No need for formalities. I am just an ordinary person." Lu Hao replied with a bitter smile. "Well, if there are no further issues, I will now head to your university, as the actions taken there have tarnished your reputation." Murong Qingqing said sweetly. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Lu Hao inquired. "I can handle it. That is the trust placed in me by my client." "Very well. Thank you once again." Lu Hao nodded, impressed by the service quality and demeanor of a top lawyer from Yanjing. "Then I shall take my leave." Murong Qingqing smiled and entered a white Mercedes, which swiftly disappeared from Lu Hao's view. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of Murong Qingqing's striking visage, Lu Hao ambled toward the roadside. After such a tumultuous day, he found himself quite hungry. Spotting a fast food restaurant nearby, he resolved to enter. Though he typically eschewed such fare, there were few alternatives, and he could not afford to be finicky. "One hamburger and a bottle of cola, please." Lu Hao ordered directly. "That will be 16 yuan, sir. Please pay in advance." 16 yuan? Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. The hamburger was no larger than a fist, and a bottle of cola was selling for 16 yuan? What a rip-off! Though Jingnan City was the capital of Jiangnan Province, the prices were not particularly high, and it was Lu Hao's first time dining out in such an establishment, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the local pricing norms. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, since he had already ordered, he might as well pay the exorbitant price to fill his stomach. However, when he reached for his wallet, he realized he had not developed the habit of bringing it to class, meaning it was still in his dormitory. The spare change he managed to scrounge amounted to only 4 yuan, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Just as he was about to ask if he could pay by card, the server, visibly impatient, interjected. Sir, if you lack the funds, could you please step aside? There are other customers waiting. Huh, a pauper. Thinking he could dine for free. Does he think this is like a restaurant where you pay after eating? Where did this bumpkin come from? The whispers behind him made Lu Hao's brows furrow. The server's attitude was particularly irksome. Sir, do you not require your order? The server asked coldly. Oh, I do not. Lu Hao replied curtly. Then please step aside. The server glanced at him and dismissed him, turning her attention to the customers behind. Chapter 11. I bought it upon hearing the server's near dismissive words. Lu Hao refrained from losing his temper and began to turn away. However, the next moment, the murmurs from the staff ignited his fury. What did you say? Repeat that. Lu Hao's expression turned icy as he glared at the older server, glancing at her name tag, which read Zhang Shufan. What did I say? No, I didn't say anything. Zhang Shufan's face paled. She had spoken under her breath, believing no one would overhear. I asked you to repeat that. Are your ears not functioning? Lu Hao pressed, unwavering in his demand. I said, what is wrong with you? If you do not intend to purchase anything, do not cause a disturbance. There are other customers waiting. An adjacent young server chimed in, fully aware of Zhang Shufan's earlier remarks and keen to divert attention, fearing that if the manager caught wind of it, she would face reprimand or worse, a pay cut. Indeed, if you cannot afford to buy, kindly step aside. Others are waiting. The patrons behind, having not heard the earlier remarks, chimed in, directing their ire at Lu Hao. Oh, you do not wish to speak, do you? Then summon your manager. Lu Hao stepped aside, but kept his eyes fixed on the older server. Feeling increasingly guilty under Lu Hao's scrutiny, Zhang Shufan defiantly retorted. Just because you lack the funds does not give you the right to complain. You can call your manager, but it will not change anything. All you need to do is repeat what you just said. If you refuse, I shall present evidence that will complicate matters for you. Lu Hao cast a cold glance at the other party. TCH, lunatic, Zhang Shufan muttered, disregarding Lu Hao entirely. Observing that the other person hadn't even uttered a word of apology, Lu Hao called out, Shingong, did you record her slanderous remarks just now? Yes, young master. It has been documented on your phone, and they have also provided you with 100 energy points. Excellent. Lu Hao glanced in that direction and strode towards the manager's office. In a fast food establishment such as this, which is typically a premium space, one would expect there to be no manager's office. However, Lu Hao indeed discovered a small room tucked away in a corner. He knocked on the door and promptly entered. Inside was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who paused momentarily upon seeing Lu Hao, but quickly regained his composure, presenting a professional smile. Hello, how may I assist you? Listen to this. Lu Hao produced his phone and played the recording. Where did this pauper come from? His parents must be failures, unable to raise their child properly. How could he afford to eat here? The middle-aged man immediately recognized Zhang Shufan's voice. After all, as an employee of the fast food restaurant, he was well acquainted with her. This is a matter of an employee's negligence. I apologize on her behalf. It must be said that the middle-aged man was adept at managing situations. After offering his apology, he promptly exited, approaching the service counter and calling out, Zhang Shufan, come here for a moment. Upon hearing the manager summon her, and seeing the young man standing behind him, Zhang Shufan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she hesitantly approached. Apologize to this gentleman, immediately. The manager barked. Zhang Shufan, though reluctant, had no choice but to begrudgingly say, I'm sorry. If I were the owner of this fast food chain, I would not retain such an employee, for she is likely to offend a billionaire. Lu Hao scoffed, easily discerning Zhang Shufan's discomfort. At his words, the middle-aged man paused momentarily, then shook his head in resignation, believing Lu Hao was merely posturing, while Zhang Shufan offered a derisive smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Look, your employee dares to regard me with disdain. If she can treat me this way, she will undoubtedly do the same to others. Such an employee will never be deemed satisfactory. Lu Hao clapped his hands and addressed the middle-aged man. Please summon your boss. This is indeed our oversight. But surely there's no need to involve the owner? The middle-aged man appeared troubled, concerned that if the owner found out, he would share in the blame. Zhang Shufan, pale with fear, realized that if the owner learned of her insulting a customer, her job would certainly be in jeopardy. No, you misunderstand. I'm not calling your boss for anything else, but rather because I wish to purchase this establishment, Lu Hao stated nonchalantly. What? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Make the call. Well, "Sir, this fast food restaurant is doing quite well, and I doubt the owner would be willing to sell," the middle-aged man replied tactfully, eyeing Lu Hao skeptically, questioning whether he truly possessed the means to make such a purchase. Noticing the doubt in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lu Hao smiled slightly. "I will offer 20% above the current price. As for your concerns regarding my financial capability, how about this? Accompany me to the bank, and you will see for yourself." "Very well, there's a bank nearby." The middle-aged man rose and walked out with Lu Hao. After a little over 10 minutes, the middle-aged man remained in a state of shock. Just moments ago at the bank, he had witnessed an astonishingly long string of zeros in Lu Hao's account, nearly blinding him with disbelief. Only then did he comprehend that Lu Hao was indeed a true scion of wealth. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have offended Lu Hao. The middle-aged man then took out his phone and explained the situation to the owner. Half an hour later, a portly middle-aged man in his 40s entered. Upon seeing the youthful Lu Hao, he was momentarily startled. But seeing someone interested in buying his restaurant pleased him, especially since he had recently been contemplating a career change. In a mutually agreeable manner, the contract was signed swiftly, with Lu Hao purchasing the fast food restaurant at a price 20% higher, totaling $3 million. "Ha, a pleasure to do business," the owner said cheerfully as he shook Lu Hao's hand before departing. "Boss." The manager cast a complex glance at Lu Hao, surprised by how quickly circumstances had shifted, with ownership of the restaurant changing hands in an instant. "You handled this matter quite adeptly. If you are willing to stay, I will increase your monthly salary by 500, Lu Hao stated calmly. "Ah, I would be more than willing. I never expected such good fortune," the manager readily agreed. "What is your name?" "Boss, my name is Zhao Yong. You can simply call me Old Zhao." "Very well, Old Zhao, follow me." Lu Hao led Zhao Yong to the service counter and addressed Zhang Shufan. "I regret to inform you that you were terminated." Zhang Shufan's expression shifted dramatically, but she quickly retorted, "What right do you have to fire me? Who do you think you are?" "Old Zhao, you explain it." Lu Hao stepped aside. "Mr. Lu is now the owner of this fast food restaurant. Thus he possesses the full authority to terminate your employment." Zhang Shufan, "Please proceed to the finance department to settle your wages and leave immediately." "What?" Zhang Shufan was taken aback, and as realization dawned on her, she shouted, "No, you cannot do this. On what grounds can you fire me?" Seeing Zhang Shufan's petulant demeanor, Lu Hao frowned. Such a person would never win the favor of any employer. The individuals who had earlier mocked Lu Hao were now rendered speechless, unable to fathom the rapid reversal of fortune. The so-called pauper they had derided had transformed into the owner, while they were still dining in his establishment. Instantly, many felt a burning shame wash over their faces, bowing their heads in silent acknowledgement that they would never again underestimate anyone. Chapter 12, A Lesson Learned, Young Master. Your decision to purchase this fast food restaurant surely is not one made in haste? Shengong Zero inquired as they walked along. It seems you are quite astute, Shengong. In fact, from the moment I received this sum of money, I began strategizing on how to generate more wealth. After observing international fast food giants like McDonald's and KFC, I pondered why there couldn't be a similar establishment that belongs to Huaxia. Lu Hao mused, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Perhaps his ambition was somewhat overreaching, but Lu Hao remained undeterred, for he had Shengong Zero and technology far surpassing that of Earth, and with these, surpassing competitors was merely a matter of time. "Let us go. My stomach is rumbling. It is time to return to school. Murong Qingqing should have resolved my matters splendidly by now," Lu Hao thought to himself. After walking a short distance, his phone rang. Lu Hao answered casually, "Hello." There was silence on the other end, and Lu Hao, perplexed, inquired a few times, but received no response. Noticing that the number was unfamiliar, he dismissed it and hung up, opting to ignore it. Not far behind Lu Hao, a young man slowly lowered his phone, watching Lu Hao's departing figure with a glint of malice in his eyes. After disembarking from the bus, Lu Hao hummed a tune as he made his way back to school. The distance from the bus stop to the school spanned several streets, typically devoid of many passers-by, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. As he walked, a chill wind swept by, causing Lu Hao to shiver. Though summer was fast approaching, the recent days had seen an unexpected drop in temperature, reminiscent of the unpredictable nature of a woman's mood. As he rounded the next corner, he would reach the school, prompting Lu Hao to quicken his pace. Suddenly, with little warning, a young man in his 20s rushed out and collided with him. Lu Hao remained unscathed, but the other party fell to the ground with a cry. Lu Hao frowned and crouched down to inquire, "Brother, are you all right? Do you think I'm fine?" Watch where you're going. The young man retorted, groaning in pain. Lu Hao's brow furrowed deeper. He had merely been walking when the young man had collided with him. Yet now the individual was blaming him. However, noticing the young man's apparent injury, Lu Hao, despite his discomfort, chose to remain civil. I couldn't see anyone around the corner either. How about this? I apologize. Is that sufficient? Lu Hao intended to let the matter rest. Apologizing for bumping into me isn't enough. My clothes are designer, and if they get dirty, you'll have to pay for them. The young man insisted loudly, refusing to relent. Lu Hao's expression darkened. It was clear that this young man was trying to extort him. Initially, he had wished to defuse the situation, but given the other's obstinacy, Lu Hao adopted a stern demeanor and replied, "Don't overreach your bounds. You bumped into me, and you're accusing me of overreaching? Damn it. Pay up, or you want to be leaving." The young man seemed to have grown emboldened. "Do you think I'm unaware of your ploy? If you continue this way, I won't hesitate to call the police," Lu Hao said, standing up and maintaining his composure. "Oh, calling the police? Even if I did it on purpose, what of it? Let me make it clear. Either you pay up, or you'll be tasting the fists of my brothers." The young man sneered, leaning against the wall and lighting a cigarette, effectively blocking the entrance. As he finished speaking, 8 more young men rushed out from behind the wall, their sleeves bulging, suggesting they were armed. Lu Hao recognized that they were approaching him with ill intent. However, he was puzzled. He hadn't wronged anyone recently. If he had to pinpoint who he found disagreeable, it would only be Li Feiyu. Had these ruffians been sent by him? As the group drew nearer, Lu Hao did not dwell on his confusion, but instead stepped back, seeking the best position to escape if necessary, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he asked, "How much do you want?" "Ah, so you finally understand fear?" The leading youth sneered as he took another drag from his cigarette. "I've heard you're quite the wealthy one. My brothers understand the rules. Cough up 200,000, and we won't say another word. We'll just leave." "Yes, you bumped into Mao Gu and sullied his clothes. 200,000 is a bargain for you. Hey, did you hear that? 200,000, bring it out." The young men beside him echoed his sentiments, inciting further pressure. Upon hearing the amount, Lu Hao realized that there was no way this situation would end peacefully. These individuals were not merely targeting him. It seemed they were specifically here to teach him a lesson. While he could certainly procure 200,000, why should he hand it over without cause? Furrowing his brow, Lu Hao stood there contemplating a solution. Call the police? No, that wouldn't work. They were too close. And before he could connect the call, they would snatch the phone away. Yelling for help, Lu Hao glanced around. This place typically saw few passers-by. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. "I say, what are you standing there dazed for? Don't you want to pay up?" The leading youth's expression shifted as he finished the last of his cigarette and tossed the butt to the ground, crushing it underfoot with a sinister grin. "Paying debts is only right. If you refuse, we won't hold back. Just don't kill him." The other youths responded affirmatively, pulling steel pipes from their sleeves and cheerfully advancing towards Lu Hao. As they approached, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Hao's forehead. Taking advantage of the distance, he stepped back, desperately dodging their attacks. This was not a sustainable strategy. Lu Hao felt anxious. There were 9 of them, and he was alone. What to do? He asked himself. Right? There's the super technology. While awkwardly evading, he focused his thoughts. "Hey, Shinkong, aren't you going to come out and help?" "Young master, the super technology has an automatic defense system, but only you can activate it. I lack the authority to do so. Then teach me how to use it quickly." "Of course, young master. Please select the first option of the super technology, automatic defense system, basic level." "Found it. Is this the button?" "Yes, young master. But the defense system requires energy support." "Fine, if we need energy, then we'll use it." Just as the assailants were about to strike, Lu Hao gritted his teeth and pressed the button. The basic defense system activated. Level 1 Special Forces Mode. Duration, 30 seconds. Energy consumption, 50 per second. Level 1 Special Forces? That sounds quite impressive. Lu Hao mumbled, immediately feeling a surge of energy within him, empowering him as if he could take on 10 men. As the adversary's weapons descended, Lu Hao seized the opportunity. The first attacker, still bewildered, was knocked down and collided with another. Chapter 13. Underhanded Tactics. After a series of punches and kicks, several of them lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Lu Hao chuckled with satisfaction. The super technology truly lived up to its name, instantly transforming an ordinary person into a special forces soldier, though the energy expenditure was somewhat regrettable. Did Li Feiyu send you? Lu Hao inquired, eyeing the first youth who had appeared. No one sent me. I've just been short on cash lately, so I came here to make some. The youth replied with a forced smile, his gaze drifting anxiously to his companions, hoping they would recover soon. 9 against Lu Hao was far better than facing him alone. Is that so? Lu Hao shook his head and approached, picking up a brick from the ground, testing its weight in his hands. Tell me, which is harder, your stubbornness or this brick? The youth's face paled. Inwardly, he cursed Li Feiyu for leading him into this predicament. Watching Lu Hao wave the brick about, he swallowed hard, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Trembling as he lit it. Li Feiyu gave us 10,000 to teach you a lesson. So it was indeed Li Feiyu. Lu Hao's gaze turned icy. If he could not win openly, he resorted to underhanded tactics. Such treachery was most despicable. Do not ever appear before me again. Begone. Lu Hao tossed the brick aside and strode away. The youth, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, hastily called over the other 8, who were still groaning on the ground, and they all fled in disarray. Stop. Gathering for a brawl? Come with me to the police station. A delicate voice suddenly rang out. Lu Hao turned in astonishment to see a beautiful police officer approaching with 2 officers in tow. The youths, upon hearing her command, did not pause. Instead, they scattered even faster, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The police officer stamped her foot in frustration, stepping up to Lu Hao and presenting her badge, which bore her photograph and the name Su Qing. We suspect you are involved in a gathering for a brawl. You must accompany us for questioning. Miss, are you mistaken? I'm all alone. How could this be considered a gathering? And instead of pursuing the real criminals, you come to apprehend a law-abiding citizen like me? That hardly seems fair. Lu Hao retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice, as the 2 officers flanked him, making him appear as a suspect. He might dare to confront thugs, but he certainly did not wish to assault officers. Take him in for a statement. Su Qing ordered sternly. Is there no justice? Is today my unlucky day? This is the 2nd time I've been taken in by the police. Lu Hao, feeling helpless, could only comply as he was led to the police vehicle outside the alley. Wang Ge, please take note. Su Qing sat across from Lu Hao and inquired. What is your name? Lu Hao. Where are you from? Jingnan City. Specific address. Please present your ID. Miss, are you conducting a household registration check? I don't have my ID on me. Lu Hao replied with some annoyance. Even if he had it, he wouldn't show it. Cooperate. What is with that attitude? One of the officers glared at Lu Hao, admonishing him. What attitude? Do you officers think you're above everyone else? You expect me to be polite while you treat me with disdain? Lu Hao shot a glare at Su Qing, who appeared slightly younger than he. Her police uniform exuding authority but failing to conceal her striking features. Uniform temptation. Lu Hao mused silently, admiring her. What are you staring at? Retract your gaze. Su Qing snapped, glaring at Lu Hao, who seemed to have a decent appearance but was behaving like a rogue. Enough! What is your occupation? Are you a student here? Su Qing continued her questioning, gesturing toward Jiangnan University nearby. A student of Jiangnan University? Do you have your student ID? Hey, Miss, why all the questions? Are you interested in me? Lu Hao chuckled. You! Su Qing shot him a fierce glare. You're free to leave immediately. Fine. I'll go, but there's no need to be so harsh. Be careful, or you might find it hard to get married. Lu Hao muttered under his breath. Lu Hao, do you wish to spend some time at the station? Su Qing said through gritted teeth. No. I wouldn't dream of interrupting your investigation. Goodbye. As he saw Su Qing genuinely angered, Lu Hao made a hasty escape. Until Lu Hao's figure disappeared, Su Qing remained sulking, finding her mood soured at the mere thought of his face. That scoundrel. In the academic affairs office, Xia Chaiming felt particularly elated after Lu Hao's departure. Compete with me? You think you stand a chance? However, the news of Li Feiyu being taken aback him somewhat. He promptly made a call, and after receiving assurances, he felt relieved. Not enough. Merely being placed under observation is too lenient. If that money is indeed stolen, such a student ought to be expelled. Xia Chaiming pondered, swiftly retrieving his phone and calling someone. Hello, Principal Zhao? All right, I'm on my way to see you. Hanging up, Xia Chaiming stood up and headed toward the principal's office. Outside, Wu Xiang had been waiting for updates. Upon seeing Xia Chaiming emerge, he hurriedly asked, Director Xia, how is Lu Hao? Is he all right? Old Wu, with a student like that, don't bother trying to defend him. You should return and reflect on your actions. Submit a report by tomorrow. Xia Chaiming scolded before hastily leaving, knowing he could not keep the principal waiting too long. After being reprimanded by Xia Changming, Wu Xiang watched him walk away, muttering, "You're no saint either. Do you think no one knows about your misdeeds?" Once Wu Xiang finished his grumbling, he suddenly realized that Xia Changming was heading in the wrong direction, toward the principal's office. A sinking feeling filled his heart. He thought, surely Xia Changming isn't planning something nefarious? After a moment's thought, Wu Xiang followed, soon discovering Xia Changming entering the principal's office. What could be so significant that the academic affairs director needs to meet with the principal? Wu Xiang contemplated, suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. Oh no, Xia Changming isn't trying to get Lu Hao expelled, is he? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. For expelling a student required the principal's approval. Wu Xiang quickly pulled out his phone to call Lu Hao, but unfortunately, at that moment, Lu Hao was being taken by the police, and his phone was confiscated, rendering him unable to connect. I can't let Lu Hao be wrongfully expelled. Wu Xiang hung up and strode toward the principal's office. Upon entering, he saw Xia Changming animatedly discussing something, while Principal Zhao looked on with a furrowed brow, clearly listening intently. Principal Zhao, seeing Xia Changming stirring the pot, Wu Xiang felt a surge of urgency. Wu teacher is here. Please take a seat. Principal Zhao gestured to a chair. Once Wu Xiang was seated, Principal Zhao continued. Lu Hao is a student in your class, correct? Just now, Director Xia shared some information with me, and I would like to verify it with you. Chapter 14. The Reversal, Part 1. Principal, feel free to ask. Wu Xiang stated directly after sitting down. I heard that a student named Lu Hao threw away $1 million at school yesterday. Director Xia informed me that this student's family situation is quite dire, relying on financial aid to make ends meet. How could someone in such circumstances possibly have $1 million to throw away? Zhao Yu frowned, expressing his doubts. Principal, while this situation may seem bizarre, it is not entirely implausible. Consider the lottery. The grand prize is $5 million. What if Lu Hao happened to win? Wu Xiang interjected. Even if that were not the case, Lu Hao has already been taken away by the police. We could wait for the police's findings before making any decisions. Your argument holds some merit, but you are aware that your claims lack evidence. Waiting for the police's results places us in a passive position. If Lu Hao's money is indeed suspicious, you must realize the significant damage it could inflict on the school's reputation. Zhao Yu replied quietly. However, we cannot allow Lu Hao to suffer for the sake of the school's reputation. I believe we should maintain communication with the police and coordinate effectively so that, regardless of what happens with Lu Hao, the school can respond appropriately. What do you think, Principal? Wu Xiang was confident that there was nothing amiss with Lu Hao's money. Thus, he had no fears regarding the police investigation. We can indeed act in the school's name, but old Wu, you must understand that some matters cannot be concealed. Just like the recent hacking incident, the school attempted to cover it up, and how did that end? It was ultimately exposed by the media. Zhao Yu sighed, pausing momentarily before continuing. Moreover, this is $1 million, not a trivial sum. If it is found to be illegal, it could lead to a prison sentence of at least 10 years. We must consider Lu Hao's well-being. Nearby, Xia Changming revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, though he concealed it well, speaking in a low tone. Indeed, Principal Zhao, we must expel such a student. It also provides him an opportunity for reflection. Once he is in prison, he will surely comprehend the ruthlessness of the law. Director Xia, your statement is unbecoming of your position. Lu Hao is a student of Nanda. Besides, we have yet to ascertain whether Lu Hao has committed any crime. Yet you hastily declare he should be imprisoned and expelled. Is this how a director of academic affairs should behave? Wu Xiang exclaimed, his face flushed with frustration. I do not need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs. Wu Xiang, mind your position. You are merely Lu Hao's class mentor. However, it is indeed concerning that a student like Lu Hao emerged under your tutelage, suggesting a need to scrutinize your teaching credentials. Xia Changming replied swiftly. Enough of this squabbling. Wu, you may leave for now. I wish to speak with Director Xia privately. Zhao Yu interjected, raising his hand to signal Wu Xiang to exit. Principal Zhao, you cannot take Director Xia's word alone. Wu Xiang protested anxiously. I understand. Please step outside while I discuss matters with Director Xia. Understood, Wu Xiang replied, reluctantly retreating. He had promised Lu Hao to keep a secret. Yet even if he disclosed it, it seemed improbable that anyone would believe him, as it was indeed quite extraordinary. That was a staggering sum of $1 million. Stepping outside in a mood of discontent, Wu Xiang lit a cigarette. After Wu Xiang left, Xia Changming stated directly, Principal, I believe we should expel Lu Hao. Better to be safe than sorry. If he truly committed a crime, it could implicate the school. If not, we can always reinstate him. After all, we control the process. And it wouldn't be troublesome. Expelling him outright may not be wise, especially since we have no definitive news from the police, Zhao Yu murmured. You are unaware of this student. He not only challenged me publicly, but also undermined me behind my back. Even if his money were legally obtained. He has defrauded the school of financial aid for 4 years. Such a student has moral issues, and we have every right to expel him, Xia Changming declared darkly. In that case, Zhao Yu hesitated. If his money is legal, then he has defrauded financial aid for 4 years. If it is illegal, then it is a crime. Principal, do you believe such a student should not be expelled? And do not assume I am unaware of the murky dealings surrounding financial aid. If this reason is revealed, it could implicate half of the individuals involved. Do you still wish to maintain your position? Zhao Yu shot a cold glance at Xia Changming. Xia Changming, taken aback, quickly regained his composure, stating urgently, Principal, let us not dwell on that matter for now. We should expel such a student to mitigate any negative impact, and then patiently await the police's findings. If it is confirmed that Lu Hao's money is legitimate, we can rescind the expulsion. I shall consider it, old Xia. Recently, many unfavorable rumors have circulated about you. You must take care of yourself. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong themselves, Zhao Yu suddenly remarked. Where did you hear such rumors? Do you not trust my character? Xia Changming replied, visibly agitated. Enough. We will discuss Lu Hao's situation at the meeting later. You may return for now. After waiting outside for a while, Wu Xiang saw Xia Changming emerge and immediately attempted to enter, only to be informed by the secretary that the principal was in a meeting. With no choice, he returned to his office. No sooner had he sat down than he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor, approaching rapidly. Wu Xiang was momentarily taken aback. All the teachers in this office were men, and there were no female teachers. He instinctively looked up, and upon recognizing the person before him, he found himself momentarily stunned, even after living for over 40 years. However, he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and turning to see that the other male teachers were equally flustered, with one young teacher drooling in surprise. Wu Xiang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, may I ask if you are Teacher Wu? Murong Qingqing, possessing all of Lu Hao's information, including the fact that Wu Xiang was his class mentor, inquired. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? Wu Xiang responded. Hello, I am an attorney from Yinjing Yoheng Law Firm. My name is Murong Qingqing. She introduced herself, showing her credentials to Wu Xiang. A golden lawyer. Seeing these 4 individuals caused Wu Xiang's gaze to sharpen. There were very few golden lawyers in the entire industry, let alone in the capital. The weight of this title was immense. Wu Xiang immediately became more courteous, smiling. Please, have a seat. I wonder what business you have with me, Attorney Murong? I am here regarding Lu Hao's situation. Upon hearing Murong Qingqing's words, Wu Xiang's mind went blank for a moment before he processed the implication. Had the capital's golden lawyer arrived due to the legitimacy of Lu Hao's funds? Did that mean Lu Hao's money was indeed questionable? Yet Lu Hao did not seem to be lying. If Lu Hao had deceived him, the consequences would be severe. 1 million in illegal funds could warrant the death penalty. Chapter 15. The Reversal. Part 2. Noticing Wu Xiang's stunned silence, Murong Qingqing called out again. Teacher Wu? Oh, Attorney Murong. May I ask what brings you here? Has Lu Hao committed a crime? Or is it something else? A crime? Teacher Wu, you have quite the sense of humor. Lu Hao is my client. I just bailed him out from the police station. I have come to seek an explanation for the damage to my client's reputation caused by your school. Murong Qingqing's commanding presence as a golden lawyer was intimidating to most. And even Wu Xiang, having lived for over 40 years, had only felt such authority from principals and high-ranking officials. However, despite her formidable aura, Wu Xiang felt less apprehensive and instead smiled. I see. You are here for that matter. How about this, Attorney Murong? Come with me to see the principal, and I will explain Lu Hao's situation to you in detail along the way. That sounds good, Murong Qingqing nodded, acknowledging that her information was somewhat limited. And Wu Xiang's insights would enable her to better understand the situation and determine the most favorable course of action for Lu Hao. As they made their way to the principal's office, Wu Xiang meticulously recounted the events of the day to Murong Qingqing. When he mentioned the school's intention to hold a meeting to expel Lu Hao, her delicate brows knitted together in concern. Your school's approach truly opens my eyes. Murong Qingqing remarked with a sardonic smile. Wu Xiang chuckled wryly, as he knew Lu Hao well and was thus compelled to assist him diligently. It's merely Xia Changming's opinion. The school's ethos is generally commendable, though we cannot rule out the presence of a few bad apples. In any case, having already crossed Xia Changming, I feel no need to hold back, Wu Xiang added. I will reserve the right to pursue this matter. If your school fails to provide my client with a satisfactory answer, I will ensure that your institution receives a fitting response, Murong Qingqing stated with unwavering resolve. Hearing her words, Wu Xiang grew anxious. While he was not fond of Xia Changming, he held a deep affection for Nanda and wished to avoid offending a golden lawyer, as such an individual could indeed cause considerable unrest among Nanda's administration. Rest assured, Attorney Murong, I believe Principal Zhao will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory answer. Wu Xiang assured her. Let us hope so. Otherwise, Nanda will truly become a laughingstock in the education sector. Trust me. Of course. I have complete faith in your capabilities, Attorney Murong. Wu Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting that dealing with these lawyers was indeed a daunting task. Fortunately, by the time they finished their conversation, they had arrived at the principal's office. After a gentle knock, the door was opened by the principal's assistant who, upon seeing Wu Xiang, immediately said, Mr. Wu, you can go back now. The principal is attending a meeting in the city and won't return until tomorrow. Well, since the principal is unavailable, I shall take Lu Hao's lawyer back with me. Please relay a message to Principal Zhao. Wu Xiang replied with a smile, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Wu. Did you mention a lawyer? The assistant called out. Lu Hao's lawyer, a top attorney from the Jingdu Yongheng law firm, has come specifically regarding Lu Hao's matter. It's unfortunate that the principal is not here, Wu Xiang sighed. I forgot that the principal's meeting is not starting just yet. Mr. Wu, please wait a moment. I will inform the principal, the assistant said, surprised by the mention of a top attorney. Very well, be swift in your return, Wu Xiang replied, his steps momentarily halted, flashing a friendly smile. Before long, the assistant returned, inviting the two inside. Wu Xiang and Murong Qingqing entered the office directly. Inside, upon hearing their footsteps, Zhao Yu looked up, first glancing at Wu Xiang and then at Murong Qingqing. Though he was taken aback by her beauty and youth, his broader perspective prevented him from losing composure. Mr. Wu, you have arrived. Is this Lady Lu Hao's lawyer? Zhao Yu inquired politely, rising to his feet. Yes, this is Lawyer Murong, Wu Xiang introduced. I am Murong Qingqing, Principal Zhao. It is a pleasure to meet you. Regarding my client Lu Hao, I hope to receive a clear explanation from you, she asserted with a commanding presence, befitting a top attorney from Jingdu. Zhao Yu, the principal of the school, recognized that few would dare to address him in such a manner. Lawyer Mu, there may be some misunderstanding regarding Lu Hao's situation. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this matter calmly? Zhao Yu suggested, feeling a bit overwhelmed, aware of the formidable nature of a top lawyer. Despite the lawyer's expertise in legal matters, he understood that one's rank could never surpass the law itself. I do not believe there is any misunderstanding. Firstly, your institution has placed my client under a probationary observation, and I have heard rumors of his impending expulsion. I would like to understand the rationale behind such actions from you. Principal Zhao, Murong Qingqing asked with an earnest expression. Probationary observation? I was unaware of this, Zhao Yu said, momentarily stunned, before turning to Wu Xiang. This was announced yesterday by the Academic Affairs Office, but it has not yet been officially recorded in the files. However, there is a written record, Wu Xiang clarified. Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt a mix of headache and quiet anger. He realized that Xia Changming had been rather unreasonable. His previous respect had inadvertently led to Xia's arrogance. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding, Lawyer Mu. I was not informed of this matter. Rest assured, I will immediately rescind Lu Hao's probation and ensure that it does not enter his record, Zhao Yu promptly replied. If we may set that aside, let us discuss the matter of your school calling the police to take my client away and the intention to expel him, Murong Qingqing pressed, taking a step forward. Zhao Yu, still recovering from the previous statement, found himself startled once again. Lu Hao was taken by the police due to suspicions regarding the origins of his funds. As a school, we have an obligation to properly manage each student. As for the expulsion, no conclusions have been drawn yet. It is premature to discuss that, Zhao Yu explained. Then allow me to clarify. I am here to assert that my client, Mr. Lu Hao, has entirely legitimate wealth. Therefore, losing $1 million is trivial. Even if it were 10 million or 100 million, it is a private matter unrelated to your institution, Mu Rongqingqing stated coldly. It is not that we do not trust Lawyer Mu, but such matters require investigation by the police before conclusions can be drawn. If the funds are indeed legitimate, we will certainly exonerate Lu Hao and extend our apologies. Zhao Yu responded, still leaning towards the police's authority. I have submitted the necessary documents to the city bureau. I expect news shortly, Mu Rongqingqing replied, her tone unyielding. Zhao Yu glanced at Wu Xiang, and after inviting everyone to sit, he said, then let us sit and await the news. More than 10 minutes later, the telephone on the desk rang, prompting Zhao Yu to wave for the assistant to leave. Picking up the receiver himself. After listening to the contents of the call, Zhao Yu's tense body relaxed, and after a few exchanges, he hung up. The call had been from an executive vice director at the city bureau, discussing Lu Hao's situation and indicating that he had significant connections, advising Zhao Yu to tread carefully. Moreover, students like Lu Hao should be cultivated with utmost effort by the school. Zhao Yu understood the implications of this message, and once he processed it, a benevolent smile appeared on his face. It seems Lawyer Mu was correct. A student like Lu Hao could never engage in illegal activities. He should undoubtedly be a model student at Nanda. Wu Xiang, upon hearing this, stood momentarily speechless, astonished at the principal's rapid change of demeanor. No wonder he was the principal, while Wu was merely a junior professor. Such acting skills were beyond his grasp. Now that Principal Zhao has received this information, what about the punishment for my client? What punishment? There is none. In fact, I have decided to award Lu Hao a medal for outstanding student achievement. Zhao Yu declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongqingqing's previously frozen expression softened, as resolving her client's situation satisfactorily was her utmost expectation. Nanda is the best university in the entire Western region. I believe Principal Zhao is also a commendable leader. Such praise is undeserved. However, I am quite curious. Lawyer Mu, could you enlighten us on how Lu Hao acquired such a substantial sum of money in such a short period? Zhao Yu inquired with great interest. Wu Xiang shared his curiosity, eager to uncover the source of Lu Hao's sudden wealth. What do you estimate my client possesses? Mu Rongqingqing teased playfully. Well, if he can part with $1 million, he should have at least 10 million, I suppose. Zhao Yu ventured cautiously, unwilling to imagine too much, as the figure was indeed staggering. Wu Xiang, overhearing this, could hardly contain his amusement and leaned in to whisper, Principal, I've seen Lu Hao's balance. It's 100 million. 100 million? Is that truly so? Zhao Yu asked incredulously. While Nanda had produced billionaires before, only a handful emerged each year. And possessing 100 million in cash was an impressive feat. You are not deceiving me, are you? Zhao Yu questioned Wu Xiang. Principal, why would I lie to you? Had Lu Hao not asked me to keep it a secret, I would have revealed it long ago. How on earth did Lu Hao amass such wealth? Zhao Yu, now even more curious, found it hard to fathom that the sum had escalated from 10 million to 100 million. Principal Zhao, I must refrain from disclosing that information. I can only tell you that my client's assets far exceed just 100 million, Mu Rongqingqing stated calmly. Far beyond 100 million? Zhao Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment, taking a moment to regain his composure. Lawyer Mu, could you please tell us exactly how much Lu Hao possesses? Otherwise, it leaves us in suspense. Wu Xiang, though somewhat prepared, was equally shocked to learn that 100 million was not the entirety of Lu Hao's wealth. This is not a problem. However, I can only disclose Lu Hao's visible assets. To put it simply, Lu Hao owns 3 standalone villas in Yanjing, a luxury sports car, an English butler, and a Filipino maid, among other things. In short, losing $1 million is merely a trifle for my client, Mu Rongqingqing revealed, presenting the information at her disposal. She knew, however, that this merely scratched the surface of Lu Hao's wealth. Given the vastness of his family estate, his inheritance could easily purchase a small nation, indicating that Lu Hao could very well be the king of such a realm. Zhao Yu and Wu Xiang were left utterly speechless, stunned into silence by the revelation of standalone villas in Yanjing. Such properties transcended mere monetary value. They were symbols of status and connections. The mention of an English butler and a luxury sports car, while still impressive, paled in comparison. If there is nothing further, I believe I must take my leave. Lu Hao awaits my news. Mu Rongqingqing stood, smiling politely. Of course, Lawyer Mu, you're always welcome to visit Nanda. Zhao Yu offered, personally escorting her out. Once outside, Mu Rongqingqing made her way to the parking lot, speaking on her phone as she walked. Wow, look a goddess. Have you been watching too many movies? Are you hallucinating? What nonsense. Damn, she's beautiful. Those curves and legs. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd sacrifice 10 years of my life. No, 20. Hell, I'd give up 30 years. A bunch of fools. Hurry, take a picture. You might not get another chance like this in your lifetime. Surrounded by a commotion, Mu Rongqingqing had grown accustomed to such attention. Having already experienced a similar situation upon her arrival, she simply put on her sunglasses to shield her face and allowed the crowd to snap photos. After calling Lu Hao and learning that he had returned to school, Mu Rongqingqing conveyed the news that the situation had been resolved. Lu Hao was immensely thrilled upon receiving the news, and the anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart finally dissipated. As long as the school did not penalize him, he felt he could endure anything the institution threw his way. While engaged in thought, Lu Hao made his way to the school gate, not far from the parking lot, where he immediately spotted Murong Qingqing standing at a distance. He abruptly ended the call on his phone and dashed towards her. Hey look, the wealthy guy is going after a goddess. Damn it, I knew it. Such a beauty is beyond our reach. Wake up, with your looks? That rich guy at least has money. Sigh, why must good cabbage be trampled by pigs? Why can't any beautiful women stop to admire my charm? The crowd turned to the speaker, who bore a face full of acne and an air of self-satisfaction, prompting a collective retching. Does he even have any shame? However, many onlookers began to revel in the spectacle, noting that no matter how wealthy the rich guy was, the luxury car the beauty possessed was worth at least 2 million. She was no stranger to wealth herself. What if the wealthy guy faced rejection? Thus, a group of onlookers clenched their fists, eagerly gazing in that direction, anticipating the moment Lu Hao would be turned away, envisioning his despair. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. For after a brief exchange of words, the goddess smiled and invited Lu Hao into her car, which then departed the school, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust that left the crowd in disarray. My heart is shattered. Mine too. Heartbreak 1. No way. I must challenge the wealthy guy. Only the victor deserves such a beauty. A youthful dreamer shouted boldly. The crowd regarded him as if he were a fool before dispersing in laughter. Chapter 17. Retribution unfailing where to? Murong Qingqing asked, her radiant face adorned with a smile as she drove. Anywhere is fine, with a beauty like you by my side, Lu Hao replied, sitting in the passenger seat, intoxicated by the fresh fragrance of Murong Qingqing's body. He, as my employer, you call the shots, she said, steering the luxurious car into the city. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong received a notification from his superiors, indicating that the matter concerning Lu Hao had reached a conclusion. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Yong, with a grim expression, called Xia Changming. I understand. It seems that kid indeed possesses considerable wealth. Do you know the source of his funds? Xia Changming inquired coldly from the other end of the line. I don't know. I can only comply with my superior's orders. I can't inquire about the details. Zhao Yong replied, shaking his head in resignation. All right, consider it luck for that kid. Nevertheless, I appreciate your help this time. I'll treat you to a meal at our usual spot another day, Xia Changming stated. I look forward to it, Director Xia, Zhao Yong replied with a sly grin. After hanging up, Xia Changming, seething with anger, tossed his phone onto the desk. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved it again and dialed Li Feiyu. Hearing the labored breaths on the other end, Xia Changming knew it was nothing good, but he maintained his composure and said, Feiyu, it seems my uncle couldn't assist you this time. Lu Hao has been exonerated, and there are no issues with the source of his money. What? All right, I understand. I owe my uncle a debt of gratitude. I'll bring him something nice next time, Li Feiyu responded directly. Ha, you truly understand me, Feiyu. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Li Feiyu, filled with rage, smashed his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Unaware of the situation, Yang Li stirred beneath him and lazily murmured, You lazy bum, why aren't you moving? Li Feiyu, lacking any interest, withdrew, donned a pair of shorts, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. The matter with Lu Hao has reached a conclusion. What conclusion? That money must surely be stolen, right? He's always been a pauper. How could he possibly have that much? He deserves to rot in prison, Yang Li retorted sharply. Ever since Lu Hao had publicly humiliated her with money, she had been unable to find joy, and everywhere she went on campus, people taunted her. She now loathed Lu Hao, wishing he would languish in prison. Prison? Can't you think for a moment? If he were in prison, would I be looking like this? Li Feiyu glotted at Yang Li, exasperated. Ah, does that mean his money is legitimate? How could that be? I was with him for over half a year and never saw him with more than 1,000. Yang Li stood up from the bed, disregarding her exposed state. He simply didn't want to spend on you. Who could throw $1 million at someone and still be a pauper? Are you out of your mind? My uncle just called and said Lu Hao's money is completely legitimate. And you dare say you were with him for that long without knowing this? Li Fei Yu glotted at young Li. I was just stringing him along. I never even held his hand. How could I know? Young Li shouted defiantly. Who knows if you ever let him touch you? You weren't a virgin when I was with you. Li Fei Yu sneered, feeling disgruntled for failing to deal with Lu Hao and instead attracting trouble for himself. Li Fei Yu, what did you say when you were pursuing me? Now you're blaming me? Yang Li was on the verge of exploding. You don't have the right to blame me. If I wanted a woman, I wouldn't have trouble finding one. I suspect Lu Hao pretended to be poor just to find true love. This kind of plot belongs in a drama, yet it happens in reality. Clearly, he thought you were his true love. What a pity he was blind. Let me tell you, true love is nonsense. Money is the only truth. What woman can I get? Li Fei Yu darida. Li Fei Yu. You. Yang Li seemed to realize something, panic rising in her voice. Stop shouting. I have no interest in listening. Here is 100,000 as your breakup fee. Farewell. Li Fei Yu tossed a bank card onto the bed, dressed hastily, and stormed out. Upon hearing the loud slam of the door, Yang Li felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the bed. She now regretted her actions deeply, realizing she had rejected a hidden rich heir capable of casually throwing out $1 million. Moreover, this affluent individual had genuinely cared for her. What a foolish mistake. Yang Li cursed herself internally. After a few minutes, Yang Li suddenly went into a frenzy, grabbing her phone and trembling as she dialed Zhao Yang's number. Hello? Is this Director Zhao? This is Yang Li. I heard Lu Hao's money is legitimate. Does that mean I can get back the $1 million he threw at me that day at school? Yang Li felt a surge of excitement. Even if she had been dumped, with that $1 million, she could still live comfortably. That $1 million? According to Lu Hao's wishes, it was directly donated to a nearby orphanage, so it no longer belongs to you. Zhao Yong replied, somewhat regretfully. He had just called to inquire about what to do with Lu Hao's money. But Lu Hao informed him that it was originally intended for the police station, but due to certain reasons, he had changed his mind. Reasons Zhao Yong could easily deduce were due to his own interference. Damn, that was $1 million. At that moment, Zhao Yong regretted helping Xia Changming deal with Lu Hao. Otherwise, that $1 million would have belonged to the police station. With money, everything could be resolved, but now everything was in vain, and he grew resentful towards Lu Hao once more. Yang Li couldn't fathom Zhao Yong's mood, but she was acutely aware of her own feelings. Her heart was shattered. That was $1 million, a staggering sum of money, vanishing just like that. All men are worthless. Yang Li suddenly collapsed on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. However, what plunged her deeper into despair was the call she received shortly after, informing her of a disciplinary action against her. After deliberation by the school's party committee, it was decided that Yang Li, a senior majoring in English at the Foreign Language College, with student ID 2012, would receive a probationary sanction due to certain negligent behaviors that caused significant reputational damage to Lu Hao and the school. Students and faculty are advised to take this as a warning. Upon receiving this notification, Yang Li felt as if the sky was collapsing around her. Little did she know that from the moment she betrayed Lu Hao, everything had been predetermined. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution, was inevitable. Chapter 18. Misunderstanding. Hello. Where is your home? As Lu Hao watched the heavily intoxicated Murong Qingqing teetering on the brink of collapse, he hurriedly stepped forward to steady her. Her warm and delicate body leaned into his embrace, and through the thin fabric of their clothing, an astonishing heat radiated. Lu Hao's face flushed, and he felt a wave of distraction wash over him. In his entire life, he had never been this close to a woman's body. You can't drink. You've had too much. Now what? I can't possibly take you back to school, can I? Lu Hao lamented, bewildered by Murong Qingqing's sudden bout of drunkenness during dinner. Hey, say something. Lu Hao called out loudly. Murong Qingqing mumbled incoherently, her words barely discernible, and soon fell silent. Lu Hao stood there, cradling her fragile form, contemplating his next move. What am I to do? Lu Hao pondered. He couldn't just abandon Murong Qingqing, since he didn't know where she lived, and taking her back to the dormitory was out of the question. The only option left was to check into a hotel. Let's do that, he decided. Lu Hao carried Murong Qingqing into her Mercedes-Benz and, after a brief drive, spotted a hotel by the roadside. He promptly booked a double room and carried her inside. After placing Murong Qingqing on the bed, Lu Hao, drenched in sweat, was about to take a shower when the figure on the bed murmured softly, seemingly stirring awake, her body restlessly shifting. It's hot. So hot. She swayed her body, unconsciously reaching out to remove her clothing. She tugged at it, but the garment did not come off. Several buttons on her chest popped open, revealing a delicate white lace bra beneath. Eh? Eh? Oh my, this is lethal. Upon seeing this, Lu Hao felt his nose nearly bleed. Hey, stop it. Aren't you the boss? I am the boss here. Lu Hao exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious as Murong Qingqing showed no signs of halting her actions. With her commanding demeanor, how would he explain this to her the next day? Moreover, she was a lawyer. He would find it hard to justify himself. Stop. Stop, my heavens. Please don't take it off. Lu Hao was drenched in cold sweat, preparing to intervene. Get away. It's so hot. She kicked Lu Hao away, twisting her body as she swiftly discarded her clothing, revealing her beauty. It's over. I've seen too much. God, will Qinxia still marry me after this? Lu Hao pondered aloud. Young master, you worry too much. If the princess awakens, she will assist you in pursuing Miss Murong, came the response. Lu Hao was left speechless. Forget it, though I may be a beast, I still have my principles. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lu Hao grabbed a blanket and covered Murong Qingqing's alluring form. She turned over and clutched the blanket, falling into a deep slumber. Finally, Lu Hao sighed in relief, contemplating but ultimately deciding not to leave. After a shower, he lay down on another bed, utterly exhausted from the day's busyness. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lu Hao awoke early, as anyone who suddenly acquires a fortune of 100 million would find it difficult to sleep soundly. He yawned, rolled out of bed, glanced at Murong Qingqing, donned his clothing, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. Setting the meal on the table, Lu Hao approached the window and drew back the curtains, flooding the room with sunlight. Squinting in the bright light, he turned around and noticed the other bed stirring. A head emerged from beneath the covers, sleepily rubbing its eyes. Murong Qingqing had yet to fully awaken. She instinctively sat up, stretching her arms and yawning widely. The blanket slipped from her neck, revealing an enchanting figure, her slender waist, flawless skin, and an S-shaped silhouette exposed to the golden rays of sunlight, which enveloped her in a radiant glow, making her appear almost ethereal. A proud and mature smile graced her exquisite face, adding to her allure. Lu Hao was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed in awe, unaware of his stare. Murong Qingqing tousled her hair and yawned again. Suddenly, the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, capturing her attention. She was taken aback, surprised that breakfast awaited her. Just as her stomach growled, she prepared to rise, only to realize something was amiss. Turning her head, she caught sight of Lu Hao standing by the window. Looking down, she let out a piercing scream. Lu Hao, what have you done to me? Murong Qingqing hastily grabbed the blanket to shield her modesty, her face a picture of fear and vulnerability, evoking sympathy. Could this man have violated her, tarnishing her virtue that she had preserved for over 20 years? If so, she vowed to make him pay. Lu Hao quickly waved his hand, saying, You've misunderstood, Lawyer Murong. Yesterday at dinner, you drank too much. I intended to escort you home, but you were too drunk to tell me where you lived, so I brought you to the hotel instead. Rest assured, I did nothing to you. Your clothes were removed by your own doing. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingqing's expression softened slightly. She checked her body and, aside from feeling a bit sore from the hangover, found no abnormalities. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she realized she had indeed indulged in her drinking and had removed her own clothes. Lu Hao, instead of succumbing to temptation, had acted with restraint, earning her newfound respect. Many would have lost control at the slightest provocation. Yet this young man had displayed unexpected composure. Once she came to terms with the situation, any embarrassment faded, and she felt her mood stabilize. What? Do you wish to see me get dressed? She said lightly, regarding Lu Hao. All right, I'll turn around. Lu Hao replied, feeling flustered. As he turned, the rustling of fabric reached his ears, and soon after, Murong Qingqing was properly clothed, regaining her authoritative demeanor. Boss, I know you want tea spill today as events, right? She teased. Of course, I would never, Lu Hao assured with sincerity. As the boss, acquiring any woman he desired was within his reach. So, do you like me? Murong Qingqing smiled mischievously. I do, he replied eagerly. You're playful. All right, you can turn back now. Lu Hao turned, And though he was no longer unfamiliar with her, each encounter with Murong Qingqing left him in awe. I've resolved my matters, and I should be on my way. Farewell. She smiled at Lu Hao and exited the room. Watching her figure depart, Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Such a woman was truly enchanting. With Murong Qingqing gone, Lu Hao finished the breakfast he had purchased. Just as he felt satisfied, an unfamiliar call came through on his phone. Initially inclined to hang up, he reconsidered and opted to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Hao? Yes, this is Lu Hao. Mr. Lu Hao, I am Wang Chuchu. You must help me. Please save my grandmother. The quivering voice on the other end heightened Lu Hao's tension. Don't panic. Take your time to explain, Lu Hao urged as he dressed and headed outside. Once he reached the hotel entrance, he gathered the details of the situation and reassured her. Wait for me at the hospital. I will be there shortly. Hailing a taxi, Lu Hao instructed to Jingnan Hospital. If you can make it there in 30 minutes, this money is yours. He waved a handful of cash, roughly 3,000 yuan, enticing the driver. Well, it seems your luck is in. This money is as good as yours, the driver exclaimed with delight, turning the wheel and advising, buckle up. 25 minutes later, Lu Hao flung open the car door and dashed out. Damn, my legs feel like jelly. Leaning against the car for a moment, he tossed the money at the driver and said, Wait here. I'll need you later. Spendthrift. But I like it. 3,000 in hand, thought the driver, chuckling to himself as he watched Lu Hao's retreating figure. Upon reaching the hospital's ward building, Lu Hao spotted Wang Chuchu anxiously waiting. She looked unchanged, though her face was pale and her lips dry. How is your grandmother? Is she all right? Lu Hao asked as he approached her. Seeing Lu Hao, Wang Chuchu's eyes sparkled with hope. I didn't want to trouble you, but now you are the only one who can help me. After a brief pause, she continued, they just completed the first phase of treatment, and I've run out of money. The hospital said they want to continue without payment, and the subsequent surgery costs 300,000. I'm completely broke. What kind of despicable hospital is this? Don't they care about lives? Lu Hao exclaimed angrily. He had heard rumors of corruption within, but now it was evident. What can they do? My grandmother's attending physician said if we can't pay, we'll have to transfer her, or, Wang Chuchu's voice trailed off. Or what? Or he suggested I could become his mistress in exchange for the fee. Her voice dropped to a whisper. How can such a beast be a doctor? Let us go. I'll cover the costs. Lu Hao declared, grabbing Wang Chuchu's hand and leading her into the hospital. As he held her hand, a blush crept onto Wang Chuchu's weary face. She hesitated, wanting to pull away, but remembering her grandmother's condition, she steeled herself and remained silent. They arrived at the third-floor ward. Through the glass, they saw an elderly woman, around 70, peacefully lying in bed with a gentle smile. The resemblance to Wang Chuchu was unmistakable. Ah, Chuchu, you're here. Have you managed to gather the funds? A voice interrupted, and after half a minute, a middle-aged man appeared. Don't worry. As soon as you have the surgery fee, I'll ensure your grandmother receives her operation. Of course, if you can't gather it, you might consider my offer. After all, your grandmother has cared for you all these years. You wouldn't want her to suffer, would you? The middle-aged man's incessant chatter prompted Lu Hao to turn and scrutinize him. He stood at about 5 feet 7 inches, appearing somewhat frail, with beady eyes scanning Wang Chuchu's figure, filled with an unhealthy glint. His lecherous demeanor made Lu Hao frown. No need. Wang Chuchu's surgery fees are not your concern, Lu Hao stated firmly. Who are you? The man asked, perplexed. He had only noticed Lu Hao now. You must be Wang Chuchu's boyfriend? Realizing this, the man's expression hardened, and he reprimanded Chuchu. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but your grandmother is in critical condition. How can you be dating someone now? Can he provide 300,000 for your grandmother's treatment? So wake up. Director Ma, you've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend, Wang Chuchu clarified. Wang Chuchu's face flushed as she spoke, casting a furtive glance at Lu Hao, only to discover he seemed unperturbed. She discreetly stuck out her tongue. Oh, never mind, then it appears that you are related. All right, gather the funds as soon as possible. Within 3 days at most. Otherwise, it will be too late. Take care, Ma Dong declared before making to leave. Wait, Wang Chuchu called softly. Upon hearing her, Ma Dong turned around with immediate excitement, eagerly asking, Have you come to your senses? Have you agreed to my terms? His gaze ardently swept over Wang Chuchu's graceful figure, her delicate waist evoking an insatiable longing within him, far surpassing the appeal of his own wife. Actually, I have gathered the money, Director Ma. When can you perform the surgery on my grandmother? Wang Chu hurriedly explained. Gathered it? Ma Dong paused, his expression instantly cooling. Then go and pay the fee. I will find time to conduct the surgery. I am busy now and cannot discuss this further with you. As Ma Dong made to leave, Wang Chu grew anxious, while Lu Hao's anger turned to incredulity. What sort of doctor is this? If I hadn't seen it for myself, I would never have believed such absurdity existed. Stop right there. Lu Hao blocked Ma Dong's path, sneering, as the attending physician, shouldn't you prioritize the patient's surgery? Get out of the way, you little brat. What do you know? You think surgery is as simple as you say? I still need to verify the procedure and prepare. It will take some time, so be patient. Ma Dong scoffed, shoving Lu Hao aside and continuing on. Damn it. What about the patient's condition? Lu Hao fumed. I don't care what happens. If I'm not confident, I will not step into the operating room. When the surgery happens is my decision to make. Damn it. I really want to punch this jerk. Lu Hao cursed, turning to Wang Chu. Is there no other doctor in the hospital who can perform the surgery? There are. But within the entire Jingnan hospital, only Director Ma possesses the best skills. So even though he is arrogant, the hospital has not taken action against him. Wang Chu replied softly. What use is a doctor with such skills if he is like this? Let us transfer hospitals. There are plenty of good ones in Jiangnan province. Lu Hao stated decisively. Transferring would incur about an additional 80,000 yuan. What does money matter? Saving a life is the priority. Contact the hospital immediately. We must transfer. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. Then, I am in your debt, Wang Chu said, deeply moved. It's nothing, Lu Hao replied with a smile. Wang Chu hurried downstairs to handle the transfer paperwork, while Lu Hao remained behind. Not long after, Wang Chu returned, her face somewhat pale, and said helplessly, Ma Dong 1T allow the transfer. What? Lu Hao exclaimed, quickly regaining his composure and asserting, but the transfer has nothing to do with him. It's your decision. However, Ma Dong just told me that my grandmother's condition is very serious, and if we move her or handle it improperly, she could. Wang Chu's eyes glistened with tears. Damn it. While I must admit he is despicable, I cannot deny there is some truth in what he says. Since your grandmother cannot be moved, I will transfer her to another hospital. Lu Hao contemplated before decisively stating, You wait here for me. I will be back shortly. Chapter 20. A grand gesture. Shingong. Arrange for 3 of the best doctors to come here within half an hour, Lu Hao commanded from the 3rd floor window. Gazing down below. Young master, this may pose certain difficulties and require significant energy. Shingong's ethereal form appeared before him, bowing slightly. What then? That person named Ma Dong is no good. We cannot simply wait idly. Lu Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. The young master can use money to entice him. According to my calculations, the young master only needs to spend 100,000 Huaxia coins to pique his interest. If you add an extra 50,000, he will undoubtedly comply with your every request. Forget it. I find such a person repulsive. Gather evidence of his misdeeds, and as per my original request, bring me 3 doctors immediately, Lu Hao decided, thinking it unwise to reward such a quack with money. Understood, young master. This will likely consume about 5,000 energy units, leaving you with 3,500 remaining. Shingong calculated slowly. Huh? When did I accumulate so much energy? Lu Hao asked, surprised. These are all contributions of anger points from Yang Li, Xia Changming, Yang Bing, Li Feiyu, and others, with Yang Li contributing the most at 6,000. Huh? Truly, karma is swift. It's no wonder she was so insufferable, Lu Hao chuckled. Now, go and execute the task. Yes, young master. As you wish, within half an hour, those you seek will arrive here. After issuing his orders, Lu Hao joined Wang Chu, engaging her in conversation. Noticing her distracted demeanor, he gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Doctors will be here shortly. After another half hour, during which Ma Dong visited several times, only to turn away coldly upon seeing Wang Chu still present. It was evident he harbored ulterior motives. Damn, look outside. What is that? Suddenly, the entire hospital ward erupted into a flurry of activity, with numerous nurses and doctors gathering at the bedside. Their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed out the window. They must have arrived. Let us go take a look, Lu Hao suggested. And Wang Chu hesitated before following him. Holy smokes, is this the convoy of that tycoon? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 10 Mercedes-Benz S6s, each worth 3 million at market price. totaling 30 million Huaxia coins. My heavens, quick, pinch me to see if this is real. What S with the theatrics? Look, someone S getting out of the car. Wow! As the crowd witnessed who emerged from the vehicles, another wave of excitement surged through them. All the individuals were clad in matching suits and sunglasses, their muscular frames standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. From the first 9 vehicles, a total of 36 individuals in black suits disembarked, forming 2 neat lines, while from the last car, a strikingly handsome young man stepped out. So handsome, I can't take it. I want to marry him. A wealthy young man, looking dashing. Is my Prince Charming finally here? Someone support me. I think I'm going to faint. The young man, sporting a bright smile reminiscent of a leading man from a Korean drama, possessed a face so stunning it caused many young women to swoon. Lu Hao noticed that the eyes of countless nurses and doctors around him sparkled with admiration as they gazed at the young man. However, he did not rush forward. Instead, he opened the car door for 3 doctors in their 60s to alight, prompting astonishment even among the previously calm, middle-aged doctors. Is that the renowned expert Qin from the provincial hospital, known for treating high-ranking officials? Gasp! And the 2 beside him are not to be underestimated either. One is the esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Elder Chu, and the other is Professor Zhang, a distinguished honorary professor at Jiangnan Medical University. Why are they all here? Quick, notify the hospital director and the party secretary immediately. We cannot afford to neglect such prominent figures. Ma Dong's eyes widened in excitement as he spotted the 3, realizing that cultivating a relationship with even one of them could secure his future. The entire hospital buzzed with anticipation, yet Lu Hao remained the calmest of all, for he understood that this was all due to his command. Initially, he too had been shocked by Shun Gong's grand gesture, but reflecting on Shun Gong's extraterrestrial origins and advanced technology, he soon found peace. Meanwhile, Wang Chuchu stood in stunned silence, eventually widening her eyes and pointing downstairs. This is all because of you? Surprised are we? Just a small feat. Lu Hao replied with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor casual yet elegant, though internally he reveled in delight, thinking to himself how this was indeed a marvelous technique for attracting attention. Suddenly, he recalled a line from a TV drama where the protagonist boasted, "Everything here is under my control." Lu Hao felt compelled to exclaim, "This place is under my command. Tremble before me, mortals." Wang Chuchu gazed at Lu Hao with a complex expression, well aware he was a wealthy heir. Yet she had not anticipated the extent of his riches. The 3 figures below, any one of whom would be beyond the reach of ordinary requests, made her acutely aware of Lu Hao's astonishing wealth. As she admired his handsome profile, her cheeks flushed and she lowered her head. Downstairs, accompanied by black-suited bodyguards, the 3 approached the 3rd floor. Numerous doctors attempted to greet them, but were halted by the bodyguards. The handsome young man stepped forward, addressing Lu Hao, "Young master, the 3 distinguished doctors have arrived." Lu Hao rolled his eyes at the strikingly handsome face, feeling a twinge of envy at such looks. "Excellent. Et Putin, Auto-chu." Professor Zhang, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. Lu Hao greeted warmly with a smile. We have long been curious about who possesses such influence to summon all 3 of us. Throughout the journey, we speculated about your identity. But we never imagined you were so young, and it seems we have never met before. Expert Qin chuckled, taken aback by Lu Hao's youth, but quickly reasoning it must be the offspring of a prominent family. Indeed, I have never seen such a situation before. Please summon the 3 esteemed doctors. I merely wish to request their expertise for a surgical procedure that pertains to a matter of life and death. I kindly ask that they exert their utmost efforts. Since this is indeed a matter of life, let us proceed to the location at once. Lu Hao nodded and led the 3 distinguished physicians to Wang Chuchu's grandmother's hospital room. Unbeknownst to them, as Ma Bing observed the 3 eminent doctors entering the room, his complexion darkened with concern. He anxiously glanced around, and upon noticing that the hospital director and other senior officials had also arrived, his heart raced uncontrollably. He realized that he had encountered a formidable obstacle. If his misdeeds were to be exposed, it would signify the end of everything for him. Chapter 21. The invitation. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Mo and the others emerged from the hospital room, and Lu Hao and Wang Chuchu immediately approached them. Nearby, Li Yang, the director of Jingnan Hospital, also stepped forward. The surgery was quite successful, and the patient is no longer in critical condition. However, I find it puzzling that such a procedure could have been performed by the capable surgeons at Jingnan Hospital. Why then did you feel the need to summon us three? Qin Mo inquired, removing his mask with a look of confusion. At this, Director Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing something amiss, while Ma Dong, standing at the periphery of the crowd, felt an overwhelming anxiety, his palms sweating profusely. Indeed, for a minor operation like this, if Jingnan Hospital were incapable of performing it, I would question how they attained their second-tier status, Elder Chu remarked, furrowing his brow. Jiangnan Medical University and Jingnan Hospital also possess numerous quota allocations. Had I not witnessed this firsthand, I would not have believed Jingnan Hospital had fallen to such depths. It seems we must reduce their quotas in the future, given that they are unable to accommodate so many patients. Professor Zhang shook his head, listening to their remarks. Lu Hao remained unfazed, yet Li Yang's face turned pale, internally anxious that if the three were left with a negative impression, he might as well go home and draft his resignation letter. Experts Qin, Elder Chu, Professor Zhang. I am Li Yang, the director of Jingnan Hospital. Regarding this incident, as Li Yang attempted to explain, Qin Mo abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. Let us inquire about the reason from this young friend. Feeling all eyes upon him, Lu Hao rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly. Well, the matter is quite simple. Chu-Chu's attending physician sought to receive a kickback, but since Chu-Chu had no money, she asked for my assistance. Being someone who cannot condone such behavior, I had no choice but to invite the three esteemed doctors here. At Lu Hao's words, cold sweat began to bead on Li Yang's forehead, and he forced a smile, saying, This oversight is entirely our fault. Rest assured, we will handle this matter seriously and arrange for the best doctors to come to express our sincere apologies. We will fully cover the costs of this surgery. The three experts did not delve further into the matter. Having clarified the situation, they departed, for it was already a considerable effort for them to have come in person. Once they left, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. May I ask how to address you, sir? Li Yang inquired, regarding Lu Hao with newfound respect, having witnessed him summon three esteemed doctors. I am Lu Hao. Mr. Lu, greetings. This incident is indeed our hospital's fault, and I hope you will not hold it against us. Li Yang spoke softly, apologizing. I bear no grievance. As long as you ensure her satisfaction, I have nothing more to say. Lu Hao gestured towards Wang Chu-Chu. Very well, miss. May I inquire if you were satisfied with my earlier offer of compensation? Li Yang immediately turned to Wang Chu-Chu. As long as my grandmother is well, I am content. I believe Jingnan Hospital is a good establishment, though it has a few rotten apples, Wang Chu-Chu replied with a smile. It is truly delightful to hear you say that. Rest assured, your grandmother will recover swiftly. I must now attend to subsequent matters, so I will not intrude further, Li Yang said, relieved that the two were not holding grudges, thereby allowing the situation to pass. However, the inept doctor who tarnished the hospital's reputation would certainly be held accountable. Such individuals could not be permitted to remain within the institution. As he walked away, Li Yang immediately called his secretary. Notify all department heads and above. We will convene in the meeting room in half an hour. At that moment, Ma Dong, having felt despair since the director's arrival, shot Lu Hao a resentful glance before gathering his belongings and leaving the hospital. He could no longer remain, fearing that if his transgressions were uncovered, he might even face imprisonment. With his medical skills, he could survive anywhere. After the matter was resolved, Lu Hao felt a sense of relief. The black-clad bodyguards and convoy that had accompanied the three eminent doctors vanished, as if they had never existed, leaving many who wished to investigate at a loss. However, following this incident, Lu Hao's name began to gain some notoriety among the upper echelons of Jingnan City. Rest assured, your grandmother is fine. I must take my leave now. Lu Hao approached Wang Chu-Chu, gazing through the glass at the elderly woman sleeping peacefully. Thank you. That one word encompassed a wealth of meaning. No need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, how about I come to hear you sing, and you provide me with complimentary performances? 500 for a song is rather steep. Lu Hao jested lightly. Wang Chu-Chu shot him a playful glare. You, a wealthy young master, still worry about money? The atmosphere lightened imperceptibly. Very well. You take care of your grandmother. I shall be on my way. Lu Hao smiled and turned to leave. Wait, is there something else? Lu Hao looked back at Wang Chu-Chu, puzzled. Next week is the school's 50th anniversary celebration, and I would like to invite you to accompany me, Wang Chu-Chu blurted out, summoning her courage and looking at Lu Hao with flushed cheeks. Certainly. Just give me a call when the time comes, and I shall be at your service. Lu Hao readily agreed. After all, how could one refuse an invitation from such a beautiful woman? Okay, then we'll be in touch. Wang Chuchu replied before dashing back into the hospital room, her heart racing. Lu Hao, not overthinking it, went downstairs to hail a taxi. Realizing it was about time he owned a vehicle. Young master, based on my calculations, Wang Chuchu harbors strong feelings for you. If you take the initiative, there is a 100% chance of winning her heart, Shinkong suddenly remarked. A Shinkong, when did you become so frivolous? My current priority is to awaken Xinxia. If the princess awakens to find you all alone, she will be heartbroken. Never mind, I will let things unfold naturally. Lu Hao had yet to adjust his mindset. In his view, it was improbable that someone as stunning as Wang Chuchu would be easily won over, since the young master did not wish to discuss it. Shinkong refrained from further mention. However, Wang Chuchu had provided the young master with an astonishing 11,000 energy points. Wow. That is a substantial amount. Lu Hao was taken aback. Thus, I assert that Wang Chuchu has indeed fallen for you. Stop. Let us halt this line of conversation and explain why there is such an abundance. The young master's energy primarily derives from human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The higher the goodwill or ill will towards the young master, the greater the energy provided. I understand now. Lu Hao nodded in comprehension. After a few minutes, the taxi driver who had dropped Lu Hao off suddenly returned, apologizing. I just want to grab a bite. Boss, where to next? Back to South University, Lu Hao replied as he entered the taxi. Chapter 22. The first task upon returning to South University. Lu Hao did not head directly to the dormitory, but instead stopped at an ATM outside a bank, transferring 100,000 yuan to his parents' account. After completing the transaction, he sent a text message to his parents, informing them that the money was earned through his own efforts. Just as he exited the bank, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Hello, son. Where did you get so much money? I'm telling you, although our family is poor, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Listening to his mother's lengthy concerns, Lu Hao felt a warmth in his heart rather than annoyance. Mom, rest assured, all this money is earned through my own hard work. Feel free to spend it. Besides, if my money was obtained unlawfully, wouldn't I have been arrested by the police? Lu Hao patiently explained, understanding his parents' worries about him straying down the wrong path. And how did you earn this money? 100,000 yuan is quite a lot. His mother's voice was filled with disbelief. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh. His mother didn't even believe him. He had to clarify again. Mom, I'm studying media arts, remember? Recently, a big company held a competition and I won first place, receiving a prize of 150,000 yuan. I kept 50,000 for myself and sent the rest to you. What kind of competition offers such a high prize? 150,000? Are you sure it's not from something illegal? Absolutely not. Just trust your son this once. While 150,000 may seem substantial, to those large companies, it's merely pocket change. They spend tens of thousands just on a meal, Lu Hao reassured her. You make a valid point. Last time our boss treated everyone to dinner, it cost over 10,000. Oh, these wealthy folks, they shouldn't spend so extravagantly. All right, Mom? Please accept the money without hesitation. Take care of yourself and Dad. Don't overwork yourselves. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. And remember to bring a girlfriend home soon. Your dad and I are growing anxious about it. Do you hear me? Hello? Hello? This insolent brat. Lu Hao abruptly ended the call, as his mother began her incessant chatter, capable of speaking for ages without repeating herself, particularly regarding his lifelong matters, which seemed never-ending. Just the thought of it gave Lu Hao a headache. Fortunately, he hung up quickly. Otherwise, he would have been pressured into finding a girlfriend, which would be far too troublesome. After transferring 100,000 yuan to his parents, Lu Hao felt a significant sense of relief. It wasn't that he was unwilling to send more money, but rather that sending too much would be counterproductive. If 100,000 yuan made his mother this anxious, he dreaded to think what would happen if he transferred 1,000,000. He genuinely feared his mother might take a train to find him. Humming a little tune, Lu Hao strolled into the campus. Just as he entered the school, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered that his card had an additional 90,000 yuan, precisely the amount he had just sent to his mother. Son, your father and I have enough money. He wants to travel, and 1,000 yuan is sufficient for how many trips? When I mentioned you sent 100,000, it made him so happy he couldn't stop grinning, praising you for being accomplished. Of course, he doesn't realize who his son is. I've transferred back 90,000 for you to save. After graduation, you'll need to buy a house, a car, and a wife. No need to send us more. All right, I'm off to work. Mommy loves you. Staring at this message, Lu Hao stood frozen in place for a while, his body unmoving. After a long moment, he wiped away his tears, his eyes reddened, and said, "Shengong, can you keep a constant watch on my parents' news? Like if they fall ill or something. I want to know immediately." That's simple. It just requires monitoring and consumes 5 energy points per hour. All right, let us start now. Lu Hao commanded directly. He wouldn't hesitate even if it consumed 500 points. He would accept it without question. By the way, Shengong, please help gather evidence of Xia Chaiming's crimes. I have a use for it. Lu Hao shifted the topic. He had no intention of letting Xia Chaiming off the hook. Such a scoundrel, especially after hearing about his sordid deeds. Lu Hao would never allow him to harm another girl. Understood, young master. 1,000 energy points have been deducted. Shengong replied respectfully. Wow, that's quite expensive. Lu Hao remarked, somewhat speechless. Xia Chaiming has some connections. If the young master does not require it, Shengong can cancel the request. Forget it, no need to cancel. Lu Hao gritted his teeth. If he was going to take revenge, he might as well go all out and ensure Xia Chaiming could never rise again. Having witnessed Shengong's miraculous capabilities multiple times, Lu Hao was confident that evidence against Xia Chaiming would soon be in hand. With that evidence, he couldn't fathom that Xia Chaiming would continue to act audaciously at Nanda University. Having entrusted this matter to Shengong, Lu Hao began to seriously contemplate his next steps. Undoubtedly, awakening Gu Qinxia was of utmost importance, but that required a substantial amount of energy. Although he had a considerable sum of money in hand, it would be challenging to generate energy in the short term. Young master, to swiftly extract energy from people's emotions, one key element is popularity. The higher your popularity, the faster you acquire energy. The energy provided by 100 people is certainly vastly different than that from 10. Upon hearing Shengong's reminder, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had been solely focused on how to earn energy from a specific individual while neglecting such a crucial piece of information. So, Shengong, what do you think I should do? Become a celebrity? That should be the profession with the highest popularity. Lu Hao inquired. No, young master. How could being a celebrity suit your identity? Do you not wish to be a commanding officer who commands the skies? Shengong whispered. Commander? What do you mean? Lu Hao was filled with questions. Do you think it's more comfortable to be a star who exhausts himself performing for fame? Or a boss directing stars from behind the scenes? Of course it's more comfortable behind the scenes, but then nobody would know who I am. So how can I gain fame? Lu Hao asked directly. You may have fallen into a misconception, young master. In truth, anything you control, even a dog that endears itself to people, can translate that joy into energy, which also belongs to you. If that is the case, I can remain firmly behind the scenes and push forth countless individuals who earn popularity for me. All the popularity they generate would convert into my energy points? Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was akin to a corporate model where the boss only commands while the employees work tirelessly to earn money, with most of the profits flowing into the boss's pocket. Yes, with my assistance, young master will undoubtedly become the ruler of the universe, commanding the very pulse of the world. Listening to these words, Lu Hao felt invigorated. The notion of becoming a universal overlord thrilled him to no end. All right, Shengong, I know what to do now. Lu Hao pumped his fist in the air. Young master, the task system has been activated. There is a mission. Do you accept? Shengong suddenly announced. Finally, after so long, there is a task? What a pleasant surprise. Lu Hao exclaimed with delight. Of course I accept. Mission, Heir of the Divine Wealth. As the first host of the ultra-technological Shengong Zero, you must possess the demeanor of nobility. Requirements. Spend 20 million within 24 hours and elevate your charm value to over 70 points. Mission reward, 5,000 energy points. Shengong, are you mistaken? Spending 20 million will grant me noble demeanor? Lu Hao felt utterly dismayed. His usual spending rarely exceeded 2,000 yuan, and now he was expected to spend 20 million? Young master, there is a saying on earth. A man is judged by his attire. If a person's charm value is only 5 points, the other 5 can be entirely showcased through their clothing. I've heard of a company called Alibaba. What do you think of its owner's charm? According to my information, 99% of people consider him handsome and charismatic. Why? Because he is wealthy. Thus, young master, having money is the first step. Now you must learn to spend it and adorn yourself. Shengong patiently explained. Hearing Shengong's reasoning, it seemed to make sense. There were indeed many wealthy individuals, but few knew how to spend extravagantly. There didn't seem to be any large shopping malls near the school. Gong, please devise a spending plan for me. How can I best spend 20 million and enhance my appearance? Young master, the plan is being formulated. 50 energy points have been deducted. Plan complete, young master. Please take a taxi to Jiangbei Commercial Street in Jingnan City to the Emperor Building. Okay, let us go, Lu Hao exclaimed. He hailed a taxi from the roadside, and to his fortune, it was the same driver who had taken him to Jingnan Hospital that morning. Boss, it's you again. Where did this time? The driver beamed, as meeting a wealthy patron like Lu Hao was a rare occurrence. To the Emperor Building in Jiangbei, Lu Hao replied. All right, please make yourself comfortable. After about half an hour, the taxi pulled up outside the Emperor Building. Lu Hao handed the driver a stack of cash and promptly exited the vehicle. What a rich man. If I encounter such a patron every day, I could buy a house in Jingnan City within a month, the driver thought gleefully as he pocketed the money. Lu Hao entered the building and glanced at the sign at the entrance, swallowing hard. Every floor inside held immense value, as it was filled with the world's most renowned luxury goods, cigars, wallets, watches, cosmetics, and more, all of the highest caliber. Here, one could purchase a majority of the world's luxury items. After standing in front of the sign for a moment, Lu Hao was unsure of where to go. He glanced at the shopping route Gong had devised. The first floor was all about cigarettes, which he neither smoked nor intended to, so he chose to ignore it entirely. Lu Hao headed straight to the second floor, where watches were sold. Generally speaking, watches are a man's favorite and best reflect a man's spirit. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and the silk plays with computers, illustrating just how extravagant luxury watches can be. Despite his modest attire, Lu Hao's presence attracted considerable attention. After all, his entire outfit barely totaled 300 yuan. Some customers merely glanced at him with disdain and walked away, while the mall security eyed him closely. As such a large establishment easily attracted unsavory characters, and Lu Hao had clearly become a suspect. However, the security personnel were well-trained and would not casually inspect anyone without evidence. Lu Hao paid no mind to the glances. True wealthy individuals are not ostentatious, but rather blend in with ordinary people. Those who seek to flaunt their superiority are typically nouveau riche. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Hao spotted a Patek Philippe boutique. His eyes instantly brightened. Patek Philippe is considered the aristocrat of watches, exorbitantly priced and brimming with masculine sentiment. At that moment, there were few customers inside, only a man with a potbelly and a woman in her 20s. Lu Hao scrutinized them closely and felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the rotund man, though he couldn't quite discern who it was since the man had his back turned. As Lu Hao stepped inside, the sales associate at the door greeted him with a bow. Welcome. The staff in large shopping malls are typically of high quality and did not show disdain for Lu Hao's clothing. Hello, sir. May I ask which watch you're interested in? If you're unsure of the style, you can mention your budget, and I will make specialized recommendations for you. Lu Hao approached the counter, where an alluring saleswoman greeted him with a smile. He casually glanced around, noting that while the selection of watches was limited, each piece bore a hefty price tag. After searching for a considerable time without finding anything to his liking, he directly inquired, which watch is the most expensive? May I see it? Certainly it's this one. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment before moving to point it out. Lu Hao followed her, at which point a rotund man turned to glance back. Suddenly, Lu Hao recognized him, and it was clear the man had also spotted him. Ah, isn't this Lu Hao? So, you found a good job and can afford to spend here now? The middle-aged man sneered. Mind your own business, Lu Hao retorted, bypassing the two with ease. Hey, you little brat, what are you so cocky about? The corpulent man shot a cold glare at Lu Hao. Mr. Wang, why bother arguing with a penniless fool? Do you really think he can afford anything here? Just look at him. He couldn't even afford to be a kept man for 10 years with that appearance. Scoffed the woman beside him. Lu Hao, disinterested in the pair, pointed directly at the watch the saleswoman had indicated. Is this the one? Keep pretending, Lu Hao. I know exactly what you are. Just wait until you can't even play pretend anymore, the rotund man mocked. Exactly. What a waste of time to even look if you can't afford it. I can't believe the sales staff here let just anyone in, chimed in the woman, reinforcing the man's words. Despite his typically calm demeanor, Lu Hao's brow furrowed at their taunts. What's that, Wang Meng? You don't believe I can afford it? Of course not. With your appearance, I'd bet you couldn't even afford to have my name written backwards, Wang Meng scoffed. Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Lu Hao proposed. A bet? On what? Wang Meng appeared taken aback. Naturally, on money. Are you willing to wager? Betting money? Do you even have any? Wang Ming scrutinized Lu Hao with skepticism. Don't worry about whether I have money. Even if I don't, I can always borrow at high interest, right? So that's how you get your funds. All right, I'm in, Wang Ming chuckled, knowing Lu Hao's background. If Lu Hao wanted to play the part of the wealthy, Wang Ming would indulge him to see who would ultimately triumph. How much? Wang Ming inquired. 1 million. Lu Hao declared, raising a finger decisively. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding sales staff erupted in excitement. 1 million? Had the young man lost his mind? Wang Ming was taken aback. He had expected Lu Hao to wager a few tens of thousands, not a million. Doubt crept in. 1 million was no trivial amount. If you're too scared to bet, just shut up. You've been talking all day, and it's getting annoying. If you have the guts, go back to raising pigs. Lu Hao shot back before ignoring them further. Mr. Wang, he just challenged you. You can't let him get away with that. The woman at Wang Ming's side coaxed. Wang Ming's face burned with embarrassment from Lu Hao's insult about raising pigs. This was a slight he could not endure. Fine, I'll take the bet, he bellowed. Hearing this, Lu Hao revealed a sly smile. Mr. Wang, as a businessman, you must uphold your word, Lu Hao said with an amiable smile. How could he not be amiable when money was on the line? Lu Hao relished the situation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wang Ming felt a knot tighten in his gut. Although he doubted that the former pauper could afford such an extravagant Patek Philippe watch. After all, he himself hesitated to purchase one. He could not dismiss the possibility of an unexpected twist. By the way, you must purchase this watch immediately, without phone calls, borrowing, or loans. Otherwise, if you fail to do so, you lose, Wang Ming asserted, fixing his gaze on Lu Hao. Noticing a flicker of anxiety on Lu Hao's face, Wang Ming felt a surge of triumph. I knew it. You can't possibly have that much money. What is the price of this watch? Lu Hao inquired. Sir, this exquisite rose gold mechanical watch is priced at 4.58 million, discounted to 4 million, the saleswoman explained. Lu Hao examined the watch. It lacked ostentation, presenting a more rustic charm instead, which he found visually appealing. However, he preferred the practicality of an electronic watch that clearly displayed the time and cost only a few dollars. Wang Ming interpreted Lu Hao's hesitation as an indication of his inability to purchase the watch and sneered. What's wrong? Can't afford it? Pay up, or you owe me. Some people are so self-righteous. Since you think you're handing me money, I'll oblige. Lu Hao produced a bank card and presented it to the saleswoman. Let us settle the bill. I'll take the watch with me. Oh, yes, sir, just a moment, please. The saleswoman momentarily faltered before her face brightened with a radiant smile as she rushed to complete the transaction. Lu Hao followed her, prepared to make his purchase. Wang Ming felt a sudden chill, thinking he can't possibly be able to afford it. Can he? It was impossible. He must be pretending. Wang Ming refused to believe it, wanting to witness Lu Hao's humiliation firsthand when he couldn't pay. However, by the time he arrived, Lu Hao had already completed the transaction. Watching the saleswoman hand over the receipt and the watch to Lu Hao, Wang Ming felt his heart plummet, his face turning ashen. Are you people out of your minds? How could a penniless individual afford such an expensive watch? You should check his funds. Call the police if necessary. That money can't possibly be his. Wang Ming shouted uncontrollably. Apologies, sir, but Mr. Lu's payment was made in full. We have no authority to question his financial matters. If you have doubts, please contact the police. The saleswoman replied cheerfully, relishing the commission she would earn from the sale. Over 4 million? Paid in full? Wang Ming exclaimed, reeling as if struck. He had assumed Lu Hao would opt for an installment plan, a common promotional tactic, but Lu Hao had dropped 4 million on a watch without a second thought. The fact that he could produce such a sum left Wang Ming in despair. What tormented him most was the 1 million bet. Just like that, it was gone. His heart ached with regret. I can't pay him. That's right. There is no contract, Wang Ming muttered, gritting his teeth as he shot Lu Hao a venomous glare before turning to leave with the woman. Mr. Wang, it seems your payment is still pending. Lu Hao called after him, but Wang Ming quickened his pace. As Wang Ming disappeared from sight, Lu Hao smirked, Xingong. Send today's events to all of Wang Ming's business partners. Let us see if his company can continue operating. Understood, young master. 50 energy points have been deducted. With Wang Ming gone, Lu Hao remained unfazed, slipping the watch onto his wrist. It felt comfortable, as expected of a luxury item worth millions. Observing Lu Hao's extravagant demeanor, The surrounding sales staff could only stare in disbelief, wishing to remind him to be cautious with a watch worth over 400,000, not some trinket. Though they thought it, none dared to speak up, instead gazing at Lu Hao with envy. He's truly wealthy, one saleswoman remarked. Indeed, his way of spending is quite impressive. Another chimed in, how tacky. Can't you all walk without being mesmerized by money? A third saleswoman interjected, her preferences clearly diverging. I admire his nonchalance in spending 4 million, wearing that Patek Philippe with focused ease, and his disdain for 1 million. Such a man is truly impressive. Puffed. And you still criticize us. The surrounding sales staff erupted in laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Hao found himself momentarily dazzled by the scene. It was undeniable that the staff in these boutiques were quite attractive, at least scoring a 6 out of 10. Had he not encountered Wang Chuchu and Muron Qingqing, he might have lingered longer, but now he withdrew his gaze and departed with his card in hand. After leaving the Patek Philippe boutique, Lu Hao continued deeper into the store. A short distance away, he spotted a shop selling wallets. Unlike the Patek Philippe store, this establishment boasted an array of wallet brands and had noticeably more customers. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? A beautiful saleswoman approached with a smile. What styles of wallets do you have? Lu Hao inquired as he stepped inside. Certainly this way, please. Our store offers a diverse range of wallets, including brands like Huahua Gongzi, Seven Wolves, and Pierre Cardin, all of which would suit you well, the saleswoman cheerfully explained, glancing at Lu Hao's attire. Oh, what are the price ranges for these wallets? Lu Hao asked, keenly interested in the cost. Prices start from a few hundred for the more affordable options, while the pricier ones can reach several thousand, and some even exceed 10,000. Which price range are you considering? Although she suspected Lu Hao might not afford the more expensive options, she dutifully provided the information. Only over 10,000 for the most expensive? How surprisingly affordable! Lu Hao remarked, bemused. With more than 10 million left to spend, was he expected to purchase 1,000 wallets? Sir, what do you mean? I'm not quite sure I understand. The saleswoman appeared confused by Lu Hao's comment, unable to grasp how he could consider 10,000 for a wallet as cheap. In light of your attire, merely being able to afford such items is commendable, though, of course, she would never voice such sentiments. Are there any pieces from Louis Vuitton or Hermes? Lu Hao inquired directly, recalling that these brands are rather expensive. Indeed, we have them, but those wallets come with a steep price. Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed? The sales assistant hesitated momentarily before responding slowly, as she aimed to preserve Lu Hao's dignity. After all, if they were to venture into the VIP area and he found himself unable to afford anything, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Yes, I need them. Please lead the way. Very well, sir, please follow me. The sales assistant smiled through her discomfort and began to walk deeper into the store. Chapter 25, The Air, Part 3. This place is quite nice. In the VIP section, Lu Hao could distinctly feel the ambience was markedly different from the outside, and the number of patrons had diminished significantly. Indeed, the wallets here catered to a high-end clientele, with each priced above 10,000. Observing Lu Hao's astonished expression, the beautiful sales assistant, though a bit perturbed, patiently explained. She no longer harbored expectations that Lu Hao would purchase anything. She simply wished for him to leave soon so she could attend to other customers. Aren't these wallets rather affordable? 2,000 or 3,000, and surely a Louis Vuitton wallet should cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Lu Hao mused as he examined the wallets before him. Although their prices were multiples higher than those he had seen earlier, they still seemed inadequate. The sales assistant was momentarily at a loss for words. With someone like you, merely showing you items worth several thousand is already generous, and you desire even pricier options? Is it necessary to flaunt such pretentiousness? Yet, as the customer is king, the sales assistant, despite her reluctance, continued with a forced smile, sir. Wallets priced in the hundreds of thousands are limited editions in this store, and you would need to venture further inside to see them. In that case, please take me there directly. Lu Hao waved dismissively, unperturbed. The sales assistant was left speechless. What sort of person dressed so shabbily would dare to peruse the most expensive wallets? Did he truly believe he could afford them? Muttering under her breath, she maintained her strained smile as she guided Lu Hao deeper into the store. They arrived at a small room where the wallets were secured behind bulletproof glass. Lu Hao glanced around, counting 7 wallets. How much do these total? He inquired. The sales assistant hesitated, then replied helplessly. The least expensive wallet is last year's Hermes model, valued at 300,000. Sir, are you sure you wish to continue asking? Naturally. I intend to purchase a wallet. May I not inquire about the price? Very well. That is certainly acceptable. The sales assistant stated directly. The total for these 7 wallets amounts to 3,860,000, discounted to 3,800,000. Upon finishing, she fixed her gaze on Lu Hao, eager to see how he would respond at this juncture. However, she was soon left gaping in astonishment as Lu Hao produced a card and placed it before her, declaring, "I'll take them all." "Good sir, do you believe this is merely street vendor merchandise? Are you purchasing in bulk?" The sales assistant internally scoffed. Having worked as a sales associate for over 2 years, she had encountered many wealthy patrons. Yet this was her first experience with someone who would pay without even a glance. As she held Lu Hao's card, she found herself in a daze. To be frank, she questioned whether there was truly that much money in his account. If he were a fraud, would that not render her the fool? After all, who spends money so casually? The sales assistant discreetly stepped back, having seen on television how some thieves infiltrate stores and take employees hostage. Although Lu Hao did not appear to fit that mold, who could trust appearances, she retreated until she was near the alarm system. Feeling reassured that should Lu Hao make any untoward moves, she could trigger the alarm and escape. "Excuse me, are we checking out or not?" Seeing the sales assistant clutching his card, not proceeding to check out, but instead scrutinizing him as if he were a thief, Lu Hao raised his voice in reminder. "I understand." The sales assistant's cheeks flushed. She was still uncertain whether Lu Hao was a rogue. If he truly was a wealthy individual, how embarrassing it would be. Promptly, she fetched a POS machine, and Lu Hao swiped his card, then turned to the astonished sales assistant, inquiring, "Shouldn't I be receiving my wallet now?" "Oh, my apologies. I will prepare it for you immediately." The sales assistant stuck out her tongue and patted her chest as she walked inside. What a close call. It turns out he is indeed affluent, so understated. This is the first time I've encountered someone who spends money with such ease. No, he should be termed a god of wealth, spending 4 million without a hint of hesitation, the sales assistant thought, her cheeks flushed. Lu Hao waited for about 6 or 7 minutes, and the sales assistant soon returned with a small box, smiling as she presented it to him. "Sir, due to the substantial purchase, we have prepared a bulletproof handbag for you, valued at around 100,000, as a small token of appreciation." "Thank you." Lu Hao accepted the handbag, holding it in his hand. "By the way, sir, here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me." The sales assistant handed him a card, winking at Lu Hao. He took it, glanced at it, and then tucked it into his pocket. As he was about to leave, Lu Hao smiled and asked, "Is there a specific time frame for contacting you?" The sales assistant froze for a moment, her face turning bright red as she lowered her head, nearly burying it in her ample bosom. Just teasing," Lu Hao said, then departed. "Wow, Xiaoxi. It seems the wealthy gentleman is quite interested in you. You should seize the opportunity." "How absurd, what do you think? Someone of his stature could never be interested in someone like me." "Not necessarily. In Korean dramas, the male leads often favor unattractive, tempestuous office workers, right? Korean dramas are all lies." "Do you really believe them?" Lu Hao had already exited the boutique and was oblivious to the banter within. He calculated that in such a short span, he had already spent 8 million, which surprised him. He had initially thought it would be challenging to expend such a sum, yet it had vanished so swiftly. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lu Hao finally understood the news reports about certain wealthy individuals squandering millions in a single night. At this rate, even 100 million would scarcely suffice. Lu Hao had intended to continue shopping, but just then his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from the prince, and he promptly answered. "Hello, boss. What are you up to?" "Speak. What new task do you have for me?" Lu Hao asked directly. You know me well?" The prince chuckled awkwardly on the other end. "Boss, come to Antique Street. There are some good items here." "You're buying antiques?" Hearing the commotion on the other end, Lu Hao felt a headache approaching. Dealing in antiques could yield profits with a stroke of luck, but one wrong move could lead to ruin. It's just a hobby. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you at the entrance." After that, the call ended abruptly. Lu Hao, feeling resigned, set aside what he was doing. After all, he had a full 24 hours to spend, so there was no need to rush. "Shingang, can the funds for antiques come from the 20 million allocated for the mission?" Lu Hao suddenly recalled something and asked. "Yes. As long as the young master can spend the money within the allotted time, it can be utilized in any format." Good. Now I have a clear plan." Lu Hao hailed a taxi and made his way to the largest antique market in Jingnan City. Chapter 26, A High-Stakes Gamble, Part 1. Upon arriving at the antique market, Lu Hao exited the taxi and headed towards the entrance, where he spotted a tall figure scanning the surroundings. None other than the prince, Zhang Yuan. This lad, perpetually shirking his studies, was the most well-off among their group, yet had the poorest academic performance. Nevertheless, he was generous towards his friends, prompting Lu Hao to come here without a second thought. Approaching, he clapped a hand on the prince's shoulder. Upon seeing Lu Hao, the prince's face lit up with a broad smile, and he sighed in relief, saying, "Boss, you've finally arrived. Come, let us go inside." The prince dragged him into a rather grand establishment, puffing out his chest as he approached a young man in his 20s. With an air of disdain, he declared, "My boss has arrived. If you want to play, I'm all in." "Humph. Zhang Yuan, it seems you're out of cash, huh? Do you want me to lend you some? Today, no matter who you bring, you're going to lose." The young man cast a cold glance at Lu Hao before turning back to Zhang Yuan with a mocking smile. "I may be short on funds, but my brother here is flush with cash. Chunbo, let me be honest with you. My boss, Lu Hao, is the heir to a prominent family. Your savings are hardly enough to be considered as pocket change." Zhang Yuan boasted proudly. Having witnessed Lu Hao's past exploits, he had taken it upon himself to investigate Lu Hao's background. The most critical detail was this. Their Zhang family held some standing in Jingnan, yet they could not uncover the identity of someone as formidable as Lu Hao. Each time he recalled Lu Hao's feats, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. "My brother has plenty of money. He's just too low-key. Otherwise, how could there be any standing for you in Jingnan?" Zhang Yuan thought as he approached Lu Hao. Lu Hao, the young man referred to as Chun Bo, scrutinized Lu Hao, having encountered many of Jingnan's infamous wealthy heirs, yet none compared to the one standing before him. "Excellent. Having money is fortuitous. Let us raise the stakes, shall we?" Chun Bo proposed after a moment's contemplation. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then patted Lu Hao on the shoulder and inquired, "Boss, did you bring any money?" Lu Hao responded with a mysterious smile and slowly extended a single finger. 1 million? Zhang Yuan exclaimed with delight, thinking to himself that the boss truly was remarkable, carrying 1 million with him. However, recalling how the boss had recently used 1 million to settle a dispute, he felt a sense of relief. Lu Hao shook his head. Could it be only 100,000? Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm began to wane. It made sense. The boss had spent a considerable amount recently, and this month's funds were likely running low. 100,000 it is then. I'll borrow some more. Today I must win against that scoundrel. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and reached for his phone to make a call. Lu Hao gently tapped his hand and whispered, 10 million. 10 million? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, then pinched himself hard, nervously asking, "Boss, did you say you brought 10 million? To be precise, it's 12 million. If you had called me earlier, I would have had 20 million, but unfortunately I just spent some." Lu Hao replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and it took him a moment to regain his composure as he stammered, "Boss, you spent 8 million this morning?" "Yes," Lu Hao confirmed, "and that's not even a large purchase." "Boss, I am in awe. I used to consider myself a minor tycoon, but upon meeting you, I've realized what true wealth looks like. You spent 8 million in just one morning. That is several months' worth of my pocket money. Please, boss, I beg you to support me. I can keep you warm at night and entertain you." "Get lost," Lu Hao replied, giving Zhang Yuan a swift kick. "I must spend 20 million today. Otherwise, I want to be able to complete my task or return home." He almost let slip his true intentions and quickly rephrased. 20 million? Zhang Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. You must spend 20 million in a single day? What kind of colossal family does the boss belong to? The mere thought excited Zhang Yuan. "Boss, do you need a talking dog? Woof woof. How do I look to you?" Zhang Yuan's playful side emerged, and he asked with a grin. "Get lost." Lu Hao kicked him again. "Have you two finished your flirtation yet? Zhang Yuan, are you betting or not? If not, then step aside and don't disturb me." Jin Bu, who had been waiting nearby, grew impatient and scolded them. "Of course I'm betting. Today, I'll gamble until you're left with nothing but your underpants." Zhang Yuan declared loudly, lifting his head. "Humph. Based on what? When have you ever won against me?" Chun Bo scoffed. "You. All right, Chun Bo. Is it? I'll take on my brother's bet. Whatever you propose, I'm ready to accept." Lu Hao interjected confidently. "You're in? Do you have the money?" Chun Bo asked. "Rest assured I have plenty of money. How do you want to wager?" Lu Hao inquired as he found a chair to sit down. "Simple. Do you see these antiques in the shop? Just the porcelain pieces in front. Let the owner select one at random, and we will simultaneously place our bids." Whoever's bid is closest to the actual price wins. The wager is 100,000. Are you game? Chun Bo proposed. Wasn't it 50,000? Zhang Yuan interjected urgently. Since your boss is so wealthy, I assume he won't miss this small amount, right? Chin Budi tortit. Lu Hao shook his head. I disagree. Boss? Zhang Yuan was astonished. TCH, I thought you were loaded. Not daring to wager 100,000? If you're broke, go home. Zhang Yuan. Don't bring just anyone to embarrass me. Chin Bo said coldly, furrowing his brow. Who said I'm afraid to gamble? I just believe that if we're going to play, we should play big. 100,000 is a bit too trivial. Lu Hao replied with a smile. Too trivial? Chin Bo's brow furrowed. How much do you want? I want to take advantage of you. If you double it, I'll double it too. How about 200,000 per round? Boss, 200,000 is too much. Don't underestimate this kid. He is quite adept in this area. Zhang Yuan cautioned from the side. Fine, I accept the bet, Chin Bo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he clapped his hands. A crowd quickly gathered as word spread about the high-stakes gamble, making it impossible for anyone to back out. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of regret and slapped his forehead. The antique shop owner, an elderly man in his 60s known as Master Chi, personally came to witness the bet. He led the group to the outer antique stall. The stall displayed several pieces of cultural relics, mostly porcelain, interspersed with a few ancient paintings and jade artifacts. Are both of you ready? Master Chi asked, glancing around at the growing crowd, which was inadvertently promoting his shop. Ready, Chin Bo affirmed. I'm ready as well. Lu Hao nodded. Master Chi turned and directly picked up a porcelain bowl still covered in dirt, placing it on a long table. Gentlemen, come closer and take a look. After speaking, he stepped aside. Lu Hao exchanged a glance with Chun Bo and approached, feigning interest while inwardly commanding, Shin Gong, scan the porcelain bowl in front of me. Yes. Young master. 50 energy points deducted. The atmosphere grew tense, particularly for Zhang Yuan, who was uncertain whether Lu Hao understood antiques. If not, he would have to rely on his own knowledge, which, despite frequent losses, was better than knowing nothing at all. Scan complete. Ming Dynasty Porcelain. Market value, 50,000. Upon hearing Shun Gong's report, Lu Hao felt assured. After pretending to examine the bowl a little longer, he wrote down his bid on the board. Soon, Chun Bo finished writing as well, and Master Chi spoke, Gentlemen, please raise your boards. Lu Hao and Chun Bo lifted their boards simultaneously, both writing 50,000. First round, Atiye. Next round, Master Chi declared, taking back the bowl and presenting an even older porcelain vase. Shun Gong, scan. 50 energy points deducted. Young master, this is a fake, worth about 800. Lu Hao understood, then quickly wrote down his bid. Once again, they raised their boards, only to find they had written the same amount. Master Chi chuckled. It seems both of you have a discerning eye. These ordinary porcelain pieces are hardly a challenge for you. Why not switch to something else? All right, let us follow Master Chi's suggestion. Chin Bo laughed heartily, as it aligned with his intentions. He had initially underestimated Lu Hao, believing he would easily win with simple porcelain. However, he felt confident about the other items, assuming they would be easier to differentiate. Lu Hao had no objections. With Shin Gong's assistance, he felt no fear. Fine, then for the second round, let us compare jade artifacts. Master Chi led them to a large table where over 10 jade pieces were displayed, including a jade rabbit, a jade tiger, and various other animals, all exquisitely carved to resemble real creatures. Gentlemen, begin, Master Chi instructed, retrieving a jade rabbit from the pile and placing it in front of them. Chun Bo furrowed his brow upon seeing it, while Lu Hao reached out to touch it, appreciating its quality and sensing it was genuine. Young master, this is authentic, valued at approximately 800,000. Hearing Shun Gong's assessment left Lu Hao momentarily stunned. This piece is worth 800,000? Young master, the value of antiques lies in their collectability, not just their intrinsic worth. Some rare antiques can exceed 1 billion or even 10 billion. Wow. If that's the case, my funds wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single antique. It seems I have much work to do, Lu Hao mused, returning to focus and writing down his bid. Chun Bo hesitated for a moment before slowly writing down his price. Raise your boards, Master Chi instructed. Lu Hao wrote 800,000, while Chun Bo wrote 750,000. In truth, antiques do not have a fixed price. Some individuals may be willing to pay a premium based on their preferences, but there is always a market value that requires professional appraisers to determine. Please wait a moment. This batch of jade artifacts will be assessed by an appraiser to determine the winner, Master Chi announced before summoning a 60-something-year-old man from the back room. Old Master Hong, we appreciate your assistance, Master Chi said respectfully. The appearance of Old Master Hong signaled reliability, as he was one of the 3 esteemed appraisers in the antique market. Nodding in acknowledgement, the elder examined the jade artifact closely, using a magnifying glass to inspect the details before setting it down and stating, its price is no less than 800,000. Master Chi immediately understood that the piece would normally sell for 800,000, and anything above that would be considered profit. Thus, it was clear that the young man on the left had won this round. In this round, this young brother is the victor. Master Chi indicated towards Lu Hao. You can call me Lu Hao, Lu Hao replied calmly. Chen Bo shot a resentful glare at Lu Hao. Don't get too smug. This is just the beginning. You owe me 200,000. Transfer it now. Lu Hao stated nonchalantly. Chen Bo pulled out his phone and transferred 200,000 to the pre-prepared bank card. The card was held by Master Chi, who confirmed the transaction with a smile. On to the second round. This time, they were presented with a jade tiger, which was larger than the previous jade rabbit. Lu Hao inspected it closely, noting the deep jade color, which bore nearly no difference from the earlier piece. However, upon hearing Shun Gong's prompt, Lu Hao's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Young master, this is a counterfeit, priced at 3,000. Counterfeit? How could it be placed alongside the genuine ones? To pass off the false as true, the jade artifacts before us are evidently a set, containing both authentic and fake pieces, allowing for greater profit. Is it truly possible to conduct business with antiques in such a manner? Certainly. To seize an opportunity, one must be prepared to pay a greater price. Many have lost their fortunes due to greed, but this is the rule of antiques. Once purchased, regardless of authenticity, one bears no responsibility. Lu Hao expressed his astonishment. Soon, the two agreed upon a price once more, and Elder Hong, who had been observing, interjected, stating, a counterfeit should not exceed 3,000. Lu Hao remained expressionless, while Chen Bo's face flushed crimson. As the crowd glanced at his notepad, they noted he had written a staggering 1 million. In the second round, Lu Hao emerged victorious. Chen Bo, resigned, transferred 200,000 onto the card, gradually sensing the shift in momentum. He had not anticipated Lu Hao's prowess. If this continued, he would surely lose. No, I must devise a strategy. Contemplating, Chen Bo suddenly smiled. This method feels rather slow and might lead to a loss for 7th Master as well. Why not raise the stakes? You truly have a plethora of concerns. Speak. How shall we compete? Lu Hao replied. 7th Master's establishment is a century-old shop, renowned for its integrity. Thus, I propose we each select 3 antiques from the store to be appraised by Elder Hong. Whoever's total value is higher wins, Chen Bo quickly suggested. This approach is quite clever. Lu Hao mused and readily agreed. What shall the wager be? 1 million. Gasp. The onlookers were all taken aback. They had already deemed the previous wager of 200,000 exorbitant, yet now it had escalated to 1 million. Many shook their heads in resigned amusement, affirming that these wealthy scions were indeed affluent. 1 million is insufficient. Let us make it 2 million. I can see your funds can support several rounds. Lu Hao scoffed, determined to teach Chen Bo a lesson for agreeing to assist Zhang Yuan. The spectators were rendered speechless. They believed today's events would soon reverberate throughout the antique community. Very well, I accept. Chen Bo gritted his teeth and acquiesced. He had frequented this place enough to know which treasures commanded exorbitant prices, granting him a significant advantage. He was convinced he would not lose under these circumstances. Boss, is this truly wise? Chen Bo, a regular patron of this shop, was acutely aware of numerous valuable antiques. Should he select the most precious items? You may suffer a loss, he expressed concern. Fear not. Await my triumph as I leave him with naught but his undergarments. Lu Hao replied confidently. After consulting with 7th Master, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately recognized the growing crowd as beneficial publicity for his shop, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. Purchasing a car, let the competition commence. You may each select 3 antiques, 7th Master declared with a smile. Lu Hao glanced at Chen Bo before striding into the shop, inwardly instructing, Divine Palace, I rely on you. As he perused the establishment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a casually positioned Buddha statue in the corner. Young Master, this statue is valued at no less than 3 million. You may select it. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face lit up with excitement. He gently lifted the statue, examined it closely, and placed it into a specially designated box for antiques. After some time, Lu Hao also discovered a painting and a terracotta figurine, both valued at no less than 3 million. Once secured, he returned to the long table, where Chen Bo had been waiting, a smug expression adorning his face. "You are certain to lose." Chen Bo sneered. "Fool." Lu Hao placed the wooden box before Seventh Master, who nodded in acknowledgement, while Elder Hong, who had been resting nearby, stood to meticulously appraise the antiques within the boxes. Before long, the evaluation concluded, and Elder Hong whispered a few words to Seventh Master before resuming his seat. While I shan't delve into the specifics of the pricing, after Elder Hong's authentication, it is confirmed that the 3 antiques selected by Mr. Lu Hao total a staggering 9,800,000, while Mr. Chen Bo's selections amount to 690,000. Thus, in this round, Lu Hao prevails. "How could this be possible?" Chen Bo exclaimed incredulously, lifting his head. He was well aware that he had chosen the 3 most expensive items in the store. How could Lu Hao possibly have selected more valuable pieces? Yet, Elder Hong's esteemed reputation left no room for deceit. 2 million had vanished in an instant, and Chen Bo's insides churned with regret. His complexion fluctuated, for that sum represented his entire monthly expenditure. Should he lose it, he would be left to endure a month of hardship. "Hey, you wouldn't dare to renege, would you? With so many witnesses present, should you default, it would be your father's reputation at stake." Zhang Yuan interjected with a grin. He had never felt such satisfaction before. It was truly delightful to observe Chen Bo's expression of dismay. "This time I concede, Zhang Yuan and you too. Lu Hao, we shall see how this unfolds." Chen Bo, in anguish, transferred 2 million and departed in disgrace. With Chen Bo's exit, the contest naturally could not continue, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Seventh Master approached, smiling as he remarked, "Young brother, I hadn't anticipated your discerning eye at such a young age. I'm tempted to offer you a position here." Seventh Master jested. "I merely possess a modicum of knowledge," Lu Hao replied with a smile. "Ah, here is the wager. We welcome your return." Seventh Master placed a bank card into Lu Hao's hands. "Thank you. We must take our leave now." Lu Hao turned and exited, with Zhang Yuan trailing behind. "Boss, you're impressive. Had I known your abilities, I would have sought your assistance earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered so many defeats," Zhang Yuan expressed eagerly, walking beside Lu Hao. "Enough, you may keep the money. I have no need for it," Lu Hao said, producing the bank card. How could I accept? But since you are so wealthy, I shall reluctantly take it," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, snatching the card and placing it into his pocket. "I shall take my leave now. There is still over 10 million to spend." Lu Hao waved his hand and hailed a taxi to depart. Zhang Yuan gazed at Lu Hao's retreating figure, admiration etched on his face. The boss is indeed remarkable. So affluent, yet so modest. I wonder when I shall achieve such stature. In the taxi, Lu Hao closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He had squandered some time assisting Zhang Yuan, yet it bore no consequences as the task allowed for 24 hours. However, the challenge of spending the remaining 10 million loomed. As he gazed out the window, an epiphany struck him, and he smacked his forehead. How could I be so foolish? Aren't I in need of a vehicle? Spending over 10 million on a car would resolve my dilemma in one fell swoop. Lu Hao chastised himself. Yet soon, a new dilemma arose. He pondered. Which car should he purchase? A Mercedes or a BMW? These two brands are renowned mid-tier luxury vehicles. But the issue lies in the fact that even the most expensive models of Mercedes and BMWs scarcely exceed a few million. Should he buy several? Lu Hao shook his head, realizing that aside from Mercedes and BMW, luxury car brands were limited. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and others were quite prominent. However, acquiring a Rolls-Royce on short notice could prove challenging. Bentley seemed a more feasible option. With this thought in mind, Lu Hao instructed the driver, "Take me to the nearest luxury car dealership." After a half-hour detour, the vehicle came to a halt in a bustling area. Stepping out, Lu Hao strode into the dealership. The designer suitcase he carried drew some attention, though not much. Most merely noted its luxury brand insignia and regarded Lu Hao with a fleeting glance. The dealership featured a modest selection of cars, but attracted a considerable number of patrons. There were indeed many affluent individuals in Jingnan City. Lu Hao had ample time and began to browse casually. 5 cars were displayed, 4 sports cars and 1 four-door sedan. Bentley's sports car, while slightly less impressive compared to others, was still priced accordingly, And since Lu Hao merely sought to complete his task, the specific choice mattered little. After a brief survey, a saleswoman approached him, smiling. "Good day, sir. May I assist you with anything? Do these cars have immediate availability?" Lu Hao inquired. The saleswoman hesitated momentarily. Typically, buyers would first inquire about performance and pricing, so Lu Hao's directness caught her off guard. "Yes, we have available stock. Do you require any?" She responded promptly. "Indeed. Is it the top configuration?" Lu Hao asked. "Currently, we do not have the top configuration, only the high configuration," the saleswoman replied, momentarily taken aback. Although Lu Hao's attire suggested he might not be a typical buyer, one could not simply ignore him. Otherwise, she would be out of a job by tomorrow. Observing Lu Hao's demeanor, he exuded confidence, perhaps a low-key affluent individual. "What a show-off. Do you even have the means to buy?" a young man nearby remarked. Lu Hao glanced over. The young man appeared to be in his 20s. "What are you staring at?" "I'm referring to you. Dressing so shabbily to purchase a car is just amusing. Don't embarrass yourself by not being able to pay." "I lack funds. Do you possess any? Can you afford it?" Lu Hao replied quietly. The young man's face flushed. "Can I not afford it?" Immediately inquired. "Then buy it. If you aren't going to purchase, spare us your incessant chatter. It's quite bothersome," Lu Hao retorted, glaring at the young man. The young man, gritting his teeth in frustration, pointed at a car parked nearby and declared, "I want this one." The sales associate beside him was taken aback with delight and hesitantly asked, "Sir, are you certain you want this vehicle?" "Of course, it's available for immediate purchase, right?" the young man inquired. "Yes, and currently, this is the only one in the entire showroom," the sales associate replied. "There are 4 more Bentleys and several sports cars on display in front. Yet this particular model is singular." Upon hearing this, the young man felt a twinge of unease. He had merely stumbled upon the car and casually pointed to one in the corner, assuming it wouldn't be too expensive. "All right, I'll take this car. How much is it?" Despite his inner turmoil, he could not back down with so many eyes upon him. "This is a Maybach 62 series, which is nearly out of production, priced at $13 million, the sales associate softly informed him. The young man was taken aback by the price. He had not anticipated such exorbitance. He had only intended to purchase a car worth over $3 million to flaunt before his friends, never imagining he could afford a vehicle costing $13 million. His face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, feeling as though everyone around him was mocking him. "You're putting on quite the show. Are your parents aware of this? Why pretend to be wealthy if you can't afford it?" Lu Hao chuckled. The young man's face reddened. Indeed, he could not afford the car, but he doubted Lu Hao's ability to buy it either. Stiffening his resolve, he retorted, "What if I can't afford it? At least I can buy other cars, unlike you, who is merely here to gawk." This thought provided him with some comfort. Surely, they couldn't afford a single car either. Lu Hao, uninterested in further banter, pointed to a Bentley he had set his sights on and handed his bank card to the sales associate with a grin, saying, "I'll take this one, full payment, and I want to drive it away now." Sir, are you truly certain? Although this car is slightly less expensive than the Maybach, it still costs $12 million, the sales associate asked, astonished, as Lu Hao had not inquired about the car's specifications since entering. She had never encountered a customer who would buy a car so directly. Was this truly a car purchase or merely a transaction for a toy? "Of course, it's just $12 million, isn't it? What else with all the fuss?" Lu Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. The young man beside him scoffed, "Keep pretending." Onlookers were nearly astounded. Who buys a car without asking questions and then complains about the process? One might as well toss money at the dealer and drive off. Remarkably, it seemed Lu Hao was indeed conducting himself in such a manner. Several women in the showroom gazed at Lu Hao with admiration, thinking, "Now this is a man. This audacity, spending $1 million without a blink. Such a handsome and wealthy man is a rare find." The sales associate's smile grew warmer. For such customers were her favorite. If only more would come, her monthly commission would swell. As she regarded Lu Hao, he no longer appeared ordinary. "Sir, please follow me. We'll just need you to sign a contract." Lu Hao shot the young man a disdainful smirk before turning to follow the sales associate. The young man stood frozen momentarily before sheepishly exiting. After spending a considerable half-hour finalizing the contract, Lu Hao drove away in his new car. Thankfully, he had already obtained his driver's license. Otherwise, driving without one would have spelled trouble. As he drove towards the school, the ethereal figure of Shun Gong materialized in the passenger seat, clad in a suit and sporting a well-groomed mustache, exuding gentlemanly charm. "Congratulations, young master. Your task is complete. earning you 5,000 energy points, along with the 8,000 joy points provided by Zhang Yuan and 6,000 hatred points from Qin Bo, totaling 21,000 energy points. Such a windfall. I struck it rich. Lu Hao rejoiced, now understanding the value of energy points. Young master, the system shop is now open, offering a selection of ordinary items for your purchase, Shun Gong continued. A golden light flashed, and Lu Hao found a holographic screen before him displaying various items for sale. Strength Potion, 100 points, grants 1 strength upon consumption. Intelligence Potion, 100 points, grants 1 intelligence upon consumption. Agility Potion, 100 points, grants 1 agility upon consumption. Constitution Potion, 100 points, grants 1 constitution upon consumption. Sexual Enhancement Potion, 500 points, grants 1 sexual capability upon consumption. X-ray Glasses, low level 5,000 points, offers X-ray vision, consuming 50 energy points per second. Piano Skill Book, beginner 1,000 points. Guitar Skill Book, beginner 500 points. Golden Voice, beginner 500 points. Lu Hao perused the various skill books with little interest, until his gaze landed on the potions again. Shun Gong, please tell me this sexual enhancement potion increases male prowess? Indeed, young master, that is correct. Why then is this potion 5 times more expensive than the others? Lu Hao pondered, tempted yet hesitant. 500 points equated to 5,000 energy points, and with his current total barely reaching 30,000 points, he could only afford 6 potions. Surely, no one would complain about being too potent, would they? Young master, if given the choice, which would you select first? Naturally, the sexual enhancement potion. Thus, its price is elevated. Very well. Upon hearing Shin Gong's explanation, Lu Hao realized the logic behind it. Yet, calculating it all, he felt rather impoverished. His points hardly afforded him much. It seemed imperative to earn energy points swiftly and convert them to purchase more fulfilling items. Lu Hao reflected on his current situation. He lacked little except for points. Young master, following the system's activation, several tasks have arisen for your acceptance. Would you like to proceed? Yes, of course. Shin Gong, you are delightful, always providing me with comfort when I'm weary. Lu Hao responded joyfully. Main task, find a girlfriend to escape a solitary existence. Completion reward, 50,000 energy points. Main task, hire an assistant female to manage your daily affairs. Completion reward, 5,000 energy points. Side task, establish a home and buy a house. Completion reward, 10,000 energy points. Upon reading the first 2 tasks, Lu Hao felt utterly disheartened. Was this really a push towards becoming a romantic hero? Shin Gong, I am the prince consort of the princess. Why am I being assigned such tasks? What if the princess awakens and learns of this? Rest assured, young master, these tasks were devised by the princess herself, who worries about your solitude and has insisted that I encourage you to find several romantic companions. Lu Hao. Chapter 30. House hunting. Lu Hao drove aimlessly, unable to return to school. With his luxurious vehicle, he attracted attention wherever he went, and he wished to avoid being gawked at by fellow students. It seemed time to invest in a house. Otherwise, convenience would be elusive. After some contemplation, he opened the map and headed towards the nearest villa district. Wanfang Real Estate, the largest real estate company in Jingnan City, also wields considerable influence throughout Jiangnan Province, having developed numerous high-end properties and standalone villas, naturally at steep prices. Lu Hao visited a newly constructed villa community situated on the northern outskirts of Jingnan City, near the Jing River, boasting splendid scenery. After a 30-minute drive, he arrived at the outskirts, which, despite being on the city's fringe, possessed all necessary amenities, appearing anything but remote. After parking his car, Lu Hao entered the sales office. With the end of the workday approaching, the place was rather quiet, lacking in patrons. Inside the sales office stood several female sales associates, all clad in professional attire, form-fitting skirts and black stockings, each possessing a degree of beauty and tall, slender figures. Upon noticing someone enter, they glanced up momentarily before immediately lowering their heads. As sales associates accustomed to interacting with various individuals, particularly affluent clients, they could easily discern wealth at a glance. Although Lu Hao wore a watch worth over 400,000, it was obscured by his humble shirt, rendering it invisible. His attire exuded a hint of youthful immaturity, appearing neither impoverished nor affluent. Thus, the sales associates paid him little mind, particularly as they were nearing the end of their shifts. At such a moment, they hardly wished to waste time on someone they presumed could not afford a villa, which started at a price point above 10 million. Lu Hao, unperturbed, approached a colossal model situated in the central area and observed it for a while. Suddenly, a gentle female voice resonated. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" Lu Hao lifted his gaze to find a striking young woman, seemingly around 25, exuding an air of delicacy. Adorned with a pair of spectacles, she radiated an intellectual charm. From the slightly bashful glimmer in her eyes, Lu Hao surmised that she had not been in this role for long. "Well, I'd like to take a look at some houses," Lu Hao replied with a smile. "Certainly. We have a total of 13 independent villas available. They are all located in similar positions. The only distinctions lie in their decor and layouts, which vary in size as well. However, none of them are priced below 5 million. It depends on which type you prefer, sir," she explained, hesitating momentarily before presenting the information, subtly hoping to dissuade Lu Hao from proceeding. Lu Hao regarded the young woman with admiration. In comparison to the indifference of other sales representatives, she exemplified true professionalism. Initially, he had merely intended to browse, but now he was resolute in his decision to purchase here. "Could you show me around?" Lu Hao inquired with a smile. "Of course, sir. Please hold on a moment while I fetch the keys," she responded before heading towards the front desk. "Hey, Xiao Exine, that fellow looks like a penniless person. Don't waste your time. He definitely won't be able to afford anything in the end," an older saleswoman remarked, tugging at the arm of the girl, named Xiao Exine in a hushed tone. "Li Jie, I understand, but it's not closing time yet, and he is still a customer. It would be unreasonable to ignore him," Xiao Exine retorted, sticking out her tongue playfully. "You really are wasting time like this. How can you make money? Don't you know the sales champion from last month, Xiao Mei? Her ability to read people is far superior to yours," Li Jie insisted once more. "All right, I get it. Li Jie, I'm going now," Xiao Exine replied, taking the keys and returning to Lu Hao. "Sir, please follow me." Lu Hao nodded, having overheard their conversation quite clearly, and he felt an increased fondness for the young woman named Xiao Exine. The pair soon entered the residential area, where she introduced herself. "My name is Li Exine. I am Lu Hao," he said, shaking her hand. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, and Lu Hao was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Exine was also a student at Nanda University, albeit majoring in economics, which made her a senior. "Since you're a junior, I can afford to be less serious. I've been rather numb to it all lately," Li Exine teased, sticking out her tongue with a smile. "Of course, senior, feel free to be casual." Before long, they arrived at a villa that appeared somewhat smaller. "Li Xin Chifoninet Lai, Zunil. This is the most affordable option available, priced at 5,300,000. Let me take you inside to have a look." Lu Hao glanced around, not entirely satisfied, as another villa obstructed the view. Although he was not well versed in feng shui, he understood that this arrangement seemed less than ideal. "I fear this one may be difficult to sell. Let us explore other villas," he suggested, shaking his head. "Indeed, Junior, you are quite astute. The initial design did not consider this aspect thoroughly, so now it must be sold at a reduced price." Even so, many affluent individuals who have viewed it chose not to proceed, Li Exine concurred, shaking her head. "Certainly, the design of this villa poses issues. Wealthy buyers do not lack the means to overlook a slight discount. At the very least, this does not appeal to me. I prefer something more open and sunlit," Lu Hao remarked with a smile. "I see. In that case, let me show you the most beautiful and spacious villa. It is the finest in the entire estate, consisting of 2 units. One has already been sold, but the remaining one has yet to find a buyer due to its high price," Li Exine said, leading the way with an air of ease. "I shall take a good look, especially since you hold it in such high regard," Lu Hao replied. After seeing it, you will surely fall in love with it." After a brief walk, they arrived at a more secluded area, where 2 villas stood side by side, resembling couples gazing at one another. Since the right villa had already been sold, Li Exine guided Lu Hao into the left one. Upon entering, Lu Hao was taken aback by the exquisite interior. Indeed, it was deserving of its reputation as the finest. The decor was inviting, warm, and luxurious. Approaching the window, he gazed outside to behold a vast expanse of greenery, complete with a magnificent swimming pool. In the distance, the Jing River flowed majestically, a breathtaking sight that instantly captivated Lu Hao. "This is it. I will purchase it," he declared, his face beaming with delight. "Huh? Junior, what did you just say?" Li Exine asked in disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. "Is this villa not for sale?" Lu Hao inquired with curiosity. That is not what I meant. I simply couldn't process it immediately." "Junior, you genuinely intend to buy this place?" Li Exine's astonishment was palpable. She had never anticipated that this younger student would make such a statement, especially given his attire, which hinted at financial modesty. "What is the price for this villa?" Lu Hao asked, understanding her skepticism. "This villa is certainly priced higher than an ordinary apartment complex, featuring amenities such as a swimming pool and a private garden, along with a small cinema. The price for this unit is 19,999,000. If you wish to buy it, you would need to pay 19 million. 19 million? Lu Hao frowned, taken aback by the figure. He had initially thought it would cost around 10 million. This price was set by the analyst. "We have no say in it," Li Xian explained, sticking out her tongue. She had also been startled by the prices when she first arrived, but having sold a few units to affluent buyers, her initial shock had diminished. "What was the price of the previous villa?" Lu Hao inquired. "Over 6 million, but if you really want it, I could negotiate a bit lower." Li Xin Mumu. Lu Hao compared the two villas. Aside from their size and decor, they were quite similar. The most significant difference lay in the location, which he felt was somewhat inauspicious. However, the staggering price difference of 13 million without a buyer suggested that there were indeed many wealthy individuals in Jingnan City. Lu Hao now felt that his own wealth of 100 million was not as substantial as it once seemed. Indeed, the disparity is considerable. But this villa is one of the best in the estate, with the finest design. Moreover, it comes with dedicated staff for cleaning and maintenance, and the company ensures the villa's security, Li Xian added, noticing Lu Hao's silence. "Take me to make the payment," Lu Hao instructed. Gazing at the villa he had come to admire. Though the price exceeded his initial budget, he was, after all, a wealthy individual and not particularly short on funds. "Ah, are we making the payment now?" Li Xian's eyes widened, her mouth forming a na shape in surprise. She had assumed Lu Hao was merely browsing, and his attire had led her to believe he could not afford such a purchase. "Shouldn't we discuss the price or other details first? After all, no one would refuse to save money, right?" "Of course, we can pay in full now. Do you not accept deferred payments?" Lu Hao retorted. "Yes. Given the current downturn in the real estate market, we do allow for deferred payments and installment plans," Li Xian replied excitedly. "Understood. I will pay in full to avoid any future complications," Lu Hao stated with a smile. "Full payment?" Li Xian was momentarily taken aback before her excitement returned. "Are you truly going to pay in full?" "Of course," Lu Hao affirmed with a nod. "Oh, very well, Junior, follow me, and I shall assist you with the paperwork," Li Xian exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The commission from selling a villa would suffice for an entire year's salary, and selling the most expensive one would yield an even higher bonus of nearly 200,000. Li Xian beamed as she led Lu Hao back to the main hall. "Well, Xiao Xian, was it worth the trip?" A skeptical sales assistant remarked, having observed their return. She believed their visit could not have lasted more than half an hour, and doubted they had accomplished anything substantial, concluding that the so-called poor fellow would not make a purchase. "Ah, Li Jie, you misunderstand. Mr. Lu has decided to buy Villa number 2, and he is paying in full. I'm back to handle the paperwork for him." Li Qianplanet had enthusiasm evident. "What?" Li Jie's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she pointed at Lu Hao from a distance. "You mean he is buying Villa number 2, which costs 2 million? Can he truly afford it?" "Xiao Xian, don't be fooled." "Indeed, Xiao Xian, there are many fraudsters nowadays. Once you prepare the paperwork, he may come up with various excuses to avoid payment. Just to toy with you," chimed in several other saleswomen, all equally skeptical of Lu Hao's ability to make such a purchase. Mr. Lu stated that it would be a full payment without any delays. "If you do not believe me, I will clarify after I make the payment. Please wait a moment, sisters." With that, Li Xian stepped outside, holding the contract she had prepared earlier. Just wait and see how you'll be toyed with. Indeed, a newcomer putting on such a show of diligence, all for the sake of impressing the manager. After Li Xian's departure, several sales assistants exchanged cold smirks. Naturally, Li Xian was oblivious to their remarks as she handed the contract to Lu Hao and smiled, saying, "Junior, once you complete the full payment, you will receive the room card and can check in. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I will be here to assist you." No problem. I trust you, Senior. If anything arises, I will just call you, Senior." Lu Hao chuckled, signed his name on the contract, and tucked away Li Xian's business card. "I will transfer the funds now. Please provide me with your account number." "All right, I will call the manager over right away." Li Xian joyfully dashed to the manager's office and soon returned with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Although he was momentarily taken aback by Lu Hao's attire, he remained courteous and shook hands. After sitting down, Lu Hao received the account details provided by the manager. Lu Hao pretended to make a phone call while directly instructing Xingu. Xingu, transfer 19 million. Understood, young master. A minute later, the manager received the notification, and his face broke into a broad smile. Villa number 2 had been notoriously difficult to sell, and now it had finally found a buyer. Haha, Mr. Lu, congratulations. You are now the proud owner of Villa number 2. All the paperwork has been completed. You can move in at any time. Xiaoxin, please take care of Mr. Lu. If there are any issues, I will hold you accountable, the manager added with a light-hearted tone. Understood. Li Xin escorted the manager back and then signed the necessary documents, aware that this was tied to her commission and couldn't afford to be careless. After signing, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of ease. 200,000 was now in her grasp. The earlier events did not escape the keen eyes of the sales assistants, who intercepted Li Xin as she emerged merrily from the manager's office, enviously asking, "Did you really sell it?" "Yes, and it was a full payment." "A full payment?" Another wealthy client. That's a commission of 200,000. Li Jie and the others were filled with regret. She had been the first to notice Lu Hao's entrance. But due to her underestimation, the easy money slipped through her fingers. She felt like slapping herself, cursing her own blindness. Alas, all was done, and no amount of regret could alter the reality. Chapter 32. Confession with Li Xion's assistants. Lu Hao completed all the necessary formalities and then directly handed the room card to her. "Senior, I need to trouble you with one more thing. I definitely plan to move in tomorrow, but I require some basic daily necessities. Could you please help me procure them? After all, you girls tend to be more attentive to these details. By the way, please give me your bank account number so I can transfer the money to you." Lu Hao needed to return to school soon, leaving him little time to shop for these various items. And it would be quite cumbersome for a man to do so himself. It was far easier to leave it to Li Xian. "Sure, but you don't need to worry about the money. It won't cost much, and I just earned 200,000, so I can buy it for you for free," Li Xian said with a generous laugh. "That won't do. I can't take advantage of you, senior." Lu Hao shook his head, and ultimately, Li Xian could not persuade him otherwise and sent him her bank account information. Lu Hao immediately instructed Xingu to transfer 200,000, and soon, Li Xian received a text notification. Stunned for a moment upon seeing the transfer, she hurriedly exclaimed, "There's no need for this much. A few thousand will suffice. Just give me the best. No need to be frugal. If it's not enough, I will contact you again. Consider the remainder as a token of appreciation for your hard work." Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively. Reluctantly, Li Xian accepted. "I will take my leave now and head back to school for a bit to catch up with my friends before returning," Lu Hao said, turning to exit. Li Xian accompanied him outside, and when she saw Lu Hao get into a flashy Bentley sports car, her astonishment grew. He was dressed in clothes worth only a few hundred, yet he possessed such wealth. It seemed her junior was truly a person of means. After collecting herself, Li Xian headed to the city's shopping mall, eager to procure the items Lu Hao needed as soon as possible. "Congratulations, young master. You have completed half of your task of settling down and gained 5,000 energy points." As Lu Hao drove, Xingu's voice suddenly chimed in. "Is this 2 tasks? I thought it was 1. Lu Hao asked, surprised. Settling down is one aspect, while establishing a career is the other. As long as the young master has his own business, the task will naturally be accomplished. All right then, Lu Hao chuckled in resignation. After driving for a while, Lu Hao found himself stuck in traffic. It was rush hour, and the roads were quite congested. However, what left him both amused and bewildered was that the cars around him kept a significant distance from his vehicle. No one wanted to risk a collision with his Bentley. A single side mirror could cost tens of thousands. Most comically, other drivers seemed to avoid his car like the plague, either speeding up to overtake him or slowing down to create distance. In short, they did everything possible not to share the same lane as him. Fortunately, Lu Hao drove steadily, and lacking the habit of speeding, he reached the school gates half an hour later. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call someone, it rang instead. "Hello, boss, where are you? I've missed you so much after just one afternoon," Zhang Yuan exclaimed playfully. "Cut it out, get to the point. Hey, you understand me best, don't you? I've developed a crush on a girl from the literature department and plan to confess tonight. I want you there for support. You're going to ruin her if you keep this up. Go confess on your own." Lu Hao was not fond of Zhang Yuan's playboy nature. He used to change girlfriends more often than Lu Hao changed clothes. "Boss, you misunderstood me this time. I genuinely like this girl. If I hadn't been waiting for the right moment, I would have confessed long ago. Besides, you know I haven't dated anyone in 3 months. It's because I like her," Zhang Yuan said with a rueful smile. Hearing this, Lu Hao realized that indeed, Zhang Yuan had been single for 3 months, which seemed quite normal, but for someone like him, staying single for that long was remarkable. Are you serious? Lu Hao inquired. Absolutely, boss. Will you come? If you don't, I'm going to be a nervous wreck. All right, wait for me outside the school with Qinghua and the fatty. Lu Hao knew Zhang Yuan was serious this time. With his character, he wouldn't say such things lightly. He was curious to see what kind of girl could make Zhang Yuan so earnest. Lu Hao parked in a corner and waited by the school gate for a while. Soon, he spotted Zhang Yuan and the others glancing around. Lu Hao couldn't drive up to them. That would attract too much attention. So he took out his phone to notify them to come over. Wow, boss, you're amazing. This car must be worth millions. The trio approached, completely ignoring Lu Hao. The ultimate dream for men. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Boss, now that you have a luxury car, how far can beautiful women be? The fatty said with a look of envy. Yes, boss, you need to cover my meals for 3 months. Qinghua remarked, admiring the Bentley's sleek design. Bentley, wow, boss. You're not just wealthy. You're a god among men. From the way Zhang Yuan assessed the car's exterior and logo, it was clear he understood its value better than the other two. All right, let us get in and discuss your confession plans. Lu Hao raised his hand, and the three eagerly opened the doors and settled in, reveling in the comfort. This is so nice. Watching them relish the moment, Lu Hao couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, as the clock neared 6, Lu Hao suggested they find a hotel where they could eat and talk. All three readily agreed. They located a pleasant hotel just outside the school, entered a private room, ordered their meals, and began their discussion. I think for the prince's confession, you should go all out. Isn't wall slamming popular now? The prince could try that. Who knows, the girl might just accept him. The fatty suggested while sipping a drink. What a terrible idea. I say you should stage a heroic rescue. Girls love heroes. As long as the prince makes a grand entrance, how could she possibly resist? Qinghua chimed in quickly. Hearing their suggestions, Zhang Yuan's face darkened. One had a severe case of secondhand embarrassment, while the other had violent tendencies. What kind of ideas are these? Noticing that Lu Hao had not spoken, Zhang Yuan promptly poured a glass of beer for him, respectfully placing it in front of him, then squeezed Lu Hao's shoulder and said, Boss, you're the smartest. Please give me some advice. Feeling the comfort on his shoulder, Lu Hao laughed heartily. It seemed that this girl had truly captured Zhang Yuan's attention, and perhaps this time the lad was genuinely in love. To win a girl's heart, first, you must show her your sincerity, and second, you must demonstrate your wealth. Sincerity touches her heart, while wealth captures her attention, Lu Hao explained slowly. Profound, boss. Zhang Yuan immediately flattered. But boss, what should I do? Zhang Yuan asked again. It's simple. You have good calligraphy skills, and since she is from the literature department, go home and carefully copy Guan Jujio in large letters, as big as a movie screen. That big? How will I carry it? I have my ways. Just write her name on it, and then wait for my instructions. Lu Hao replied with a smile. Boss, is it really possible? Zhang Yuan asked nervously. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Tonight, you'll embrace beauty, came the confident reply. All right then, I'll leave it to you, boss. I'll head back now. You all enjoy your meal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan dashed out, his anxious demeanor indicating that this time, he was truly sincere. At that moment, the dishes were served, and Lu Hao immediately began to feast with the others. Chapter 33. The Sensation, Part 1. Li Jie, a student from Jiangnan University majoring in automation, emerged from the laboratory at 8:30 in the evening, dragging his weary body, and planned to dine outside the campus. A fervent enthusiast of drones, he had spent the last 2 weeks crafting a simple drone all by himself. This project consumed countless hours of his energy, and the thought of returning to complete it filled him with a sense of lightness. He envisioned showcasing his creation before his dormitory mates, basking in their admiration. As he hummed a tune, he arrived at Linghua Pavilion, a spacious loft constructed by the university, where many students chose to rendezvous in the evenings, thus earning it the moniker of Date Pavilion. Li Jie cast an envious glance at the nearby couples engaged in affectionate displays, sighed, and reflected that despite being a sophomore, he remained single. Just as he was about to leave, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd, compelling his curiosity to halt him in his tracks. Upon turning around, Li Jie widened his eyes and gaped in disbelief. What the? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was indeed real. Li Jie gasped in astonishment as he spotted a formation of drones soaring in the sky, perfectly aligned in a straight line, 20 in total. Each drone was unique in shape, model, and size, and to his shock, he recognized none of them. Convinced of his extensive knowledge regarding drones worldwide, Li Jie was taken aback by the appearance of these 20 unfamiliar machines. Drawing from his experience, he estimated that each drone was worth no less than 200,000 yuan, an understated approximation. The thought of 20 drones amounted to a staggering 4 million yuan. He was quickly astounded by the sheer wealth it would take to launch such an extravagant display simultaneously, especially at night. Imagining the potential loss if one were to collide, he felt a twinge of frustration, recalling the toil he endured to create a drone worth merely a few thousand yuan over the past weeks. Damn it, which tycoon is here to flaunt their wealth? He muttered in dissatisfaction. Since the drones had arrived at Lingyue Pavilion and showed no signs of leaving, it was evident that a wealthy individual must be preparing for a grand confession of love. Frankly, in his 2 years at the university, Li Jie had never witnessed such a remarkable and extravagant method of wooing someone. Had anyone ever seen someone confess their feelings with 20 drones valued at a minimum of 4 million yuan? Despite his annoyance, Li Jie chose to stay, eager to uncover the owner of these magnificent drones. Many others shared his curiosity, and soon, the area around Lingyue Pavilion was teeming with onlookers as some began to summon their friends via mobile phones. Goodness, this is astonishing. 20 drones? I've never seen this many in my life. Wait, why are so many drones hovering in the air? Is the school security not intervening? Hey, are you new here? Lingyue Pavilion is the place for confessions. It must be some tycoon using drones to declare their love. I'm a freshman, so I'm not really up to speed on these things. Just watch and learn. There are indeed quite a few wealthy students at South University. I recall a rich kid arriving here in a sports car to confess once. It was quite the spectacle. As the chatter continued, in a corner, Zhang Yuan observed the grand display above, swallowing hard. Boss, I have a weak heart. You wouldn't be telling me that you orchestrated all this, would you? He remarked dramatically. Of course. If you're going to confess, it must be a grand affair. We can't tarnish our reputation, Lu Hao replied nonchalantly, though he too felt a twinge of surprise. He had merely instructed Xingu to devise a plan for the confession, never anticipating such a grand execution. So you sent out 20 drones? Zhang Yuan said, his face a mix of laughter and disbelief, although he was unaware of the drone's worth. Their lavish appearance suggested they were far from cheap. Well, I initially considered sending a few helicopters, but then thought better of it, worried I might get detained by the authorities. Lu Hao confessed, revealing that Xingu had persuaded him to abandon that notion. Helicopters? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, and after a moment, raised his thumb in admiration. Boss, you're incredible. As the crowd swelled around them, Lu Hao urged Zhang Yuan, call her. You can't confess to thin air. That's exactly what I'm about to do. Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly before stepping aside to make the call. Lu Hao watched as Zhang Yuan cautiously dialed, and soon his face flushed with excitement, flailing his arms joyfully, suggesting that the other party had likely agreed. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan returned, shaking his phone triumphantly. She'll be here in 10 minutes. Then you'd better get ready. Think about what you want to say and do. You're not expecting me to prepare everything for you, are you? Lu Hao teased. Boss, you should know better than to underestimate me. When it comes to understanding women, I've got it covered. Just watch. Seeing Zhang Yuan's confidence, Lu Hao refrained from further comment, patiently awaiting the moment. Before long, Zhang Yuan excitedly pointed towards a girl in the crowd. Boss, she is coming. Lu Hao glanced over and was immediately captivated. The girl was stunning, standing at least 1.70 meters, with long legs and fair skin, radiating elegance as she walked among the crowd. Dressed in a white gown, she resembled a princess, exuding a serene and refined aura. Her name was Xie Ming, aptly embodying her name's charm. Go for it. I believe in you, Lu Hao encouraged, patting Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. Dressed in a suit, Zhang Yuan had shed his usual playboy image and appeared remarkably handsome, exuding a carefree charisma. Boss, I'm going, Zhang Yuan said, nervously adjusting his attire before gradually approaching Xie Ming. At the same time, Lu Hao turned to Xingu. Let the plan commence. With that directive, he returned to the corner where his Bentley was parked, where the chubby guy and Qinghua looked at him with longing expressions. Boss, I wanted to. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Scram. I have no interest in you two. Lu Hao laughed, scolding them lightly. Chapter 34. The Sensation, Part 2, in the crowd. Many were speculating about the drones overhead. Suddenly, someone gasped, followed by an increasing chorus of astonished exclamations. Wow, look up there! Goodness, this is unbelievable! Who is this affluent individual? Where are they? Zhang Yuan, amidst the surrounding commotion, felt an overwhelming sense of tension, not due to the crowd, but because he was drawing ever closer to Xiaming. He was now merely 10 meters away, able to discern the slight furrow in her brows and the adorable pout of her lips. At that moment, doubt crept in. What if she rejected him? He had never faced such a situation before. But quickly, he scolded himself. What did a man have to fear? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan approached Xiaming. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his nerves, though the excitement within him was undeniable. Zhang Yuan, why did you invite me here? Xiaming asked, her brows furrowing in curiosity. I called you here. As he stood close to her, Zhang Yuan's heart raced. He pointed towards the sky. Just look. Xiaming lifted her gaze, and her hands instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Standing beside her, Zhang Yuan also looked up. The 20 drones began to move, with 4 flying ahead, carrying a large white screen suspended below. Illuminated by the drone's lights, a handwritten poem became visible. Guangguan Jujio. Li Jie's calligraphy was indeed impressive, his characters graceful and elegant. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of this artistic declaration of love, a rarity at South University. But soon, their excitement escalated further as 6 drones split away, projecting a radiant beam that formed a cinema screen, revealing a photograph of a girl. The remaining 10 drones scattered, 5 hovering above Xiaming and 5 above Zhang Yuan, illuminating them both in a shower of light. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding students promptly dispersed, creating a space for the 2 individuals involved. Soon enough, a considerable area around Zhang Yuan and Xiaming was cleared. Xiaming, will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Yuan had prepared numerous heartfelt declarations, yet regrettably, the words eluded him at that moment. Together, gasped the onlookers. Wow, how handsome. If someone confessed to me like that, I would undoubtedly accept. Indeed, who could possibly refuse such a wealthy proposal? The sheer spectacle of a confession, reminiscent of cinematic portrayals, was enough to capture the hearts of many young women, especially with Zhang Yuan's striking appearance, standing at 6 feet tall, dashing and affluent. At that moment, many believed Zhang Yuan to be the scion of a wealthy family, casting envious glances at Xiaming, wishing they were the ones receiving such an overture. After all, there were few princes charming like Zhang Yuan in the entire university. Zhang Yuan, hopeful yet nervous, gazed down at Xiaming, feeling an unfamiliar stir of emotions for a girl for the very first time. The crowd around them swelled, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the campus. I heard a rich guy confessed at Lover's Pavilion. Let us go see. Hey, someone is confessing at Lover's Pavilion. Who's joining me to watch? Count me in. Consequently, the faculty at the university noted that attendance was down by 1/3 that evening. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend, Xiaming sighed after a few moments of silence. Though touched, she was not one to be swayed by fleeting emotions, nor was she the type to favor wealth over sincerity. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuan's spirits plummeted from elation to despair. He forced a smile, replying, "Oh ha, it's fine, we can be friends." "Sure, thank you. I'll take my leave now," Xiaming said, turning away to navigate through the crowd. Zhang Yuan's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, and after a prolonged moment, he bitterly chuckled and clenched his fist, realizing that he too could face rejection. An excruciating feeling indeed. "Boss, something seems off," the hefty companion exclaimed from the car. Lu Hao, sensing the awkwardness, exited the vehicle and approached Zhang Yuan. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan's dejected expression, Lu Hao grasped that the endeavor had failed. He was astonished that despite all the effort expended, it had come to naught. It appeared that not all women could be swayed by wealth. Lu Hao reflected on the deep wounds inflicted by Yang Li in the past, which prompted him to consider monetary confessions. "Let us go." Zhang Yuan managed a forced smile as his friend approached. "With your reputation as a love guru, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be too hard, right? Don't be so downcast." Lu Hao patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder in comfort. "I won't give up," Zhang Yuan murmured. Lu Hao said nothing further as they returned to the car. "Come on, let us go out and have some fun, my treat," Lu Hao declared cheerfully. Meanwhile, a drone ascended into the sky, disappearing from view as onlookers lamented the unsuccessful confession. What a shame to confess like that and still be turned down. "Did you see? That rich guy drove away in a Bentley, which must be worth at least 10 million. My goodness. So wealthy. No wonder the confession was so extravagant. The Bentley exited the campus amidst envious glances, and Lu Hao led the group to a bar they had visited previously. Zhang Yuan, in a somber mood, indulged in excessive drinking. Lu Hao ensured Zhang Yuan and their hefty companion made it to the hotel safely before heading back to his villa. Fortunately, the late hour meant the roads were clear, and he quickly parked in the villa's lot. Just as Lu Hao was about to enter, he remembered he had given his room key to Li Xin for her to purchase some items. Reluctantly, he reached for his phone to call her, only to discover that the villa door was ajar. With the door wide open, he decided against calling and simply walked inside. The interior was tidy, and various everyday items were arranged, indicating that Li Xin had prepared the place for him. The villa comprised 3 stories. The first floor had a living room and kitchen, while the bedrooms were located upstairs. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Hao ascended to the second floor and headed for the bedroom. After a refreshing shower, he felt invigorated and began to select a room. Among the many options, he ultimately chose a smaller one, though the bed was quite large. Lu Hao was about to enter when a high-pitched scream pierced the air from behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Xin holding a cute pillow, and he immediately felt embarrassed, standing there in his underwear. While he was unfazed, Li Xin's face turned crimson. "Senior, you carry on, I'll go get dressed." Lu Hao stammered, hastily retreating into the room and slamming the door behind him. With a chuckle, Li Xin, now less tense, teased, "Am I really that frightening? Shouldn't I be the one feeling embarrassed?" However, recalling Lu Hao's earlier state, she blushed, having never seen a man's body before. "Pervert," she muttered, gathering her things and heading downstairs. After changing clothes, Lu Hao went downstairs to find Li Xin sitting on the couch, surrounded by various bags. "Senior, I truly appreciate your help," he said with a smile. Li Xin shrugged. "Well, you're my boss now, and I rely on the commissions from selling houses to make a living." Next time I buy a house, I'll be sure to ask you again." Lu Hao replied, sitting across from her. "That would be wonderful. If you keep buying, I could afford a place outside the 3rd Ring Road," Li Xin joked. The two seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident or were intentionally overlooking it. "It's getting late. I should head back. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me," Li Xin said, preparing to leave after resting for a while. Senior, it's quite late. Why not just stay here for the night?" Lu Hao suggested casually, immediately regretting the words as they left his mouth. He wished he could slap himself. How could he make such a lewd suggestion to a virtuous young woman? To his surprise, Li Xin merely smiled gently and shook her head. "No, it's better not to trouble you, considering I'm still single." With that, she placed the villa key on the table and exited. Lu Hao walked her out, relieved that the villa area was well lit and safe, especially since Li Xin had insisted he return home, so he didn't escort her too far. After this commotion, Lu Hao felt truly exhausted and collapsed in a bed, falling into a deep sleep. In a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel, 2 bodies intertwined, accompanied by heavy breaths. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the room. Li Feiyu pulled the blanket over the alluring figure beside him, then got out of bed, completely unclothed, and lit a cigarette. The ember flickered in the dim light as he smoked half a cigarette before reaching for his phone on the bedside table, dialing a number. "Have you gathered any information on that kid? What's the situation?" Li Feiyu pressed, extinguishing the cigarette on the counter with a frown. Li Shou. "The person you asked about is a bit tricky. It seems he is quite wealthy," came the uncertain reply from the other end. "Damn, I told you to investigate him. I don't care what his status is. Is money running low? Don't worry. I have plenty." Li Feiyu spat, his face darkening with malice. "Li Shou, you understand me well. This investigation has indeed taken considerable effort. I have a crew of underlings to manage," the voice continued, revealing a young man with yellowed teeth lazily picking at them with a toothpick, flanked by a dozen tattooed companions. "Add another 100,000, Li Feiyu stated nonchalantly. These bloodsuckers, though greedy, were willing to do anything for money. "Haha, thank you for your generosity, Li Xiao. We just discovered that kid drives a Bentley worth over 10 million. He checked into Wana Hotel in the northern suburbs of Jingnan, and his 3 buddies are staying in rooms 301, 302, and 303. He returned to a villa in Wanfang Real Estate, but we couldn't get in, so—" "I understand," Li Feiyu interrupted, furrowing his brow. He hadn't anticipated Lu Hao's wealth. A Bentley costing over 10 million was not something he could casually afford without depleting his savings. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he muttered, "Lu Hao, I may not be able to deal with you directly, but your friends will not be so fortunate." Just wait and see how I ruin them. Li Feiyu clenched his phone tightly, coldly stating, add another 100,000. There is something I need you to do. Li Shou. How generous? What do you need? The young man's tone brightened, eager for the prospect of quick cash. There are 3 individuals that want a hotel, right? I want one of their arms broken each, and when it's done, the 200,000 will be wired to your account. Is it really that simple? Came the incredulous response. Yes, it's that simple. Just let me vent my frustrations. I can spare more money if needed. The rest depends on your performance. Li Feiyu replia. Just teach those 3 a lesson, and you'll hear good news from us soon, the young man assured, slapping his chest confidently. Good? It's in your hands. Li Feiyu hung up the phone, his expression one of elation. Lu Hao, when you come to realize that your brother has been incapacitated, you will undoubtedly be astonished, won't you? He chuckled darkly to himself, reveling in the thought of their demise. After a moment, Li Feiyu retrieved a bottle of pills from the nightstand, swallowed one, and then lunged ferociously towards the alluring figure on the bed, who was on the verge of slumber. Soon, the room was once again filled with piercing moans. Meanwhile, the young man with yellow teeth placed his phone down and proclaimed loudly, brothers, we have a job. Finish this bottle of liquor and follow me. Boss, what kind of job? One asked. We're getting tired of dining at the roadside stalls. Yeah, boss. I long for the Buddha jumps over the wall from Jufu Lu and the Bawang leopard head. Rest assured, once we complete this job, we'll rake in 300,000. You'll eat to your heart's content. The yellow-haired youth declared with exuberance. 300,000? That is quite a sum. Which young master are we dealing with this time? A newcomer inquired. Shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Some matters are beyond your purview. The yellow-toothed man retorted, casting a sharp glance at the newcomer, though not overly angered. Hee, I want tea pry. As long as there is money to be made, I'm willing to do anything, the newcomer chuckled slyly. Enough chatter, the yellow-haired youth commanded, leading his entourage out of the roadside stall. Lu Hao was enjoying a deep slumber, relishing the comfort of the lavish villa worth 20 million. The spacious bed and soft, fluffy blankets made it hard for him to rise. He intended to sleep a bit longer, but his phone rang incessantly. Reluctantly, he picked it up and pressed the answer button. Boss, hurry to the hospital. Fatty and the prince have been taken down, came the frantic voice of Qinghua from the other end. What? Lu Hao jolted awake. All right, I'm on my way. Without a moment to spare, he hastily dressed and bolted out of the villa. Upon confirming which hospital to head to, Lu Hao sped away in his car, recklessly running countless red lights, his urgency overriding any concern for traffic laws. His aggressive driving caused chaos on the road. Many pedestrians instinctively swerved to avoid the oncoming Bentley, for a collision, regardless of fault, would mean a hefty burden of over 10 million. Thus, although the roads were congested, Lu Hao's speed remained undiminished. Just a few minutes away from the hospital, Lu Hao began to relax slightly, but his relief was short-lived as a police car suddenly blocked his path, forcing him to slow down. A graceful figure emerged from the police vehicle and approached his window, rapping on it. When Lu Hao rolled down the window, she angrily exclaimed, running a red light, speeding, and changing lanes recklessly. Do you have a death wish? Officer, if you're here to find me, here S2000. I'm in a hurry. Please let me through, Lu Hao said, hastily pulling out cash. It's precisely because of people like you that the traffic conditions in Jingnan City are deteriorating, the officer scoffed, leaning down to peer into the car. It's you? Su Qing recognized the familiar face, her expression shifting. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't know you were infatuated with me, officer. There is no need to stop my car. Lu Hao joked, recalling the policewoman from a few days prior when he had dealt with some thugs. Her upright figure had left a lasting impression on him. Shut up, Su Qing retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and anger. The last encounter had been marked by Lu Hao teasing her publicly, and now he was as insufferable as before. However, now that she had him in her grasp, she was determined to teach him a lesson. All right, I surrender. Officer, I truly am in a hurry. Can you make an exception and let me go? Lu Hao spread his hands in a gesture of defeat. Not a chance. You violated too many traffic rules. Wait for the traffic police to tow your car. You're coming with me? Su Qing stated firmly, producing a pair of handcuffs and tossing them into the car. She then stepped out and cuffed herself. What the hell? Is this really necessary? Have I committed a crime? Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide at the sight of the handcuffs. Speeding, illegal lane changes, running a red light. You've violated criminal law. I have the authority to detain you for 8 hours, Su Qing proclaimed. her expression triumphant as she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Hao. Wow, your temperament is quite small, Mississippi. I admit my fault. Can you just let me go? Lu Hao pleaded, glancing at his phone to check the time. 5 minutes had already slipped away. Not a chance. Get out of the car, or I'll charge you with obstructing justice and resisting arrest. Then at 1T, just be an 8-hour detention, Su Qing threatened coldly. She despised the wealthy young men who thought they could act with impunity due to their riches. I've said all the nice things I can. Will you let me go or not? Lu Hao's patience had worn thin. He realized that sweet-talking this officer was futile, and his expression grew stern. Not a chance. You're coming with me to the police station, Su Qing insisted, her voice firm. Then I'm sorry. Lu Hao swiftly reached through the window, his hand landing on Su Qing's chest, gently pressing against her ample form. Instinctively, he even gave a slight squeeze. Quite large, soft, and comfortable, he thought. Time seemed to freeze, and after a second, the high-pitched shriek that erupted could have shattered glass. Su Qing stumbled back, trying to escape Lu Hao's grasp. I'll kill you, she screamed, her eyes blazing with fury. Reacting quickly, Lu Hao swerved the car around the police vehicle and sped away, leaving Su Qing fuming behind him. I'll remember you. You better come back. I'll kill you, she shouted after him. Feeling intimidated by her threats, Lu Hao shrank back slightly. Shengong, your idea is good, but I fear it may lead to bigger troubles in the future, he muttered, driving with a wry smile. Master, you worry too much. That officer, Su Qing, will undoubtedly be more anxious about this than you. She will keep this secret. As for her seeking trouble in other ways, I believe with lawyer Murong's capabilities, those minor offenses 1T hold you accountable, Shengong replied confidently. Let us hope that's the case, Lu Hao said, shaking his head. Reflecting on his impulsive act, he felt compelled to hurry, knowing that Fatty and the prince were in the hospital due to someone's malice. He clenched his teeth in anger. Anyone who dared to bully Lu Hao's brothers would pay dearly. Upon arriving at Jinshan Hospital, Lu Hao quickly spotted Qinghua anxiously waiting at the entrance. He parked his car hastily and rushed over. What's the situation? Lu Hao inquired. Boss, you finally made it. Qinghua sighed in relief, leading him inside. Fatty has a broken left arm and a fractured rib, while the prince is slightly better with just a broken hand. As for me, since I know some martial arts, I'm the least injured. That's good to hear. Do you know who attacked you? Lu Hao asked, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Not really, but they definitely weren't upstanding citizens. 15 of them came and assaulted us as soon as they saw us. However, they didn't fare well either. I took down a few. When the police arrived, those scoundrels fled. If I hadn't been worried about Fatty and the prince, I would have taken them all down, Qinghua replied, anger radiating from him. Lu Hao nodded, realizing that the assailants had specifically targeted Qinghua and his companions. Had Qinghua not been present, Fatty and the prince might have suffered even greater injuries. He squinted, considering that Fatty and the prince rarely offended anyone. The severity of the attack indicated a deep-seated hatred. Who could it be? Lu Hao pondered, suspecting a few individuals but lacking certainty. Just then, they reached the hospital room where Fatty and the prince were being treated, and Lu Hao pushed his thoughts aside as he entered. Boss, you're here. Fatty and the prince called out weakly from their hospital beds, looking utterly disheveled. Their arms were heavily bandaged, although they had received basic treatment. The pain from their injuries would not dissipate quickly. Lu Hao approached them with concern. How are you feeling? I'm not dead yet, but I can't swallow this humiliation. Boss, who wouldn't he feel upset after being beaten by a group first thing in the morning? Fatty lamented. Yeah, it hurts like hell. Boss, you need to avenge us. Zhang Yuan pointed at his injured right hand with his uninjured left. Look at what they've done to me. Lu Hao nodded, pulling up a chair to sit down. Do you know those people? Or have you offended anyone recently? Boss, do I look like the kind of person who stirs up trouble? Fatty replied, his expression earnest. Although he had a sharp tongue and a foul temper, he was inherently honest and law-abiding, unlikely to have made any enemies. Lu Hao had the least suspicion towards Fatty. My esteemed leader, I have a target of suspicion in mind. Do you recall the events of the past few days? You assisted me in thoroughly reprimanding Chun Bo at the Antique Street, who happens to be affiliated with the Chun family of Jingnan City. It would be exceedingly easy for him to summon a few roughnecks. And given Chun Bo's meticulous nature and cold demeanor, it is indeed a plausible scenario. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan interjected. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. Indeed, that day he had helped Zhang Yuan humiliate Chun Bo, and if revenge were to unfold, he would be the most likely instigator. Rest assured, should it be him, I will undoubtedly aid you in seeking justice. No matter who it may be, Lu Hao would ensure they face consequences. Boss, with your word, I need not say anything further. However, do exercise caution regarding the Qin family of Jingnan City. Although they are not a prominent family, they still hold a certain status. Zhang Yuan advised. Understood. You all focus on recuperating. Qinghua, stay with them. I shall take my leave for now. Lu Hao exited the hospital room, contemplating that remaining idle was not a viable option. He sought a relatively quiet place and inquired, Shengong, is there a method to locate this group of individuals? Young master, there's a way, but what method? Lu Hao's eyes brightened. I can review the surveillance footage from last night, and, based on the recordings, ascertain the direction they took, ultimately scanning that area to identify matching individuals. It will take approximately 10 minutes. Ah, that sounds impressive. Let us proceed, Lu Hao urged eagerly. Apologies, young master, but this function consumes an immense amount of energy, so it is currently restricted. If I were to activate it forcibly, it would impede the princess's recovery. Shengong replied apologetically. Well, Lu Hao hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I shall think of a solution myself. He found a place to sit in silence. Locating those few ruffians in such a vast city would undoubtedly not be an easy task. Though they were likely nearby, the search would involve considerable effort. Shall we report to the authorities? Lu Hao pondered, ultimately deciding against it. The police might not genuinely assist, especially in a matter that could prove thankless. At best, they would file a report and leave him waiting, and he had no desire for the police to intervene. Otherwise, how could he teach those thugs a lesson? As time passed, Lu Hao visited the others once more and then sought a place to rest, lacking the mood to return to the villa, which was somewhat distant and inconvenient to reach. Meanwhile, the young man with yellowed teeth was somewhat irate as he dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Xiao, the task is completed. But you failed to inform me that there were martial artists among them. Damn it. My brothers were injured 5 times, and it's worse than the opposing side. If it weren't for our numbers, I would have been the one at a disadvantage. It was no wonder he was so angry. They had 15 individuals facing off against 3, and it should have been a sure victory. Yet one martial artist had single-handedly held off all 15, incapacitating 5 of them. Had it not been for their numbers, they would have suffered a significant loss. It's merely 5 individuals, isn't it? The medical expenses are on me, 2,000 each, and I'll throw in an extra 10,000 for you. Li Feiyu's languid voice sounded. The young man's demeanor brightened considerably. He could not afford to offend Li Feiyu too much, as he was essentially his financial benefactor. He redirected the conversation. Li Xiao, when will the 300,000 be transferred? My brothers are waiting to eat. Wait a moment. After a few minutes, Li Feiyu's voice came through again. You should receive the funds shortly. By the way, I have an idea that could allow you to earn another windfall. Would you like to hear it? Oh, what idea? The young man's face lit up with excitement. After all, who would refuse the allure of money? Just do this. Will that really work? He questioned, perplexed. Try it and see. There's nothing to lose. All right, I'm on it. The young man hung up the phone. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Hao had gathered substantial information regarding the identities and appearances of the group of over 10 individuals, with the leader being a yellow-toothed youth nicknamed Leopard. However, despite knowing these details, Lu Hao had no idea where they were hiding, leaving him at a standstill, forced to wait patiently. As he turned to lie down for rest, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he felt a jolt of adrenaline and immediately answered. Hello, are you Lu Hao? An exuberant young voice inquired. Yes, and you are? Lu Hao responded promptly. Who I am is inconsequential. Don't you want to know who was responsible for incapacitating your friends? If you wish to prevent such occurrences in the future, transfer 500,000 to the account I provided. I know you're wealthy and can afford it. I also advise against involving the police. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Ha! You wouldn't want your friends to be incapacitated again so soon after their discharge, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's expression darkened. These scoundrels. Of course, if you transfer the money as requested, I guarantee that I will not trouble your friends again. For their sake, you wouldn't want to part with a mere 500,000, would you? 500,000? That's trivial. I recall that I have no grievances with you, correct? Is there someone backing you? Lu Hao replied expressionlessly. If you reveal who's behind you, I'll add another 1,000,000. 1 million? The youth known as Leopard nearly bit his tongue in shock at the figure, his surprise evident. It sounded far too tempting, yet after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated to agree, as offending Li Feiyu was not a trivial matter. Haha, I have my own principles. The account number will be sent to your phone. Within half an hour, I expect to see the funds. With that, Leopard abruptly hung up the call. Lu Hao stored his phone away, and soon after, a text came through with the bank account number. He instructed Xingong to investigate, discovering it was a temporary account linked to one of the individuals he had been tracking. Xingong, please locate the position of this number. Yes, young master, location locked in. 1,000 energy will be deducted. At this, Lu Hao sprang to his feet, throwing open the door and stepping outside. Chapter 38, Retribution, Part 4. It was now 7 in the evening, and the sky outside had darkened. Once inside his car, Lu Hao commanded, Xingong, transfer 500,000 to the provided account within half an hour to stabilize the situation. Additionally, devise a detailed route. I need to head there immediately. After issuing his instructions, Lu Hao drove out of the parking lot, heading toward the destination. Thanks to the map provided by Xingong, he knew the whereabouts of the individuals, which was not far from his current location, only about 10 miles away. Driving would take approximately half an hour, and since it was well past working hours, the roads were clear. A few minutes later, Xingong's voice resounded, Young master. The card that was just locked in has suddenly lost signal. It seems to have been destroyed. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee that the individuals are still at the previously locked location. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's expression soured. He parked the car on the side of the road and, feeling fatigued, reclined in his seat. What should we do now? We can only attempt to check the previously locked location. Perhaps we can discover their whereabouts. If we cannot find them, will we be able to search again? Lu Hao inquired. Apologies, young master, but without any new information for research, it will consume a significant amount of energy, which I cannot perform, Xingong respectfully replied. Damn, consider it their luck, Lu Hao muttered under his breath. Yet, he still held on to a glimmer of hope and drove toward the previously locked location, determined to see for himself that no one was there before he could feel at ease. Those scoundrels, he thought, surprised that they were still so brazen. After approximately 10 minutes, an unfamiliar call came through. Lu Hao glanced at the screen and promptly said, Xingong, lock onto this number. He had a gut feeling that this was a call from those very individuals. Yes, young master. Please try to prolong the conversation. This will allow me to narrow down the exact location. The longer the call lasts, the more precise the positioning will be, even down to the millimeter, Xingong responded. Go ahead and do your thing. Lu Hao then picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Haha, the 500,000 has been received. Thank you for your generous offer, and rest assured, I will no longer trouble your friends. Consider it my way of making amends, yes? The voice on the other end sounded exhilarated, a fact Lu Hao could sense even through the phone. Lu Hao felt a surge of excitement himself. Indeed, it was these individuals calling. Do you have a fondness for money? Lu Hao astutely discerned. Isn't it a given? Who doesn't like money? I'm merely taking money to avert disasters for others. In that case, my previous offer still stands. If you disclose the identity of the one pulling your strings, I will promptly transfer another $1 million to your account, Lu Hao said in a low voice. Just $1 million? I don't mind, he added. Well, Leopard hesitated before chuckling. I must admit, you have a way with money, but I cannot agree. 1,500,000. Lu Hao raised the stakes. So much money. Leopard's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he suppressed his greed. Don't waste your efforts. That's it for now. Goodbye. 3 million. Seizing the moment before the call ended, Lu Hao boldly declared, 3 million. Leopard's voice turned hoarse, overwhelmed by the sum. He had never encountered such a vast amount of money before. Indeed, it is 3 million. All you need to do is reveal the mastermind behind this, and consider it. With just a word from you, 3 million will be yours, without having to risk your life. How effortless! Lu Hao enticed. Upon hearing this, Leopard seemed to agree. As long as he spoke, he could obtain 3 million. What could be quicker than that? Weighing the choice between Li Feiyu and 3 million in his heart, Leopard decisively opted for the latter. What a joke! Who is Li Feiyu, and what is righteousness? Aren't we all in this for the money? With that thought, Leopard immediately declared, fine, I can tell you, but I want to see the money right away. Hearing that the other party was tempted, Lu Hao sneered, no problem, but 3 million is no small sum. I need to prepare. It will take about 15 minutes. So, call me back in 15 minutes and keep your line open. That's settled. With that, Lu Hao hung up the phone. He was confident that with the allure of 3 million, the other party would wait an additional 15 minutes, which would give him ample time to locate their hideout. Young master, we have successfully pinpointed their location, and the other party's SIM card is intact and still in the phone, confirmed to be active. It appears they are still awaiting your message, said Shin Kong with a smile. Good. Provide me with the route map. I shall head over immediately. Lu Hao clenched his fist, determined not to let the other party escape this time. Soon, a detailed route appeared on Lu Hao's phone. He glanced at it, smirking as he turned off the device. The other party's current location was not far from their initial position. Perhaps they believed themselves to be quite secure. 15 minutes later, at full speed, Lu Hao arrived at the destination, just as the other party's call came through. Where's the money? They demanded immediately. Having reached the hideout, Lu Hao had no intention of sending any money. Although he had plenty, he wasn't about to squander it. What money? Are you trying to fool me? 3 million, remember? Don't you want to know who was pulling the strings? The voice on the other end sounded increasingly frantic. Suddenly, I have no desire to know, Lu Hao retorted coldly. How dare you? Just because you have a bit of cash, you think you're something special? You'll regret this. I'll remember you. Clearly furious from being played by Lu Hao, the other party felt utterly humiliated. No need to wait, I'm already here. Lu Hao hung up the phone, slammed the accelerator, and his Bentley crashed through the front gate, bursting inside. What lay before him was an expansive warehouse filled with over 20 individuals who had been drinking and chatting. A young man with a sullen expression stood at a distance, angrily smashing his phone against the ground, cursing. However, the sudden arrival of the Bentley left everyone stunned. Upon recognizing the emblem, shock rippled through the crowd. This was a Bentley? The market price of such a luxury car starts at no less than 2 million. It had just crashed in, and many noticed the front of the Bentley was scratched. That was money down the drain. But soon, they snapped back to reality and surrounded the car. If someone could drive such an expensive vehicle, surely they could spare a little cash for them, right? Unfortunately, they had no inkling that what awaited them was an enraged Lu Hao. Lu Hao surveyed the group before him with a mocking smile. Shin Kong, analyze these individuals and devise a strategy to subdue them all. I intend to teach these scoundrels a severe lesson. Faced with so many opponents, Lu Hao felt no fear. He possessed superior technology. Understood, young master. Initiating analysis now. Analysis complete. Activating the optimal response plan. After Shin Kong's words, Lu Hao felt a surge of heat within him, realizing his strength had notably increased. Deducting 1,000 energy points. Activating Level 2 Special Forces Mode. Duration, 10 minutes. Lu Hao disregarded the deduction of energy points, cracking his knuckles in satisfaction. Excellent. He felt capable of taking on 10 men at once. This feels fantastic. The sensation of power surged through him, nearly eliciting a groan of pleasure. He promptly threw open the car door and stepped out. Standing before the throng of individuals, Lu Hao brazenly surveyed them, raising his hand and slowly shaking his thumb. How audacious of you, thinking you could come here and act with impunity. Soon you'll understand why the flowers bloom so red. Hey, let us give him a beating first, then we can take some money. With that, the group charged at him, weapons brandished. Stop! A loud shout rang out from afar, halting the advancing crowd as they turned to their leader in confusion. Is that you? Brothers, do you know who this is? He the one who sent us 50,000. Leopard's declaration ignited excitement among the surrounding youth. If he was a wealthy man, surely he had money to spare, and they would not hold back. That's me, Lu Hao replied with a chilling smirk. You possess quite the nerve to come here yourself. But I'm curious, how did you find this place? Leopard's expression darkened, as if realizing something. Did you call the police? Hey, Xiaowu, go check outside for any cops. A young man dashed out, soon returning with a nonchalant report. Boss, there aren't even any rats outside, let alone the police. You can relax, it's safe. Satisfied, Leopard chuckled, but Lu Hao smiled even brighter. The absence of anyone outside made it easier for him to act. Lu Hao even turned to that young man and asked, Really no one? Of course no one. Kid, you're finished. You've offended our boss. Don't expect to walk out of here unscathed. The young man pointed a finger at Lu Hao, boasting. Since there's no one, I feel relieved. Lu Hao's words left the crowd staring at him, as if he were a fool. How could he be happy with no one around? Didn't he see there were over 20 people here? Crack. That hurts. Lu Hao swiftly twisted the finger of the young man pointing at him, sneering. I detest when others point at me. How dare you lay a hand on me? Xiaowu, are you all right? Damn it, brothers, grab your weapons. Seeing Lu Hao act first, The warehouse erupted into chaos as everyone lunged at him. Yet, Lu Hao faced them without a hint of panic. In his eyes, their movements appeared sluggish, their punches lacked power. They were utterly weak. Boom! Lu Hao landed a punch on a young man attempting to sneak attack him with a stick, causing him to stiffen before crumpling to the ground, clutching his stomach and losing consciousness, while seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Hao was taken aback by his own strength. It was astonishingly fierce. Level 2 Special Forces mode was considerably stronger than Level 1. However, he had no time for contemplation as more individuals charged at him. Bang! 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 Each punch sent one opponent after another crashing down, unable to rise again. After dispatching a few more, Lu Hao eagerly sought his next target. The exhilarating sensation of striking flesh was intoxicating. Fortunately, Lu Hao hadn't summoned the bodyguards, otherwise he wouldn't have experienced such a delightful feeling. Everyone harbors a hero complex, and Lu Hao was no exception. Having envied the superheroes he saw in films, he now relished the opportunity to embody that thrill. One word, exhilarating. 2 words, utterly delightful. Lu Hao was reveling, while the small-time thugs were lamenting. They had initially believed their numbers would easily overpower Lu Hao, but how could they believe that one punch could send a person flying? Yet, Lu Hao achieved just that, sending them sprawling. As Lu Hao incapacitated 7 or 8 more, the remaining individuals began to gaze at him with fear. Was he even human? One punch knocked out an opponent, and then he moved on to the next, with 10 or more people surrounding him, yet unable to lay a finger on him. Bang! 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 After Lu Hao sent a few more flying, their confidence shattered completely. Faces drawn in despair, they turned to flee. This was a one-sided massacre, a single person dominating a group. Unfortunately, those who attempted to escape quickly found themselves retreating as Lu Hao pursued the fastest among them, delivering a knockout blow before chasing another. They could neither outrun him nor defeat him, and unwilling to endure further punishment, they huddled together, shaking in fear. Lu Hao, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't want your money. I'll return it to you immediately. Please spare me. Leopard stuttered, nearly in tears. He never anticipated provoking such a formidable foe. Had he known Lu Hao was this formidable, he would have never dared to touch Lu Hao's friend. Now tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? Reveal the name, and I shall spare you. Lu Hao spoke coldly. It's Li Feiyu, from Nanda University. He is the one who instructed me to do this. And the 50,000 was also his request for you. The leopard wore a sorrowful expression, genuinely frightened. Lu Hao's punch was undeniably formidable, a fact he had just witnessed clearly. Li Feiyu. Lu Hao suddenly realized. It was he who had initially provoked him. Not only had Li Feiyu bullied him at school, but unexpectedly, he had now extended his torment to the likes of the chubby ones. It seemed that my recent neglect had not tempered his ambitions. Instead, it had emboldened him to overstep further. Lu Hao's eyes narrowed, fury raging within him. He would certainly not let Li Feiyu go unpunished. At that moment, the blaring of police sirens erupted outside, causing Lu Hao to furrow his brow. Why were the police here, and so swiftly? The leopard and his companions appeared to have found a lifeline, desperately rushing outside, shouting, "Police! Arrest me! Quick! I'm the bad guy! Take me away!" Observing several individuals voluntarily approaching them, begging to be apprehended, the officers were momentarily taken aback. When had wrongdoers become so self-aware? If all the villains in the world behaved this way, the police would have little to do. However, upon entering and witnessing the scene within, the officers soon understood the reason for such bizarre behavior. Inside the warehouse lay over a dozen individuals sprawled haphazardly, clearly suffering from significant injuries. The officers then gazed in astonishment at the seemingly harmless Lu Hao standing there, their minds racing with disbelief. Was he a monster? Chapter 40. The proper way to wall slam its you. Su Qing stepped into the warehouse, and upon seeing the young man inside, recognized his familiar face, which filled her with a seething resentment. The thought of him having touched her with his filthy hands not long ago ignited a fiery embarrassment within her, one that could set the entire warehouse ablaze. Were it not for her current duties, she would have relished the chance to make him pay, to see him imprisoned, or better yet, turned into a eunuch. "Hey, officer, what a coincidence. Here we meet again." Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from the female officer's gaze, Lu Hao managed a humble smile, aware that he had been in the wrong. Though the earlier incident was unintentional, The outcome was undeniably unacceptable to her. And as a distinguished beauty, it was likely that she held her virtue in even higher regard than he had anticipated. Be honest, Su Qing warned, narrowing her eyes as she moved closer, threatening, once we reach the precinct, just wait and see how I deal with you. Arrest him and take him back, she commanded, reverting to her cool and aloof demeanor as she turned away. Officer, I think there has been a misunderstanding. I'm the victim here. Look, they outnumbered me. I was merely defending myself, perhaps a bit excessively. I could provide a statement at the precinct, but surely I don't need to be handcuffed? As two officers approached with cuffs in hand, Lu Hao immediately spread his palms in protest. How do we know you were merely defending yourself? What if you were involved in a brawl or some illicit dealings? In any case, I declare you guilty. Cuff him. Su Qing shot Lu Hao a frosty glare. Just wait until we're at the precinct. I'll settle the score then. Clank. The handcuffs were fastened around Lu Hao's wrists. He realized that arguing was futile, so he resignedly followed the officers into the police vehicle as they headed towards the precinct. Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau. Many officers noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The usually stern-faced beauty, Su Qing, was exhibiting an unprecedented faint smile today. Numerous officers instinctively rubbed their eyes, ensuring they weren't mistaken, and their faces displayed expressions of astonishment. Had the sun risen in the west? Following the beautiful officer was a young man in his 20s, handcuffed and looking utterly dejected, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Lu Hao indeed felt drowsy. After the earlier commotion, a wave of fatigue washed over him. If not for the fact that he was in a police station, he would have certainly succumbed to slumber. Before I emerge, no one is allowed to enter, understood? Su Qing instructed as she led Lu Hao into an interrogation room, addressing a young officer nearby. But, Officer Su, that's against protocol, the young officer protested anxiously. Are you questioning my authority? Su Qing frowned, casting an annoyed look at the young officer. And no, of course not. Under Su Qing's gaze, the young officer's face turned crimson, leaving Lu Hao astounded. Indeed, it was a society that valued appearances. Being reprimanded could still elicit shyness. Good. Now, do you understand what I just said? Yes, Officer Su. The young officer replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Excellent. Su Qing nodded, then pointed to Lu Hao, who was dozing off in a corner. Go inside. Upon entering, Lu Hao's eyes brightened at the sight of a chair. Finally, he could sit down for a moment. Su Qing followed him in, closed the door, and locked it, revealing a triumphant smile. You've fallen into my trap. Let us see how I deal with you. Su Qing seethed inwardly, but upon turning around, she found Lu Hao already sprawled across the table, fast asleep. Her frustration reached a boiling point. How dare he sleep in a police station? Bang! 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 Su Qing struck the table 3 times, causing Lu Hao's drowsiness to vanish instantly. He cast a disgruntled glance at her before lowering his head again. Fine, he thought, who asked me to be in the wrong? There's no point in quarreling with a beauty. Lu Hao, 22, a junior at Jiangnan University, had recently been dumped by his girlfriend, Yang Li. In a bid for revenge, he had recklessly spent $1 million on a whim and nearly faced expulsion from school, subsequently being brought to the police station. He was later bailed out by the renowned lawyer, Mu Rongqingqing, whose name suddenly became associated with a staggering fortune of $100 million. Early this morning, his 3 friends had been besieged outside the Wanha Hotel by Li Bao and 15 others, resulting in 2 injuries and 1 serious wound. Seeking retribution for his friends, Lu Hao confronted Li Bao and, after a heated exchange, a brawl ensued. Su Qing set down the white paper in her hand, leaning forward triumphantly as she addressed Lu Hao. Am I correct? Lu Hao, stunned, raised his head, gaping at Su Qing. Truthfully, everything she had just recounted was a near-perfect reflection of his recent experiences. Aside from the mundane details of eating and sleeping, she had missed nothing and was entirely accurate. Was it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Lu Hao lamented internally, feeling as though he had been completely exposed before Su Qing. How do you know all this? Lu Hao's expression darkened, as anyone subjected to such thorough scrutiny would feel uneasy. Do not doubt the investigative prowess of the police. And don't concern yourself with how I know. I simply wish to convey that if you think you can play tricks in front of me, you are sorely mistaken. Su Qing replied, her expression unchanging. All right. What do you want to investigate? Please ask away. Lu Hao surrendered, spreading his hands in defeat. It's not that easy. You assaulted an officer. I intend to teach you a proper lesson. Nearly slipping up, Su Qing bit her tongue, glaring at Lu Hao. her fist raised menacingly. I'll show you what happens when you disrespect me. Bang! Her fist landed squarely on Lu Hao's chest, causing him immediate pain. Despite her delicate appearance, her punches packed quite a wallop. I'll show you what happens when you speak disrespectfully to me. Smack! A slap connected with Lu Hao's arm, leaving it stinging. I'll show you what happens when you ignore my commands. With a swift throw, Lu Hao found himself slammed to the ground, his body feeling as though it might fall apart. Shengong, come out now, or I'm going to die. Lu Hao shouted inwardly. Young master, as the saying goes, to hit is to love, to scold is to care. This officer Su Qing does not harbor malice. She is merely venting her frustration over your antics. Look, she is controlling her strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so unscathed right now. Damn it, who is your master here? Hearing Shengong's words, Lu Hao almost spat out blood, astonished that Shengong could also have such a melodramatic side. Young master, typically, love begins this way. Once you appease her anger, her memories of you will linger on. Damn, I don't care. Hurry up and make me stronger. If I'm going to fight, it'll be on my terms. Being pinned down and beaten by a woman is such a disgrace. Lu Hao roared. Very well, young master, as you wish. There was a hint of regret in Shengong's voice. In the next moment, Lu Hao felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. As Su Qing prepared to strike again, he swiftly reached out, grasping her small hand, rendering her unable to escape despite her struggles. Had enough? Now it's my turn. A wicked grin spread across Lu Hao's face as he pushed forward, sending Su Qing crashing against the wall several meters away. He followed her, leaning against the wall and looking down at her with a devilish smirk. What I enjoy most is teasing beautiful women. The two were caught in the quintessential wall slam pose. Chapter 41. A gentleman does not seek revenge. What do you intend to do? Cornered against the wall and inhaling the potent masculinity emanating from Lu Hao, Su Qing glared defiantly. What do you think I'm going to do? You just hit me really hard. With a mischievous grin, Lu Hao's gaze roamed over Su Qing's figure. Heart-shaped face, big eyes, small mouth, a wonderfully curvaceous figure, and long legs. Truly a rare beauty. Why, you better not get any funny ideas. This is the police station, Su Qing asserted, puffing out her ample chest defiantly. What are you saying about this being a police station when you hit me earlier? The books say that women with large chests lack intelligence. I suppose that's true. Lu Hao chuckled mischievously, his laughter sending shivers down Su Qing's spine. What are you looking at? Adishi, I'll kill you, you filthy rogue. Shut your eyes, you dog. Su Qing seethed, feeling the weight of Lu Hao's gaze fixed on her chest. Infuriated, she had never been subjected to such lewdness in her life. Little beauty, enlighten me. Is that a D or an E? I'm having a hard time distinguishing. Lu Hao inquired with childlike curiosity. I do your granddad. Su Qing erupted in fury, transforming into a little demoness. With her arms restrained by Lu Hao, she bit down hard on his shoulder. Ah, that hurts. Let go. You little brat. Are you a dog? Lu Hao grimaced in pain, feeling as though a chunk of flesh had been bitten off. You dare use that trick on me again? Su Qing retaliated by delivering a fierce kick aimed at Lu Hao's groin, and if it connected, he might as well bid farewell to his manhood. This little demoness was far too reckless, attacking even the most sensitive areas. All right, I concede. I'm no match for you. Will you please let go? Lu Hao admitted defeat. He had only intended to tease her, not anticipating that it would provoke her wrath. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to harm such a beautiful girl. After a few minutes, Su Qing finally released her grip, and as Lu Hao nursed his shoulder, she nimbly darted away, standing triumphantly at a distance. Dare to bully me? This is what you get, Seeing her smug expression, Lu Hao felt a headache coming on. Perhaps it was best to keep his distance from this little demoness in the future. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a commanding voice. Open up. It's Su Jintian. Upon hearing that name, Su Qing shot Lu Hao an annoyed glare, as if to say, consider yourself lucky, before she opened the door. Two individuals entered. A middle-aged man in his 50s, tall and imposing, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Behind him stood a familiar face to Lu Hao, Murong Qingqing, the renowned lawyer from Yanjing. Director, Su Qing Grit Vet Pet Fun. I will discuss your matters with you later. The middle-aged man shot Su Qing a stern look, prompting her to stick out her tongue and step aside. So this is Mr. Lu Hao, is it? My subordinate acted thoughtlessly. I hope you won't take offense. Su Jintian said, addressing Lu Hao. Oh, it's nothing. Officer Su merely brought me in for a routine inquiry, Lu Hao replied. Su Qing shot Lu Hao a surprised glance, expecting him to embellish the situation, yet he defended her instead. Having just bullied him moments ago, a flicker of guilt crossed her mind. However, that guilt faded swiftly, replaced by irritation, especially when recalling how Lu Hao had previously harassed her. Well, this is Lawyer Moreau, here to bail you out. That settles the matter, Mr. Lu Hao. You may leave now, Su Jintian declared, treating the golden lawyer with the utmost seriousness. Thank you, Director Su. Lu Hao stepped out, while Murong Qingqing glanced around the room before following him. If you keep acting so willfully, I'll send you back. Su Zentian hope fat? No way. Uncle Su, I know you care for Qingqing the most. Su Qing pouted, clinging to Su Jintian's arm. All right. Just make sure to submit a reflection when you get home. Be more mindful. You're a police officer, not some pampered heiress. Su Zentian sai hao pui. Understood. Thank you. Unso Su. Su Qing mumut. If Lu Hao were to witness this adorable side of Su Qing, he might just lose his mind. What a surprise that this little demoness could act so charmingly. Outside the police station, Lu Hao turned to Murong Qingqing. Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Murong. Well, you are my boss, aren't you? Little brother, should anything arise in the future, don't hesitate to seek your sister's assistance. I have some matters to attend to, but by the way, do you need a ride? Murong Qingqing teased. Lu Hao turned crimson, hurriedly waving his hands in refusal. No way would he risk losing control around someone like Murong Qingqing. Watching her luxurious car disappear from view, he realized his Bentley was not at the station. After inquiring, he learned it had been impounded by the traffic police and that he would need to pay to retrieve it. Jingong, send someone to fetch the car back to the villa. Yes, young master, deducting 100 energy, with someone dispatched to retrieve his vehicle. Lu Hao chose not to deal with the traffic police himself. He then called Fatty and the others, chatting for a bit before hanging up. After taking a taxi back to the villa, he showered and returned to his room, promptly falling asleep. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Lu Hao rose early. His car had already been brought back by his subordinates, so he drove straight to the hospital. After checking on Fatty and the others' injuries, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Hao ordered, "Find out where Li Feiyu is right now. He bullied my brother. It's time to settle the score." Yes, young master. Deducting 100 energy, searching now. After a brief search, the report came through. Based on Li Feiyu's mobile signal, he was heading to the South City 4S dealership in approximately 20 minutes. The South City 4S dealership? Excellent. I'm heading there now. Lu Hao entered his car and drove toward the dealership. After about 40 minutes, he arrived at the parking lot of Qin Chang's South City 4S store. Entering the establishment, he found it relatively empty at that hour, allowing him to quickly spot Li Feiyu, who was glowing with excitement, clad in a well-fitted suit that exuded gentlemanly charm, though his sinister eyes betrayed him entirely. Nestled in Li Feiyu's embrace was a demure-looking young woman, but her heavily made-up face and flirtatious gaze suggested she was merely a second-rate Yang Li. The sight made Lu Hao feel disgusted. Indeed, they were a match made in heaven. The young woman beside Li Feiyu was sweetly whispering to him, seemingly enamored with a particular car, while Li Feiyu engaged in conversation with a saleswoman. Lu Hao was aware of Li Feiyu's affluent background. Spending several $100,000 to buy a car to impress a girl was hardly a significant issue. Standing nearby, Lu Hao pondered for a moment before a strange smile crept across his face. Li Xiao, if she has her eye on that car, why not just buy it for her? As he approached, the young woman's syrupy voice grated on Lu Hao's nerves. Row. It's not that I can't afford it, but I'm a bit short on cash lately. How about this? Next month, I'll buy you an even better one? Li Feiyu attempted to placate her. Do you not love me anymore? Is it too much to ask for such a small favor? How can I not love you? You'll come to the meeting next week, and you'll be satisfied, right? Just hold me to my word. The young woman nestled into Li Feiyu's arms once she got her way. Oh, the illustrious young master Li can't afford it. So broke. Yet you come here to play pretend? I say, miss, don't let yourself be deceived by such people. Lu Hao interjected, stepping in front of Li Feiyu and mocking him. Lu Hao. Li Feiyu's expression shifted dramatically. He hadn't anticipated running into Lu Hao here, especially while being caught in a financial bind. Whether I can afford it is none of your business. Li Feiyu quickly regained his composure, a smirk creeping onto his face. Broke is broke. Young Master Li, why not go home and wean yourself off your milk dependency before you come to buy adult toys? Or perhaps you could seek some funds from your wealthy father. Of course, if you beg me, I wouldn't mind lending you a little cash. Lu Hao said with a grin. Who says I'm broke? Li fayura turtangrili. You can't even buy a car worth $1 million. How can you claim to have money? Lu Hao scoffed. Oh, my money is just tied up. Spent on hiring. So I'm a bit strapped for cash at the moment. Strapped for cash temporarily. Huh? Young master Li sure knows how to joke. How about this? Kneel down and kowtow to me, 10,000 per bow. If you complete 10, that's a cool $1 million for you. What do you say? Quite the lucrative deal. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Hao said indifferently. The best way to deal with a person is to wear them down mentally and crush them physically. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Li Feiyu's face turned crimson, his body trembling slightly. He had been pampered all his life and had never been humiliated like this. With a venomous glare fixed on Lu Hao, Li Feiyu hissed through clenched teeth. Lu Hao, don't push your luck. What if I do? What will you do about it? No money? Then get out of my sight. Using your own words against you, why pretend to be rich? You broke fool. I'm now returning this phrase to you. Lu Hao coldly chuckled. You. Li Feiyu was seething with rage. What about me? If you're broke, then scram. Or do you expect me to escort you out? Lu Hao retorted. Who do you think you are? Even if I'm broke, why do you have to kick me out? Li Feiyu stuburlierga. That does seem to be the case. Lu Hao nodded, then suddenly raised his voice. Everyone, come quickly. This is the young master of the Li family from Jingnan City, and he can't even afford a car worth $1 million. Has the Li family truly fallen to such depths? Lu Hao deliberately raised his voice, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Those who frequented this 4S dealership were, for the most part, notable figures. After all, it was widely known that the Li family enterprise held a respectable position in Jingnan City, firmly established as a second-tier company. It was inconceivable that anyone here could truly be unable to afford a luxury vehicle worth $1 million. Oh, is that not the young master of the Li family? Li Feiyu. Someone mused. Can it be that he truly cannot even buy a car? How pitiful. I've heard that Li Feiyu is quite inept, indulging only in drinking and chasing women, collecting dividends monthly without any real contribution. A wastrel like him buying a car? Preposterous. Indeed, if my son were to behave like this, I would certainly break his legs. The crowd buzzed with speculation, many familiar with Li Feiyu pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Feiyu's complexion turned a ghastly shade, a concoction of shame, anger, and agitation swirling violently within him. Soon, however, his gaze shifted to Lu Hao, with unmasked resentment glimmering in his eyes. Lu Hao, if I do not destroy you, I shall not bear the surname Li, he seethed. I am so terrified. Everyone, look, the young master of the Li family exhibits such behavior, threatening me in broad daylight. Should I call the police? Lu Hao feigned fear, thumping his chest dramatically. What a farcical young master you are. Rest assured, the Li family has not yet reached such heights of arrogance in Jingnan City, someone retorted. Exactly. When did a second-rate family like the Li's dare to act so brazenly? Have you consulted the Wang and Chen families? The Wang and Chen families are titans in Jingnan City. They would never dare speak like that, let alone someone from your insignificant Li family. Such audacity, such lawlessness. If your father were to hear your words, he would certainly break your legs. Upon hearing these remarks, Li Feiyu's face drained of color. Indeed, while the Li family was wealthy and influential, they had to tread carefully. To publicly threaten someone was a grave misstep, one that could have serious ramifications. If word of today's incident were to spread, he could easily envision the repercussions awaiting the Li family, as the upper echelons of Jingnan City would hardly tolerate a family that disregarded the rules. Though it was Li Feiyu who had spoken, the blame would inevitably fall upon his father, the president of the Li enterprise. Some matters are best left unspoken. Subtle manipulations may go unnoticed. But once they are laid bare, touching the nerves of certain individuals, one must brace for the consequences. After all, Jingnan City prides itself on its rule of law, and the police would not hesitate to flex their muscles against families harboring ill intentions, serving as a deterrent to those of nefarious character. Li Feiyu felt as though he could weep. He could only blame his own loose tongue, wishing he could slap himself. Young Master Li, do you truly intend to kill me? Lu Hao inquired cautiously from the side. At this, Li Feiyu's rage threatened to consume him. Observing Li Feiyu's fluctuating complexion, Lu Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the price of arrogance. Let us go. Li Feiyu could not bear to linger any longer. Grasping the hand of the girl beside him, and marching toward the exit. Li Xiao, what about my car? Will I still be able to pick it up in a week? The girl asked gently. Pick it up? Get lost. Li Feiyu released her hand, diving into his own vehicle and driving straight out of the 4S dealership. Li Feiyu, you heartless cad. After all this time I spent with you, this is how you repay me. The girl screamed from behind the car. Laughter erupted from the crowd, providing them with fresh fodder for gossip. As the onlookers dispersed, Lu Hao emerged, only to find Li Feiyu's car had long vanished from sight. After the earlier confrontation, Lu Hao's anger had subsided somewhat, but it was still insufficient for him to forgive Li Feiyu. Shengong, devise a plan to imprison Li Feiyu. Since he has hired someone to harm me, I shall ensure he contemplates his actions within the confines of a cell. Understood, young master. 1,000 energy points will be deducted. Furthermore, Li Feiyu has just provided you with 9,000 points of anger, which have been converted into energy. Ah, splendide. Haha, to trample on someone and yet reap energy delightful. I do relish this. Lu Hao chuckled heartily before stepping into his Bentley. Chapter 43, Conspiracy, Part 1 Bang, Crash. Within a relatively luxurious villa, Li Feiyu violently smashed everything within reach onto the floor, the cacophony echoing from the sealed room, leaving the household staff in a state of trepidation. What has gotten into the young master? One servant inquired. Who knows? He returned like this. Perhaps he was provoked by something. Pfft. What could these wealthy individuals possibly be provoked by? They have no worries about food or drink, with millions to spare. I can't fathom what grievances they might harbor. Sigh. Who can truly understand the affairs of the rich? Whatever the case, we should just mind our own business. The servants whispered timidly, while the butler, a man in his 50s, stood outside the locked room, anxiously calling out, Young master, please calm down. Let us discuss this civilly. Get lost. All of you. Just get out. Li Feiyu bellowed, hurling a chair at the door. What could be troubling the young master? The butler wondered, furrowing his brow. After half an hour of waiting, the noise within finally diminished, and the butler breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, I'll have someone bring you some food. He quickly devised an excuse and wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he left. Inside the room, Li Feiyu sat on the floor, panting heavily. Had there been anything left to smash, or had he not grown weary, he might have continued his rampage to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Lu Hao, he seethed through clenched teeth, the very name of the man he had once scorned now igniting a fire of humiliation within him. Today, Lu Hao had made him a spectacle, nearly tarnishing the Li family's reputation in the process. You will not allow me to find peace, and I, in turn, shall ensure you do not either. With a venomous punch to the ground, he retrieved his nearly intact phone and dialed a number. The once arrogant Li Feiyu, while making this call, exhibited a trace of deference. Brother who? This is Li Feiyu. Yes, I wish to enlist your assistance. A generous reward will be offered upon completion. Ah, thank you, Brother Hu. Next time, I will certainly find you some satisfactory companions at Nanda. Rest assured. After hanging up, Li Feiyu wiped his face, revealing a manic glint in his eyes, and flung open the door, rushing out. Bang! He collided with the butler, who was carrying food, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Li Feiyu merely shot him a cold glance before dashing out. Ah, young master, do eat before you go. The butler called after him as he watched Li Feiyu drive away in silence, glancing down at the soup stains on his clothes, shaking his head in resignation. Shengong, continue to track Li Feiyu's whereabouts. Lu Hao instructed from within the Bentley. Yes, young master. Currently, Li Feiyu is at a fixed location approximately 5 miles from here. The search has yielded results. He is in a villa community named Shanshui Jiyuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao mused that Li Feiyu had likely returned home. Since he was back, Lu Hao decided against pursuing him further, adhering to his principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall repay them tenfold. He held no desire to involve Li Feiyu's family. His target was solely Li Feiyu. Thus, upon learning of Li Feiyu's return home, Lu Hao abandoned his plans to further provoke him and directed his vehicle toward Jingshan Hospital. After a day of recuperation, the injuries of his friends had improved significantly, allowing them to perform simple movements. Observing this, Lu Hao felt a wave of relief. The four of them gathered to chat and reminisce, almost as if returning to their dormitory days. Lu Hao cherished this feeling. He wished not to become estranged from his brothers, simply because of newfound wealth. Thankfully, the three deliberately overlooked Lu Hao's affluent status, interacting with him, as they always had. Laughter erupted from the ward, drawing curious glances from passing nurses. Upon sighting the beautiful and charming nurses, the four men whistled, behaving like ruffians, with Lu Hao joining in without exception, reveling in the moment. As the nurses fled, blushing, the ward erupted in raucous laughter, followed by discussions about the nurses' figures or cup sizes. After more than half an hour of this, Shingong's voice suddenly broke through. Young master, Li Feiyu is on the move. He is driving eastward, though the exact location is still unknown. I see. Lu Hao replied with a smile, addressing his friends. All right. You three rest well. Qinghua, please take care of them. I have matters to attend to. Hey boss, when you return, bring me back 2 Beijing roast ducks. One friend exclaimed. I want some too. 3 orders of Ziyuan Baiwei chicken, don't forget. Another chimed in. Don't worry, I won't forget. Lu Hao reassured them with a nod to Qinghua as he exited. Hey, where do you think the boss is off to in such a hurry? Zhang Yuan inquired once Lu Hao's figure disappeared from sight. The boss has now become a billionaire, undoubtedly very busy. Otherwise, do you think he would be idling away his days like the 3 of us? The rotund one casually remarked. I find it quite peculiar as well. Every time the boss visits, his stay is brief, and he departs in haste, as if he has pressing matters to attend to. Qinghua observed. What does it matter? The boss is immensely wealthy. Surely, he cannot be troubled by anything, he jested carelessly. The rotund one adjusted himself comfortably on the hospital bed. You gluttonous fool. Utterly heartless. Are we not concerned about the boss? Zhang Yuan chided with a smile. Indeed, Prince, since the rotund one is so indifferent towards the boss. What do you think about employing that tactic? Qinghua chuckled mischievously. Excellent, let us proceed with that tactic. Qinghua, you possess great strength. Hold him down. Zhang Yuan's face lit up with excitement. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. Qinghua, if you dare lay a hand on me, I shall sever our friendship. Ah! Qinghua, you rascal, release me. No matter how much the rotund one protested or struggled, Qinghua refused to let go, and given the rotund one's size, escape was impossible. Hey, here I come, rotund one. Fear not. Just endure a little longer. Zhang Yuan descended from the hospital bed, took a deep breath, and gestured dramatically. Behold my prowess, the 1,000-year kill. Zhang Yuan thrust his hand towards a particular area of the rotund one's body. The room fell silent for a moment before a resounding scream echoed. Ah, it hurts terribly. You 2 scoundrels, I shall sever our friendship. Ah! The pitiful wails of the rotund one filled the air, yet Qinghua and the prince, far from being disheartened, erupted into gleeful laughter. Ha! Their laughter resonated far and wide. Lu Hao, stepping outside, caught an echo of the mirth, casting a glance back, and thought to himself, how fortunate to have such brothers. Chapter 44, Conspiracy, Part 2. In the eastern part of Jingnan City, within a lavish bar known as Nightshade. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thus the bar was not overly crowded, with only a few patrons scattered about, sipping their drinks. Waitstaff darted between booths, delivering beverages to various guests. On the second floor of the bar, in a private room that was essentially an opulent meeting chamber, the bar's proprietor, Brother Hu, conducted his business. With a creak, the meeting room door swung open, and Li Feiyu entered, offering a respectful, sycophantic smile. Brother Hu, I have arrived. Welcome. Have a seat, replied Brother Hu. A man in his 30s with a bald head, a face full of flesh, and a robust physique, who gestured to a chair while holding a cigar. Thank you. Brother Hu, Li Feiyu quickly seated himself. Everyone else may leave. I have matters to discuss with Li Xiao. Brother Hu waved his hand, prompting the 4 middle-aged men playing cards inside to immediately set down their hands and exit, securely closing the door behind them. Speak. How may I assist you to achieve such a level? Once the 4 had departed, Brother Hu took a puff of his cigar and inquired. I desire to ruin a person's reputation utterly, ideally, to see them incarcerated for eternity. A sinister expression crossed Li Feiyu's face. It seems this individual has wronged you gravely. Very well, consider it done, but you are aware of my rules. You understand what must be done, correct? Ah, of course I understand. Brother Hu, take a look at these photographs. I have meticulously selected each one for you. Each individual possesses minimal background. As long as the operation is conducted discreetly, there will be no issues. Li Feiyu grinned as he produced 3 photographs from his pocket and respectfully placed them on Brother Hu's desk. Brother Hu picked up the photographs, revealing 3 young women of varying styles and builds, all approximately 20 years of age. As he rubbed the photos, a lascivious glint flickered in Brother Hu's eyes. After taking a deep drag from his cigar, he slammed the photographs onto the table, exclaiming, "Not bad. I'm glad you approve, Brother Hu. Here are the detailed profiles of the three." Li Feiyu magically produced an envelope from his pocket and gently placed it before Brother Hu. Brother Hu opened the envelope, revealing a bank card and 3 sets of information. He carelessly tossed the bank card aside and began perusing the documents. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. "You know how to handle things well. Now, provide me with the details of the person you wish to target." Li Feiyu's face lit up with joy as he stated, "This individual is named Lu Hao, a junior at Nanda University. His parents are ordinary workers. However, inexplicably, he has recently come into a substantial sum of money. Thus, I wish for Brother Hu to have him locked up, preferably for a lengthy duration. Here is his photograph." Li Feiyu placed Lu Hao's photograph on the desk. Brother Hu glanced at it and tossed it aside. "All right then, return and await news." "Thank you, Brother Hu. I shall take my leave," Li Feiyu said, exiting with excitement. Not long after Li Feiyu left, the 4 burly men who had exited earlier re-entered. "Brother Hu," they called out, "tonight, take your brothers and capture these 3 girls for me. Their detailed profiles are above. Be discreet about it." Brother Hu tossed the photographs and information to them, instructing, "Yes, Brother Hu, should we take them to the usual spot?" "Yes, I will join you later." "Heh. Then Brother Hu, enjoy your evening. My brothers will keep a watchful eye on the bar." The 4 men exchanged lewd smiles before departing with the photographs and documents. After they left, Brother Hu made a phone call. Moments later, a middle-aged man entered. Upon seeing him, Brother Hu tossed Lu Hao's photograph in his direction, saying, "Find a way to get this kid locked up for a few years." "Understood, Brother Hu." The middle-aged man took the photograph and exited. Unbeknownst to Lu Hao, a conspiracy was unfolding against him. At that moment, he was nearing the Nightshade Bar when Xingong suddenly alerted him. "Young master, Li Feiyu has departed again. Judging by his current direction, he appears to be heading home." "Damn it, Xingong, can you find out what Li Feiyu is doing at Nightshade Bar?" Lu Hao inquired. "Apologies, young master, but I cannot." Xingong's response left Lu Hao somewhat dissatisfied, yet he chose not to dwell on it. The current lack of energy did not imply a future inability. "Do you have any means to teach Li Feiyu a lesson right now? I can't just follow him around indefinitely," Lu Hao lamented. "Young master, allow me to show you something." As Xingong spoke, a holographic screen appeared before Lu Hao, displaying a peculiar item. "Ding Ding Needle. Level 1 causes any individual S member to shrink by half, lasting 1 week, casting range 10 meters, energy required 5,000. Upon seeing the effects of the Ding Ding Needle, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. A reduction by half. What man could endure such torment? Even though it lasted only a week, it would be enough to drive any man to madness. However, upon realizing the energy cost, his excitement quickly waned. He had planned to exchange numerous Ding Ding Needles, tossing them at anyone he found displeasing, but 5,000 energy for a single needle was exorbitant. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hao ultimately decided to exchange for one. After all, Li Feiyu had provided him with 9,000 energy. Exchange successful. A silver needle floated down from the air. Lu Hao examined it closely, finding it rather unremarkable in appearance. Could this needle truly cause a person's member to shrink by half? Lu Hao expressed his skepticism. "Young master, if you doubt it, you may test it. Xingong can instantly restore you." No, let us not do that. I have no desire to test it." Lu Hao shuddered. Even if restoration was possible, he had no intention of trying. "Quickly find Li Feiyu for me. I want him to experience the power of the Ding Ding Needle." Lu Hao urged impatiently. "Young master, Li Feiyu is currently within 500 meters of you. The route has been plotted. Please proceed to your vehicle." Upon hearing Xingong's words, Lu Hao excitedly followed the designated route. Soon, he spotted the Toyota that Li Feiyu was driving. Accelerating, he closed the distance until only 5 meters separated their vehicles, at which point Lu Hao hurled the needle towards Li Feiyu. The Ding Ding Needle transformed into an imperceptible glimmer in the air, penetrating Li Feiyu's body. As he drove, Li Feiyu felt a sudden chill beneath him. Initially, he paid it no heed, but upon an accidental touch, panic struck him as he realized his member had indeed shrunk by half. Li Feiyu, in a state of terror, abandoned the road, pulling over to inspect his trousers. Upon seeing the truth, he collapsed in shock. My goodness, it truly had shrunk by half. Quaking in fear, Li Feiyu hastily drove towards the nearest hospital. But his nerves caused him to swerve erratically, drawing a chorus of curses from other drivers. Watching Li Feiyu in such a disheveled state, Lu Hao finally felt a surge of satisfaction. His disdain for Li Feiyu diminished significantly. After such an ordeal, it was likely that Li Feiyu would suffer immensely. No longer concerned with Li Feiyu's plight, Lu Hao wore a smile, finally able to enjoy a period of peace. Chapter 45, Conspiracy, Part 3. In the following days, Lu Hao spent most of his time tending to the Rotund One and Zhang Yuan during their recovery. As for their academic commitments, he procured leave letters for all four of them, granting each a week off. On the fourth day of the Rotund One's and Zhang Yuan's hospitalization, their injuries had largely healed. After removing the bandages, they found that as long as they refrained from any strenuous movements, they could function without issue. "I'm about to go stir crazy in this place. Let us head out and celebrate," Zhang Yuan declared, brimming with enthusiasm. "Absolutely. I intend to indulge myself to the fullest," the Rotund One replied, patting his belly. Lu Hao did not refuse either, leading the three individuals downstairs, exiting the hospital, and then driving toward the nearby hotel. At a four-star establishment, he booked a private room and handed the menu to the trio, saying, "Order whatever you like, it's on me." The boss is treating us, so I can indulge myself." Fatty chuckled with a rather dismal, lewd grin. "Indeed, the boss has more than enough money to spend. We should lend a helping hand." Zhang Yuan nodded earnestly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Only Qinghua remained relatively composed. However, when Lu Hao glanced over, he was momentarily speechless. For Qinghua had swiftly taken the menu and began ordering with an alacrity that surpassed both Fatty and Zhang Yuan's incessant chatter. Before long, the dishes were ordered, and as Lu Hao gazed upon the array of extravagant delicacies, he felt no pangs of regret. "If there's any leftover food, I won't be responsible for the bill. You can sort that out yourselves," Lu Hao remarked with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, the three wore expressions of dismay, resigned to the fact that they would have to eat to their heart's content. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the three of them were so engrossed that they barely spoke, devouring their meals ravenously. Lu Hao, enticed by the aroma, joined in, picking up his chopsticks. After more than 10 minutes, an unfamiliar man unexpectedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, after a fleeting glance, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I accidentally entered the wrong room, my apologies." While Fatty and the others paid him no mind, Lu Hao furrowed his brow, pondering how the man had gained entry since the room had been locked following the arrival of the food. Moreover, he had noted that the middle-aged man who entered appeared robust and muscular, yet his eyes bore a sinister glint. Such a physique was typical. But those eyes were not characteristic of an ordinary individual. "Boss, what are you staring at? Hurry up and eat," Zhang Yuan prompted, noticing Lu Hao's unusual demeanor. "Right?" Lu Hao murmured, temporarily dismissing his doubts. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, the man could very well have been genuine in his claim of a mistake. When faced with adversity, it is better to be prepared than to fret unnecessarily. Lu Hao reassured himself quietly as he resumed eating. After consuming a hearty meal for over an hour, the four of them leaned back, content, patting their bellies. Following the settlement of the bill, they decided to indulge in afternoon tea. While enjoying their tea, Lu Hao spotted the same middle-aged man from lunch, and his earlier confusion intensified upon this encounter. "What tricks are you up to?" Lu Hao resolved to feign ignorance and act as though he knew nothing. Once they had rested sufficiently, Fatty suggested going to KTV to sing, to which Zhang Yuan and Qinghua readily agreed. Lu Hao, having no particular plans, decided to accompany them. They arrived at Shuaibin KTV, located on Nanping Pedestrian Street in Jingnan City. After securing a private room and drinks, they entered, and at that moment, Lu Hao once again noticed the middle-aged man, who was now accompanied by another individual. The two were seated in a bar booth, engaged in conversation, and due to the angle, they were oblivious to Lu Hao's fleeting glance. "Shengong, keep a close watch on those two individuals. I want to know their every move," Lu Hao commanded with a sense of urgency. "Understood, young master. 500 energy points will be deducted." With the surveillance of Shengong in place, Lu Hao felt a sense of relief, confident that no matter their actions, Shengong would keep him updated on any developments. Upon closing the door, the four began to sing to their heart's content in the KTV. After about half an hour, a server entered with a fruit platter, smiling as he said, "Gentlemen, this is a complimentary fruit platter from the hotel. Please enjoy." Such gestures were common in KTV establishments, so Fatty and the others did not hesitate to dig in. While Lu Hao frowned and called out, "Wait a moment. Shinggong, scan this fruit platter," he instructed. "Yes, young master. 50 energy points will be deducted." After a brief pause, Shinggong confirmed, "Scan complete." "Safe. Safe?" Lu Hao exhaled in relief and took a piece to eat, chuckling, "All right, just a joke. Let's dig in." As time passed without incident, Shinggong suddenly alerted him. "Young master, the two individuals from earlier have just interacted with a few police officers. The officers have entered, but their intentions regarding this venue remain unclear." "Police?" Lu Hao pondered. He was certain that the middle-aged man who had first followed him was not a police officer. No officer would possess such a malicious gaze. Yet if he was not an officer, how could he be so chummy with them? At that moment, an oddly behaving server entered, bringing several cocktails. "Hello, these are complimentary cocktails. Please enjoy," the server said before exiting. "Wow, this KTV is quite generous. Offering both fruit and drinks," Fatty exclaimed, eagerly reaching for a cocktail. "Don't drink that," Lu Hao interjected sharply, remembering Shinggong's warning. "Young master, the cocktails contain poison. Enough to imprison all four of you. You should head to the third sofa. I just noticed something suspicious hidden there." Upon hearing Shinggong's words, Lu Hao immediately stood up and walked to the third sofa, drawing the puzzled gazes of Fatty and the others. After a cursory inspection, he pulled back the sofa, and as the cushions were removed, the sight within ignited fury in Lu Hao's eyes. For inside lay a bag of white powder, and after scanning it with Shinggong, Lu Hao already knew what it was. Drugs! And not just any drugs, but a large quantity. If the police discovered this, the consequences would be dire. The others gathered around, peering at the bag of white powder with curiosity. "Boss, what is this?" Zhang Yuan asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this is... though I can't say for sure how potent it is. If it hasn't been diluted, we could be sentenced to death," he added, his awareness surpassing that of Fatty and the others. "What? Drugs? How could this be?" Fatty and Qinghua paled at the realization. This was deadly stuff. "I can now confirm that someone is framing us. Do you remember that middle-aged man who barged in during lunch? This is tied to him. I sensed he was trouble, but I never imagined he'd stoop this low." "Boss, what should we do?" Fatty fretted. "Call the police. Let them handle it," Zhang Yuan suggested. "Since they dare to frame us, they must have a plan in place. The police might already be on their way here," Lu Hao replied, shaking his head in resignation. "What now? Are we really going to end up in prison?" "No. I still have so many youthful days to squander," Fatty lamented. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open, and several police officers entered, guns drawn, commanding, "Hands up. We suspect drug use is taking place here." As Lu Hao faced the officers, his eyes narrowed slowly. Chapter 46. Scoundrels. 6 police officers entered in total. 2 stood guard over Lu Hao and his companions, while the other 3 began to search the room thoroughly. It wasn't long before they uncovered the drugs Lu Hao and the others had just discovered. "Captain, look at this," one of the officers exclaimed excitedly, handing a package of white powder to the commanding officer, who inspected it briefly and ordered it to be secured with irrefutable evidence. "Take them away," the captain coldly directed, pointing at Lu Hao and the others. "Yes." 5 officers promptly restrained Lu Hao and his companions, pulling out handcuffs and instructing, "Turn around, face the wall, and raise your hands above your head." "Captain, have you even investigated the situation? You want to arrest us just like that? Just because there's drugs in a KTV? Does that mean they automatically belong to us? Why not investigate this establishment instead, if we follow your line of reasoning? If I were to blow up your police station, would that mean I planted the bomb?" Lu Hao remained seated on the sofa, unafraid, for the drugs were not his. "How dare you speak to me like that? We are conducting an investigation according to the rules, and I suspect that these drugs are intended for your use. I've encountered many young individuals like you, who think they're above it all, but your arrogance has no effect on me," the captain retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Hao. "Officer, I don't need you to dictate how I speak. When did the police become the arbiters of conversation? As for your suspicions, what gives you the authority to doubt me? I could just as easily accuse you of colluding with criminals to frame us, don't you think?" Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. You insolent brat. What are you waiting for? Take them away. I dare anyone to speak out." The captain seethed. "I'll see who dares to touch my brothers. You can expect to receive my lawyer's letter tomorrow." "What if you're police? Does that place you above the law?" Lu Hao threatened. "Talking about the law? You're still too naive. By the time I got into police school, you were still in diapers. Take them away. Anyone who resists will be charged with assaulting an officer. And we are authorized to fire warning shots, the captain sneered, showing no leniency towards someone like Lu Hao. Seeing the police act without investigation and directly attempting to take them away, Lu Hao's expression turned cold, silently declaring the captain's fate. Boss, what should we do? Yes, boss. Those drugs aren't ours. Why should we be arrested? We can't just go with them. Once we're inside, it'll be hard to get out. Fatty exclaimed in distress. The three hefty individuals surrounded Lu Hao, expressing their anxiety. Lu Hao, however, waved his hand and chuckled softly. It's nothing. Just follow them. Rest assured, it won't be long before he personally escorts us out. Alas, boss, do you truly have a plan? This is no trifling matter. The hefty ones voiced their uncertainty. Lu Hao nodded, signaling them to remain calm. As the police approached to place handcuffs on them, Lu Hao fixed a cold gaze upon them, stating, "We are merely suspects, not criminals. You have no authority to handcuff us. Enough with the nonsense. Behave yourselves," one of the officers retorted dismissively. The captain, who had earlier remained aloof, waved his hand and glanced disdainfully at Lu Hao and his companions, saying, "Fine, just take them back as they are." As they were escorted out, Zhang Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He attempted to retrieve it to answer, but an officer following him slapped him, causing the phone to fall to the ground. "Surrender your communication devices. No one is permitted to communicate during this process," the captain declared coldly, turning to Lu Hao and his group. Lu Hao, unfazed, merely glared at the officer who had struck Zhang Yuan, his expression unwavering as he demanded, "Apologize to my brother." "Huh? What do you lot? A bunch of criminals lacking any right to demand an apology from me?" The officer scoffed at Lu Hao's words, as though he had heard a grand joke. "Refuse to apologize, and tomorrow, a video of your assault will surface on major news websites. Feel free to test that theory," Lu Hao replied, his gaze unwavering. This statement caused the officers, including the captain, to shift their expressions, given the current climate of scrutiny concerning police brutality. The ramifications of such exposure could be catastrophic for them. The officer, suddenly apprehensive, scanned the area for potential witnesses, unaware that everything they did had already been recorded. Noticing no one was filming, he breathed a sigh of relief and smirked. "You little rascals will soon experience our hospitality. Enough, take them away," the captain said dismissively as he climbed into the police vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's phone rang again, and Lu Hao quickly picked it up from the ground, pressing the answer button. "Help! Save me! I'm at the Nightshade Bar." A weak, familiar female voice emanated from the other end. After a moment's reflection, Lu Hao recognized the voice. It was Xie Ming, the girl Zhang Yuan had expressed his feelings for. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The urgency in her voice indicated she was in danger. Realizing this, Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Yuan, who had not caught the previous exchange, and felt relieved. With Zhang Yuan's personality, had he known, he would have been impossible to restrain. Nevertheless, the situation was dire, and Lu Hao needed to act swiftly. He could not go to the police station. "Shingong, find a way to restore my freedom. I need to save someone immediately." The police seized the phone, but Lu Hao had already powered it down, ensuring Zhang Yuan remained unaware. "Young master, please hold for a moment. Lawyer Murong is already on her way. In fact, I contacted her as soon as the police arrived." "Ah, you always think ahead," Shingong. Lu Hao nodded, though anxiety gnawed at him as he sensed Xie Ming was in grave danger. Chapter 47. Saving a Life Stop. Just as Lu Hao was about to be taken to the police car, Murong Qingqing arrived in the nick of time, approaching the lead officer directly. "And you are?" The officer, taken aback by the striking beauty and mature grace of the woman before him, paused instead of leaving. "This is my identification." Murong Qingqing presented her lawyer's license for the officer to see. Upon reading the credentials, the officer was taken aback. He had already held her in high regard, yet he realized he had underestimated her. She was a top lawyer from Yanjing, and the prestige associated with such a title was immeasurable. "Ah, Lawyer Murong, may I ask, what brings you here to request we cease our actions?" Recognizing her status, the officer decided to be more courteous, realizing that he was merely a deputy chief in a precinct, significantly inferior to a top lawyer. "I wish to bail out my boss, Lu Hao. In the absence of any evidence proving his guilt, no one is permitted to detain him under any pretext," Murong Qingqing stated matter-of-factly. The officer felt a headache coming on. Even if he were to stubbornly refuse the request of a top lawyer, he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon returning to the precinct. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally conceded, fine, but only Lu Hao can be bailed out. The others must accompany me for questioning. Should any issues arise, I hope lawyer Murong will cooperate. Very well then, boss, you may leave now. Murong Qingqing understood that not everyone could be released at once, so she accepted the condition. Lu Hao nodded, reassuring his companions, don't worry. I will ensure your release within 3 days, and I will see to it that the true culprits face justice. With that, Lu Hao cast a meaningful glance at the officer, said nothing further, and swiftly made his way to his Bentley, which sped away like an arrow. Time was of the essence. Even for Zhang Yuan's sake, he could not allow Xie Meng to come harm. In just over 20 minutes, Lu Hao arrived at the Nightshade Bar, a place he had previously visited while tailing Li Feiyu, so he was familiar with the route. After parking, Lu Hao stepped out and made his way towards the bar, inquiring, Shin Gong, pinpoint Xie Meng's location. I need to go save her immediately. Young master, with all due respect, acting hastily might not only jeopardize your safety, but also hinder your ability to save anyone, Shin Gong cautioned. Lu Hao pondered this, realizing the truth in the statement, and grew anxious. Then surely you have a plan, Shin Gong? Perhaps I should transform into a special forces operative and fight my way in? Do you not find that approach rather foolish? Charging in would surely alert them and compromise any chance of rescue, Shin Gong replied, causing Lu Hao to roll his eyes in frustration at being belittled. All right, I admit I'm overly eager, Lu Hao acknowledged, his thoughts muddled with urgency. Young master, allow me to present something to you. Curiosity piqued, Lu Hao leaned in to see. Invisibility cloak, a high-tech cloak that grants sustained invisibility. Energy cost, 5,000. Consumption of 10 energy units per second. Gasping at the exorbitant price, Lu Hao inhaled sharply. 5,000 energy units? That's exorbitant. Yet, for the sake of saving a life, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Instantly, a black cloak appeared in his hands. Lu Hao draped it over his shoulders and pressed the red button on his wrist, causing his form to vanish into thin air. Fortunately, no one was around. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. Observing the energy consumption depleting rapidly, Lu Hao felt a pang of regret, but dared not delay, rushing into the bar. Indeed, nobody within could see him, allowing Lu Hao to navigate unobstructed to the second floor. The second floor housed over a dozen rooms, and with no knowledge of Xie Meng's whereabouts, he could only check each one. Upon reaching the fifth room, he found it locked. A glimmer of hope igniting within him. Xie Meng was likely inside. Shin Gong, unlock the door for me. Understood, young master. Deducting 50 energy units. With a soft click, Lu Hao twisted the doorknob, and the door swung open. The room was spacious, reminiscent of a hotel suite. Upon spotting the alluring figure lying on the bed, Lu Hao sighed in relief. He had arrived just in time. The person on the bed was indeed Xie Meng. However, she lay there with her eyes closed, unresponsive to Lu Hao's calls. Young master, she has been drugged. Without an antidote, it is impossible for her to awaken, Shin Gong informed him. Lu Hao paused, resigning himself to the realization that rousing her was futile. Surveying the surroundings, he deemed it relatively safe for the moment. No one would likely intrude anytime soon. Why was Xie Meng here? Lu Hao pondered, furrowing his brows. Though he did not know her well, he understood she was not the type to frequent such places without reason. Given her current state, it was evident someone intended her harm. Beast, Lu Hao seethed, his anger boiling over. If you've exposed yourself to my awareness, be prepared for the consequences. With a fist, he struck the bed and donned the invisibility cloak before stepping out. After searching for a while, Lu Hao found the conference room located in the center of the second floor. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man was intently gazing at his computer. Lu Hao strode directly inside. Approaching the man from behind, when he caught sight of the content displayed on the screen, an overwhelming fury surged within him. The screen was filled with rows of photographs of young women. Upon estimation, there were at least 20, each accompanied by a dossier. Some photographs were in grayscale, marked with a date, while others were in color, devoid of any annotations. Lu Hao's gaze fell upon a colorful photograph of Xie Meng. Was it possible that those who had been humiliated were represented by the grayscale images, while those who had not faced such indignity were depicted in color? The realization fueled Lu Hao's rage further. Scum, beasts, and degenerates. If he had a gun at that moment, he would undoubtedly have shot the middle-aged man before him. However, this was not the time for outbursts. Lu Hao turned to the man and commanded, copy all the data from this computer immediately, and then render this machine completely inoperable. Yes, young master, came the prompt reply. Mere seconds later, Lu Hao felt a USB drive materialize in his pocket, while the computer before the man suddenly sparked and emitted a buzzing noise before going dark. What the hell is going on? The middle-aged man exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly called for assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hao slipped out while the man was on the phone, then activated invisibility for both himself and Xia Ming. To his dismay, the simultaneous use of invisibility consumed 30 points per second, prompting Lu Hao to vent his frustrations at Xinjing. Fortunately, Lu Hao soon exited the bar, placing Xia Ming in the passenger seat. He quickly canceled the invisibility, stowed away the cloak, and drove off. As he drove, Lu Hao found himself plagued by a headache. Glancing at Xia Ming, who was peacefully asleep in the passenger seat, he was at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. This was not due to any romantic inclinations towards Xia Ming. To be frank, although he had encountered a few beauties recently, such as Murong Qingqing, Su Qing, and Wang Chuchu, Xia Ming, in comparison, fell short. Besides, Xia Ming was the object of Zhang Yuan's affections. Even Lu Hao, for all his flaws, could not betray a brother by targeting his love interest. After some contemplation, Lu Hao opted for a nearby upscale hotel. After providing an explanation, he escorted Xia Ming to a room before departing from the establishment. Once outside, Lu Hao returned to his car and accessed the USB drive that contained the data collected by Xinjing on the car's computer. The USB drive held a wealth of information, totaling over 10 gigabytes. Lu Hao was taken aback by the sheer volume. Eagerly, he clicked open the first folder, which contained various documents detailing the clandestine dealings of the nightclub's owner, a middle-aged man named Wang Hu. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. When he encountered numerous prominent figures within the documents, his mood darkened significantly. Among them were company executives, police officers, and ordinary white-collar workers, including someone Lu Hao recognized, Xia Changming, the academic affairs director of Jiangnan University. The role Xia Changming played was far from honorable. It incited Lu Hao's wrath, as Xia had exploited his position not only to violate some female students, but also to provide information to the nightclub. What infuriated Lu Hao further was that sometimes Xia even proactively arranged for students to visit the nightclub, the implications of which were unmistakable. Lu Hao was uncertain whether the teachers or students at the university were aware of these revelations, but if they were to come to light, Xia Changming would undoubtedly face imprisonment, and the reputation of Jiangnan University would suffer immensely. Having spent 3 years at Jiangnan University, Lu Hao held a deep-seated affection for the institution and did not wish to see it tarnished by Xia's misdeeds. Closing the folder, Lu Hao's anger remained unabated. He yearned to take a knife and personally dismantle Xia Changming. After a moment of silence, Lu Hao's pent-up rage gradually subsided. He then opened the second folder, which contained a plethora of video files. Clicking on one at random, he was taken aback by its content, which mirrored scenes from certain adult films, and in fact, was even more explicit, as the female leads were all students from Jiangnan University, while the male leads were either Xia Changming or Wang Hu. Lu Hao continued to open more videos, discovering that aside from a few willing participants, the majority of the female students appeared unconscious. Bang! Lu Hao slammed his fist against the steering wheel, exclaiming in anger, "Damn these beasts." He had never felt such fury before. The malevolence within him made him wish to eliminate these individuals on the spot. One was the academic affairs director of Jiangnan University, and the other was the shadowy owner of the nightclub. To his horror, he even recognized other male leads from the videos, including Fang Yong, the deputy director who had come to apprehend Lu Hao earlier that day. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Jingnan City. Wang Hu's audacity was astonishing. Such critical evidence was carelessly stored in his office. Lu Hao scoffed. It seems everything boils down to Wang Hu deserving his fate. Now that I possess this information, I will not allow these scoundrels to continue their predation. After some thought, Lu Hao removed the USB drive. The information contained within was pivotal enough to convict these criminals. He did not intend to hand it over directly to the police. Rather, he planned to disclose it through a police officer he knew. Lu Hao immediately thought of Su Qing, the fierce and spirited policewoman. He figured she would undoubtedly be interested in such matters. Searching through his contacts, he located the number left by Su Qing when she had taken him away previously and dialed it directly. "Hello?" Su Qing's somewhat polite voice was unexpected for Lu Hao. "Officer, I have significant information. I need to report a case." As Lu Hao's words reached her, a moment of silence ensued before a voice full of suppressed rage responded. Lu Hao? Yes, it's me. I didn't realize I was so charming that you recognized my voice. Are you perhaps harboring a secret crush on me? Lu Hao chuckled. You scoundrel. I refuse to take any of your reports. Su Qing snapped, ready to hang up. Lu Hao, speechless, hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, don't hang up. I truly have a major case to report. You know about the Nightshade Bar, right? If you obtain my evidence, you can shut it down and imprison Wang Hu. The Nightshade Bar? You have evidence against Wang Hu? Su Qing's voice brightened with excitement, only to quickly turn serious again. Wang Hu is nothing. I've been investigating him for a while. If you have evidence, hand it over. Lu Hao smirked internally, but then thought of a mischievous plan. Of course I have evidence. But what isn't it for me? Handing over evidence is your duty. Su Qing Thito. But it's not my responsibility. I can choose not to submit it. Lu Hao replied with a grin. Su Qing, infuriated, would surely have punched Lu Hao if he were present. Yet she was left with no choice but to compromise. Fine. I'll apply for a medal for you and a cash reward of 10,000. 10,000? That's barely enough for a meal, Lu Hao scoffed. New money. Will you give it or not? Su Qing demanded. Of course, but I have one condition. What condition? Su Qing sensed something was amiss. I'm in need of a warm bed companion. How about you fulfill that role? Damn it, Lu Hao. If I see you, I will definitely beat you to a pulp. Then I'll just hand the evidence over to someone else. I've heard people at the police station say you're just a decorative vase relying on connections. Don't you want to prove them wrong? You. Fine. I agree. Just give me the evidence. Su Qing gritted her teeth, ultimately conceding, as she desperately needed an achievement to validate herself. Okay. I'll personally bring it to the police station tomorrow. That has settled. Goodbye. After hanging up, Su Qing, fuming, tossed her phone aside, her face taut with irritation. That Lu Hao had the audacity to hang up on me. After finishing the call with Su Qing, Lu Hao dialed Murong Qingqing. Hello, esteemed lawyer Murong. Hee, little brother. What brings you to seek your sister at such a late hour? I just finished a bath, she teased. Lu Hao nearly choked on his own breath upon hearing her words. Why did she have to playfully torment someone like him? Ahem. It is as follows. I possess evidence that could secure the release of my 3 friends, and I must trouble lawyer Murong to make another trip to the police station. Lu Hao immediately shifted the topic. However, dear sister, I have already settled into bed and have no desire to venture out today. I feel utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Murong Qingqing's almost moaning Lu Hao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He was a young man filled with vigor, not some paragon of virtue. Well, never mind. I shall go myself. Lu Hao no longer wished to continue the conversation, fearing that he might lose control over the surging power within him. Just teasing you. Send the documents to my email. I shall head over right away. After all, I still rely on your wages for sustenance. Murong Qingqing's side was filled with the sound of rustling clothes, and Lu Hao's mind was flooded with inappropriate images. Fortunately, he recovered quickly and hastily ended the call. After sending the evidence of Fang Yong and Wang Hu's collusion to frame him via the USB drive, Lu Hao drove back to the villa, took a cold shower to cool himself down, and finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, the events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leaving Lu Hao feeling as busy as a dog. Barely seated for a moment, his phone rang again, and Lu Hao answered it directly. Hello, boss. I apologize for the interruption. Do you have a moment? The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, and Lu Hao glanced at the caller ID to realize who it was. It was Zhao, the manager of the fast food restaurant he had purchased. Had it not been for Zhao's call, Lu Hao might have forgotten he even owned a fast food establishment. He had spent 3 million on it, initially intending to renovate, but alas, that plan had slipped his mind. Zhao manager, what is the matter? Lu Hao inquired. Well, there's been a bit of a situation here. As you know, the essence of a fast food restaurant lies in efficiency. Just now a patron came in to dine, and when informed that a certain item was sold out and asked to wait, he arrogantly slapped a server, claiming he was in a hurry and demanded immediate service. We acknowledge our share of responsibility, but violence is unacceptable. This individual is now causing quite a ruckus in the restaurant, and I would like to request your presence. Zhao explained. After listening to Zhao's words, Lu Hao understood the gravity of the situation. He never imagined that such a peculiar incident could occur in this vast world. If one cannot wait, they should simply refrain from dining. All right, I will come over now. Please reassure the staff and inform them that their bonuses will be doubled this month. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Lu Hao quickly dressed and set off for the fast food restaurant. To be honest, The establishment was not particularly large, and had it not been for its favorable location, Lu Hao likely would not have impulsively purchased it. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at the fast food restaurant just in time to witness a young man in his 20s berating the staff. "Do you know who I am? You expect me to apologize? I earn more in a minute than you pitiful souls do in a month. What gives you the right to demand an apology? Ah, are you the manager here? Let me tell you, if you want this shabby establishment to continue operating, you better get lost." The employees, unable to voice their anger, stood silently, while manager Zhao wore a grim expression but maintained his composure. Beside Zhao stood an 18 or 19-year-old girl, a clear handprint visible on her face, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she did not cry, simply covering her face and standing there, feeling wronged. The onlookers murmured among themselves, pointing at the young man, who arrogantly declared, "What are you looking at? Only you impoverished folks would come to a place like this. You have quite the audacity," Lu Hao declared as he stepped inside and approached the young man. "And who might you be?" the young man asked, puzzled upon seeing Lu Hao. "I am the owner of this establishment," Lu Hao replied calmly. "You're the owner? Just in time. Your staff has wasted so much of my time. How do you propose to compensate me for that? Do you have any idea how much I've lost due to this delay?" The young man arrogantly pointed at Lu Hao. "Remove your filthy hand and apologize to my employee," Lu Hao retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the young man. "Ah, another one demanding an apology? What nonsense!" The young man scoffed, turning to leave. "Did I give you permission to leave? You little brat, do you want to fight? Do you think I can't have you dealt with?" The young man shot back defiantly. "How dare you think you can walk away after assaulting someone? Life doesn't work that way," Lu Hao replied, his temper flaring as he fixed a cold stare on the young man. "I did hit her. What are you going to do about it?" The young man sneered. Lu Hao ignored him, instead turning to the girl who had been struck, speaking gently. "Which hand did he use to hit you? And does it still hurt?" "Boss, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me," the girl murmured, covering her face. "No need to fear. I will handle this." "Which hand did he use?" "Right hand." Upon hearing the girl's response, Lu Hao nodded and glanced at the young man's right hand, saying, "Did you strike her yourself? Or would you like me to assist you?" "Damn it, you little brat. You're quite the cocky one," the young man cursed. "I have every right to be cocky. As for you, Lu Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Damn it. Today I'm going to settle this with you." The young man sneered, pulling out his phone to make a call. The onlookers, sensing the situation escalating, quickly settled their bills and departed, while manager Zhao discreetly approached Lu Hao, expressing concern. "Boss, rest assured it's nothing. Have the staff go inside and take a break. Let them leave early today," Lu Hao replied softly. "All right then." Soon, only Lu Hao and the young man remained in the restaurant. "You little brat, just wait. I won't let you destroy my establishment. I'll have the name written backward," the young man threatened. Lu Hao chose to ignore him, patiently waiting. After a little over 10 minutes, several luxury cars arrived, and more than 10 individuals disembarked, approaching the young man and asking Mangzi, "What is the situation? Why did you call us here? There is a brat here causing trouble. What should we do?" "Damn, just him? He looks like nothing more than a pretty boy." One of the men scoffed. "Boys, take him down. As long as he is not crippled, we can just pay a little compensation afterward," the young man arrogantly commanded. Immediately, more than 10 individuals surrounded Lu Hao, but he merely grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and snapped his fingers. Instantly, over 20 burly men clad in black suits emerged from all directions, their synchronized strides and robust physiques leaving the young man's group utterly stunned. Surrounded and paralyzed with fear, the young man could only watch as Lu Hao approached and gently patted his cheek, saying, "Weren't you going to deal with me? Go ahead and make your move." Chapter 50. The dogs I what? You're too scared to act? I told you long ago, you don't have the right to be arrogant. With a resounding slap, Lu Hao struck the young man across the face. Though fury ignited in the young man's eyes, he dared not retaliate. With over 20 individuals surrounding him, would he really be foolish enough to act? "Sir, it seems there has been a misunderstanding here. My brother could be a bit arrogant at times, and we are willing to apologize. How about this? I'll offer you 100,000, and we can consider the matter settled." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a forced smile emerged from the group. "You think it's a misunderstanding? I assure you it's not. And do you believe I am in need of your paltry sum?" Lu Hao replied dismissively. 100,000? That is hardly a fair bribe. "Sir, escalating this conflict benefits no one, and you certainly face numerous inspections from various departments, correct? If you are willing to settle this amicably, I can ensure such matters won't happen again, the middle-aged man suggested, though his expression betrayed his displeasure. Oh, so you're attempting to intimidate me? How amusing. I fear nothing, especially threats. He slapped my employee, declared he would ruin me, and here I am, waiting for him to follow through, Lu Hao said dismissively, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. It seems you're not willing to back down? The middle-aged man asked, his face darkening. Are you deaf or blind? I demand he personally apologize to my employee until she is satisfied. Did I fail to articulate that clearly? Lu Hao retorted, unimpressed. Well, sir, we're all adults here. Grant me some leniency, and I promise to properly discipline my brother. I'll even offer you another 200,000 in compensation. What do you say? What worth do you think your leniency holds? Do you believe that your money makes you superior? Is a slap worth merely 100,000? Very well, come forward. I'll charge you 100,000 per slap. Fair and square, Lu Hao declared, pulling out a check and writing 1 million on it before tossing it at the middle-aged man, scoffing, that is 1 million. Come here and receive 10 slaps. Fair and square. The middle-aged man's face fluctuated between red and white. He had not anticipated that after already softening his stance, Lu Hao would grant him no semblance of dignity, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. Fine, you're impressive, we'll apologize. Though the middle-aged man was seething, surrender was no longer an option. A rift had been created that would require future reparations. Old Zhao, bring out the girl who was just wronged, Lu Hao commanded. Zhao quickly returned with the girl, who appeared somewhat frightened upon seeing the crowd. Do not fear. Your boss is here, and no one dares to harm you. Zhao reassured her, feeling invigorated by Lu Hao's display of strength. The girl nodded and approached Lu Hao, whispering, Boss, come here, Lu Hao commanded with a smirk, pointing at the initially arrogant young man. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Come over and apologize. The young man's complexion turned pale as he hesitated, refusing to approach, until someone behind him gave him a shove, prompting him to step forward before the girl. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stammered, I'm sorry. His voice was barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito, and he understood that if word of today's incident got out, he would never be able to hold his head high among his peers again. Haven't you had enough to eat? Speak louder, Lu Hao urged. I'm sorry. The young man gritted his teeth and shouted. Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction and turned to the girl, asking, Are you still feeling wronged? Thank you, boss. I no longer feel wronged, the girl replied, her head bowed, unable to meet Lu Hao's gaze. Yet inside, she was anxious beyond measure. A boss as domineering and generous as Lu Hao was truly a man-killer for young girls. A man like Lu Hao was indeed the epitome of a good man and a great boss. He's apologized now. Can we let this go? The middle-aged man interjected, his expression grim. Let it go. What are you talking about? I slap you and say sorry, and that's it? Lu Hao scoffed. Apologizing merely alleviates someone's grievances. There's still a slap owed. You've already slapped him once. Isn't that enough? Sir, we should be reasonable, the middle-aged man retorted darkly. Are you blind? Did you swallow a $100,000 check? The slap you received was paid for by me. I still have 9 more slaps to collect. Right now. I'm talking about the slap he owes my employee, Lu Hao declared loudly. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, many faces twitched. Indeed, he had bought 10 slaps with 100,000. Even the middle-aged man initially thought Lu Hao was joking, but now realized he was dead serious. With that check lying at his feet, the middle-aged man picked up the check and set it aside. We want to take the check. Let us consider this matter settled. After all, it's wise to leave a line for future encounters. But before he could finish, Lu Hao interrupted him. To hell with future encounters. Who in the world wants to see you? Initially, you said 10,000 for a slap, and I didn't argue, right? Now that I offer you 10,000, you refuse? What kind of good fortune is that? You hit someone and pay, but when I hit someone, it doesn't count? Come on, give me the remaining 9 slaps. Not a single one less. Lu Hao snapped his fingers, and one of the men in black behind him stepped forward to seize the young man and began striking him. The sound of slaps echoed loudly in the quiet hall. Once the 9 slaps were delivered, the man in black stopped and respectfully reported to Lu Hao, Young master. It's done. Good. Lu Hao nodded, smirking as he continued. Now that my 10 slaps are finished, it's time for you to return the slap owed to my employee. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words. It was rare to encounter someone as arrogant and wealthy as Lu Hao. In his lifetime, he had never seen anyone so openly defiant. The stance was clear. Either kneel and admit defeat, or confront him head-on. However, if they chose the latter, they were at a disadvantage. They were outnumbered and not as strong, and judging by Lu Hao's extravagant demeanor, he certainly didn't lack money. The middle-aged man found the situation quite troublesome. Realizing it was not easy to resolve, he sighed internally, acknowledging that resisting would only lead to greater losses. Mengzi, step forward and let him slap you, the middle-aged man coldly instructed. The young man, referred to as Mengzi, appeared red and swollen, but spoke urgently. Tian Go, you made this mess. The middle-aged man ordered before leaving with his entourage. Once they were gone, Mengzi trembled in fear, glancing nervously at Lu Hao and the others. Go ahead, slap him, so he knows that we ordinary citizens are not to be trifled with. Lu Hao smiled at the girl. The young girl looked worried, but encouraged by Lu Hao's gaze. She raised her hand and delivered a weak slap. All right, you can scram now. From now on, keep your eyes open. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. And not every place is one where you can act recklessly, Lu Hao scolded. The young man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly fled. All right, everyone can clock out now. Each of you will receive a $500 raise, Lu Hao instructed with a faint smile. Hooray, long live the boss. The employees, already touched by Lu Hao's defense of them, felt even more grateful upon hearing about the raise. Such a boss was indeed worthy of their loyalty. Many girls gazed at Lu Hao with starry eyes, captivated by his youthful wealth, warmth, and charm. He was the quintessential male lead from a Korean drama, the Prince Charming of their dreams. Chapter 51. Arrival in Love? After resolving the situation, Lu Hao did not linger, instead driving to the police station. According to his calculations, Murong Qingqing should have just finished securing the release of the fatty and his companions, making it the perfect time for him to pick them up. Upon arriving at the police station, he spotted Fatty and the others exiting, while the deputy director Fong Yong was being led away by the police. Lu Hao promptly approached them. Oh, isn't this Captain Fong? What is going on? Aren't you supposed to be fighting drug trafficking? How did you end up in this predicament? You little brat, don't get too cocky. Some matters are not as simple as you think. You want to have it easy, Fong Yong hissed through gritted teeth. The evidence brought forth by Murong Qingqing had unraveled all his illicit dealings, stripping him of his wealth, status, and power over women. Whether I have it easy or not is of no concern to you, but I know you certainly want to have it easy. I've heard that the North City prison where you are headed is quite notorious, Lu Hao replied with a smile. Fong Yong's face turned ashen at the mention of North City prison, a place unfit for human habitation. Casting a resentful glance at Lu Hao, he was escorted into the police car to await his fate. Haha, the boss is here, Qinghua exclaimed, quickly spotting Lu Hao standing outside the police station. I knew the boss wouldn't abandon us, Fatty added with a grin. After the brief scare, the three of them were now filled with excitement. Lu Hao approached, embracing the three before turning to Murong Qingqing, saying, Thank you for your help, Lawyer Murong. Of course, it's my honor to work for the boss. I'll take my leave now, but remember to call me in the future, Murong Qingqing replied with a charming smile before driving off. Lu Hao had initially planned to invite her for a meal, but that was no longer feasible. Boss, you're impressive. Such a beautiful lady. If you're not interested, why not give her to me? Fatty nudged Lu Hao with a wink, his tone suggestive. Get lost. You're the only one with such thoughts. If you're not afraid of being sent to prison by Lawyer Murong, feel free to pursue her. I won't mind, Lu Hao chuckled. Let us forget about that, Fatty said, his expression falling. He had witnessed Murong Qingqing's prowess firsthand. All right, it's getting late. I'll drive you to the hotel to rest. You can return to school tomorrow, Lu Hao said, taking the three to a hotel before heading back to his villa. The next day, Lu Hao drove back to the hotel to take Fatty and the others back to school. Since it was Saturday, there were no classes, and after bidding farewell, the three returned to their dormitory. Lu Hao decided to check on Xiameng at the hotel, only to discover that she had checked out in a hurry during the early morning hours. From the looks of it, she was unaware of last night's events, which was for the best. This led Lu Hao to think of Xia Changming, the beast who had harmed so many girls. He certainly would not let him off the hook. However, Lu Hao had no immediate plans to deal with Xia Changming, as he still needed to deliver evidence to Su Qing. The thought of this fiery little policewoman becoming his warm bed partner filled Lu Hao with exhilaration. Arriving at the city police station, Lu Hao called Su Qing and then waited in his car. After a while, Su Qing, clad in her police uniform, peeked out of the station and walked over to Lu Hao's car, tapping on the window. Where's the evidence I requested? All the evidence is right here. Lu Hao produced a USB drive, but as Su Qing reached for it, He pulled it back. Give it to me? Su Qing extended her hand. The agreement you promised still stands, right? Of course, when have I ever gone back on my word? Su Qing shot Lu Hao a glare. That one do. We must sign an agreement before I can hand it over to you. Lu Hao said with a mischievous smile. Are you serious? It's just an agreement. I'll sign it, Su Qing said, biting her lip. Lu Hao then retrieved the prepared agreement and handed it to her. Su Qing took it and scrutinized it closely, her expression darkening with every line she read. First clause. You must clean Lu Hao's room once a week. Su Qing immediately shook her head. No way. I never enter boys' rooms. Strike that. Second clause. You must cook a meal for Lu Hao once a week. Su Qing again crossed it out. No way. I only cook for my future husband. Third clause. During the new year or festivals, you must pretend to be Lu Hao's girlfriend to appease parental scrutiny. Su Qing once more crossed it out. No way. I'll find a girlfriend on my own. I agree to that. By the time Su Qing finished reviewing the agreement, it had been marked up beyond recognition, yet she seemed quite satisfied as she wrote her name at the bottom. With these clauses, that's sufficient. Lu Hao took a look and nearly fainted. Miss, must you be so dramatic? You deleted 29 out of 40 agreements, leaving behind only those that request assistance in emergencies or seek convenience regarding police matters in the future. Lu Hao was truly at a loss for words. He had signed this agreement solely for the sake of his parents, who had relentlessly urged him to bring a girlfriend home. Each time he returned, confronted by their hopeful gazes, he found himself at a loss for how to decline. Recently, he had finally managed to find a girlfriend, yet she turned out to be a woman like Yang Li, leaving him somewhat traumatized regarding relationships. Under these circumstances, Lu Hao had intended to seek a beautiful, yet non-committal faux girlfriend. Unfortunately, all the clauses in the agreement had been struck out by Su Qing. Alas, it seems I'll have to rent a girlfriend for the holiday. Since Su Qing disapproves, I cannot force her. With a sense of despondency, Lu Hao handed the USB drive to Su Qing, bade her farewell, and drove away. What's wrong with him? Su Qing wonder alao. Having noticed Lu Hao's sudden change in mood after handing her the USB drive. Who was that just now? A handsome young man approached from a distance, pointing at the departing Bentley with a cold expression. What business is it of yours? Su Qing Thito Kuli. What did he give you? Show me. The young man was undeterred by Su Qing's tone. Why should I show you, Wu Zihao? Can you not persistently bother me? Even if my parents favor you, I truly have no feelings for you. Please leave my world. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to beat you. Su Qing raised her delicate fist and then walked into the police station, clutching the USB drive. Once Su Qing had departed, Wu Zihao muttered under his breath, his face a stormy shade of anger. He had long considered Su Qing to be his own, and seeing her laughing and chatting with another man made his heart feel as if it were about to explode. The most infuriating aspect was that Su Qing, who had never shown him a shred of kindness, seemed to care so much for that man. Indeed, Su Qing had not shown Wu Zihao the USB drive, which he interpreted as a sign of her affection for Lu Hao. I shall see who is pestering you. Whoever it is will pay the price. Wu Zihao glared coldly as Lu Hao's Bentley disappeared around the corner. Chapter 52. The Unyielding Old Man. Congratulations, young master. You have completed a side quest and earned 5,000 energy. Are you referring to Su Qing becoming my assistant? Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, young master. That is the case, but she did not agree to my request. She won't be warming my bed. That depends on how the young master chooses to train her. Upon hearing Shen Gong's words, Lu Hao nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Is it truly appropriate for you, an extraterrestrial, to be so lewd? What does train even mean? I cannot comprehend. Nevertheless, Lu Hao felt a sense of satisfaction at having obtained 5,000 energy. While it was not a vast amount, it was still welcome, especially given his current scarcity of energy. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Having accepted the 5,000 energy with satisfaction, Lu Hao drove southward, holding evidence against Xia Changming. In order to protect the reputation of the South University, he planned to present this evidence to Principal Zhao. As for whether Principal Zhao had any issues, Lu Hao had already had Shen Gong investigate. Zhao had some minor problems, but nothing significant, which was why Lu Hao felt reassured. Meanwhile, as Lu Hao made his way to the school, Xia Changming hummed a cheerful tune as he arrived at the principal's office. Principal, are you aware of the news? Xia Changming inquired with a smile, sitting beside Zhao Yu. Know what? Zhao Yu, perceiving the malicious glint in Xia Changming's smile, sensed trouble. Last night, I received word that Lu Hao and 3 other students were taken away by the police for committing crimes. I told you such students are a malignancy to the school and should be expelled. Director Xia, we must adhere to evidence in any matter. Lu Hao personally requested leave a few days ago. How could he possibly be taken by the police? Are you spreading rumors? Zhao Yu's expression grew serious. Rumors? How could this be a rumor? I have verified this information. Zhao Principal, I know you tend to favor Lu Hao, but we cannot always rely on personal feelings. Rules must be upheld, mustn't they? Xia Changming replied, dissatisfied. In truth, he had not verified the information, but a deputy director from their circle had informed him, and he was certain it was accurate, which fueled his confidence. Rules? Zhao Yu scoffed inwardly, knowing Xia Changming had never abided by them. If it weren't for my desire to avoid a conflict, I would have long since put you in your place. Jiangnan University is a provincial educational institution, and while it may be termed a school, it is also a quasi-official domain, as many of its personnel are in administrative positions and can be transferred to key roles in various departments. The most crucial aspect in the official realm is, after all, personal connections and relationships. Thus, Zhao Yu sought to maintain a cordial atmosphere with Xia Changming, aiming for mutual development without harm to either party. However, he could not agree to expel Lu Hao. Not only did Lu Hao possess considerable wealth, but the mere association with Murong Qingqing was enough for Zhao Yu to take him seriously. He believed that not only he, but even high-ranking officials from the province would prefer not to create any friction with a prominent lawyer from Yanjing. This was not due to fear, but rather because the legal profession is inherently linked to the judiciary, particularly for those renowned lawyers with connections to the disciplinary departments. What do officials fear the most? The disciplinary committee undoubtedly tops the list. Zhao Yu had no intention of offending a prestigious lawyer over Lu Hao. It was simply not worth it, especially considering Lu Hao was a billionaire. It would be absurd for South University to wish for more billionaires each year, yet Xia Changming was suggesting expelling one. Regardless of Zhao Yu's refusal, the matter of Lu Hao would be addressed later. Even if the police incident were true, it would be prudent to wait for a thorough investigation rather than expel a student based on hearsay. This would violate the school's regulations. Principal Zhao, I do not know what you think, but my stance is clear. Students like him must be expelled. Xia Changming huffed before departing. Watching Xia Changming's retreating figure, Zhao Yu remained silent, rubbing his temples in frustration. He understood Xia Changming's motives for wanting Lu Hao expelled. It was primarily due to personal grievances. Not only had Lu Hao embarrassed him, but his nephew had also been reprimanded by Lu Hao. Ultimately, Xia Changming's actions were driven by selfish motives. Yet such a person held a high position. Unfortunately, despite his disdain for Xia Changming, Zhao Yu had no power to counter his authority as the director of academic affairs. However, he was not overly concerned. Even if Xia Changming sought to expel a student, he would first have to clear it with Zhao Yu. Thus, Zhao Yu did not dwell on the matter and continued with his own affairs. Just as he settled back into his work, Lu Hao walked in, approaching Zhao Yu respectfully. Principal Zhao, Lu Hao, what brings you here? It appears the news from Director Xia about you being taken by the police was entirely unfounded. Zhao Yu smiled as he recognized Lu Hao. I knew it. Lu Hao could not possibly have been taken by the police. This must have been fabricated by Xia Changming to force my hand in expelling him, Zhao Yu thought to himself as he chuckled inwardly. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned but quickly replied with a smile, Principal Zhao, Xia Changming was not entirely incorrect. I was indeed taken by the police. But I was innocent and was subsequently released. Zhao Yu paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. As long as you are fine, there is no need to worry about other matters. Principal, you mentioned earlier that Xia Changming was aware of my situation with the police? Yes, he just left. Initially, I didn't believe it, and seeing you reinforces my skepticism. Why did he inform you of this? Although Lu Hao suspected, he still wished for confirmation. Well, Zhao Yu hesitated before responding. Director Xia intends to expel you, but I did not agree, so you can rest assured. Just as he thought, Lu Hao sneered internally. Xia Changming, you are courting your own demise. Don't blame me. Indeed, I trust Principal Zhao's integrity. I have come to discuss some matters with you today, Lu Hao said with a smile. Oh, what matters? Zhao Yu inquired with curiosity. Just as Lu Hao was about to retrieve the USB drive to show Zhao Yu the contents, the school's announcement system suddenly blared to life. In light of the serious violation of school regulations, Lu Hao, a student from the Department of Media Arts, along with Zhang Yuan, Li Qing, and Tian Bing from the Economics Department, has been expelled following a school meeting discussion. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yu's expression shifted from shock to fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand down on the table, exclaiming, "What does Xia Changming think he is doing, treating me as though I am merely a figurehead?" Lu Hao's gaze turned icy. "Xia Changming, your reign will not last much longer." Chapter 53. Disrespecting the elderly is treachery. Lu Hao, rest assured, the school will certainly not allow you to endure such injustice. If Xia Changming wants to expel anyone, he has not obtained my approval. Let us see if he can succeed. Zhao Yu, seething with anger, sat down. He never anticipated that Xia Changming would act in such a manner. It was a blatant overreach, as if the principal's authority was entirely disregarded. Zhao Yu was well aware that Xia Changming had strong connections in the city and often carried himself with an air of arrogance, treating Zhao Yu, the principal, with disdain. Although he had tolerated it thus far, this time, Zhao Yu found it intolerable. Perhaps Xia Changming had interpreted his concessions as a sign of weakness. Such an interpretation only emboldened Xia Changming, treating Nanda as his personal playground. Zhao Yu had heard numerous rumors about Xia Changming's unscrupulous actions, and honestly, if it were not for the lack of evidence, he would have expelled this parasite long ago. Regrettably, he lacked proof, and in the face of Xia Changming's provocation, he felt utterly powerless, much like those diplomats who could only protest. Yet, what good was protest? Did Xia Changming show any restraint due to his objections? On the contrary, he became even more audacious. It seemed necessary for Zhao Yu to adopt a firmer stance. He silently resolved within himself. Principal, I do not feel wronged, merely disappointed. I had intended to donate 10 million to the school, especially after noticing that, despite its size, the dormitories lacked air conditioning. During summer, the students are so hot they can hardly sleep. However, it appears Nanda no longer requires this 10 million. If I am expelled, so be it. I am confident I can easily obtain invitations from all prestigious universities across Huaxia. Lu Hao shrugged indifferently. 10 million? Zhao Yu was taken aback. It is important to note that 10 million is no trifling sum, and Lu Hao's offer to install air conditioning had been a long-standing concern for the school, one that students have been protesting for more than a year. However, school funding is not something that can be conjured at will. Such funds do not belong to Zhao Yu, and even if he wished, he would find it impossible to act on this matter. Upon hearing Lu Hao's willingness to resolve this issue, Zhao Yu could not help but feel elated. Yet, the thought of Xia Changming's unilateral decision to expel Lu Hao quickly dampened his spirits. That damned Xia Changming. Once this matter concludes, he must be reassigned. Such a person is a calamity for Nanda. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Yu forced a smile and consoled Lu Hao. Lu Hao, do not be hasty. The school will certainly provide you with an explanation. I trust the principal, but a scoundrel like Xia Changming must be eliminated from Nanda. Otherwise, the entire institution will be shrouded in his corruption. And how can the students continue their studies? You need not remind me, Lu Hao. I have heard whispers of Xia Changming's misdeeds, but without evidence, he has eluded justice until now. Moreover, his connections above shield him from ordinary proof. Zhao Yu sighed. What if I told you I possess evidence against Xia Changming? Principal, could you possibly ensure that Xia Changming is imprisoned? Lu Hao looked at Zhao Yu earnestly. You have evidence? Zhao Yu paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Ordinary evidence is useless. In the past, I have encountered inconclusive evidence, but all proved futile. Lu Hao produced a USB drive and placed it before Zhao Yu. Principal, please review the materials within before making a decision. However, I must insist that you maintain your composure while doing so. Zhao Yu accepted the USB drive and plugged it into the conference room computer. He chuckled. You young man, asking me to remain composed. What sort of materials could possibly unbalance my mind? I am, after all, the principal, and my fortitude is not something you youngsters can surpass. Lu Hao smiled but remained silent, confident that Zhao Yu would not maintain that stance after viewing the contents. Lu Hao stood by as Zhao Yu opened the USB drive and began perusing the files. Initially, he expected the materials to consist of mere ordinary evidence. But as he encountered numerous photographs, documents, and countless videos, Zhao Yu's expression darkened, eventually turning a deep shade of anger. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yu's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury that could set the computer ablaze. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the desk, shouting, "This despicable scoundrel!" The materials on the USB drive were sufficient to elucidate the situation. Armed with this evidence, Xia Changming would never see the light of day again. By the way, Lu Hao, apart from you, who else knows about this evidence? Zhao Yu inquired urgently. He understood that while this evidence could condemn Xia Changming to a lifetime in prison, if it were to leak, it would severely tarnish Nanda's reputation. As a veteran principal who had dedicated over a decade to the institution, he would not allow such a fate to befall it. Principal, rest assured, I only entrusted this evidence to you to prevent it from falling into others' hands. Currently, we are the only ones who know. Lu Hao smiled, assured that Zhao Yu would handle the materials appropriately. Although Lu Hao could also ruin Xia Changming's reputation, doing so would undoubtedly harm Nanda and its devoted faculty. Having Zhao Yu take the lead would mitigate many risks. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, a look of relief washed over Zhao Yu's face, and a hint of a smile broke through his previously stern expression. He stepped out from behind the desk and approached Lu Hao, bowing deeply in gratitude. Lu Hao was taken aback, hastily trying to assist Zhao Yu, only to be gently pushed away. Lu Hao, you deserve my gratitude for all you have done for the school. If this evidence were to leak, the consequences would be dire. I fear my reputation in the educational community of Huaxia would be irreparably damaged. Once Zhao Yu straightened, he looked at Lu Hao with a serious expression. Principal, you are being too formal. As a student of Nanda, I naturally think of its well-being. Lu Hao rubbed his nose sheepishly. Indeed, Nanda takes pride in having students like you. Rest assured, with this evidence, Xia Changming's fate is sealed. Once this matter is resolved, I will personally honor you and present you with the principal's honorary medal. Zhao Yu said earnestly. Ah, principal, that seems a bit excessive, Lu Hao stammered, taken aback. The principal's honorary medal is the highest accolade a school can bestow. To put it into perspective, in his more than a decade as principal, Zhao Yu had only awarded 2 medals, one to a high-ranking official in the Education Bureau and another to a renowned educator in Huaxia. What merit did Lu Hao possess to receive such an honor? You have done more than enough for the school. It is well-deserved. Zhao Yu clapped Lu Hao on the shoulder. Well then, thank you, principal. Lu Hao could only accept the compliment. This medal not only represented honor, but also came with significant privileges. Although Lu Hao did not particularly care for such perks, being admired was not without its merits. Please return for now. I need to make some calls to ensure this matter is resolved internally. All right, I will take my leave then. Lu Hao nodded. This matter would likely proceed discreetly, which was precisely what he desired. However, before that, he intended to add a few more obstacles for Xia Changming. Otherwise, how could he justify the scoundrel's reputation? As Lu Hao stepped out of the principal's office, a voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, young master. You have earned Zhao Yu a total of 25,000 joy points, which have been converted into energy. Wow, that's quite a sum. Lu Hao was once again taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. Chapter 54. A club to strike down. How could a director of academic affairs afford to enter such a high-end hotel and indulge in such expensive liquor? Even if one could argue that it was someone else's treat, being treated repeatedly, and each time accompanied by a hostess, raises significant concerns. While dining expenses might be glossed over, how can a director of an elite university explain the morally questionable act of engaging with hostesses? Upon reading the content, Li Dong's emotions surged. This was indeed a sensational news story. If this post doesn't go viral, it would be an affront to justice. Li Dong, disregarding his Weibo scrolling, immediately left a comment beneath the post. Director Xia is impressive. The hotels shown in the photos have been verified as Jufu Tower, Xiankaju, and others. All 5-star establishments. A single meal there costs no less than 100,000. After refreshing his comment, he was astonished to see it had jumped to over 50 replies. He had been among the first to comment, but evidently, many others were swifter than he was, indicating that this post was destined to gain traction. Li Dong revisited the earlier comments. Xia Changming, your mother is calling for you to explain how you can afford 5-star hotels on your meager salary. I'm even more curious about the delicate ladies you summoned. Look at Xia Changming's lewd hands reaching into their chests. The sharp-eyed commenters were relentless, exclaiming, our director Xia is indeed overwhelmed with affairs. Li Dong's indignation flared, lamenting how his hard-earned tuition was squandered by such a beastly figure. He demanded that the school provide an explanation for the extravagant spending of the academic affairs director. Surely there could not be funds for air conditioning for students sweltering in the summer heat while these individuals enjoyed climate control in their offices. Everyone, don't rush to condemn. Quickly save the evidence. I guarantee this post will be deleted within a minute. One commenter astutely advised. Li Dong realized the urgency and promptly saved the text and images from the post. Just seconds after his action, the post was marked as deleted. Although he felt a pang of regret, he understood that the moderators were merely doing their job. and this particular team had been commendable, having been summoned for tea by the Academic Affairs Office for advocating on behalf of students. The speed of the deletion suggested that the moderators had intentionally allowed some leniency. Otherwise, such posts would be removed instantaneously. Though deleted, many had already preserved evidence. Li Dong was aware that there were several adept users in the forum, capable of rapid responses, ensuring they too had saved the information. Before long, the forum buzzed with activity, as one post after another emerged. Perhaps due to the moderator's leniency, these posts remained visible for at least 5 minutes. The first person who saw the initial post quickly shared it with another, and then it spread like wildfire. Thus, the entire forum became aware, and these discussions infiltrated various class and interest groups. By the time the supervising teacher at the forum realized and instructed the moderators to commence mass deletions, a significant portion of the university was already informed about the situation. Many turned their attention to the forum, with newcomers even creating new accounts to inquire about the unfolding events. Consequently, the topic of Xia Changming's alleged misconduct and solicitation became the hottest discussion in the forum. Despite the moderator's swift and ruthless deletions, the student speed in creating new posts surpassed their efforts. Everyone had learned to be clever. New posts never contained Xia Changming's name directly, instead referring to him as someone, allowing for nuanced discussions. Such ambiguous posts proliferated, making it challenging for the moderators to act without risking backlash, particularly when some prominent users held significant influence in other forums. The issue rapidly spread beyond its initial confines, leading to a situation that would soon become a major headache for the moderators. Within just half an hour, the Jiangnan University forum had been overrun with chaotic posts. The moderators simply could not keep up with the flood of new content. The titles of these posts were equally bizarre. Lost a dog. Named Xia Changming. Please contact 110 if seen. And their essay Xia Changming here. Quick, bring a net. I've spotted him. Refreshing the forum revealed a page inundated with such posts, and the moderators found it laborious to delete them, especially since they were human and needed rest. Before long, the supervising teacher issued a directive to ban all newly created accounts within the last half hour. This heavy-handed approach ignited further outrage. Chapter 55. The turtle bastard Xia Changming sat in his office, exuding self-satisfaction. As time passed, he was convinced that Lu Hao had learned of his dismissal. Imagining the expression on his rival's face would be quite entertaining. Perhaps Lu Hao would come groveling, and when that moment arrived, Xiao would relish in humiliating him, ensuring he understood the consequences of crossing him. As lunchtime approached, despite still having half an hour, he decided to leave, knowing no one would dare challenge him. He called his mistress to arrange a meeting, switched off his phone, and exited. The situation on the forum escalated uncontrollably, impervious to any attempts at containment. Many students, upon discovering that the university had begun banning accounts, reacted with anger, leading them to register multiple accounts in quick succession to continue posting. Each time one post was deleted, they simply created another. However, these two were swiftly removed, inciting a torrent of outrage. Such uproar could not remain hidden from the faculty and students, and soon enough, the news reached Zhao Yu's ears. Upon hearing it, Zhao was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. Young people are indeed reckless. However, Xia Changming won't last much longer, so let him be. Zhao was well aware of the grievances Lu Hao had endured. Not only had Xia previously targeted Lu, but today he had unilaterally decided to expel him. Anyone in Lu's position would naturally harbor resentment. That Lu had managed to keep his composure and present evidence to Zhao instead of making a public scandal was commendable. Zhao decided to allow Lu to cool down. After a brief silence, he summoned his secretary to his office to contact the Academic Affairs Office and resolve the situation. Zhao understood this incident would impact the university. But for now, the primary concern was Xia Changming's actions, which had not yet adversely affected the institution. As long as he dealt with Xia promptly, there would be no significant repercussions. Meanwhile, the academic affairs staff was in a state of panic, realizing that Xia Changming was absent from the office during work hours. If this news were to leak, it would only exacerbate the turmoil surrounding the forum incident. Unable to assert themselves, they resorted to incessantly calling Xia Changming. After more than half an hour, someone finally reached him. It was his assistant. As soon as the call connected, the assistant urged, "Director Xia, please return to school immediately. There are some photos circulating on the forum that could negatively impact your reputation." "What kind of photos?" Xia, having just enjoyed himself, opened his phone, curious about the situation. The assistant hesitated. Director, you really should come back. You'll understand once you do." A sense of foreboding washed over Xia. Dropping his phone, a young woman nestled in his arms picked it up, sweetly saying, "Darling, you dropped your phone. I have to go now. I'll contact you later." Xiao's expression turned pale as he grasped the phone, quickly put on his clothes, and headed outside. Before leaving, he cast a warning glance at the bewildered girl on the bed. "Remember, you'd best keep our affair to yourself. Here's a card. It should suffice for a while. Leave Jingnan City. I will find you when I can." Throwing her a bank card, Xia exited and drove back to school. Upon returning to his office, his assistant rushed in, but Xia ignored him, heading straight to his desk to open his computer and access the school forum. As he entered, the side of the forum flooded with chaotic posts drained the color from his face. Clicking on one, Xiao's eyes reddened as he read the content. His expression darkened as he slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at his assistant. "Explain this to me." The assistant, trembling, stammered, I don't know." Suddenly, there have been numerous posts appearing on the forum today. I've already contacted the forum administrators to suppress the information as much as possible. Is suppression effective? Huh? Behind it all, there must be an instigator of the posts. Go find them and uncover the mastermind. Hurry. Yes, I will go right away." The assistant hurriedly dashed out. Zhang Beibei, in a fit of rage, hurled the documents off the table, scattering them across the floor. At that moment, a new post appeared on the computer screen, the second post from Lu Hao. Xia Changming clicked on it without hesitation. The contents were sparse, consisting of only a few simple lines. "Nightshade Bar, Wang Hu transaction." These few words ignited an unprecedented sense of dread within Xia Changming, a chill creeping down his spine. While others might not grasp the significance of those words, he understood all too well. Could it be that his clandestine activities had been discovered? Xia Changming pondered uncertainly, but quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. He had been so discreet. How could anyone else know? Sitting in the office, Xia Changming was visibly anxious and restless. Suddenly, the office door creaked open. Xia Changming shouted angrily, "Get out! No one is allowed in without my permission." To his astonishment, the person did not leave, but instead stepped inside. Xia Changming looked up in fury, only to feel his body go limp upon recognizing the police uniform. A single thought raced through his mind. It was all over. "Xia Changming, we need you to come with us," the officer declared, producing handcuffs and immediately restraining him. "On what grounds are you arresting me? What crime have I committed? You can't do this. I swear I'll call your superior right now and have you all in trouble." Xia Changming screamed hoarsely, yet the officers remained impassive, ignoring his outburst. Once outside the office, Xia Changming spotted Zhao Yu and Lu Hao waiting at the door. A realization dawned upon him, and he pointed accusingly at Lu Hao, filled with resentment. "It was you, wasn't it?" "Indeed, it was I. For a scoundrel like you. May you spend your next life in prison. Farewell. No need for pleasantries." Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. "Lu Hao, you little bastard, I won't let you off so easily." Xia Changming roared. As he struggled, the two officers holding him delivered a punch to his chest, causing his body to double over, rendering him speechless. "Principal Zhao, thank you for your cooperation. We have other tasks to attend to, so we will take our leave now." One officer saluted before turning to escort Xia Changming to the police car, heading towards the nearest precinct. Watching Xia Changming being taken away, Zhao Yu sighed, recalling their 7 to 8 years of collaboration. "Lu Hao, I will revoke your termination notice upon my return. With this pest removed, Nanda can finally enjoy some peace. I must say, it's all thanks to you." "Principal, you're being too kind. It was my duty," Lu Hao replied. "Well then, I must return to handle some matters. You've stirred up quite a bit online, and I need to address that." I was too impulsive," Lu Hao admitted with an awkward smile. "Study hard. I have faith in you," Zhao Yu encouraged before departing. Lu Hao let out a sigh of relief. With Xia Changming out of the way, life at Nanda would surely be much easier. "Congratulations, young master. You have acquired Xia Changming's anger value, gaining 20,000 energy points. Your total energy has now reached 50,000, and your personal assets have increased to 200 million, along with a monthly allowance of 10 million. Activating the cultivation system. Chapter 56. The cultivation system. Fourth update. Wait a moment, Shingong, what exactly is this cultivation system? Despite the increase in assets by 100 million, Lu Hao felt no particular excitement, but rather a keen interest in the cultivation system. Young master, the cultivation system operates independently from the core system. Given your current status, you have adapted to the existence of the core system, which is why I have specially designed this system. With it, as long as you activate the cultivation function, You will gain substantial energy and unlock more items, Shin Gong explained patiently. Lu Hao paused, then curiously inquired, how do I activate the cultivation function? It's quite simple. As the future world dominator, you will certainly have no shortage of money. However, it's not enough for you to be impressive alone. You will need a cadre of capable subordinates. Thus, all you need to do is invest money into nurturing the subordinates you deem worthy, transforming them into remarkable individuals. Each successful stage of cultivation will provide you with energy. Is it really that simple? Just throw money at it? Lu Hao felt a bit incredulous. That is one way to understand it. However, do keep in mind that I will retain 1/5 of the energy you gain for the purpose of nurturing the princess's health. Shin Gong added, that is acceptable. I don't require that much energy. It's better to allocate most of it to Qianxia. I only need a small portion. Lu Hao contemplated, recognizing that everything he had was thanks to his fiancée, Yi, so he naturally wished for her to awaken soon. The princess will surely be delighted to know how much you care for her. However, young master, more energy is not always better. Shin Gong will provide appropriate energy for the princess, as sometimes an excess can be detrimental. All right, I understand. After grasping this principle, Lu Hao felt it was time to give it a try, but as night had fallen, he decided to return to the villa first. There would be plenty of time later. After parking, Lu Hao took the key card, opened the door, and was immediately impressed by the elegant decor. The villa had been beautifully furnished, enhanced further by meticulous adornments, exuding an air of luxury. Additionally, it boasted several advanced electronic devices, many of which were newly released. Hey, Junior, you're back so early today? How do you like the villa I decorated for you? Isn't it stunning? Li Xin proudly gestured around, eager for Lu Hao's approval, knowing she had invested considerable effort into the hall's transformation. Wow, Senior, you must have studied art. This decor is simply exquisite, Lu Hao exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied as he took in his surroundings. Of course, I was the president of the art association back in the day, Li Xin proclaimed with pride. Observing the slight sway of her figure, Lu Hao coughed awkwardly and quickly averted his gaze. Truth be told, while Li Xin's face was merely average, her figure was striking, easily scoring a 9 out of 10, particularly with her eye-catching E-cup assets. Though he was tempted to sneak another glance, he refrained and awkwardly remarked, I didn't realize you were so talented. But why didn't you pursue a career as a designer instead of becoming a sales representative? Do you think I'm like you, with endless money to spend? I have to support my family. If I became a designer, I wouldn't earn much for years. Conversely, while being a sales representative may not be glamorous and can attract gossip, at least the salary is reliable, Li Xin retorted, rolling her eyes at Lu Hao. Lu Hao fell silent, realizing the harsh truth of society. Often, one's passions cannot translate into viable options and are the first to be discarded. If it doesn't pay, no amount of enthusiasm matters. Li Xin poured Lu Hao a drink, and upon finishing it, he noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he smiled and asked, would you be interested in becoming my chief designer? I promise the salary will be quite generous. Startled, Li Xin blushed at the unexpected proposal. To her, the roles of chief designer and secretary seemed indistinguishable, and the relationship between a secretary and her boss often carried a hint of ambiguity. Truthfully, she found the idea enticing. Lu Hao appeared to be a quintessential Prince Charming, wealthy and handsome. Moreover, with her parents constantly pressuring her about settling down, bringing home such an impressive boyfriend would surely astonish them, and her friends would be envious. Senior? Noticing Li Xin staring at him, lost in thought with a flushed face, Lu Hao called out in confusion. Okay, but what about my current job? Li Xin snapped back to reality, sticking out her tongue. Her present job guaranteed a fixed salary of 7,000 to 8,000 each month, even without selling a house. Just quit. Here's the deal. I'll offer you a monthly salary of 200,000 to start, and if you perform well, I can pay you $1 million a month. Lu Hao assured her with a smile. $1 million a year? Did I hear that right? Li Xin's mouth dropped open in shock. What's wrong? Do you think I can't afford $1 million salary? No, that's not it. I just thought $1 million salary seemed a bit extravagant, Li Xin stammered, patting her chest. Well, the salary will depend on your performance, Lu Hao replied gently. I'll do my best. So, you're agreeing? Lu Hao asked, his excitement palpable. What reason would I have to refuse? That is a lot of money, Li Xin said, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Great. I'll prepare the preliminary contract. and you can sign it once you're satisfied. Lu Hao nodded, then walked towards the second floor. I'll take a shower and then rest. Senior, you can sit for a while. If you wish to leave, feel free to do so without notifying me. Upon hearing Lu Hao mention his shower, Li Xin's heart raced inexplicably. Could it be that he intends to? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xin scolded herself internally. Li Xin, when did you become so wicked? Ultimately, she decided not to linger in the villa. Instead, she walked out, locked the door, took a deep breath, and smiled as she departed. After Lu Hao finished his shower, he discovered that Li Xin had already returned. Not giving it much thought, he headed back to his room, intending to sleep. Congratulations, young master. The nurturing function has been activated. The first nurtured character, Li Xin. Congratulations, young master. You have gained 1,000 energy. The voice of the divine palace echoed in his ears, but Lu Hao was too drowsy to pay attention to it, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 57, A New Beginning, Part 1. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Hao awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the time, he had slept for nearly 3 hours, and all his fatigue had vanished. After a few busy days filled with various tasks, he finally found relief this afternoon. Alas, my body is still too frail, he murmured, reflecting on how he could not compare to some of the more robust individuals. He had heard that some people worked overtime until the early hours, reminiscent of an author he had recently read about in a novel titled Urban God of Wealth. The author updated late into the night, and while the story was only over 100,000 words and of mediocre quality, Lu Hao found himself quite fond of it. For no particular reason, he admired this author, who, despite lacking talent, persevered through sheer effort. Lu Hao recalled some of the novels he used to enjoy, lamenting the agonizing wait for daily updates. He resolved to encourage diligent authors more often, as it didn't cost him much. With this thought in mind, Lu Hao took out his phone, logged onto the platform, and opened his favorites, locating Urban God of Wealth. As expected, the author had updated 4 chapters today, totaling nearly 9,000 words. Lu Hao read through it in one breath. The plot was average, the writing was mediocre, yet he finished it in mere minutes, while the author had spent several hours crafting it. Sighing, Lu Hao decided to offer this beleaguered author some encouragement. Donation. Huan donated 10,000 book coins to Urban God of Wealth. Huan was his ID. After donating, Lu Hao left a few encouraging words. But given the limited readership of the work, it was likely the author would never see his message. 10,000 book coins were merely 100 yuan, a sum Lu Hao didn't mind. For him, the joy of reading was paramount. Had he not been too lazy to recharge, he would have donated even more. Exiting the page, Lu Hao lazily stood up and approached the mirror, appraising himself. He still looked quite handsome, albeit slightly underweight, and his stamina seemed somewhat lacking. By the way, Divine Palace, can I exchange for potions now? Remembering the potions in the system store, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten this? Of course, young master, you may exchange directly now. Then let us hurry. I want to grow stronger. Lu Hao urged eagerly. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and he found a holographic screen before him displaying several rows of items for sale. Strength Potion, 100 points, grants 1 strength. Intelligence Potion, 100 points, grants 1 intelligence. Agility Potion, 100 points, grants 1 agility. Constitution Potion, 100 points, grants 1 constitution. Sexual Ability Potion, 500 points, grants 1 sexual ability. Gazing at the potions, Lu Hao nearly licked his lips. These potions were indeed valuable. With 50,000 energy equating to 5,000 points, he contemplated exchanging for 10 bottles of the Sexual Ability Potion, but ultimately decided against it. After all, he had no girlfriend at the moment. What good was enhanced sexual ability? Reluctantly dismissing the Sexual Ability Potion, he focused on the Strength and Constitution Potions. As for the Intelligence Potion, ridiculous. He was a scholar of high caliber, in no need of extra intellect. With a resolute bite of his lip, Lu Hao exchanged for 3 Strength Potions and 2 Constitution Potions. As the system deducted 500 points, 3 golden and 2 yellow potions appeared before him. The golden ones were Strength Potions, while the yellow ones were Constitution Potions. Holding the 5 potions, he gave them a gentle shake. They didn't appear particularly different. Divine Palace, these potions grant 1 ability. How significant is that? Suddenly, Lu Hao realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. How much did 1 strength actually entail? Was it an increase of a pound or a kilogram? It was only natural for him to ponder this, considering the nature of strength in this world. Young master, you can refer to your attribute chart for clarity. The Divine Palace promptly displayed what resembled a player attribute panel from a game. Lu Hao age, 22 strength, 11 constitution, 9 agility, 12 intelligence, 8 sexual ability. Other abilities: unknown. Skills: unknown. Items: invisibility cloak. Upon viewing his attributes, Lu Hao, while unsure of their limits, recognized that his stats were dismally low. Hey, Divine Palace, what's with my intelligence being only 8 points? It's lower than my other attributes. He was exasperated. Do you not know I'm the pride of Nanda, the handsome and intelligent one? He had always been recognized for his looks and intellect at Nanda, so why was his intelligence the lowest? Furthermore, why was his sexual ability represented by ellipses? It was utterly intolerable. Young master, I apologize. I made an error. Here are your true attributes. Lu Hao age, 22 strength, 11 constitution, 9 agility, 12 intelligence, 250 sexual ability, terrifyingly explosive. Other abilities: unknown. Skills: unknown. Items: invisibility cloak. Staring at the newly presented data, Lu Hao fell silent. Divine Palace, can you be serious when fabricating these numbers? Are you playing a prank on me? Even if you want to flatter me, could you at least make it believable? A 250 intelligence? He felt insulted. Hey, young master, how do you find these attributes? Satisfied? Upon hearing the Divine Palace's inquiry, Lu Hao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Am I not satisfied? Are you expecting me to request another round? Nevertheless, Lu Hao was too lazy to dwell on it. After a moment of silence, he directly asked, what is the normal data for an adult? For a healthy adult, the normal values for each attribute are 20. Of course, these are just baseline figures. There are also extreme values. For instance, the most renowned martial artist in Chinese history, Bruce Lee, had a maximum strength of 45, just 5 points shy of the human peak. Wow! Hearing this data, Lu Hao was taken aback. A strength of 45 could essentially obliterate him with a single punch. Indeed, he had learned from the news that Bruce Lee could send an adult flying with one punch. Did this imply that he could also reach a strength of 45, or even the pinnacle of 50? Realizing something, Lu Hao's excitement surged. Yes, young master. Not only strength, but with effort, you can also reach human limits in other attributes, the Divine Palace explained. What are we waiting for? Exchange for 2 strength potions, 3 constitution potions, 2 intelligence potions, and 1 agility potion. Lu Hao shouted. Exchange successful. Seeing the newly appeared potions of various colors, Lu Hao stripped off all his clothes and excitedly dashed into the bathroom with the potions. Chapter 58. A New Beginning, Part 2. The 13 potions aggregated to merely about 130 milliliters, hardly a significant amount. Lu Hao gulped them down all at once. After drinking, he anxiously awaited the effects, recalling scenes from fantasy tales where protagonists would consume elixirs, radiating an air of dominance and rapidly advancing their cultivation, garnering the adoration of countless onlookers. Lu Hao yearned for such a spectacle, but soon he found little time to indulge in fantasies. A surge of warmth began coursing through his body, akin to fire ants crawling within him. A tingling and itchy sensation soon became overwhelmingly uncomfortable, intensifying as time passed. This escalation brought with it a side effect. Lu Hao felt his head grow heavy and his limbs weak. His exterior began exuding droplets of grimy, dark filth, and as these impurities escaped, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, even with this relief, he still felt inexplicably feeble. Deciding to immerse himself in the massive bathtub, he lay back, turning on the water. As it filled, nearly 3 minutes passed. Just as he was on the verge of losing his sanity from the discomfort, the sensation abruptly vanished. Moreover, he swiftly regained consciousness, his body enveloped in an indescribable sense of refreshment. As Lu Hao opened his eyes, he was instantly taken aback, for the water in the bathtub had transformed into an inky black hue, reminiscent of sewer water, emanating a foul stench. He hurriedly rose from the tub and drained the murky water. Once the tub was emptied, he noticed a layer of greasy, gray grime clinging to his skin, akin to sludge. Lu Hao quickly activated the showerhead in the bathroom, meticulously cleansing himself. After finishing his wash, he could distinctly perceive the remarkable changes in his physique. He stood before the bathroom mirror, completely nude, and was astounded by his reflection. He was acutely aware of his own body, yet the image in the mirror conveyed a transformation so profound that it left him speechless. Now, he exuded an undeniable aesthetic appeal. his body proportions akin to the golden ratio. Particularly striking were his muscles, which gleamed with a golden hue, radiating a primal allure, their lines rhythmically defined. Previously, Lu Hao had been somewhat slender, but now his physique surpassed that of many fitness trainers, even possessing the enviable V-shape, defined obliques, and chiseled eight-pack abs he had long admired. The changes in other aspects were equally extraordinary, rendering him nearly perfect. If he were to walk outside without clothing, he would undoubtedly attract attention, not merely for his lack of attire, but for the sheer beauty of his physique, which was nothing short of stunning. Lu Hao's current state was characterized by a youthful visage coupled with a physique reminiscent of Wolverine, an amalgamation that harmoniously coalesced without any sense of dissonance. He was confident that, even without relying on his looks, he could captivate countless young women. Gazing at his reflection, Lu Hao beamed with delight. The effects of the potion were indeed astonishing. His body was now verging on perfection. He pondered the implications of continued usage. As he moved, a surge of explosive power coursed through him. Young master, the initial dose of the potion will sculpt your body into its most flawless form. Subsequent doses will not yield the same results, merely enhancing your attributes, and as you progress, the effects will diminish, often requiring 2 or more vials to achieve even a slight increase in attributes. Lu Hao understood now, although he was thoroughly satisfied with his current physique. Aside from his sexual prowess not being enhanced, nearly every aspect of his body had undergone a monumental transformation. Admiring himself in the full-length mirror, he found himself growing fond of his physique. Such an exquisite body was not easily attained by the average person, as Lu Hao's form had been meticulously optimized through the potion. Simple workouts could never achieve such results. Chuckling to himself, he reveled in his newfound appearance. If his 3 brothers were to learn of his transformation, he could only imagine their envious reactions. Perhaps he would showcase his physique to them in due time. As for sharing the potion with his brothers, Lu Hao had no such intentions for the moment. After all, the existence of the Divine Palace was a secret he intended to keep to himself. After spending some time in the bathroom, Lu Hao dried off and returned to his room, eager to dress. However, his previous clothes were evidently too small, prompting a wry smile as he realized he would need to purchase new garments. With no other options available, he reluctantly donned a slightly oversized outfit. After adjusting himself, he found it still a tad snug, yet less awkward than before. Having gone through such an ordeal, coupled with the potion's side effects, Lu Hao felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10:30, and he decided to venture out for a late-night snack. Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Wang Chuchu calling. It had been a few days since they last met, and she had finally remembered him. "Hello, Lu Hao." Wang Chuchu's voice carried a hint of anxiety. "What's wrong?" "It's me. Do you need something?" "Don't forget to come to the 50th anniversary celebration of Nanning University the day after tomorrow. You promised me." Her tone bore a hint of displeasure as she pouted. "About that, I assure you I will be there. You needn't worry." Lu Hao had no plans for the day, and he certainly wouldn't go back on his word to Wang Chuchu. "Great. I just wanted to remind you. Make sure to dress handsomely, or else humph." At her words, Lu Hao couldn't help but smile, envisioning the adorable image of Wang Chuchu waving her tiny fist on the other end of the line. "I got it. I'll ensure I look more dashing than anyone else." Lu Hao posed playfully with his phone. I was just joking. Just remember to come the day after tomorrow. It's getting late. I'm feeling sleepy, so you should rest as well. Good night." "Good night." After hearing the line go dead, Lu Hao withdrew his phone, recognizing the affection in Wang Chuchu's tone. She was indeed quite beautiful and had a lovely figure, and among the girls he knew, she possessed the sweetest disposition. However, when it came to matters of the heart, Lu Hao preferred not to invest too much energy. Thus, after hanging up, he put the thought aside and made his way to the nearest street vendor. Chapter 59. An Unexpected Kiss on the Weekend. Lu Hao drove to Jiangnan Music Academy, renowned as the most prestigious arts institution in Jiangnan province. It was impossible to overlook the abundance of stunning women here, with their long legs and alluring figures. The campus was bustling that day, with luxury cars weaving through the throngs of striking young men and women, making it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. Lu Hao even spotted a few celebrities being escorted into the academy by security. Yet, even amidst the commotion, when Lu Hao's Bentley made its entrance, a momentary hush fell over the crowd as many students cast envious glances, curious to discover the identity of the affluent owner. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Lu Hao donned sunglasses and rolled up his window, but the campus was so crowded that he struggled to locate the parking lot. "Excuse me, miss? Could you tell me where the parking lot is?" With no other option, Lu Hao spotted a girl clutching books and rolled down his window to ask. "Just ahead. Take a right," she replied, seemingly startled at first, but her face flushed crimson upon recognizing Lu Hao's appearance. "Thank you." Lu Hao expressed his gratitude and drove off. "Wow, he's so handsome. Is he a celebrity? He actually spoke to me." The girl with the books felt her heart race, realizing she had fallen for Lu Hao's charming smile. Unaware of the impact he had made, Lu Hao followed the girl's directions and indeed found a parking lot, but it was already full. After searching for a while, he discovered a Porsche taking up 2 spaces, likely due to the owner's poor parking skills, as its rear wheels were over the line, preventing any vehicles from parking behind it. With no other choice, Lu Hao shook his head and decided to squeeze his car in. Given that the Bentley was larger than the Porsche, he easily nudged the sports car out of its spot, though this inevitably caused some minor scratches. After exiting his vehicle, he left a note for the Porsche's owner, offering to cover the repair costs and requesting their bank account details. Once he had written the note, he affixed it to the Porsche's window and walked out of the parking lot. Lu Hao pulled out his phone to call Wang Chuchu, and upon hearing that he had arrived, her voice brimmed with joy. She instructed him to wait in the parking lot before hanging up. Wearing his sunglasses, Lu Hao stood in a corner, but even so, many beautiful girls passing by couldn't help but glance at him, with some even approaching to ask if he was a celebrity, leaving Lu Hao both amused and bewildered. As more and more people turned their attention toward him, Lu Hao felt the onset of embarrassment. Fortunately, Wang Chuchu arrived just in time, gracefully linking her arm with his, causing the surrounding girls to gradually disperse. "Who would have thought you'd be so popular?" Wang Chuchu remarked with a hint of jealousy. In truth, she had been taken aback when she first spotted Lu Hao, as his transformation was striking. Though he had been somewhat handsome before, he was now a veritable Prince Charming. Lu Hao shrugged, remaining silent as he stole a few admiring glances at Wang Chuchu, who looked stunning today, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. "Shall we? It's time to enter. Today, you are my dance partner, and having such a wealthy partner is my good fortune," Wang Chuchu said with a smile. Following her lead into the Academy's art hall, Lu Hao couldn't help but admire the venue. It was splendidly designed, accommodating over 4,000 people, with a stage that rivaled those of professional performance venues, far surpassing the performance hall at Nandu. "Hey, Chuchu, is this your boyfriend?" A sultry voice interrupted them as they walked through the hall. Lu Hao and Wang Chuchu simultaneously glanced over, and there stood a remarkably beautiful woman. However, Lu Hao felt little affection for her, as her gaze exuded an uncomfortable air of superiority. No, she is my dance partner whom I invited," Wang Chuchu explained with a smile after casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hao. "Oh, haha, then you are indeed fortunate. With your charm, finding a wealthy suitor should be quite effortless." The girl's somewhat acerbic remark caused Lu Hao to furrow his brow. Wang Chuchu, too, grew cold, retorting with dissatisfaction. "My affairs do not require your concern." "Of course, I couldn't care less," Lu Hao replied, "but it appears you are in luck. At the very least, he seems youthful, handsome, and apparently affluent." The alluring girl cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Hao, her insinuation unmistakable, suggesting that Wang Chuchu yearned to attach herself to a wealthy benefactor. Presently, due to Lu Hao's change of attire, which, while not particularly expensive, was still of decent quality, the girl perceived him as a scion of wealth. "Xie Yao," Wang Chuchu called out coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the seductive woman before adding, "I once considered you a classmate, but it seems you have shed even that pretense. Given this, it would be best if we did not cross paths in the future." "Oh, so now that you've latched onto a wealthy man, you look down on us mere classmates?" "Wang Chuchu, I've long known you to be one of those types. I believe soon all our classmates will learn of your escapades. I wonder how your admirers and friends will feel when they discover you are being kept by a rich man. They will surely be disappointed." "Ha!" Xie Yao laughed. Her mirth as wild as it was insufferable. "You may be disappointed, then," Lu Hao retorted with disdain, casting a glance at Xie Yao before gently lifting Wang Chuchu's chin with his right hand and passionately kissing her lips. In that moment, Wang Chuchu's mind went hazy. Her body felt weak as if all strength had fled, and she melted into Lu Hao's embrace. 3 seconds later, their lips parted. Wang Chuchu's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with embarrassment while Lu Hao raised his head, revealing a devilishly charming smile reminiscent of a leading man from a Korean drama. "I am Chuchu's admirer. As for your words, they strike me as mere jest. You envy Chu-Chu's fortune, don't you? You should, for you will never attain it. Lu Hao took Wang Chu-Chu's small hand and turned to walk toward the hall. Behind them, Xie Yao trembled with rage, watching the backs of Wang Chu-Chu and Lu Hao, especially infuriated by Wang Chu-Chu's blissful demeanor. Since her entrance into university, the once celebrated Xie Yao felt overshadowed by Wang Chu-Chu, believing that all the glory and accolades should rightfully belong to her. This would not be left unchallenged. Xie Yao murmured to herself as she turned to approach a wealthy young man in the distance. Chapter 60. An unexpected turn. Lu Hao. Thank you for earlier. Wang Chu-Chu said bashfully as she withdrew her small hand from Lu Hao's sturdy grasp upon entering the hall. Her heart continued to race, her gaze fixed on the ground, unwilling to meet Lu Hao's eyes. No need to dwell on it. Ultimately, I benefited, Lu Hao replied, savoring the lingering sweetness of their kiss. Wang Chu-Chu, noticing his expression, felt her face flush from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. Let us find a seat. It is about to begin. She dashed inside, while Lu Hao shrugged and followed suit. The pair was fortunate enough to secure seats near the stage, not far from several celebrities they often saw on television. However, they paid little mind to this. After sitting, Wang Chu-Chu immediately stood again, apologizing. I have a performance. Please wait for me a moment. My act is third. Do watch closely. All right, go ahead, Lu Hao replied, genuinely curious about Wang Chu-Chu's performance. He recalled her enchanting singing voice, wondering if she would sing tonight. Wang Chu-Chu stuck out her tongue playfully before heading backstage to prepare. With the event still half an hour away, Lu Hao found himself at leisure and began to scroll through his phone, habitually checking Weibo and various forums. There was little of note, save for the cancellation of the notice regarding his expulsion and news of him receiving the principal's badge. Though this news had initially drawn criticism, it was silenced upon the revelation of Lu Hao's donation of 10 million to the school. As he perused the comments, he found them overwhelmingly complimentary. 666, wealthy bro. You are now my idol. No more worries about turning into a roast pig in the dorm. Wealthy bro, I want to elevate you to monkey status. Wealthy bro, do you need a talking dog? Woof woof. Lu Hao chuckled at the candidness of his peers. Their sentiments were refreshingly unpretentious. If someone treated them well, they would remember it clearly. Closing the forum, Lu Hao opened QQ Reading, checking his favorites. The first title that caught his eye was a contemporary wealthy protagonist narrative, which had just updated with 3 new chapters. He read through them without much feeling, but smiled when he noticed the author thanking him for his support in the comments. Scrolling further, he observed the lack of commentary on the book, indicating it was not performing well. Concerned that the author might feel disheartened, Lu Hao decided to recharge his account with 1,000 yuan and awarded a 10,000 book coin tip, roughly equivalent to 100 yuan. He intended to reserve the rest for himself, planning to continue tipping if the updates were satisfactory or abandon the book if they were not, as there were plenty of alternatives in QQ Book City. Unbeknownst to Lu Hao, while he was tipping, the author Lu Bibi was at her computer, typing away, when she refreshed her backend and saw a donation of 10,000 book coins from someone named Huan. Her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. She was deeply touched that someone believed in her work. In her moment of inspiration, Lu Bibi quickly compiled and uploaded 2 chapters of her manuscript, simultaneously penning in the comments, "Thank you, Huan, for your generous support. I truly appreciate it and never anticipated such encouragement. I will strive to produce better content, and I will ensure to include several beautiful friends for the wealthy bro." Sly smile. Lu Bibi intended to craft a significant character in the story as a tribute to her benefactor. Of course, Lu Hao remained unaware of this, having closed his phone just as the university's gala commenced. The event began with the host's speech, followed by various guests offering words of encouragement to the younger generation. Finally, the actual performances commenced. The hall quickly dimmed, and as the largest arts university in Jiangnan province, the quality of equipment and lighting was unparalleled, making Lu Hao feel as if he had entered a grand theater. Especially when the first student began to sing, the sound quality was exceptional. However, perhaps due to the subpar performances of the preceding acts, even the best sound system could not elevate the experience for Lu Hao. At last, when the host announced the third performer, Lu Hao's attention sharpened, and he eagerly gazed toward the stage. Moments later, Wang Chu-Chu appeared from backstage, and upon seeing her, Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat. He was certain that many were captivated by her presence at that moment. Adorned in a pristine white gown, Wang Chuchu resembled a princess untouched by the mire, her every gesture radiating an enchanting aura. Hello everyone, I'm a student from the vocal department, and my name is Wang Chuchu. The song I will be singing is I Like You, she announced before closing her eyes as the music began to play. Lu Hao too closed his eyes, reveling in the familiar sensation, having missed Wang Chuchu's ethereal voice for several days. Yet, as her voice resonated, Lu Hao's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing in dismay. Wang Chuchu was not only offbeat but also pitchy. This was a significant blunder, and it elicited derisive laughter from many in the audience. She looks beautiful, yet how can she sing so poorly? She should just leave. Sigh, another pretty face. In such a prestigious university, can't they find someone who is both talented and beautiful? Is this girl relying on connections? As I observe, it appears that Nanda's reputation has been tarnished by her actions, and one can see the expressions of the senior students in front change. If word of this spreads, we cannot fathom how others will mock us. This is, after all, a celebration of 50 years. I cannot comprehend the thoughts of the directing team. How could such a person be allowed on stage? This is utterly wasteful. Numerous individuals began to murmur their discontent. On stage, Wang Chuchu also noticed the situation. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she anxiously attempted to keep pace. Strangely, despite her efforts, she could not synchronize, and the issues only multiplied. There's a problem. Observing this scene, Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, contemplated for a moment, and then rose abruptly, making his way towards the stage. Chapter 61. Unveiling. As Lu Hao approached the stage, he instructed Xingu to investigate the matter, as it was entirely unreasonable for someone of Wang Chuchu's caliber to make such a fundamental mistake. Young master, the issue does not lie with Wang Chuchu. Rather, it is her earpiece that malfunctioned. The music played through her earpiece is not the same as the live performance. If she keeps the earpiece on, she will undoubtedly be affected by the erroneous music. If she takes it off, due to the acoustics, her singing will lag half a beat behind the live music. Upon hearing Xingu's explanation, Lu Hao formulated a plan. It was evident that someone had intentionally set Wang Chuchu up. Lu Hao paid no mind to the identity of the culprit. He was too preoccupied to care. Arriving at the edge of the stage, Lu Hao boldly stepped onto it. Excuse me, sir, but aside from the performers, no one is permitted on stage. Kindly return to your seat, a crisp female voice interjected beside Lu Hao. This girl appeared to be a member of the student council, tasked with maintaining order at the event. Lu Hao shot her a cold glance, causing her to flinch, and she dared not impede him further. With no obstruction, Lu Hao strode directly to the center of the stage. Xiaoya, how could you allow someone to come up here? President, I apologize, it was just that this person's gaze was quite intimidating. Intimidating or not, does that justify letting someone disrupt the proceedings? There are so many guests here, and the situation on stage is already complicated. Go. Summon someone to remove that individual. If he refuses to leave, drag him down. I don't care which academy he belongs to. The girl named Xiaoya promptly rushed backstage to call for assistance, while the young man resembling the president approached a wealthy young man, ingratiatingly saying, Wang Xiao, is it acceptable for someone to have gone up there? Problems? The more issues, the better. I intend to make sure he encounters them. Wang Xiao replied with a dismissive smirk, carelessly grabbing at the waist of a nearby girl. Wang Xiao, do ensure you toy with them thoroughly. After all, tonight, they belong to you. A voice dripping with seduction echoed, leaving even the president feeling parched. Of course. The young man laughed raucously. On stage, as Lu Hao reached the center, the flustered Wang Chuchu, upon seeing him, seemed to find her anchor, her earlier panic gradually subsiding. Lu Hao smiled at her, reached behind her ear to remove the earpiece, and then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the audience, placed the earpiece in his own ear. The music that emanated was indeed different from that performed live. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? This earpiece is faulty. The music inside does not correspond with the live performance. If anyone doubts this, feel free to come up and try for yourselves. Lu Hao removed the earpiece and stepped up to the microphone, addressing the audience. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with exclamations of disbelief filling the air. What a joke! How could the Music Academy commit such a fundamental error? The guests and students were taken aback, but down below, Wang Xiao's face darkened considerably. Damn it, how does this kid know about the earpiece problem? Go, inform the backstage crew to adjust the sound in the earpiece. Even if he knows, it doesn't matter. I will still ensure his downfall. Wang Xiao cursed under his breath. On stage, Lu Hao initially believed his explanation would alleviate the situation, but he was met with a barrage of insults that turned his expression icy. Do not listen to his nonsense. I know this person. He is the rich second generation who is supporting Wang Chuchu. He and Wang Chuchu are clearly entangled, so of course he would speak in her defense. Indeed, I personally witnessed him escorting Wang Chuchu to a hotel. His words are utterly untrustworthy. Everyone can come up and listen to the music in the earpiece and see if there is any issue. A woman who appeared deceptively pure, yet was scandalously flirtatious like Wang Chuchu was tarnishing the reputation of the music academy. I believe she should be expelled. Absolutely, she should be expelled. What right does she have to be on stage singing? Yes, Wang Chuchu, get down. Get down. Listening to the uproar around him, Lu Hao glanced at Wang Chuchu, who was pale and trembling, clearly distressed by the previous remarks. At this moment, a representative from the school, a teacher, approached with dissatisfaction etched on his face, casting a cold glance at Wang Chuchu. What is the meaning of this? Aren't you embarrassed standing up there? Get down and let the next act proceed. Wang Chuchu's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hao's anger flared, though he restrained himself from exploding. This is an issue from your backstage, right? How can you place the blame on Chuchu? I have stated that there is a problem with your earpiece. The music inside is not the same as the live performance. Lu Hao asserted angrily. Our backstage has no issues. Do not stir up trouble. If you do not step down, we will have no choice but to take action. Lu Hao, furious, laughed in disbelief. How can you know it is not your fault without investigating? Does this situation not warrant inquiry? The Music Academy has never encountered such a problem. It is clearly her fault. Enough of your excuses. Hurry up and get her down. Do not waste any more time here. As he spoke, the teacher reached out to push Wang Chuchu down, prompting Lu Hao to erupt. He swatted the teacher's hand away, exclaiming, "How dare you? Instead of investigating your own problems, you come here to blame us? Bullying a girl is not an accomplishment. If you insist on playing this game, then I shall play along. How dare you speak like that? Which academy do you belong to?" The teacher, furious at Lu Hao's words, pointed an accusing finger at him. "Go to hell. Remove your filthy hand. Since you cannot manage your own affairs at the Music Academy, I will assist you," Lu Hao declared, forcefully throwing the earpiece to the ground and crushing it beneath his foot. He then approached the microphone, stating loudly, "Many of you are mocking Wang Chuchu for her singing. I do not know if you are intentionally being malicious or simply following the crowd. All I know is that the person orchestrating this behind the scenes. I will find you, and do not let me discover your identity. Since the Music Academy believes there are no issues, I shall demonstrate whether it is indeed your fault." After finishing his statement, Lu Hao shot a cold glance at the teacher, whose face turned an ashen shade of anger. But he dared not confront Lu Hao before the crowd, resorting instead to pulling out his phone to make a call. At that moment, Lu Hao took a deep breath, lightly snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a line of individuals clad in black appeared from seemingly nowhere, gradually making their way to the stage. Crucially, these individuals were not empty-handed. They carried various musical instruments. Once the black-clad individuals set the instruments on stage, they stood poised, ready to perform. After arranging the stage, Lu Hao spoke into the microphone. "For those who have slandered, open your eyes and see clearly whether the issue lies with Chuchu." After finishing his words, Lu Hao left the microphone for Wang Chuchu, gently encouraging her, "Prove yourself." He then seated himself at a piano. "Xingu, exchange for the piano skill book." "Yes, young master." Exchange successful, 1,000 points deducted. As Lu Hao felt a newfound familiarity with the piano envelop him, he raised his hands, gently placing them on the keys before slowly beginning to play. Chapter 62. The young master downstage. Although many continued to jeer and mock, Lu Hao paid them little mind. His sole focus was to assist Wang Chuchu and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of the detractors. As the piano notes resonated, the noise from the audience diminished somewhat, and the musicians seated at the front were taken aback by Lu Hao's displayed proficiency. While he may not compare to the greats, he certainly surpassed many others, prompting the musicians to adopt a more respectful demeanor and listen intently. As the piano melody unfolded, the black-clad performers began to play their instruments. Once the introduction concluded, Wang Chuchu's voice soared like a nightingale, filling the entire stage. The derisive jeers from earlier ceased abruptly. The contrast between Wang Chuchu's current performance and her previous one was like night and day. Not only was she perfectly in tune, but her voice was soft and ethereal, providing an immensely pleasant listening experience. With just a single line of lyrics, many who had once jeered felt profound regret for their earlier foolishness. How could such a beautiful voice possibly be feigned? Overcome by guilt, the students turned their gaze towards those who had just instigated them. Upon closer inspection, they realized something was amiss. These individuals bore no resemblance to students from the conservatory. Even the most liberal of conservatory students would not sport earrings or hair dyed in eccentric colors. Anger surged within them as they deduced that these troublemakers were indeed the source of the disruption. The culprits, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily vacated their seats and fled the hall, fearing the wrath of the aggrieved students. A few minutes later, as the performance concluded, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wang Chuchu, witnessing the crowd's appreciation, felt tears welling in her eyes, not from indignation, but from profound emotion. She glanced back at Lu Hao, who offered her an encouraging smile. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to the audience and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Lu Hao rose and approached her, casting a cold glance at the teacher who had just returned from a phone call. He spoke calmly. "Do you still believe the issue lies with us?" The teacher, now sweating profusely under the scrutiny of so many eyes, understood that the problem stemmed from backstage. After all, how could one explain the flawless performance delivered with a different set of equipment? The teacher dared not utter further words, offering repeated apologies instead. Lu Hao dismissed him with a disdainful glance and led Wang Chuchu towards the audience. He was aware that this matter was beyond the teacher's control, and thus he chose not to dwell on it. "Why are you all just standing there? Who among you is scheming against me? You had better come forward and admit your fault, or I shall show no mercy." The teacher, now devoid of any goodwill, coldly reprimanded the student council president who had hurried over. The president's forehead glistened with sweat. He was all too aware of the situation. "Hello, Junior. I am the vice president of music at Tianyin Company. Are you interested in becoming a singer? I am from Rolling Stone Records. Junior, your vocal talent is exceptional. Please consider signing with us. Junior, if you sign with us, we can produce your first album by the end of the year." The guests seated at the front, upon seeing Lu Hao and Wang Chuchu descend, immediately surrounded them, showering Wang Chuchu with various enticing offers. After a moment's contemplation, she politely declined. "I appreciate the offers, but I still have much to learn and currently do not wish to pursue a singing career. Sorry." With that, Wang Chuchu and Lu Hao exited, leaving behind a cadre of executives wearing expressions of regret. They were genuinely enamored by Wang Chuchu's distinctive voice, believing that with a bit of refinement, she would undoubtedly rise to fame. Though rejected, these companies were not ready to relent. They returned to their seats, intent on gathering more information about her. Why give up such a splendid opportunity just like that? Lu Hao inquired as they stepped out of the art hall and approached his Bentley. "I don't wish to enter the entertainment industry so soon. I've heard it can be quite chaotic, and I fear I won't be able to protect myself," Wang Chuchu replied, pouting. "Huh, I'll protect you. With a wealthy man like me around, who would dare to bully you?" Lu Hao responded nonchalantly. He meant no other implications. But Wang Chuchu evidently misinterpreted his words, her fair complexion flushing with embarrassment as her heart raced uncontrollably. "Please, take care of yourself first before thinking of protecting others." "How boastful!" A derisive voice interrupted, causing both Lu Hao and Wang Chuchu to turn. They beheld a rather arrogant young man striding towards them, flanked by more than a dozen followers. Most notably, a seductive woman accompanied him, someone Lu Hao had encountered prior to this moment. "Wang Chuchu, we meet again," Xie Yao sneered. "You were the one causing the disruption earlier, weren't you?" Lu Hao smiled at the young man, inquiring, "Is that so? And what of it?" "Indeed, it was I. I simply detest Wang Chuchu and intended to embarrass her. But it seems luck was on your side," the young man boasted. "My luck has always been quite good. But do you not think it excessive to bully a girl?" "Ha, I relish in such actions. What can you do about it? I've bullied her, and you can come at me if you dare," he taunted, lifting his chin defiantly. In a swift motion, Lu Hao took advantage of the distraction and delivered a sharp slap to the young man's left cheek, leaving 5 clear handprints on his face. The young man, stunned, crouched down while covering his face. Lu Hao shrugged, saying, "You all heard it. He asked me to hit him. I've never encountered someone so absurd as to make such a request. However, I am one who enjoys helping others, so I simply had to fulfill his wish." "Young Master Wang, are you all right?" The young man's followers rushed to his side in a flurry. "What are you standing around for? Get him! Teach him a lesson." Young Master Wang grimaced in pain, his face still stinging. At the command, The followers rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards Lu Hao. He raised his hand, saying, "You must realize where you are, at the conservatory. Do you truly believe you can assault me and leave without consequence? None of you wish to spend time in jail, do you?" Hearing Lu Hao's words, the followers hesitated. This was, after all, a university campus, and engaging in violence here could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, several security guards had begun to take notice, though they had yet to intervene. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Attack him. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame," young Master Wang shouted, baring his teeth in anger. "That is precisely why I say your young master lacks intelligence. He asked me to hit him, and now he is trying to drag you all down with him. I genuinely feel sorry for you." Lu Hao looked at them with a hint of pity. "Shut up. If you don't act, you won't see a penny of your salary this month. Somebody take him down. I'll reward you with 10,000. Young Master Wang bellowed. Chapter 63. The one thing that isn't lacking is money. Upon hearing the young man's declaration, his followers seemed tempted. 10,000 was certainly enough for a few days of indulgence. Besides, they reasoned if they merely caused Lu Hao some trouble, they could be released from custody within a few days. It appeared to be a worthwhile trade. Thus, their hesitant gazes transformed into resolute determination as they advanced toward Lu Hao, fists clenched. However, just as they reached him, Lu Hao pulled out a bank card, waving it in front of them with a mischievous grin. "This card contains 500,000. Go, give that young Master Wang a good thrashing, and the money is yours. Honestly, I feel embarrassed for your young master. Is he so cheap as to offer only 10,000? Are you all so easily bought?" He tossed the card into the hands of the lead follower, who stared at it in disbelief, faltering in his steps. "What are you waiting for? Go after him. Do you honestly believe he'll give you 500,000? Only a fool would spend that much on you." Young Master Wang yelled in frustration. The followers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Though they were lowly subordinates, they were still human and possessed a sense of dignity. While they could tolerate young Master Wang's insults, his contempt during this moment was too much for them. The lead follower hesitated, gripping the card tightly, uncertain. "Is there really 500,000 in there?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt. Here, let me write you a check. This can't be forged, and you can see the amount," Lu Hao replied, pulling out a check for 500,000 and tossing it to the lead follower. As he caught it and inspected the check, his eyes lit up with excitement. Though he hadn't seen much money in his life, he had certainly encountered checks before. Holding that substantial amount in his hands sent him into a euphoric state, his cheeks flushing with exhilaration. Seeing the eager gazes of the other followers, he nodded with difficulty, igniting a surge of excitement among them. 500,000 was a tremendous sum. Concealing the check securely, the lead follower turned around, followed by the others, smirking as they approached young Master Wang. "What are you all planning to do?" "Ah, I'm your young master. Haven T, I treated you well? Damn it. You're betraying me for 500,000? Don't come any closer," young Master Wang shouted, panic evident in his voice. "You treat us well? You often cut our wages without a second thought and never regard us as human." "I've long wished to quit," one follower retorted. "Exactly. We're the ones doing the dirty work while you sit back in comfort. When have you ever rewarded us? Last time I was injured, you gave me a measly 1,000 to cover my hospital bills. Well, we're really quitting now. Brothers, teach him a lesson and put him in his place." With that, a swarm of them surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches. Lu Hao stood by, utterly astonished. Wow, this young Master Wang really has it rough. He can't even control his own subordinates. Xie Yao, standing nearby, was already pale with fear, covering her mouth with her hands as she helplessly watched the unfolding chaos. The altercation persisted for over a minute. Had it not been for the intervention of the school's security personnel, it is likely that the scuffle would have continued for some time. This incident clearly illustrates that Wang Xiao is truly devoid of popular support. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Xiao lay there, his head swollen to the size of a pig's head, emitting only pained groans, completely immobilized on the ground. Lu Hao approached, crouching down to inspect the scene closely. He couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Xiao's pitiful state, sneering, "Remember this well. Do not provoke my woman again, or I shall strike you every time we cross paths in the future. You, just wait. I want to let you off." Ugh. Wang Xiao's hateful gaze bore into Lu Hao, filled with venomous intent. If looks could kill, Lu Hao would have perished countless times. "Oh, you can certainly rise and attack me now, can't you? But can you even stand? How utterly pathetic you are. In terms of looks, you cannot compete with me." And in terms of wealth, you are far outmatched. Tell me, doesn't T living like this feel incredibly suffocating? Lu Hao's words incensed Wang Xiao, causing him to tear at his wounds in frustration, groaning incessantly. Lu Hao felt not an ounce of sympathy. He believed that a spoiled rich heir like Wang Xiao had subjected others to similar torment in the past. And now he was merely receiving a taste of his own medicine. At that moment, the security personnel had arrived, quickly surrounding Lu Hao and cautiously inquiring, "What happened here?" "Ah, security brother, you arrived just in time. This individual was trying to act tough and has now fallen flat. Please escort him to the hospital. By the way, here S100,000, a token of appreciation for your hard work. I trust you all didn't witness today's events, correct?" Lu Hao said with a smile. The security team hesitated momentarily. The allure of 100,000 was significant, especially since they recognized the beaten individual as the loathsome Wang Junkai, the scion of the Wang family. Wang Xiao, emboldened by his family's influence, had often disregarded them. After a brief discussion, the security personnel accepted Lu Hao's money, spat in disdain, and left with an air of nonchalance. Seeing the security call for an ambulance, Lu Hao shrugged and prepared to leave with Wang Chuchu. At that moment, the group of young men who had been standing nearby approached Lu Hao, saying, "Boss, please take us in. We wish to follow you from now on." Lu Hao surveyed the group, noticing they were in their late 20s, each exuding vitality. He did not refuse, stating, "You may become my subordinates, but you must heed my commands henceforth. Is that understood?" None of them had been among those mocking Wang Chuchu in the art hall. Otherwise, Lu Hao would have given them a far less amiable reception. "Understood, absolutely." The group eagerly nodded. "All right, you must be the leader among them. You look quite fierce. From now on, your name shall be Xiaohu. You will be responsible for leading them. Here's my contact information. Call me tomorrow. I must take my leave now." Lu Hao handed a business card to Xiaohu and then opened the car door for Wang Chuchu, only taking his seat in the driver's position after she had entered. Right, boss, here's a card with 500,000. Xiaohu raised the card that Lu Hao had first given him. It was known that this card contained 500,000. "Consider it a welcome gift for my brothers. Rest assured, I am never short of money." Lu Hao rolled up the car window and drove off. Chapter 64, The Injustice Boss. Take care. The group bowed deeply, waiting until Lu Hao's car had disappeared into the distance before straightening up. However, every face was alight with fervent smiles. "Our boss is incredible. This new leader is extraordinarily wealthy. Just look at the 100,000 he tossed around. Indeed, following the boss will surely lead us to fortune. You lads, what is 100,000? Did you see the car the boss was driving? If I'm not mistaken, it must be worth over 10 million. Xiaohu remarked. "Such an expensive vehicle. Wouldn't it cost thousands just to drive it around? Damn, I truly cannot comprehend the lives of these tycoons." Listening to the awe of his subordinates, Xiaohu's smile faded, and he stated seriously, "We have aligned ourselves with the new boss, not merely because Wang Junkai is ungrateful, but because engaging in such behavior is disgraceful. Therefore, we must remain loyal to our new boss and strive to earn his trust. Understood? As long as the new boss is satisfied, we need not worry for the rest of our lives." "Understood. We will do as the boss says." The group replied in unison. "Good. Let us go with style. Boss, what about Wang Junkai and that pretty girl? Let him lie here and experience what my brothers have felt before." As for the girl, Xiaohu glanced at her, then sneered. "As long as one is willing to spend, there are plenty of women to be had. Women that can be bought with money are of little consequence. They are merely for show." Xiaohu chuckled coldly, then left with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Xie Yao stood pale, her body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing. "Congratulations, young master. You have gained Wang Junkai's and Xie Yao's enmity points, totaling 7,000 energy. You have also received the admiration points from Xiaohu and his group, totaling 3,000 energy. After deducting 1/5, the young master has acquired 8,000 energy." Having parked outside the school, Lu Hao glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 in the evening. It was getting late. He glanced at Wang Chuchu in the passenger seat, noticing she was nervously clutching her skirt, her head bowed. Lost in thought, "What is on your mind?" Lu Hao inquired. Nothing at all," Wang Chuchu hurriedly replied. Lu Hao did not press further, taking Wang Chuchu to eat something. By the time they returned, it was nearly 11:30, and the school dormitory had long since closed, making it impossible to return. "How about we go to a hotel?" Lu Hao pondered. realizing it would be too conspicuous to take Wang Chuchu back to his villa, and she would undoubtedly resist the idea. Go. To a hotel? Wang Chuchu stammered. Yes. Or would you prefer to sleep on the streets? Lu Hao chuckled, glancing at her. Well, all right then. Wang Chuchu responded, quickly lowering her head again. Lu Hao opened the navigation app and headed to the nearest five-star hotel. Sir, do you have a reservation? The young receptionist smiled as they arrived at the front desk. Reservation? No, I don't. Lu Hao shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity of such a suggestion, as he had not anticipated needing accommodation that night. Without a reservation, we currently only have presidential suites available. Would you like to stay, sir? The receptionist inquired again. Sure, give me 2 presidential suites, Lu Hao said, pulling out his bank card and placing it on the front desk. Sir, actually the presidential suite is quite spacious, enough for both of you to stay together. The receptionist kindly reminded him. Not an issue, just swipe the card. Lu Hao replied with a smile. Very well, sir. Please provide your ID. The total comes to 13,333. If you require assistance, you can call for a personal butler available 24 hours a day. They will attend to your needs. The receptionist said with a gentle smile, reaching for Lu Hao's bank card to process the transaction. Lu Hao nodded, producing his ID. When it was Wang Chuchu's turn, she hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, wait, we will only take 1 room. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Looking at her in confusion, Wang Chuchu, head bowed, whispered like a mosquito, 2 rooms cost too much, and besides, they said the presidential suite is large enough for us both. But, truthfully, Lu Hao did not care much about the $1,000, compared to Wang Chuchu's reputation. That sum was insignificant. He had just casually spent $1 million and gathered over 10 subordinates, none of whom were as important as Wang Chuchu. No buts. If you disagree, we will find another hotel. All right, I concede. Lu Hao, feeling helpless, agreed to book just 1 room. After receiving the room key, they followed a staff member to the presidential suite on the 16th floor. Upon entering the room, it was indeed spacious enough. It could comfortably accommodate 20 people. I'm going to take a shower. You are not allowed to peek. You will sleep outside while I take the master bedroom, Wang Chuchu commanded assertively. As a man, Lu Hao did not object, taking a seat on the sofa outside and turning on the television. However, although the television was on, all of Lu Hao's focus was on the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water and catching glimpses of her alluring figure through the glass. Lu Hao felt a surge of desire, a wave of temptation crashing against his mind. Ugh, this is torturous. Lu Hao, well aware of his predicament, found himself in a state of agitation. After more than half an hour, Wang Chuchu emerged, wrapped in a towel. Lu Hao instantly turned his head, feigning interest in the television, though his eyes still snuck glances at her. Observing Wang Chuchu's fair, exposed skin, Lu Hao struggled to swallow, inwardly cursing, damn it. Is this necessary? Should he just charge in and take what he desired? Lu Hao was startled by his own thoughts, reprimanding himself for being a beast. And he had no choice but to compose himself, straining to hear what Wang Chuchu was doing. Seems like she is drying her hair? The sounds from inside made Lu Hao restless, tempted to rush in and indulge in her beauty, yet he ultimately refrained, reminding himself not to make a mistake. With a roar, Lu Hao dashed into the bathroom, intending to take a cold shower. However, upon entering and witnessing the enticing scene, he couldn't help but embarrassingly bleed from his nose. In the bathroom, a pink kawaii pair of underwear was casually draped over the clothes rack, accompanied by an enormous bra that, judging by Lu Hao's years of watching films from the island nation, could only be an E-cup at the very least. Meanwhile, Wang Chuchu's white dress lay neatly to the side, still faintly imbued with her delicate fragrance. Lu Hao felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately. Yet he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move until a piercing scream jolted him back to reality. He wiped away the blood from his nose and turned to see Wang Chuchu, flustered and standing outside the bathroom. He managed an awkward smile. Her face was as crimson as if it had been stained with blood, and her flawless skin added an irresistible allure. With her head bowed, she entered the room silently, clutching her clothes to her chest, then stamped her foot in a fluster before dashing out. Hee. Lu Hao chuckled reluctantly. The primal energy within him felt as though it might explode. He quickly took a cold shower, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, his mind clearing significantly. Silently, he returned to the living room, only to find a roll of paper perched on the table where he had just been sitting. Goodness, it's truly a roll of paper, Lu Hao exclaimed inwardly, feeling a rush of embarrassment. At his age, Did he really still need such items? Wang Chuchu, how could you possibly think so little of me? However, when he heard a faint moan from beside him, he looked up in astonishment and was confronted with a scene that nearly made him cough up blood. When did the television transform into an adult film? As he recognized the familiar scenarios playing out on the screen, Lu Hao finally grasped Wang Chuchu's intent in leaving him the roll of paper. It's all over now. My image is completely ruined. Lu Hao lamented, feeling utterly wronged. He had been so preoccupied with Wang Chuchu that he hadn't even noticed what was on the television. Chapter 65. Home. Lu Hao hardly rested throughout the night, tormented by thoughts of the previous evening's events and uncertain of how Wang Chuchu now perceived him. At 7:30 in the morning, Wang Chuchu rose and, spotting Lu Hao asleep on the sofa, frowned slightly with concern. She retrieved a blanket and gently draped it over him. Lu Hao, groggily opening his eyes, was greeted by the sight of Wang Chuchu's delicate face, her skin smooth as snow, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. "You're awake?" she asked, her gaze darting away upon noticing him stir. Lu Hao replied, sitting up and stretching. Though he hadn't rested well, he felt quite spirited, thanks to the physical enhancements he had undergone recently. "I'll call someone to bring breakfast up. You should freshen up," Wang Chuchu instructed before moving to the phone. By the time Lu Hao had finished washing up, breakfast had already arrived. Not one to be polite, he sat beside Wang Chuchu and began to eat heartily. After devouring his meal, Lu Hao felt thoroughly satisfied. A few moments later, Wang Chuchu finished her breakfast and casually pulled out the roll of paper from last night, intending to wipe her mouth. Noticing a significant portion missing, her face suddenly flushed crimson as she glanced at Lu Hao, whispering, "Did you use this?" "Indeed," Lu Hao replied without a second thought, having experienced some digestive distress the previous night, leading him to make several trips to the restroom. "Though you are wealthy, your health is paramount. Moderation is key. Otherwise, no amount of money will be of use if your health fails," Wang Chuchu kindly advised. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by moderation? However, upon seeing the roll of paper in her hands, his expression shifted dramatically. "No, it's not what you think. That was for my stomach issues last night." Lu Hao struggled to articulate his defense, resorting to vague mumbling. Fortunately, Wang Chuchu didn't press further. Otherwise, Lu Hao felt his dignity would be utterly obliterated. After resting a while longer, the two checked out of the room, and Lu Hao drove Wang Chuchu back to her school. Upon arriving at her dormitory, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Lu Hao's cheek before hurriedly retreating into her dorm, not even uttering a goodbye. Once Wang Chuchu's figure had vanished, Lu Hao raised a hand to touch his cheek, still warm with her lingering scent. "Is this the taste of love?" he mused, uncertain. Could such an exceptional and beautiful girl truly harbor feelings for him? Yet, Lu Hao soon dismissed such thoughts, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Exiting the school grounds, he glanced at the time. It was just past noon. He had no desire to return to the villa, and the question of where to go lingered. He no longer needed to attend classes, as Principal Zhao had already taken care of everything for him. Pulling over, Lu Hao idly entertained himself on his phone, during which several attractive female students approached him, inquiring if he had time to chat. He was puzzled. Were young women nowadays so forward? After declining their advances, he lost interest in his phone, tossed it aside, and decided to take a leisurely stroll. Despite the sweltering heat, a rare sense of tranquility enveloped him. During his 3 years at university, days like this had been scarce. Prior to acquiring advanced technology, his life had revolved around part-time jobs and spending money. While passing a multimedia shop, the sound of a song titled "Father" caught his attention, and his eyes grew misty. Truth be told, he missed home. Since starting high school, his visits had dwindled. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lu Hao pulled out his phone and checked the calendar, realizing that this weekend marked Father's Day. He immediately knew what he needed to do. "Shingong, book me a flight home right away, please." "Certainly, young master. It's already arranged for 2 o'clock this afternoon at Jiangbei Airport," came the prompt response. Lu Hao swiftly returned to his car and drove towards the airport. In Jiangmen City, Jiangnan Province, as Lu Hao disembarked from the plane and beheld the familiar surroundings, a wave of excitement washed over him. At last he was home. However, his actual residence lay not in Jiangmen City, but in a place called Lishan County, situated beneath it. After 3 hours of travel, Lu Hao finally set foot on the soil of his hometown. By this time, dusk had begun to fall, and upon reaching home, it was already 8 o'clock. He purchased some fruit and eagerly headed towards his house. This sensation was even more exhilarating than returning to his villa, for within this modest abode, worth only a few tens of thousands, resided the parents who had nurtured him. Pressing the doorbell, he awaited the sound of footsteps from inside. When the door swung open and he saw the familiar face within, his eyes grew misty. "Oh, Xiaohao, what brings you back? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" Summer Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her son, though concern quickly crossed her face as she remembered his studies. "Classes are over. I came back specifically to see you," Lu Hao replied, stepping inside and placing the fruit on the table with a smile. "It's good that you're back. Good that you're back. Oh, my Xiaohao has grown so handsome. By the way, did you bring a girlfriend home?" Summer Yu peered towards the door. "Mom, stop looking. I still don't have a girlfriend." "Well then, you really ought to get your act together. You're no longer a child," she admonished. Don't worry. With my qualities, finding a girlfriend isn't a concern." "Where's Dad?" Lu Hao asked after surveying the home and noticing his father was absent. "Your father. He went out for work and won't be back for a few days." Summer Yu hesitated before answering. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. But before he could inquire further, Summer Yu quickly said, "You must be hungry. I'll go prepare dinner. Just sit for a moment." Watching his mother head to the kitchen, Lu Hao refrained from questioning further, remaining in place for a while before finally sitting on the sofa. The evening meal was sumptuous. Although it consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, Lu Hao had never felt so content. After dinner, Summer Yu tidied up Lu Hao's room, and observing her busy demeanor, he felt a lump in his throat. Indeed, no matter the hardships faced, parents always provided the warmest refuge. That night, Lu Hao slept soundly, only to be stirred awake in the early hours by faint footsteps. Since his body had been enhanced, his senses had become exceptionally sharp. Confused, he rolled out of bed and cracked the door open slightly, catching sight of his mother quietly holding a thermos as she stepped into the night. Seeing this, Lu Hao contemplated for a moment before hastily dressing and following her outside. Chapter 66. A Fury Unleashed, Part 1. Lu Hao's gaze followed his mother's footsteps as she walked alone into the night, the thermos clutched tightly in her hand. The time was 5 in the morning. Fog enveloped the air, and the chill was palpable. Dressed in only a thin outfit, his mother shivered in the cold as she traversed the desolate streets. Meanwhile, street vendors began setting up their breakfast stalls, and she purchased 2 steamed buns. Eating one as she continued on her way, Lu Hao felt an intense urge to shed his own clothing and drape it over her shoulders. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. Sensing that she was hiding something from him, to uncover the truth, he resolved to remain still and observe. Lu Hao knew he could have Shun Gong investigate, and he trusted that with Shun Gong's capabilities, uncovering any issues regarding his parents would be a trivial task. However, he refrained from doing so. Regardless of how much wealth he possessed, probing into his parents' affairs would always be an act of profound disrespect. Thus, Lu Hao did not chase after her, but quietly followed about 20 meters behind. They walked like this for over 10 minutes until they suddenly arrived at the entrance of a hospital. Upon seeing the hospital, a jolt of unease struck Lu Hao's heart. Could something have happened? Xiaoyu paused outside the hospital, glanced around, and then stepped inside. As Lu Hao watched his mother disappear into the hospital, he abruptly snapped out of his panic and hurriedly followed her. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Lu Hao saw his mother enter a ward, and his anxiety intensified. He quickly approached the window outside the ward, and when he clearly saw the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed, his fists clenched tightly. The middle-aged man had thick bandages wrapped around his legs, and a deep fatigue marked his face. Although his expression appeared calm, Lu Hao could discern a suppressed pain in the man's eyes. "I'm here," Lu Jian said, smiling at his wife. "You're still smiling? Focus on resting quietly. Sigh. Your legs." Xiaoyu's eyes turned red as she set down the thermal box and took a seat. "My legs are fine, don't worry. By the way, that brat doesn't know what is happening to me, right? You must not tell him. With his stubborn temper, something might go wrong." Lu Jian chuckled and cautioned. "Do you think I'm as careless as you? When I came out, I checked. He was asleep, so he doesn't know about this. But can we really keep it from him?" Xiaoyu retrieved the thermal box, revealing warm food, and as she opened the lid, a savory aroma wafted out. "What is the harm? Just keep it from him. No need to mention it. You know how Wang Dafu is. We common folk can't afford to offend him. He only has a year left until graduation and can't afford to make mistakes. Once he secures a good job, we can finally relax." Lu Jian sniffled and changed the subject. "It smells so good. Isn't he making money now?" Perhaps he can find someone to help? Xiaoyu said with a hint of hope. Forget it, we're getting old. Saving a bit for him is still something. Besides, my legs are fine, really. Hurry, bring me the food. I'm starving. All right, just eat, Xiaoyu said as she handed the lunchbox to Lu Jian. Outside, Lu Hao listened intently, his eyes blazing with anger. He trembled as he left the ward, standing beneath a tree outside. Shen Gong, didn't I tell you to monitor my parents' health conditions? Is this how you handle things? He shouted. Young master, I apologize. At the time, you only mentioned monitoring for disease, so I didn't include other conditions in the report. I'm truly sorry for what happened, Shen Gong replied apologetically. Lu Hao slammed his fist against the tree in frustration. He hadn't considered the full implications at the time. Had he been more vigilant, his parents might not have encountered such a predicament. You shouldn't blame yourself, young master. This isn't your fault, Shen Gong tried to console him. What use am I as a son if I can't fulfill my filial duties? I didn't even know my father had his legs ruined. Tell me, what good am I? Lu Hao roared. Hearing Lu Hao's outburst, Shen Gong fell silent, acutely aware of the intensity of Lu Hao's rage, a fury that even sent shivers through him. After a few moments of eerie silence, Lu Hao's gaze hardened. No matter how angry he was, it was futile. Now, he sought revenge, and none could stand in his way. Gather all information on that Wang Dafa my parents mentioned. Now, immediately, Lu Hao ordered coldly. Yes, young master. Investigation complete. Wang Dafa, 46 years old, chairman of the Jinhai Group, runs a construction company and 5 KTVs. With assets totaling 300 million and liquid funds of 50 million. He owns 10 properties and has 12 mistresses. Upon hearing Shen Gong's report, Lu Hao scoffed. Such a scoundrel dared to stir trouble on sacred ground. Since he had provoked Lu Hao, the first step would be to bring him to ruin. Feeling somewhat restless, Lu Hao walked a few steps before continuing. Shen Gong, do you have any agents that can accelerate recovery from injuries? With your current privileges, none have been unlocked yet. However, if you desire, I can force an exchange, though the cost will be doubled. Without hesitation, Lu Hao replied, as long as it helps my father recover sooner, I don't care if it's doubled. I'd even sell myself. Very well, young master. Consider this agent. Bone strengthening pill. Restores injuries. Required exchange points, 1,000. How many do I need for my father to recover quickly? One will suffice, young master. All right, I'll exchange for one. Find a way to get it to my father. Lu Hao instructed directly, deducting 1,000 points. After resolving this matter, Lu Hao felt somewhat better, though only slightly. Until he dealt with Wang Dafa, his spirits would remain low. He lingered at the hospital entrance for a while until he saw his mother coming down with the thermal box. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and rushed home. Once back in his room, he lay down and fell asleep. A few minutes passed, and Lu Hao heard his mother linger outside his door before leaving. Shortly after, he heard the sound of chopping vegetables from the kitchen. Lu Hao pretended to be asleep, waiting for time to pass. Around 7:30, he finally got up and walked out of his room. Up already? Go wash up and have breakfast, his mother said. Understood. Lu Hao washed up and quickly finished his breakfast. Afterward, he got up and headed for the door. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. All right? Be back in time for dinner. Lu Hao acknowledged her and stepped outside. Chapter 67. A Fury Unleashed, Part 2. Lu Hao wandered aimlessly in the county town. It had been a long time since he last visited, and the entire area had dramatically transformed. Tall buildings sprang up, more roads and shops emerged. Yet Lu Hao couldn't shake a sense of coldness. The air was thick with a restless atmosphere, and the town seemed to be losing its warmth. At 8:30 in the morning, Lu Hao arrived at the Jinhai building, a 5-story structure considered quite impressive in the county. This was the headquarters of the Jinhai Group, where Wang Dafa typically conducted business. Lu Hao strode in, and immediately a security guard approached cautiously, asking, Sir, do you have an appointment? No. Why would he make an appointment if he was here to cause trouble? Then please go to the front desk to make an appointment and wait in the lobby. Without the boss's consent, you cannot go upstairs. The guard, seeing Lu Hao's decent attire, spoke politely. Just as Lu Hao was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and stepped aside to answer. Hello? Are you Lu Hao? The voice on the other end was thick and unfriendly. Yes, who are you? Lu Hao pressed. As long as you're Lu Hao, that's all that matters. You probably don't know your father is in the hospital, do you? If you don't, you can call home and find out. I'm not saying this for any other reason, but to inform you that your family owes me 500,000. You'd better gather it within 3 days. Whether you rob or take out a high-interest loan. In 3 days, I want to see the money. If I don't, I can't guarantee your father will make it through the surgery smoothly, the voice threatened. You're threatening me? Do you know that that's illegal? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. If I dare to do this, I naturally have my ways. You can report me. They might just lock me up for a while. But don't forget, I can't possibly do this alone. If one of us goes down, the others will retaliate against your family. You wouldn't want your family to meet a tragic end, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's expression darkened, and his eyes blazed with fury. He silently condemned the person on the other end to death. However, he did not show his anger. Instead, he calmly replied, 500,000, I can get it for you. That's more like it. Remember, don't report this. The consequences will be on you, the voice warned. Rest assured, I want to report it. However, I don't want my parents to be troubled anymore, understand? Lu Hao retorted with a cold smile. As long as the money is in hand by 3 days, we won't bother your parents. Come to Lishan County in 3 days. We'll contact you. That's all. The call ended abruptly. As soon as the call was terminated, Lu Hao turned to Shengong. Did you track them? Young master, we have a location, but the phone card has been destroyed, so they may have already moved, Shengong explained. Damn, Lu Hao muttered under his breath, feeling a sense of frustration. Prepare a route map. I'll go take a look. After more than half an hour, when Lu Hao arrived by taxi at a square, he found it deserted except for a group of older women dancing. Feeling somewhat dejected, he searched for a while but found no suspicious individuals, leading him to abandon his pursuit. Prepare 500,000 for me. These people will eventually show themselves, Lu Hao said with a cold smile. Understood, young master. Lu Hao lingered in the square for a brief moment before making his way home. He chose not to report the incident to the police, for he believed that even if he did, the authorities would likely be of little assistance. On the contrary, involving the police could complicate matters further. Lu Hao also refrained from heading to the Jinhai building. Even if he were to find Wang Dafa there, what could he possibly achieve? Would he resort to killing him? He was certain that such an action would swiftly bring the police to his doorstep. Ultimately, while Shengong might offer him some protection, the cost would be exorbitant. It would be sheer folly to pay a hefty price for the sake of an enemy. Thus, Lu Hao resolved to wait for 3 days, convinced that his adversary, like himself, would also prefer to avoid police involvement, especially given that their actions had already veered into the realm of extortion. This realization led Lu Hao to temporarily set aside his grievances, for he believed that these individuals would not remain arrogant for long. Upon returning home, Lu Hao soon received a call from his subordinates. Hello, boss, I bring you greetings, said the lead subordinate, Xiaohu, with a smile. Lu Hao replied nonchalantly, still contemplating how to punish Wang Dafa and his associates. Boss, did you ask us to call for something specific? Noticing the displeasure in Lu Hao's tone, Xiaohu immediately became cautious. Lu Hao held no anger towards them. Rather, Xiaohu's words sparked a light in his eyes. After this incident, he had come to value his parents' safety even more. Lying on his bed and gazing out the window, he inquired, how many of you are there in total? Boss, do not underestimate us. The 15 of us yesterday were merely a small fraction. If you need more men, I can summon at least 100, all young and fearless. Xiaohu boasted, believing the boss required their assistance. In that case, Xiaohu, I need you to send around 10 men each month to Lishan County in Jiamen City to protect my parents. After all, I'm not there with them, and I'm not entirely at ease. Of course, I will ensure my brothers are well compensated. 20,000 a month for anyone willing to come. Should anything arise, they can always seek reimbursement from me, Lu Hao stated directly. Though Lu Hao had considered having his parents move in with him, he felt they would surely refuse. Having lived in Lishan for decades, developing deep ties to the community and maintaining good relations with their neighbors, a short visit might be acceptable, but a permanent move was out of the question. Furthermore, Shengong's surveillance had its flaws. In an emergency, no matter how capable Lu Hao was, he could not possibly return to his parents' side instantly. Thus, upon hearing Xiao, who mentioned the availability of men, Lu Hao conceived this idea. 20,000 a month? Xiao was taken aback. It was well known that their qualifications were modest, and they typically engaged in laborious work. A salary of 20,000 had previously been unimaginable. But now, merely by providing protection for the boss's parents in a county town, they could earn such a sum. Xiao was convinced that his fellow brothers would eagerly accept the offer, grateful for the opportunity. After all, they had always struggled to hold their heads high in their village, But now, with the boss's employment, they could send money home, and no one would dare look down on them again. Excitedly, Xiaohu exclaimed, "Boss, no problem. Rest assured, we will ensure the safety of the old boss." He was unsure how to refer to Lu Hao's parents, so he simply called them the old boss. "All right, send 10 men over first. I will transfer the salary directly to you." "That's settled then," Lu Hao concluded, hanging up the phone. With his parents' safety secured, Lu Hao felt a sense of relief. 3 days later, after having breakfast, Lu Hao set out early, holding a bank card that had been prepared in advance, containing exactly 500,000. However, he suspected that his adversaries would demand cash, as it was the safest method of transaction. No risk of police scrutiny or tracking the funds. Thus, he needed to make the necessary arrangements to withdraw the cash. After wandering for a while, around 9:30, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Lu Hao promptly answered. "Is the 500,000 ready?" "Rest assured, the 500,000 is in my possession." "Where are you?" Lu Hao casually inquired, holding the card. "Don't worry about our location. We want cash. You must come to People's Square immediately. And remember, only one person can come," the caller said before abruptly hanging up. Stowing his phone away, Lu Hao headed to the bank to withdraw the 500,000. Fortunately, it was just opening time, and the bank had ample funds available. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withdraw such a sum in a short period, especially in a small county town where few people typically withdrew money. After placing the cash in a bag, Lu Hao made his way to People's Square. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the location and waited for a while before receiving another call. "Very well, it seems you have kept your word. Now, come up the small road from People's Square, walk about 3 miles, and you will see an abandoned factory. Contact us again once you reach the factory entrance." After the caller finished speaking, he hung up once more. "Shengong, have you located them?" Lu Hao inquired while walking down the small road, his mind racing. "I have locked onto their position. However, young master, there are at least 3 individuals tailing you. If you proceed directly, it may alert them," Shun Gong cautioned. "Damn, these people are quite cautious. If it weren't for the need to catch them all, I wouldn't allow them to dictate my actions," Lu Hao thought, casting a glance over his shoulder to see the individuals closely following him. With a cold smirk, he picked up his pace. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Hao arrived at the entrance of the abandoned factory, where the 3 individuals behind him no longer concealed themselves, standing openly in the distance, fixated on him. Clearly, upon reaching this location, his adversaries feared he might escape, so they chose to block his exit. At that moment, his phone rang again, and Lu Hao answered with a grim expression. "Now that you have arrived, there is no way for you to flee. Do you see the 3 individuals behind you? As long as you do not run, they will not harm you. Now, enter the factory and place the money on the workbench in the 5th abandoned workshop. Once you have done that, you may return and await our instructions." After the caller hung up, Lu Hao glanced back at the 3 men, their malicious gazes fixed upon him to prevent his escape, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. They would soon discover who the actual prey was. Retracting his gaze, Lu Hao entered the factory, made his way to the 5th abandoned workshop, and placed the money on the workbench. Completing this task, he exited the building, brushing past the 3 men, who were oblivious to the fact that Shengong had already intervened while they passed Lu Hao. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, Lu Hao would still be able to track them down. Retracing his steps, Lu Hao reached People's Square once more when his phone rang again. "Haha, the 500,000 is now in our hands. Who would have thought you were quite wealthy? You managed to gather 500,000 in such a short time. It's worth noting that your parents couldn't even scrape together 50,000 back then. Since you are so affluent, your parents' lives are now worth more than 500,000. We now demand 1 million. You have 3 days to prepare 50,000. We will contact you again in 3 days." That is all. The caller hung up immediately. Lu Hao instructed Shengong to trace the call, and indeed, the caller had destroyed the SIM card. However, it no longer mattered to Lu Hao, as the surveillance map provided by Shengong displayed 3 green dots and 1 red dot moving slowly. The 3 green dots represented the 3 individuals tailing him, while the red that indicated Shengong's interference with the cash. With a cold smile, Lu Hao set off in pursuit of their route. After half an hour, he stopped outside a villa estate, having observed that the 3 had entered. 2 bodyguards stood at the villa's entrance, and security cameras were positioned around the premises. Finding a secluded corner, Lu Hao donned his invisibility cloak and boldly walked inside. Following the 3 men to the 2nd floor of the villa, he soon entered the grand hall, where a portly middle-aged man sat, cradling a girl in her 20s. 5 other men stood beside the middle-aged man. "Boss, the money is here, 500,000, not a penny less." The 3 men placed the bag of money on the table before the middle-aged man, revealing stacks of cash within. "Very well. It seems that old fool still has some value. Out of the 500,000, allocate 200,000 for the brothers. And keep the remaining 300,000, the middle-aged man said nonchalantly. "Thank you, boss." The 3 men immediately beamed with joy. One of them rummaged through the bag, extracted 200,000, sealed the bag again, and stepped aside. "By the way, that old fool won't spill any secrets, will he?" Once the 3 had collected their share, the middle-aged man inquired again. "Boss, rest assured, we warned him that if he dared to utter a word, we would cripple his son at school," replied a bald man standing next to the middle-aged man. "The values of this family should have been thoroughly extracted by now. Keep a close watch on that old fool. Should he dare to utter a word out of line, ensure he is silenced forever. As for his son, if he can secure the 50,000, let him take it. If not, then let it go. How many more are left?" The bald man replied, "Boss, there are still 12 families remaining. Once we drain these 12, that area will be devoid of any profit." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. 12 families, that is quite sufficient. Once we complete this region, we shall take a break and allow the brothers some time off for travel." All the underlings beamed with joy, their faces alight with excitement. "Enough chatter. I have work to do. You may leave now," the middle-aged man declared, pulling the woman close as he headed indoors. The other subordinates, understanding the cue, made their way outside. At this moment, Lu Hao removed his cloak, observing the gathering with keen interest. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "What's this? Not continuing our discussion on how to harm others?" The sudden appearance of Lu Hao in the hall sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Who are you? And how did you get in?" they exclaimed. Chapter 69. To hell with you, what kind of person are you? As the onlookers scrutinized Lu Hao, their initial fear dissipated upon realizing he was merely a young man in his 20s. They swiftly drew their weapons, glaring at him menacingly. Regardless of how he had entered, the consensus was clear. This young man could not leave alive, having overheard their conversation. "Why, just moments ago, you were dividing my money, and now you feign ignorance." Lu Hao remained unperturbed, confident in his power. "Is it you?" Wang Dafeng, who had risen, now returned to his seat, waving the woman aside before locking eyes with Lu Hao. "I am unsure whether to call you ignorant or a fool. Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you come here alone? Boss, this doesn't look good. How could he possibly find us alone? Could there be police?" The bald middle-aged man whispered urgently to Wang Dafeng. Wang Dafeng froze, contemplating the possibility. After all, an ordinary person could not simply stumble upon this place, let alone walk in so brazenly. His villa was equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, ensuring any intruder would be detected. Realizing the potential presence of law enforcement outside, cold sweat broke out on Wang Dafeng's forehead, and the others began to feel the tension rise. "Surround him. Don't let him escape. If there are indeed police, eliminate him." Wang Dafeng barked, panic-stricken. If they were caught by the police, the weight of their misdeeds would spell certain doom. "Get to the surveillance room and check. If there are police, we won't miss them," Wang Dafeng commanded. The 3 who had just entered nodded and dashed out, and Lu Hao made no attempt to stop them. After they exited, Wang Dafeng drew a dagger, brandishing it menacingly at Lu Hao. "If the police really are here, you won't survive. Do you think we are mere lambs? We initially sought only to profit, but it appears you have overstepped." With a frosty glare, Lu Hao shot back, "You may attempt to deal with me, but should you threaten my family, you seal your own fate. What is the best way to eliminate a threat? Ensure it is erased entirely." "Foolishness," Wang Dafeng scoffed coldly. Moments later, the 3 subordinates returned, excitement evident in their voices. "Boss, there are no police. Damn it. We were duped by this kid. A bunch of simpletons. I never claimed to have called the police." "You assumed that." Lu Hao mocked. "Huh. No police. And yet you dare to come here? Seeking death." Wang Dafeng's demeanor shifted to one of ease, realizing this fool had ventured in alone. Irrespective of the police presence, this young man must die. With his concerns lifted, Wang Dafeng resumed his arrogant posture, crossing his legs. "Speak, boy. How would you like to die? Why are you so certain it will be my demise? Do you truly believe I arrived unprepared?" Lu Hao replied, slipping his hand into his pocket. The others shouted in alarm, "Stop! Don't move!" Pfft. A bunch of grown men afraid of a phone? Lu Hao waved his device. eliciting a collective sigh of relief among them. Seeing that Lu Hao held nothing more dangerous than a cell phone, their anger flared. How could they be toyed with by this brat? Wang Dafeng's expression turned grim. He had lost interest in this childish game. To avoid any prolonged confrontation, he signaled to his subordinates. As they approached Lu Hao stealthily with knives in hand, he thought, "Shengong, it's up to you." "Yes, young master." Initiating enemy defense protocol. Activation successful. Almost instantaneously, as the three knives emerged behind him, Lu Hao spun around, delivering 3 swift kicks. The assailants were sent flying before they could even strike, crashing against the wall, incapacitated. The scene shifted dramatically. Witnessing his men being dispatched with such ease, Wang Dafeng stumbled to his feet, retreating behind the remaining 5. "Take him down! Show no mercy!" he commanded, his voice trembling. The 5 burly men charged at Lu Hao, yet within 30 seconds, they too lay vanquished upon the ground, groaning in defeat. As the realization dawned on Wang Dafeng that his subordinates had been so easily bested, fear coursed through him. He had never imagined someone could possess such formidable strength. This was the stuff of television dramas. When Lu Hao's gaze met his, Wang Dafeng trembled uncontrollably. Though he was the boss, he was the weakest among them, utterly devoid of the courage to resist. He felt his knees pleading, "Lu Hao, spare me. I beg you, I want to do it again. If you let me live, I will relinquish all my wealth to you. Please spare my life." Lu Hao coldly scanned him, sneering. "When you committed your misdeeds, this fate was already sealed." He retrieved a pill from his pocket and forced it into Wang Dafeng's mouth. "What did you make me swallow?" "Ugh. What is this?" Wang Dafeng panicked, attempting to expel the pill, but it was futile. His trousers became soiled, a foul stench pervading the air, inducing nausea. "This will ensure your descent into hell. Once there, you may ponder your sins," Lu Hao remarked indifferently. "Ah!" Wang Dafeng's face drained of color, despair overtaking him. "I beg you, spare me. Please." "Spare you? Who will atone for those you have harmed?" "You deserve every bit of this," Lu Hao retorted with disdain, stepping back slightly. Wang Dafeng ceased his cries, seemingly sensing something amiss, and began to thrash about helplessly. 10 minutes later, as Lu Hao exited the villa, he left behind a scene of chaos. Apart from Wang Dafeng and his core subordinates, who had perished, he spared the others, having ascertained through Shengong that they were merely workers and had not participated in any wrongdoing. As for the woman initially cradled by Wang Dafeng, Lu Hao chose not to take her life, not out of mercy, but because she too was a victim. In the moment when Wang Dafeng and his ilk met their end, she had gone mad, repeatedly uttering terms of contempt. Lu Hao vanished from the villa, confident that the events would soon come to light, and the police would arrive post-haste. But such matters were no longer of his concern. Chapter 70. Arranging the subordinates upon returning home, Lu Hao enjoyed a leisurely lunch before taking a nap. At 4 in the afternoon, he awakened, and upon checking his phone, discovered several local news alerts. Wang Dafeng, a renowned real estate mogul from Lishan County, Jiangmen City, found dead in his villa. Could it be an act of revenge? Unraveling the mystery behind Wang Dafeng's demise. The articles, released by mainstream media in Jiangmen City, prompted Lu Hao to muse on the reporter's swift actions. Casually perusing the news, he noted the discussion surrounding Wang Dafeng's death, complete with images. As the investigation results were yet to be released, the media speculated wildly. After finishing the news, Lu Hao browsed through other updates before rising to head outside. Pondering whether Little Tiger's arranged personnel had arrived, he decided to make a call to inquire. "Hello, boss," Little Tiger greeted respectfully. "Have you sent the people I requested?" Lu Hao asked directly. "Boss, I sent them 3 days ago, but since you didn't provide further instructions, I had them wait patiently. Would you like to meet them? I can have them come to you now." "No need. Just hand me the phone. I'll call them myself." "It's no trouble at all," Lu Hao replied, demonstrating his lack of pretension. "Very well, boss. The phone number is 187. You can call directly. By the way, the leader's name is Yi Lisheng. He used to follow me and is quite a clever lad," Xiaohu said swiftly. "Understood. Then, you carry on with your work," Xiaohu concluded, and Lu Hao hung up the phone, dialing the 187 number. The phone rang only once before it was answered from the other end. "Boss." The voice on the line was somewhat agitated. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." "No need, boss. Just wait. We'll come to you," Yi Lisheng insisted, not daring to let the boss come to them, knowing full well that if he did, he would surely face scolding from Hu Ge. Can you find me at the People's Square? Lu Hao inquired. Boss, you underestimate us. Since you've sent us to protect the old boss, we've made sure to familiarize ourselves with Lishan County. In these 3 days, the 10 of us have already explored most of Lishan. I assure you, if you ask me about the local places, I will be regarded as a local, Yi Lishang replied with pride. Hearing this, Lu Hao felt a sense of relief. Clearly, sending someone was indeed the right choice. And this lad, named Yi Lishang, was astute, a true talent. All right, let's meet at the People's Square. Gather your brothers. I'll treat everyone to a meal. All right, boss. The brothers have been eager to express their gratitude. This is finally our chance. Yi Lishang exclaimed excitedly. No more chatter. Hurry over. We're on our way. After Lu Hao ended the call, he proceeded towards the People's Square. Upon his arrival, he spotted 10 individuals scanning the area, led by a relatively young man who was not much older than Lu Hao. As soon as he noticed Lu Hao, he waved, and the 10 of them rushed over. Boss! They all greeted respectfully. Observing them, Lu Hao felt reassured. Each face bore a genuine smile. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, You must be Yi Lishang? Yes, boss, that's me, Yi Lishang replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. How did you arrive so quickly? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, Lu Hao remarked, puzzled, as he himself had taken just over 3 minutes to get there from home. Boss! The People's Square is the heart of Lishan County, so we thought it best to stay at a nearby guest house. That way, if you need us, we can reach you quickly, Yi Lishang explained straightforwardly. Lu Hao regarded him with renewed admiration. It appeared this was yet another of Yi Lishang's ideas. Didn't I give each of you 20,000? Why are you still staying at a guest house? Lu Hao inquired, perplexed. Guest houses typically charged over 30 yuan per day, and the environment was far from pleasant, especially in June. With no air conditioning, the heat and mosquitoes were unbearable. Boss, we've long grown accustomed to it. Back when Hugo brought us along, we even stayed under the overpass, sometimes without enough to eat. Now, that life has improved a bit. We're content with a guest house at least for shelter from the rain and a bed to sleep on. As for the 20,000, we've sent it all home, each of us keeping just 1,000. We don't know when you might call us again, so, as he spoke, the 10 of them lowered their heads, seemingly fearing reprimand. While scolding would be a minor issue, being dismissed would be a significant loss. Lu Hao was deeply moved by these young men who, despite their poverty and humility, retained their dignity, kindness, and principles in their work. With subordinates like these, Lu Hao felt entirely at ease. In that case, each of you will receive an additional 20,000. You can send that home and keep the other 20,000 for your own expenses. Remember, my subordinates cannot bring shame to my name. Lu Hao patted Yi Lishang on the shoulder and smiled. Hooray, long live the boss. The excitement was palpable as Lu Hao not only refrained from anger, but also increased their wages. The 10 of them were elated, vowing internally to protect the old boss at all costs, feeling grateful for the generous salary. Lishang, I shall call you that. Later, take your brothers to buy some clothes. Don't skimp on it. Let them look decent. Now, it's nearly 5 o'clock. Let us grab a bite first, then I'll take you to buy a car. It's quite inconvenient without one, Lu Hao quickly suggested after glancing at the group. At this mention, several stomachs growled audibly, and the individuals, upon noticing Lu Hao's gaze, turned red with embarrassment, eliciting laughter from the group. Lu Hao led the 10 men to a 3-star hotel in Lishan County, which was considered the best in the area. However, as they entered, they were halted by the doorman at the entrance. Sir, I'm sorry, but those who are poorly dressed are not allowed entry. Upon hearing the doorman's words, Lu Hao's expression darkened instantly, and the 10 behind him stood awkwardly, heads bowed in embarrassment. Only Yi Lishang wore an expression of indignation. Yet, as the boss remained silent, he too refrained from speaking. Lu Hao glanced at Yi Lishang and the others. Their clothes may have been slightly worn, but they were impeccably clean and neatly worn, clearly not deserving of the label poorly dressed. It was evident that the doorman looked down on them, believing they were unworthy of patronizing the hotel. Chapter 71. More people? What do you mean by that? Lu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the doorman, who appeared to be in his 20s and rather handsome, albeit with a malevolent glint in his gaze. No particular meaning. If your group wishes to dine inside, please tidy yourselves up first. After all, there are other guests inside, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb them, the doorman replied curtly. Are you saying we cannot enter? Lu Hao pressed. Currently, yes. This is a 3-star hotel, not a roadside stall, the doorman retorted quickly. Oh, so you look down on us? Do you think we can only go to roadside stalls? Lu Hao chuckled in anger, clearly affronted by the doorman's disdain. Hey, could you step aside, please? If you can't afford it, you shouldn't come here. Honestly, dress like that. Are you here to beg? Even if you were begging, don't block our way, move aside. Suddenly, a sultry female voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Lu Hao and the others turned to see a girl of about 18 or 19, amusingly wrapped in the embrace of a man in his 50s, who appeared quite affluent. What's wrong? Can't you hear what Nini said? You bunch of paupers. Do you have nothing better to do? The girl sneered. The old man echoed her sentiment, saying, Nini is right. You should leave immediately and not disturb our mood. Wait, staff, can't you see someone is causing a ruckus here? Upon hearing the old man's shout, the doorman hurried over, bowing slightly. Mr. Li, you've arrived. Please, go ahead. I'll have them removed immediately. After saying this, the doorman approached Lu Hao and the others. Now, please leave. You are not welcome here. Amused by the doorman and the old man's behavior, Lu Hao pointed to himself. So you are asking me to leave, correct? Yes, you've already disturbed Mr. Li's mood, the doorman replied, without any hint of disguise. To him, Mr. Li was a prominent figure in Lishan, while Lu Hao, judging by the shabby attire of those behind him, seemed to have little wealth. How could such a person compare to Mr. Li? Thus, he instantly sided with Mr. Li. Just because we disturbed his mood, you're going to chase away customers? Lu Hao questioned, looking directly at the doorman. Does your manager know about this? What do you think will happen if he finds out? The doorman's expression shifted dramatically. All the events here were his unilateral decisions. Initially, he looked down on Lu Hao and his companions, which led him to block their entry. However, upon spotting General Li, he sought to curry favor with him by attempting to expel Lu Hao and his group. He had assumed that these country bumpkins would leave with little resistance. But to his astonishment, Lu Hao produced the manager's name in defense. If the manager were to learn of this, while General Li would likely remain unscathed, the doorman's employment would be in jeopardy. Rest assured, I am friends with the hotel owner. Even the manager cannot dismiss you, and if you were terminated for this, I can arrange another position for you, an elderly man interjected. Upon hearing this promise, the doorman exhaled in relief and regained his arrogance, commanding, Please leave at once. Seeing Lu Hao and his companions unmoving, the young woman grew impatient. Are you all that bothersome? Why don't you just scram? From your appearance, you can't be anything but a gigolo, right? Earning money by serving women and now pretending to be something you're not. Her cutting remarks caused Lu Hao's expression to darken. Beside him, Yi Lishang delivered a sharp slap to the young woman's face, his expression icy as he commanded, Silence. Lu Hao silently admired Yi Lishang's quick thinking. This lad was resourceful and certainly deserved a raise upon their return. You dare strike me? The woman looked at Yi Lishang in disbelief, then erupted into tears like a shrew. You actually hit me. Li Xing, what are you doing? Teach them a lesson. As the woman wept in Li Xing's arms, he furrowed his brow, his thoughts filled with disdain for her foolishness. Nevertheless, given their past, he decided to show some leniency, turning to Yi Lishang and saying, Slap yourself until NINI is satisfied. Otherwise, none of you will leave. Observing Li Xing's demeanor, Lu Hao understood that he was accustomed to being arrogant. Yet, Lu Hao relished such arrogance, as he excelled at dealing with various forms of defiance. Just then, the roar of engines filled the air as 4 or 5 luxury vans parked outside the hotel. From them emerged over 20 middle-aged men, who approached the elderly man, exclaiming, General Li, you arrived just in time. These brats are unaware of the rules. Teach them a lesson, so they remember that this place is not for their kind to act recklessly, Li Xing instructed. Understood, General Li. Rest assured, we will satisfy you. The leader of the middle-aged men responded, then turned to Lu Hao's group. So, you offended General Li? Pathetic. Brothers, give them a good beating. As they charged towards Lu Hao, he immediately raised his hand. Wait. Haha, turns out you're the coward. Even before the fight starts, you're already afraid. What do you say, General Li? The middle-aged man assumed Lu Hao was intimidated and scoffed. Make him kneel and apologize to NINI, and this will be over, Li Xing stated nonchalantly. Did you hear that, you little brat? General Li is magnanimous. Now kneel, the middle-aged man shouted. Fool! Lu Hao muttered before breaking into a mischievous grin. So you think numbers matter? Very well. I shall show you what true numbers look like. Chapter 72. Conform or defy. Lu Hao pulled out his phone, feigning a call, while actually instructing Xingu. Gather some people for me. No need for many. They have 25, So bring 100 to make it an even match. Understood, young master. The people you summoned will arrive within a minute, came the reply. Keep pretending. The middle-aged man almost laughed at Lu Hao's words, his expression dripping with disdain. Yet Lu Hao ignored him, hanging up and gazing into the distance beyond the hotel. Seriously? You're putting on quite the act. Just give up and kneel to General Li. This will end well for you. Otherwise, my brothers won't hesitate to break your bones. The middle-aged man scoffed as Lu Hao continued to feign bravado. In this world, apart from my parents, no one can make me kneel. Not this so-called General Li, nor any of you. Lu Hao calmly tucked his phone away, his gaze returning as he spotted a swarm of dark figures approaching in the distance. To be honest, Lu Hao was taken aback at first sight. Can you imagine 100 individuals clad in suits and sunglasses marching in perfect unison? They moved like soldiers in formation, no, even more flawlessly than military ranks, for these were individuals summoned by Xinggu. The visual impact was utterly staggering. However, these people faced Lu Hao, their backs to the approaching dark figures, thus remaining oblivious. Let us hope when we beat you into submission, you still dare to speak so boldly. The middle-aged man laughed cruelly, just as he was about to command his subordinates to attack when he felt the ground subtly tremble. What is happening? He paused and shouted, Is there an earthquake? The others appeared rather anxious. If it truly was an earthquake, they should flee. The thought of dealing with Lu Hao and his companions was soon forgotten. Just as the middle-aged man was about to instruct his team to leave, one of his trusted subordinates tugged at his arm. Puzzled, the middle-aged man glanced at his subordinate, only to see sheer terror in their eyes. Even if it were an earthquake, there's no need to be this frightened, is there? It's quite open here. After all, there is hardly any danger, he mused. However, upon noticing his subordinate pointing outside, his confusion deepened. Why not run? What is there to see outside? Yet he still took a glance, and in an instant, he was left dumbfounded. So many people. Upon seeing the orderly procession of dark-clad figures outside, panic colored the middle-aged man's face. Wah! What is with all these people? I don't know. Boss, could it be that they were summoned by that kid? A trembling subordinate stuttered. Shit. The middle-aged man was horrified. If that youth had indeed called them, they would be doomed. After all, he had just demanded that they kneel and apologize, creating a monumental grievance. Boss, should we run? One subordinate suggested. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, but soon he sighed. With so many people, how can we escape? And since they can gather such a crowd, they can surely track us down. There's no way out. At that moment, he regretted his decisions vehemently. Why did I leave my turf to play cards and drink? Now I've crossed paths with someone so formidable. What do? Li Xing, trembling in fear, could hardly maintain his composure, while the girl in his arms quaked uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Faced with 100 figures encircling them, anyone would be too intimidated to speak. The 100 individuals soon stood before them, their movements still perfectly synchronized. Once they stood at attention, the expressions on their faces transformed into sheer horror and despair. Observing the scale and rhythm of the formation, it was evident they were no ordinary individuals. Even a mere handful of such black-clad figures could easily handle them all. What was even more disconcerting was that such impeccable discipline suggested they were military personnel. Was this youth affiliated with some military unit? The thought sent shivers down many spines. The military was the state apparatus. Who would dare provoke them? However, many quickly shook off this notion. It was improbable that the army would deploy so many. Setting aside procedural issues, if something went awry, it would cost heads. Could he be a wealthy heir? To have so many bodyguards, his family must be immensely powerful. The realization sent chills through those who considered it. They had truly run afoul of formidable forces. No, they had collided with a tank. Yet Lu Hao did not afford them more time for contemplation. He pointed at the middle-aged man who had first demanded his submission. Aren't you the one boasting? Didn't you tell me to kneel? How impressive are you now? The middle-aged man's face drained of color, his teeth biting down on his lip as he forced himself to suppress any sounds of fear. He was terrified that if he opened his mouth, he would inevitably scream. I am sorry, I didn't mean it. This was all Li Xing's doing. Young master, please spare me. As Lu Hao's unwavering gaze bore down on him, the middle-aged man could no longer hold back, immediately dropping to his knees in fervent supplication. Li Xing trembled at the mention of his name, losing all remnants of his previous arrogance. He humbly implored, Young master, I was blind to your greatness. Please let me off lightly. Damn it, a bunch of worthless scoundrels relying on a bit of power to bully the common folk. If I ever catch you doing so again, I'll make sure to deal with you every single time. Lu Hao replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the two. Yes. We are scoundrels. We will never bully the common folk again. The middle-aged man and Li Xing replied in unison. Get lost. Disappear within a minute, or face the consequences. Yes, we'll leave at once. Over 20 individuals took off faster than mice. Even the 50-something Li Xing seemed to regain his youth, matching the speed of the middle-aged men. Are you still here? Lu Hao frowned at Li Xing's young girlfriend, who had yet to leave. Don't hit me. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. The girl was evidently terrified, trembling as she scrambled away in a flurry. At that moment, Lu Hao turned to look back, while the doorman, already paralyzed with fear, cowered in the corner, gazing at Lu Hao with trepidation. In the future, open your eyes and refrain from looking down on others. Many do not dress poorly out of choice, but rather out of modesty. Do you understand? Lu Hao scoffed. I understand, the doorman replied, quaking and unable to meet Lu Hao's gaze. Lu Hao chose not to pursue the matter further, for at that moment, the hotel manager arrived, accompanied by several police officers, visibly anxious as he approached. The manager, upon witnessing the throng of over 100 people gathered outside the hotel, felt a surge of panic, fearing a heart attack. The police officers, too, were not at ease, yet they steeled themselves to approach. Chapter 73. Brother sir, I apologize. It's entirely the fault of my subordinates for their lack of discernment. Please do not take offense. The manager, now aware of the situation, spoke with a hint of desperation. Knowing the gravity of the matter, he was almost tempted to dismiss the doorman altogether. Why must you provoke someone of such stature? He thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. My name is Zhao, the manager of this establishment. To compensate for your inconvenience, all your expenses here today will be waived. And should you return, I shall extend a 20% discount. He gestured towards the police officers beside him. These gentlemen are from the Lishan County Public Security Bureau and wish to inquire about the situation. The leading officer stepped forward, presenting his badge with courtesy. Good day. May I ask your name? You may call me Lu Hao. Lu Hao replied, glancing at the badge and noticing the officer held the rank of deputy director. It appeared that summoning such a crowd had indeed stirred the authorities. Mr. Lu, as you are aware, there are currently dozens of individuals outside. It won't be long before this news spreads. The media will swarm like flies, and their sensationalist nature could potentially tarnish Lishan's reputation for public safety. Might you consider dispersing them? Li Chong, the officer, noted Lu Hao's youth yet felt no inclination to underestimate him. The mere fact that he could summon such a multitude of black-clad bodyguards hinted at an identity far superior to his own. Director Li, you needn't worry. These individuals are merely ordinary folks, and their uniforms are simply custom-made for this occasion. They are here for leisure. Nothing more, Lu Hao replied, not wishing to complicate matters further. However, Mr. Lu, while you may perceive it this way, the journalists will not. The sheer number of people gathered is excessive. Should any other incidents occur, the consequences of public disturbances are severe, and the higher-ups would prefer to avoid such situations, Li Chong lamented. Though seeing thousands of people on the street was not uncommon, the uniformity of the crowd outside the hotel was indeed alarming. Lu Hao contemplated the potential complications of their presence. It was wise to avoid triggering any sensitivities, so he smiled and said, I understand Director Li's concerns. Very well, I shall instruct them to disperse. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding of our responsibilities. Li Chong exhaled in relief, grateful that the situation could be mitigated. Lu Hao clapped his hands, and one of the black-clad men stepped forward, standing at attention before bowing. Witnessing this display, Li Chong's eyelids flickered. The precision of their movements rivaled that of seasoned soldiers, a presence he had only encountered in those who had faced true battle. Realizing that the youth before him was referred to as young master, Li Chong's expression grew increasingly solemn. You are causing quite a stir. Disperse immediately and engage in some square dancing to convey your sincerity and vitality to Director Li, Lu Hao commanded. The black-clad man promptly turned and returned to his compatriots. Soon, the group spread out across the square outside the hotel, miraculously producing a speaker. As music filled the air, the 100 individuals began to dance in perfect synchrony, leaving Li Chong utterly astounded. Director Li, surely this will prevent any issues, right? I know that hundreds gather in people's square daily for square dancing. If they can do it, so can my people, Lu Hao inquired with a smile. Indeed, of course. Li Chong had little choice but to agree. If they were dancing, it was preferable to standing idly by. Should reporters arrive, he could easily explain that these were merely residents in matching attire. Rest assured, my brothers and I are still famished. Lu Hao gestured to his entourage. No need to worry, since Mr. Lu has yet to dine. I shall take my leave to avoid intruding upon your meal, Li Chong declared, departing with his subordinates, relieved to escape the overwhelming situation. Once Li Chong had left, Lu Hao checked his phone. The black-clad men could remain for another 15 minutes, each having cost him 100 energy points for a 30-minute duration. In that brief time, Lu Hao had expended 1,000 energy points. However, the gains outweighed the expenditure, with the greatest contributions coming from Li Xing and his girlfriend, yielding 12,000 points of fear. Even the doorman had contributed 4,000, while the subsequent crowd of middle-aged individuals added another 20,000. Along with the 3,000 points from the police officers and Yi Li Sang, Lu Hao had amassed a total of 29,000 energy points, and after deductions, he still retained 23,000, an impressive profit. Content. Lu Hao nodded and led his entourage into the hotel, where the manager, wary of leaving, escorted them to the finest private dining room. Upon entering, Yi Li Sang and the others finally relaxed, still reeling from the earlier display. They had not anticipated their boss's remarkable influence, capable of summoning such a crowd with a mere phone call. It was only then that they began to grasp the depths of Lu Hao's capabilities, causing them to adopt a more respectful demeanor than before. Why the formality? Be at ease around me. There's no need to be so reserved, Lu Hao remarked, noticing their change in attitude. Boss, it's not that we are reserved. It's just that your earlier actions left us in awe. So many people, and we feel rather insignificant in comparison, Yi Li Sang admitted with a wry smile. Indeed, boss. With such powerful subordinates, why do you still require our assistance? We are merely individuals with a bit of strength, the others chimed in. Lu Hao chuckled, knowing that if they realized those individuals were machines, their perspective would shift entirely. However, that information was not to be divulged. Rest assured, you are all my brothers. There is no hierarchy here. As long as everyone is committed, I will never abandon any of you. To brotherhood, Lu Hao raised his glass with a hearty declaration. The group hesitated momentarily, but Yi Li Sang quickly seized the moment, lifting his glass and exclaiming, since the boss has spoken, what do we have to fear? From this day forth, we stand by our boss, taking pride in his leadership. Inspired by Yi Li Shang's enthusiasm, the others raised their glasses in unison, clinking them together before downing their drinks. As the dishes were brought out one by one, everyone indulged heartily, and Lu Hao smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 74, Brothers, Part 2. After feasting to their heart's content, the group emerged from the hotel to find the black-clad men had already dispersed. Lu Hao beckoned Yi Li Sang closer and whispered, Li Sang, how many among our brothers can drive? Please assess. No need for an assessment, boss. Nearly all of us can drive. We've operated small trucks and even three-wheelers in the past, and some brothers have even driven cranes. We may not be high and mighty, but driving is certainly within our capabilities, Yi Li Sang proudly stated. Very well, let us go to the dealership and procure vehicles for our brothers. For 10 individuals, let us purchase 3 cars, Lu Hao decided. Standard 4-seater cars could accommodate 5 with a driver, but he reasoned that purchasing an extra would not be a burden. Boss, there's no need for such extravagance. A single Jinbei vehicle would suffice, as it can comfortably seat 10. Our primary role is to protect the old boss, and we do not require luxury vehicles, Yi Li Sang insisted immediately. You represent my face. We cannot be lackadaisical about this. It's settled then. Summon a taxi to take us to the nearest 4S dealership, Lu Hao commanded. Lu Hao decisively made a choice. Upon hearing his boss's words, Yi Li Sang had no option but to summon 3 taxis by the roadside, directing them towards the nearest 4S dealership. When the 11 of them arrived at the dealership, though no words were exchanged, Lu Hao discerned their excitement through the eager glances they cast. Even Yi Li Sang was not an exception. What man does not harbor a fondness for vehicles? Especially for individuals like them, who have long resided at the fringes of society, there exists a fervent admiration for cars. The 10 men entered the 4S store, exploring this and that, akin to country bumpkins venturing into the city. However, Lu Hao bore no disdain, trailing behind them with a smile as he observed their selection of cherished automobiles. This car is impressive. Look at its contours. It's exquisite. Shall we purchase this one? One suggested. Bah! That car you're eyeing looks effeminate. In my opinion, we should buy this one. Look how domineering and grand it is. Another retorted. Xiao Wu, are you deliberately trying to annoy me? What is wrong with liking this magnificent vehicle? Humph. Lee Sang-gu, don't you think this one looks better? Watching his brothers argue with flushed faces, Yi Lee Sang felt a warmth in his heart. He shot a glare at the two and said, "The boss hasn't even spoken yet. What are you bickering about? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Upon hearing Yi Lee Sang's words, the two exchanged awkward glances before chuckling sheepishly. Indeed, the boss was observing them, and their previous antics were quite shameful. "Wow, this one is so cool. Everyone, come and take a look." With an exclamation from one of them, Yi Lee Sang and the others hurried over. Upon seeing the sports car, they all revealed expressions of longing. And even the previously quarreling duo had no objections. "This car isn't cheap. Forget it. The boss's money isn't blowing in with the wind. Let us look at some more affordable options," Yi Lee Sang stated decisively. The other brothers cast reluctant glances before preparing to leave. "TCH, you lot have some self-awareness, huh? A bunch of country bumpkins thinking they can afford this car? You might as well take a look at yourselves in the mirror. Do you really believe you can buy it? You'll probably toil your whole lives and still never afford it. What a bunch of impoverished pretenders." A young man in his 20s scoffed nearby, clearly irritated by Yi Lee Sang and the others' tattered appearance, especially as he had long coveted the very car they were admiring but could not afford. "How dare you speak like that?" "Exactly. Is it not permissible for us to look even if we can't buy?" Xiao Wu and the others immediately confronted the young man, raising their voices. Taken aback by their sudden approach, the young man, emboldened by the crowd around him, sneered, "What? Do you want to fight? Am I wrong in saying you can't afford it? Look at you all. How could you possibly buy such a car? Ask those around you if they believe you can. Shut your mouth. You dare say who can't afford it?" Upon hearing the young man's taunts and feeling the disdainful glances from onlookers, Xiao Wu and the others were furious. They despised being called pathetic and had always sought to prove themselves before others. The young man's words were unbearable. "Be quiet," Yi Lee Sang barked. His face darkened as he intervened. "Lee Sang-gu, he looked down on us first. Why can't we retaliate?" Xiao Wu and the others complained, albeit reluctantly halting their insults. "Remember, you're no longer the same people you once were. What is the difference between your current street brawling and your past behavior? You must understand that this reflects poorly on the boss. Do you think you deserve the wages he provides?" Ye Lee Sang admonishit sitende. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and the others lowered their heads in shame. Although Yi Lee Sang was right, they couldn't simply swallow their pride. They were no less worthy than anyone else. So why should they tolerate such insults? Seeing his younger brother subdued, Yi Lee Sang took a deep breath and approached the young man. "I apologize on behalf of my brothers. Lee Sang-ye, you needn't do that. If anyone should apologize, it's us. Indeed, it is our fault. We have shamed the boss." The younger men were deeply moved by Yi Lee Sang's willingness to apologize. The young man, feeling triumphant, relished the sight of Yi Lee Sang and his companions lowering their heads. "Well, at least you lot have some sense. You know your place. It would be best for you to leave here quickly, however, before he could finish his self-satisfied tirade. Yi Lee Sang interrupted coldly. "My brothers made a mistake, and I have apologized for them. Now, it is your turn to apologize to my brothers. If you do not provide them with an explanation today, I will ensure you receive one from me." Yi Lee Sang, stand by my word. All were taken aback by Yi Lee Sang's almost thunderous declaration. Moments later, their eyes glistened with emotion. Having such a brother was worth a lifetime. This was brotherhood, standing up for you, facing challenges alongside you, uplifting you when you falter, and holding your head high when you are oppressed. Chapter 75. Do you look down on others? What do you want? Let me tell you, we live in a society governed by law. Do you think you little nobodies can bully others? Not a chance. The young man regarded Yi Lee Sang and the others with disdain. "So, you have no intention of apologizing?" Yi Lee Sang regarded the young man with a sidelong glance, his tone low and menacing. "Apologize? For what? Huh? A bunch of lunatics. Everyone come and see. There are little nobodies causing a ruckus here. What are your salespeople doing? Can't they see their trouble?" The young man shouted, drawing attention from the surrounding crowd, who began to point and whisper. The sales staff at the 4S store quickly heard the commotion, and a middle-aged man in his 40s approached, wearing a conciliatory expression. "Calm down, everyone. Let us discuss this peacefully." "Calm down? Can we calm down? I demand to know what is going on with your dealership. How can you allow these thugs inside? How am I supposed to buy a car? Had I known it was this unsafe here, I would have gone to another dealership." The young man seized the opportunity to complain. Yes, we acknowledge our shortcomings in this regard. I will have them leave immediately." "Sir, please do not be upset. The middle-aged man replied, attempting to appease the young man while regarding Yi Lishang and his companions as mere street thugs, given their shabby attire, which starkly contrasted with the other patrons. At least you know your place. Now hurry up and get rid of them. With these people here, I have no desire to look at cars, the young man demanded, visibly displeased. The middle-aged man nodded and approached Yi Lishang and the others, adopting a colder demeanor. Gentlemen, I believe you have come to the wrong place if you seek to make a living. This is not a place for ruffians to cause trouble. I advise you to leave. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to do so later. How can you demand we leave without even understanding the situation? We are here to purchase a car, and is this how you treat customers? That young man is clearly in the wrong, yet you want us to leave? Are you blind? This time, the younger men were incensed, voicing their grievances in unison. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with mockery as he pointed at the 10 of them, chuckling derisively. Gentlemen, it's not that I look down on you, but can you truly afford even a single part of a car here with your attire? The cheapest vehicle here costs over 300,000. Don't blame me for being blunt, but in this society, you simply cannot afford it. Please leave and stop causing a disturbance. Upon hearing that a car costs over 300,000, everyone was taken aback, their expressions revealing their hesitation. For them, such an amount was astronomical. Even Yi Lishang gritted his teeth but did not back down. Instead, he pointed at the young man again. As long as he apologizes, we will leave immediately. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Hey, are you guys completely clueless about the rules? I want to pursue the fact that you're causing a scene, but you actually expect my customer to apologize to you? You really think too highly of yourselves. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call the police, the middle-aged man said, having recognized their hesitation and concluding they were merely a group of troublemaking paupers. The expressions of Yi Lishang and his companions darkened. Fists clenched in anger. They could feel the malice directed at them. Ultimately, it was due to their poverty. If they had money and could afford the cars here, who would dare treat them like this, dismissing them without investigating the truth? Though their faces burned with indignation, they remained restrained. They were no longer the petty thugs of the past, and for the sake of their boss's kindness, they knew they had to learn to endure. The young man beside them laughed with glee. You poor fools, just get lost already. Ah, the middle-aged man, with a cold expression, pointed toward the exit. No sending off. And the onlookers remained indifferent, with no one stepping forward to offer a word of counsel, as if their departure were a matter of course. Yi Lishang's teeth were nearly ground to dust from indignation. The audacity of the situation was utterly intolerable, as they were treated with blatant disregard, as though they were not even human. What? Must I summon someone to escort you out? The middle-aged man spoke again, noticing Yi Lishang and the others standing still. Yi Lishang lifted his head, exchanged a glance with his brothers, and pointed at the young man, declaring, I have already stated that he must apologize. Otherwise, I shall provide him with an explanation of my own. TCH. Since you insist on causing trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced his mobile phone and began dialing. The young man coldly regarded Yi Lishang and his companions. Apologize? Not a chance. After finishing the call, the middle-aged man was about to utter more words when he suddenly saw something that made him shout, Get away! He then strode forward and slapped a young man, approximately 20 years old, across the face. Damn it! Look at your filthy hands. You've marred the car. This is just my luck. The middle-aged man cursed. I told you to scram earlier, and now that you want to leave, I won't permit it. You little punks are just causing me trouble. What are you doing? Damn it, Xiao Wu, are you all right? Does it hurt? The sight of their comrade being struck ignited a fury within Yi Lishang and the others, and they surrounded the middle-aged man. What gives you the right to hit someone? Just look at the damage you've done to the car. It cost me hundreds just to clean it, and a slap is too lenient. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. They glanced at the car, noticing a handprint on the door. I apologize. I was simply so enamored with this car that I couldn't resist touching it. It was not my intention, Xiao Wu said, filled with guilt, having merely intended to caress the vehicle without expecting to dirty it. It's not your fault, Yi Lishang interjected, glaring at the middle-aged man in outrage. Even if he has marred the car, you have no right to strike him. No right? If anyone can just come and touch it, how am I supposed to conduct my business? If you have the money to buy the car, then speak. If not, shut your mouth and stop whining. You're all useless drifters. The middle-aged man's words grew increasingly harsh, causing Yi Lishang and his companions to clench their fists, yet they refrained from exploding. They remembered their boss's words. From today onward, There is no hierarchy among us, only brotherhood. For the sake of their brotherhood, they swallowed their anger. However, Lu Hao could not remain silent. Damn it, how dare you bully my brother? Lu Hao had been standing aside, allowing them to experience such a life on their own. But after witnessing this incident, he could no longer hold back his anger. Everyone stand behind me. Lu Hao approached, glancing at Xiao Wu, gently asking, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, boss," Xiao Wu quickly replied. "All right, let me seek justice for you." Lu Hao patted his shoulder and instructed Yi Lisang. "Have the brothers stand aside." As Yi Lisang and the others moved aside, Lu Hao leaped onto the very car that had been touched. He stomped on it, looking down from his elevated position at the middle-aged man, coldly stating, "You think you're better than others? Who are you? Who allowed you to climb up there? If you damage it, will you pay?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Lu Hao's audacity. "Why should I care who I am? We'll discuss your issues later. Right now, yes, you come here." Lu Hao pointed at the young man, raising his voice. "What do you mean? Are you causing trouble? If you don't get down, don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "Rude? I'm being generous by not holding you accountable for hitting my brother. You want to come at me? Get out of my way. I'll deal with him first," Lu Hao replied sternly. "Hey kid, you're not coming over, huh?" Seeing the young man hesitate, Lu Hao's demeanor turned playful. "Fine, you think you're tough? I truly don't believe I can't handle you. You're quite arrogant, daring to act out here. Do you even know how much this car costs?" "Just wait for the bill," the middle-aged man said, his face pale with anger. "Enough with your nonsense. All right, the car is expensive, right? Just tell me how much," Lu Hao coldly interrupted. "This is a new model of Mercedes with top-notch performance." "Stop rambling. Just tell me the price," Lu Hao snapped, causing the middle-aged man to falter. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and spat. 80,000. "Can you afford it? 80,000? Lu Hao repeated uncertainly. "I already told you, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be something you're not." The middle-aged man sneered, thinking Lu Hao lacked funds. "Can't afford it? That's a joke. I could buy your entire dealership if I wanted to. Do you believe me?" Lu Hao casually sat down on the car's roof. "Damn it, another pretentious fool. But you've chosen the wrong place to show off. After that little stunt you pulled, you'll owe at least 20,000. If you don't pay, enjoy your time in jail," the middle-aged man retorted. "So you think I'm showing off? You think I can't pay?" Lu Hao shrugged nonchalantly, then pulled out a check from his pocket, swiftly writing 80,000 and tossing it in the middle-aged man's face. "Here's 80,000. This car is now mine, right?" The middle-aged man stood stunned for a moment, and when he finally processed the reality of the situation, he was utterly dumbfounded. Is this really an 80,000 check? After years in this line of work, he could distinguish genuine checks from fakes. Realizing the implications of Lu Hao's action, that he had just thrown down 80,000, left him feeling a bit nauseated. After all, he had just claimed Lu Hao couldn't he afford it. "Well, as long as you sign the contract, this car is yours, sir," the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile, knowing he couldn't he refuse the sale. "Signing or not is irrelevant. The car is mine now," Lu Hao declared as he jumped down from the vehicle. He beckoned Xiao Wu over and, upon noticing a hammer in the corner, picked it up and handed it to Xiao Wu, pointing at the car. "Smash it, ah boss?" Xiao Wu was taken aback by Lu Hao's command, unable to believe his ears. "You think I'm letting you off the hook? Now smash that car, so these lowly creatures understand we're not short on cash." "We're merely low-key," Lu Hao said with a cold smile. Though Xiao Wu was reluctant, he steeled himself and brought the hammer down with a decisive blow. Bang! The window of the Mercedes shattered into a million pieces. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, and he murmured, "Sir, this isn't the best course of action, is it? Now you see it's not a good idea. You were pretty arrogant when you hit my brother, weren't you? Now please stand back. I'm not breaking the law by smashing my own car," Lu Hao replied, watching Xiao Wu demolish the vehicle. Initially hesitant, Xiao Wu found relief after the first swing and continued striking until he was exhausted. By that time, the once pristine Mercedes was utterly unrecognizable. "Boss, I can't smash anymore," Xiao Wu panted, dropping the hammer and sitting down to rest. "All right, that's enough." Everyone watched in shock as a brand-new Mercedes was destroyed in mere moments, gasping at the spectacle, their gazes towards Lu Hao filled with envy. A rich second-generation heir. He loaded, they all thought. Even the middle-aged man gasped in fear, his expression still grim, knowing that such an incident occurring in his dealership would not reflect well on him. Uninformed onlookers might assume he had wronged someone powerful. "Are you satisfied now, sir?" That brand new Mercedes has been smashed to pieces, the middle-aged man said, taking a deep breath. This is hardly the point. I can smash my own car without your input. Can I? I paid for it. Haven T.I.? I don't owe anyone for smashing my own property, Lu Hao replied with a chilling smile, striding directly towards the young man, who paled at the sight of Lu Hao approaching. What do you want? The young man stammered, his voice trembling. I want nothing. Just come over and apologize to my brother, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I assure you, your fate will mirror that of this car, Lu Hao warned, gesturing toward the demolished Mercedes. The young man initially contemplated retorting, but the intensity in Lu Hao's eyes rendered him speechless. Truthfully, he was afraid, truly afraid. The man had thrown down 80,000 without a blink. Dealing with him could be as simple as a single command. Without hesitation, the young man approached Yi Lisang and the others, cautiously saying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly or looked down on you. Please forgive me. Get lost. Yi Lisang replied coldly, but the young man, as if receiving a reprieve, hurriedly fled the 4S store. As the youth departed, the middle-aged man, with a grim expression, remarked, Are you satisfied now? You must understand, he was a potential customer, and now he has slipped away. Satisfaction perhaps, but only half of it. Now, it is time to address your transgressions. You struck my brother, and we must settle this score. Lu Hao turned around, gazing at the middle-aged man. The man's countenance shifted, hesitating momentarily before stating, Indeed, I acted rashly just now. I apologize for any offense caused. Is an apology all it takes? What else do you desire? The middle-aged man seethed with anger. Simple enough. You struck my brother, so let him return the favor, and this matter will be resolved. Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. You. The middle-aged man, his face ashen, turned to leave. I've already apologized, and you have damaged property. If you wish to purchase a vehicle, you are always welcome here. However, for anything else, I cannot oblige. Are you attempting to walk away after having wronged someone? Lu Hao observed the middle-aged man's departure without interference. Sir, do not make this situation irreparable. Leave room for future encounters. No matter how wealthy you become, there will always be boundaries you cannot cross. The middle-aged man paused, but after uttering this, he continued into the establishment. I believe in a simple philosophy. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall return the grievance tenfold. Lu Hao stated casually, then raised his voice. Everyone, listen closely. Anyone intending to purchase a vehicle from this dealership, if you leave now to buy from any other dealership, I shall compensate you with 100,000, and I mean it. A hush fell over the 4S dealership as all present ceased their activities, staring at Lu Hao in disbelief. Are you serious? There are at least 30 or 40 people here. That amounts to 4 million, and you're just giving it away? Those quick to react gathered around Lu Hao, clamoring. We take you at your word. Count me in. I'm just short on cash for my purchase. Rich man, count me in. Lu Hao remained unfazed by the excitement, while the owner of the 4S dealership turned pale, realizing he had lost his customers. Regret washed over him for having acted so arrogantly, as he had just forfeited over 40 customers, each representing potential profit. The middle-aged man halted in his tracks and returned, his face a mask of fury. Sir, your actions are excessively ruthless. Excessive? I believe it is quite fair. Considering I spared your establishment from destruction, you should consider yourself fortunate. Lu Hao smirked. Do you truly wish to pursue this course of action? Indeed, that is exactly my intent. What of it? Very well, I concede. Come, strike me. The middle-aged man recognized that prolonging the argument would only harm himself, so he opted for a straightforward resolution. Xiao Wu, go. Reclaim what belongs to you. Lu Hao beckoned, and Xiao Wu stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to the middle-aged man's face. With that single act, Xiao Wu felt an immense sense of relief. Clutching his stinging cheek, the middle-aged man glared at Lu Hao. Is this sufficient now? There are 41 individuals here, each one worth 100,000. Simply write me a check for 4 million, and we can consider this matter settled. Lu Hao smiled broadly. You are being unrealistic. I have already endured a slap. I also offered an apology. Are you not satisfied? The middle-aged man's face darkened with rage as he glared at Lu Hao. No check? Fine. I will take as many people as came today, each for 100,000. I doubt anyone is willing to part with that amount. Rest assured, I have ample funds. Such a sum does not concern me. Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. Even if 1,000 individuals left, it would only cost him 100 million, and the dealership would struggle to sell that many vehicles. Lu Hao's potential loss was minimal compared to the severe repercussions for the dealership. Without clientele, their inventory would languish unsold, and their reputation would suffer. The middle-aged man appeared to grasp this reality. Although 4 million seemed substantial, retaining today as customers would mitigate the losses significantly, perhaps even yield a profit. He realized that selling numerous vehicles at once would serve as excellent publicity for his dealership. The 4 million he would pay now was far less damaging than the loss of all his customers. With this understanding, the middle-aged man promptly declared, "All right, I will sign. But these customers must remain in my dealership to purchase vehicles. Otherwise, you may take them as you wish." "Excellent," Lu Hao responded, unconcerned about where the customers purchased their vehicles. His earlier actions had merely been to give Xiao Wu a sense of vindication. Lu Hao addressed the gathered crowd. "You have heard me correctly. If you purchase a vehicle from this establishment, you will receive a 100,000 discount. That is all I can offer." Upon hearing Lu Hao's promise of compensation, excitement rippled through the crowd, and they rushed inside the dealership to find their desired vehicles, many expressing their gratitude to Lu Hao. Some even flirted with him, casting coy glances. Overwhelmed by the attention, Lu Hao swiftly extricated himself from the throng and, accompanied by his companions, headed to another dealership. Leaving this dealership was imperative for Lu Hao. As he departed, the middle-aged man's expression soured, but he felt a sense of relief. Dealing with such a capricious rich heir was a daunting prospect. "Xiao Wu, that was quite a display of power when you smashed that car. It was exhilarating to witness." "Indeed. You appeared frail, yet you struck with remarkable force. I am still replaying that slap in my mind. It was truly satisfying." Outside the 4S dealership, Lu Hao's companions excitedly discussed the events, while Yi Lisang stayed close to Lu Hao, expressing her admiration. "Boss, you were incredible. The brothers have never encountered a leader like you. Just look at their joy." Yi Lisang shared in the excitement, reveling in having such a protective boss. "Life is about joy. As long as my brothers are happy, that is what matters," Lu Hao remarked with a smile, observing the elation of Xiao Wu and the others. Yi Lisang chuckled in agreement. Lu Hao chose not to elaborate further. He understood his companions well. They were the type to repay kindness with great gratitude. Thus, he felt no remorse for standing up for them. Rather, he cherished having loyal individuals like Yi Lisang by his side. As Lu Hao embarked on his journey, he departed under the watchful gaze of his parents, boarding the aircraft with a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Yi Lisang and the others stood tall, their eyes fixed on Lu Hao's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. After spending a few days at home, Lu Hao resolved to return to Jingnan City, for there were numerous matters requiring his attention. He endeavored to persuade his parents to accompany him, but, as anticipated, they were reluctant to leave their familiar surroundings. Fortunately, with Yi Lisang and the others providing protection, Lu Hao felt reassured. Upon finding a seat, Lu Hao closed his eyes to rest. At Haijiao Prison in Jingnan City, all inmates were serious offenders, each serving lengthy sentences, none less than 10 years. Consequently, the security measures here were significantly heightened, with guards frequently patrolling the premises. At that moment, within the prison's hospital, a man clad in prison garb lay on a bed, surrounded by several others seated nearby. Outside the door stood a few young guards. The middle-aged man in prison attire appeared somewhat pallid, yet his fierce gaze betrayed a ruthless disposition. Hearing a certain name uttered, he clenched his teeth, demanding, "Have you verified this?" Indeed, according to intelligence received from within, the evidence was submitted by a wealthy individual named Lu Hao. "Currently, all 3 bars and your businesses have been thoroughly dismantled," replied a burly man with a bald head. "Damn it, those were the fruits of my labor," the man gasped, feeling a surge of anger as he realized the extent of his losses. "I cannot accept this." Noticing the man's seething hatred, the bald man chuckled lightly. "Our organization has decided to place me in your position. If you are willing, I can assist you in seeking revenge. Are you attempting to take advantage of my misfortune?" Upon hearing these words, the man's expression instantly darkened. No, we are merely engaging in a transaction, brother Hu. You are well aware of your circumstances. Without a minimum of 2 decades, you cannot emerge from this situation. Will you wait until then to seek vengeance? On the contrary, if you simply nod, I can fulfill your most pressing desire right now. This deal is indeed quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? The bald man remained impassive, casting a glance at Wang Hu, who had once been a formidable figure, but now appeared significantly haggard. Wang Hu fell silent. Truth be told, he was consumed by a desire to rend the person who reported him into 1,000 pieces, yet he recognized his predicament. even if he were spared the death penalty. As the bald man stated, he would not be able to leave for at least 20 years. By then, he would be long past his prime. Feeling despondent, he sat on the stool, closed his eyes, and after a long while, opened them to say, "Very well. Return to the gang leader and tell him that as long as you can help me exact my revenge, that position will be yours." The bald man revealed a satisfied smile and looked at Wang Hu, saying, "Brother Hu, as you wish. I am confident that it will not be long before he becomes a lifeless corpse. Regardless of his wealth, offending us will lead only to his demise." As the bald man and his companions rose to leave, a venomous smile crept onto Wang Hu's lips. "You young fool. Do not think that just because I am locked up, you can escape unscathed." Lu Hao had just disembarked from the plane when, from the shadows, several figures picked up their phones and disseminated the message. Of course, he was unaware of any of this. After retrieving his Bentley from the airport garage, Lu Hao drove towards his villa. "Young master, please be on high alert. There is danger in the vicinity. Threat level 1. The automatic defense system has been activated." Suddenly, as Lu Hao drove to a relatively secluded area, the voice of the AI, Xinjing, sounded unexpectedly. "Danger? Alert?" Confused, Lu Hao reduced his speed and scanned his surroundings. But everything was eerily quiet. Where was the danger? Suddenly, a loud bang rang in his ear as the glass of his car window was pierced, followed by 3 more similar sounds. In the dark corners around him, a series of bangs echoed, and Lu Hao felt a sense of panic he had never experienced before. "Xinjing, what on earth is happening?" "Young master, there are 3 snipers concealed nearby. However, rest assured, their bullets cannot penetrate the protective shield I have set up for you." "Snipers?" Lu Hao was taken aback. How could snipers be targeting him? Was there a mistake? He wasn't that important, was he? In the shadows, the 3 snipers, seeing Lu Hao unharmed, increased their firepower. Armor-piercing rounds. After confirming via their intercom, the 3 of them swiftly retrieved a type of pointed bullet from their bags, aimed at Lu Hao, and fired again. Lu Hao glanced at his protective shield. Protective shield. Level 1, protection value, 721-1000. This meant that even after a barrage of gunfire, only about 200 protection points had been depleted. With his shield, he was virtually invincible. "By the way, Xinjing, how much energy does this shield require?" "Give me more." "Young master, it requires approximately 20,000 units of energy, but the exchange is currently not available." Such an exorbitant price startled Lu Hao. "Locate the positions of those 3 snipers." "Damn it, I must find out who is trying to kill me." "Positions locked, young master. They're on the small hill ahead." Lu Hao looked at the 3 red dots on the screen and let out a cold laugh before walking straight towards them. The sounds of gunfire continued, but the bullets would merely fall to the ground upon hitting the empty space in front of Lu Hao. The 3 snipers were utterly horrified at this sight, their hair standing on end. Is this a nightmare? He can actually deflect bullets? The 3 snipers were filled with dread. Is this some kind of exaggeration? Even armor-piercing rounds can't penetrate. As Lu Hao approached step by step, they felt a suffocating panic. "Fire in rapid succession. Cover him with all we've got." They hurriedly set aside their sniper rifles and switched to handguns, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Lu Hao. However, just like before, no matter how ferociously they shot, it only caused Lu Hao's protective value to decrease incrementally. Watching the protection value plummet was painful for Lu Hao. Seeking death, Lu Hao charged forward, seized one of the snipers, and with a single swift motion, sent him flying, lifeless. The other 2, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. What they had assumed would be an effortless assassination had turned into a nightmare. They could hardly fathom that someone could withstand bullets, lacking any will to resist. They turned to flee, but barely took a few steps before Lu Hao caught them, tossing them to the ground like chickens. "Speak! Who sent you?" The 2 knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling like chaff in the wind. The display of strength from Lu Hao filled them with terror. "We will tell you everything. Just don't kill us. Please spare us. Speak, and reveal all you know," Lu Hao said nonchalantly, chewing on a blade of grass as he regarded them. The 2 exchanged glances, forcing themselves to suppress their terror, and replied fearfully, "We can tell you everything we know, but you must guarantee our release. You have no right to negotiate with me. Even if you remain silent, I have ways to make you talk, but by then, it 1TB is easy for you. What do you think?" Their expressions turned to despair as they recalled Lu Hao's earlier display of superhuman strength. Any remaining hope vanished. "Yes, it was the Huoshan gang that hired us. We are merely assassins, taking money for work, and have no enmity with you. Please spare us." The two assassins no longer cared about industry rules. Surviving took precedence over everything else. The Hushingon, a gang? Lu Hao mused, having never encountered such a name during his time in Jingnan City. Indeed, it is the Huishin Gang, the largest crime syndicate in Jingnan City. Even high-ranking officials and police must tread carefully around them. The two hastily added, "It's the Huishin Gang." Lu Hao furrowed his brow. He believed he had no dealings with this gang, let alone any grievances with them. Why would they send assassins after him? "Do you know why the Huishin Gang wants me dead?" he inquired. "We don't know. We are only paid to identify the target and carry out the assassination. We have no further information about our employer." They shook their heads. Lu Hao had intended to ask more questions, but suddenly, police sirens blared in the distance. Furrowing his brow, he thought the police had arrived at just the right moment, as always showing up only after the trouble had ended. The two assassins turned pale upon hearing the sirens. "We've said all we needed to. Can we go now?" "I never said I'd let you go." Lu Hao replied with a smile, then with a swift motion, snapped their necks before their terrified eyes. Lu Hao was no saint. He intended to eradicate any threats against him completely. "Shenjing, clear away any traces of this scene. Do not allow the police to discover anything." Lu Hao commanded as he began to walk back. "Understood, young master." By the time Lu Hao returned to his car, police vehicles had already arrived from behind, quickly overtaking his Bentley. Several figures disembarked and approached him. Upon seeing the lead officer, Lu Hao internally sighed, recognizing the beautiful police officer. "Hello, gorgeous. Are you secretly in love with me? It seems wherever I go, you follow." Su Qing, having also spotted Lu Hao, felt a surge of irritation at his cheeky smile. Upon hearing his flirtatious remarks, her expression turned icy. "It's you?" "Indeed, it is I. Are you not pleased to see me?" "Hardly. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is?" "According to our investigation, a group of assassins has infiltrated Jingnan City, and they all have one target." Su Qing lowered her voice. "Do you know who the target is?" "Who? It can't possibly be me." Lu Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. "Yes, it is you. Now, by order of the higher-ups, you must be under police surveillance 24 hours a day. Until the threat is eliminated, you will comply." Su Qing said with a hint of pride, thinking to herself, "Let us see how you escape my clutches this time." "So, the police will be monitoring me around the clock?" Lu Hao asked, feeling disgruntled. "Anyone would be displeased at being watched constantly. We are doing this for your own good." Su Qing thought for a moment before adding, "From today onward, you had better behave." "And what if I refuse?" Lu Hao shot back, incredulous. Did he really need police protection? Absolutely not. Having them around would only complicate matters. "Do you dare to refuse?" Su Qing glared fiercely at him, brows furrowing. This was her first significant assignment, and she intended to prove herself, showing the precinct that she was not just a pretty face with connections. If she couldn't even manage Lu Hao, how could she hope to showcase her capabilities? Upon hearing Lu Hao's refusal, Su Qing was immediately incensed. Sensing her ire, Lu Hao could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and raise his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I yield, I agree. Is that satisfactory?" Su Qing swiftly opened the car door and took her seat in the passenger side, smugly proclaiming, "Now, that's more like it. You all go ahead and set up the surveillance. I shall be responsible for ensuring his safety. The moment I receive any news, I will promptly inform the SWAT team." She then instructed the police officers outside, to which they responded, "Yes, Captain." The officers returned to their squad car and soon drove away. Noticing the police car as departure, and seeing Su Qing's determined demeanor, Lu Hao could only start the engine and head towards the villa. Although he was driving, Lu Hao's gaze frequently darted towards Su Qing, who was clad in her police uniform, her figure perfectly accentuated, standing tall and unwavering. It seemed she sensed his scrutiny, for she turned and shot him a fierce glare. A look so commanding that Lu Hao nearly steered the car into a ditch. Goodness, what a temptress! After much effort, Lu Hao finally composed himself, and by the time they arrived at the villa, half an hour had elapsed. Parking in the garage, Su Qing gazed at the villa in astonishment and exclaimed, "I had no idea you indulged yourself so." Lu Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "What can I say? Too much money, too much freedom." Su Qing shot him a disapproving look. "Flattering you only seems to inflate your ego. Open the door and let me in." Lu Hao rolled his eyes, but, taken aback by her insistence, inquired, "You want to come inside?" "Indeed. I shall be residing here until you are safe," Su Qing declared. Lu Hao's heart sank. despite Su Qing's beauty. He felt entirely unworthy of her presence. Is that really appropriate? A man and a woman alone together. He hesitated. Su Qing retorted, I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Hurry up and open the door. Reluctantly, Lu Hao unlocked the door, and Su Qing strode in like a queen, leaving him no choice but to follow her. The next morning, Lu Hao rose early. With Su Qing now residing in the villa, he couldn't lounge about in his pajamas as usual. Once dressed, he descended to prepare breakfast. The ingredients were ready. He merely needed to follow the instructions. Halfway through, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, filling the villa with a subtle scent of salad. Standing aside, Lu Hao felt his stomach grumble, but with the dish still unfinished, he could only wait patiently. Just as the salad cake neared completion, Su Qing, clad in a panda-themed nightgown, descended the stairs, her eyes still half closed. This nightgown was a purchase Lu Hao had made for her the previous evening. Thankfully, it was loose enough to conceal her figure perfectly. Otherwise, Lu Hao worried he might not be able to contain his own rising desires. Nonetheless, seeing her bare feet peeking out, even in her oversized nightgown, stirred something within him. My lady, it's only 6:30. Why are you up so early? Lu Hao remarked helplessly as Su Qing settled onto the couch, enveloped in her nightgown. Lu Hao, I'm hungry. Are you making something to eat? Bring it to me, she commanded. Lu Hao, bemused, thought to himself, I've only made one serving. Yet he could hardly refuse her request, so he brought the finished cake to her and set about preparing another. After breakfast, nearly 7 o'clock, Su Qing seemed more alert. She excused herself to the bathroom, and after freshening up, emerged dressed in plain clothes, a stark contrast to her previous attire. Lu Hao was taken aback. He had never seen her look so stunningly approachable. Who would have imagined that the fierce policewoman could possess such a gentle side? Seemingly uncomfortable with the change, she shot him a look. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't be caught dead in such frilly clothes. They're unbearable. Lu Hao chose to remain silent and took a shower himself. By 8 o'clock, dressed and ready, he was about to head out when his phone rang. He answered without hesitation. Lu Hao, is that you? A raspy male voice inquired, clearly altered. It is. Who are you? Lu Hao glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone. Who I am is irrelevant. You should be at your villa now, correct? And there's a little policewoman accompanying you. I must say, Mr. Lu, you are quite fortunate. Lu Hao's brow furrowed at the stranger's words. How could he possibly know about Su Qing? She had been with him the entire day, and only those at the police station were privy to their whereabouts. Mr. Lu, stop speculating. If you wish to know why I contacted you, find a quiet place immediately, preferably away from that little policewoman. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. Seemingly reading Lu Hao's thoughts, the voice continued. After a moment's silence, Lu Hao glanced at Su Qing and said, I need to go to the restroom. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs. Once in his room, he closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, stating, You may speak now. Before we continue, I would like Mr. Lu to listen to something. Shortly after, a familiar voice echoed through the phone. Where is this? Who are you? What do you want? Hearing that panicked yet familiar voice caused Lu Hao's pupils to constrict. It was Chu Chu's voice. He had no doubt, for he was far too acquainted with Wang Chu Chu's tone. The realization that Wang Chu Chu was in the hands of these unknown assailants weighed heavily on his heart. Though their relationship was still in its infancy, he undeniably held feelings for her and even entertained the notion of asking her to be his girlfriend. The suddenness of this revelation sent waves of anxiety through Lu Hao. Don't harm her. If you want something, come for me. Mr. Lu, please remain calm. Rest assured, as long as you comply with my instructions, I guarantee the girl will come to no harm. Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the threat was directed at him, he could manage. Speak. What do you require of me? He asked directly. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, you must be alone. Remember, alone? And find a way to shake off the police. I've heard there are several officers surveilling you. Once you've evaded them, drive to the east of Jingnan City to the landfill. With your speed, you should arrive within half an hour. I will contact you again at 3:30. The call ended abruptly, and as Lu Hao anticipated, all lines of communication were severed and destroyed. A chill settled in Lu Hao's chest. It appeared he must wait patiently until 3 o'clock, and during this time, he needed to find a way to divert Su Qing's attention. Clenching his phone, he paced the balcony for a moment before descending to find Su Qing, smiling as he said, Let us go to the amusement park. Su Qing readily agreed. Content to accompany Lu Hao, trusting that she could not interfere with his plans. Upon arriving at the most famous amusement park in Jingnan City, Lu Hao purchased full admission tickets for both of them. They spent the morning enjoying various rides, and after lunch, Lu Hao suggested they try an escape room game, which Su Qing, being a police officer, naturally found appealing. After a few minutes inside, Lu Hao slipped out through a side passage and handed 2,000 yuan to the manager, saying, "Keep the girl inside occupied. An hour will suffice. I'll have someone make the puzzles more challenging." The manager, grinning from ear to ear, accepted the money. Lu Hao nodded, glancing at the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. He drove east toward the landfill, a vast expanse typically devoid of visitors. At approximately 3:25, he arrived at the landfill, overwhelmed by the towering heaps of rubbish and the foul stench. Covering his nose, he knew he had just 5 minutes to wait. At 3:30, his phone rang immediately. Lu Hao answered, "I'm here." "Excellent. Before we rule out any police following you, you must visit one more location." "What is it?" Although anger simmered within him, Lu Hao knew he had no choice but to comply. "Head south from the landfill for about a 15-minute drive. Their SA dock. I will call you again in 15 minutes. After hanging up, Lu Hao drove toward the dock. Upon arrival, his phone rang once more. "Now! Walk east for about 3,000 meters. A boat will be docked there. Simply board it, and it will take you where you need to go. I believe we will meet soon." Without hesitation, Lu Hao exited the vehicle and walked the required distance, soon spotting an airship. Without uttering a word, he boarded it. As he stepped onto the airship, a sense of unease washed over him. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all. Once seated, he fell silent, his mind racing as he mentally confirmed one pressing thought. "Shengong, is it truly safe for me to proceed this way?" "Young master, rest assured, Shengong will eradicate all dangers in their infancy." With Shengong's assurance, Lu Hao felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart, for he had already deduced the identity of the kidnappers targeting Wang Chuchu. They were the assassins who sought to end his life. He recalled Su Qing's words from yesterday, mentioning that a group of assassins had infiltrated Jingnan City, and their objective was none other than himself. Lu Hao had silently condemned these individuals to death in his mind, for they had touched his reverse scale. A dragon's reverse scale, once touched, foretells inevitable demise. As Lu Hao pondered, the airship glided downstream along the Sangjiang River, eventually docking near a secluded hill. As the capital of Jiangnan Province, Jingnan City boasted a robust economy, with skyscrapers towering and roads well-connected. Consequently, any incident occurring within the city limits would see the police arrive on the scene within half an hour. It was precisely for this reason that Chao Xiong had chosen a remote mountain outside the city as the site for the ambush. Kinglan Mountain, though only a few hundred meters high, was densely forested, and notably, its steep paths saw little permanent population aside from tourists. Nestled upon Kinglan Mountain was a 3-story building constructed of blue bricks, adorned with vibrant graffiti. The walls, weathered by sun and wind, appeared quite aged. On the third-floor platform stood more than 10 individuals, all wielding heavy weaponry, vigilantly observing the path leading into the mountain. At the center of the platform sat Chao Xiong, toying with a dagger, while beside him lay Wang Chuchu, bound tightly with ropes, her mouth gagged, unable to utter a sound. "Boss, the target has arrived." A distance of 1,000 meters, within effective sniping range, reported a subordinate who rushed over. Chao Xiong stood with a grin, moving to the edge of the platform to clearly see the young man approaching in the distance. He retrieved a photograph from his pocket, comparing it meticulously, before driving his dagger into the wall, marking his target. "Task 371, brothers, once we complete this job, we can enjoy some leisure time. And this time the target is a wealthy individual. Perhaps we can extract some value from him." Upon hearing Chao Xiong's orders, his men immediately took out their walkie-talkies, summoning those hidden below. A few individuals swiftly emerged with handguns drawn, encircling Lu Hao. "If you don't want that woman to come to harm, come with us quietly," several of them said coldly as they searched Lu Hao, confiscating his phone before leading him upstairs. Upon reaching the third-floor balcony, Chao Xiong greeted Lu Hao with a wide smile. "So, you must be Lu Hao?" "Indeed, that's me. I've arrived. May I see Chuchu now?" "Of course, feel free. That woman is right there." Chao Xiong gestured towards the center of the platform. Lu Hao looked over and immediately spotted Wang Chuchu lying there. He approached, but someone attempted to block him, only to be halted by Chao Xiong's wave. Lu Hao knelt down and removed the cloth from Wang Chuchu's mouth. "Lu Hao!" Seeing him appear in a moment of despair, Wang Chuchu's eyes reddened, but she quickly remembered something and urgently struggled. You must leave. It's very dangerous here. Lu Hao grasped her delicate hand gently, replying softly, I will not leave. You! Wang Chuchu, in her panic, yanked her hand away forcefully. Mr. Lu, it seems you do not grasp the situation. I did not summon you here for a romantic exchange. Chao Xiong interjected at an opportune moment, gesturing for two subordinates to approach, who raised their guns, aiming at Lu Hao and Wang Chuchu's heads. Lu Hao felt a cold sweat bead in his palms. Despite Shingong's guarantee, having guns pointed at him still made him tremble. His concern was not for himself, but for Wang Chuchu. If the assailants accidentally discharged their weapons. He had a protective shield, but Wang Chuchu did not. Speak. What are your demands? Lu Hao's gaze was calm, yet a profound, killing intent simmered beneath the surface, carefully concealed. I've heard you're a wealthy man. If you can transfer 100 million to the designated account, I will let you both go. What do you say? Chao Xiong glanced at Lu Hao, stating, 100 million. Lu Hao's pupils constricted. It was indeed a bold demand. However, what he lacked was not money but time. Shingong, how much longer until Wang Chuchu's safety is assured? Lu Hao pondered internally. Young master, the procedure has commenced. Since this is the first time utilizing it for someone other than you, there is a startup time of 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Understood. Hearing Shingong's words, Lu Hao nodded. I can provide you with 100 million, but I will need some time. Fine, bring up the prepared computer and hand it to Mr. Lu, Chao Xiong ordered. Soon, someone brought a computer and placed it before Lu Hao. He glanced at it. The computer had clearly been encrypted, displaying only a transfer window. Lu Hao instructed Shingong to split the 100 million into several portions, then began to operate the computer as per Shingong's guidance. As time ticked away, at least a dozen guns were trained on Lu Hao's head, with even Chao Xiong anxiously observing his actions. A progress bar appeared on the computer screen, and as it approached 99%, excitement surged among Chao Xiong and his men. Once the progress reached 100%, the money would be theirs. Chao Xiong even slowly drew his handgun, aiming it at the back of Lu Hao's head, ready to send him to his demise once the transfer completed. Young master, the activation is complete. The protective shield has been successfully installed for Wang Chuchu, deducting 23,000 energy from you. Upon hearing Shingong's words, Lu Hao inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing. It was time to retaliate. Shingong, activate the high-level combat system. I want all of them dead. Lu Hao was genuinely enraged. Failing to eliminate these individuals would not quell the fury burning within him. Understood, young master. Activating the Level 1 Combat King Warfare system, commencing. As power surged within him, Lu Hao clenched his fists and smashed the computer before him into smithereens. Seizing the opportunity while others were still in shock, he snatched the handgun from Chao Xiong, shooting off his right wrist in an instant, then pointed the gun, grinning, at Chao Xiong's head. In a heartbeat, the situation had changed dramatically. Chapter 82. The way of the opponent, the surrounding area fell silent for a moment before countless guns were aimed at Lu Hao's head. Put down your weapons. Did you hear me? Lower them, or I'll blow your head off. Chao Xiong struggled, the excruciating pain in his wrist igniting his fierce spirit. He shouted, If you kill me, both you and that woman will die, and we will track down your family. They will all perish. Rest assured, with our capabilities, we can definitely accomplish this, so you better listen to me. Lu Hao's eyes narrowed. He despised threats against his family. In a swift motion, he fired again, destroying Chao Xiong's other hand. Ah! It hurts like hell, you little bastard. Boss, stop. If you don't, I'll kill her. One of the subordinates finally reacted, rushing over to drag Wang Chuchu closer. Lu Hao, go. Don't worry about me. Though unable to speak, Lu Hao read the meaning in her tear-filled eyes, warming his heart. This foolish girl. Seeing Lu Hao remain, Wang Chuchu began to sob quietly, despairing at the thought of Lu Hao being killed for her sake. You see, if you dare to make a move, your woman will definitely pay the price, Chao Xiong said cruelly, his arms hanging limply. Damn, what a nuisance. Lu Hao shot Chao Xiong's left leg, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed, wailing in pain. I swear, I will kill you, you little bastard. Ah, my hands, my legs. I have more than 10 men here, more than 10 guns. If anything happens to me, you all will pay with your lives. Blood trickled from Chao Xiong's mouth, and his twisted grin painted a ghastly visage. Rest assured, I won't kill you. As assassins, you must have your own little nest egg, right? Here rests the deal. Transfer all the money you've earned to me, and I'll spare you. How does that sound? Lu Hao said with a smile. Dream on? That's impossible, Chao Xiong replied outright. Then I will have to kill all of you and take it myself. Bang! A subordinate, seizing an opportunity, shot at Lu Hao's wrist. Everyone's excitement surged at the sight. Even Wang Chuchu shut her eyes in fear. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, but it wasn't Lu Hao. It was the would-be attacker whose right hand had been shot through, blood gushing forth as he clutched his arm, howling in agony. How is that possible? All the subordinates stared in disbelief as the bullet halted just inches from Lu Hao, dropping harmlessly to the ground, the casing bouncing slightly, confirming it was indeed a bullet. Wang Chuchu looked up at Lu Hao, her face filled with disbelief. Will you transfer it or not? Lu Hao asked Chao Xiong. Panic flooded Chao Xiong's heart. The earlier scene felt like a ghostly apparition. He immediately hoarsely commanded, Everyone, open fire. Kill him. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as more than a dozen guns spewed sparks. Not to mention a single individual, even a wall would be reduced to a sieve. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets halted mere inches before Lu Hao, leaving countless casings to scatter across the ground. Chao Xiong, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear, questioning the nature of this monstrous being. Lu Hao merely shrugged amidst the storm of bullets, drew his pistol, and with precision, dispatched each adversary with a shot to the head. The gruesome tableau caused Wang Chuchu, standing nearby, to faint from terror. Lu Hao swiftly caught her in his arms and gently laid her aside. Moments later, all of Chao Xiong's henchmen lay dead, the stench of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. Only Chao Xiong remained, his lips trembling like a fish gasping for air, his body quaking in fear. Lu Hao crouched down to meet Chao Xiong's terrified gaze, discarding his pistol, and whispered, Will you yield now? Chao Xiong, noticing the unexpectedly warm smile on Lu Hao's face, was gripped by dread, instinctively retreating. Devil! You are a devil! He exclaimed, as if surrounded by demons in hell. One last time, will you yield? I yield! I yield! I will yield immediately! Chao Xiong shouted, his voice frantic. Lu Hao nodded, retrieving his phone from one of Chao Xiong's henchmen, opening the transfer page with a smile, and inquired, Now, provide me with your account number and password. Half a minute later, after Lu Hao had drained every last cent from Chao Xiong's treasury, he finally smiled in satisfaction. What a lucrative deal. I didn't expect this little squad to be mercenaries. Though their stash wasn't vast, it exceeded 80 million. While I possess wealth, 80 million is still a significant sum. And now, can I leave? Chao Xiong pleaded, having lost all his money, desperately seeking to preserve his life. Leave? As long as you can stand, I will let you go. But you have only 3 seconds. Lu Hao raised a finger and counted 1, 2, 3. Apparently, you do not wish to leave. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. In your next life, remember not to provoke me again. Lu Hao gently snapped Chao Xiong's neck, then stood, surveying the surroundings before coldly commanding, Xinjing, clear away this refuse. Lu Hao had never been lenient with his enemies. Yes, young master. With Xinjing taking care of the cleanup, Lu Hao exited combat mode, feeling a hint of fatigue. However, now was not the time for rest. He approached Wang Chuchu, relieved to find her merely unconscious from shock. Lu Hao lifted her onto his back and retraced his steps. Upon returning to the villa, he opened the door to find Su Qing seated on the living room sofa. Casting her a glance, he continued upstairs while carrying Wang Chuchu. What have you been doing? Su Qing confronted him directly. Miss, do I need to report my every action to you? Lu Hao retorted, his mood soured by the earlier incident involving Wang Chuchu's abduction. You must cooperate with us. You cannot act independently. Do you not understand? Su Qing shouted, her anger palpable. She had been infuriated by Lu Hao's sudden disappearance. I have been cooperating, but could you perhaps show me a modicum of respect? Lu Hao responded, his tone calm. My dear Su Qing, do you presume to impose your will on everyone, expecting them to act according to your whims? I do not, but you cannot just vanish without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Su Qing blurted out, her concern slipping through her control before she quickly amended. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to the higher-ups? That is your concern. I am going upstairs. Lu Hao stated indifferently, ascending to the second floor while carrying Wang Chuchu. Watching Lu Hao's dismissive demeanor, especially while he bore another woman upstairs, Su Qing's fury intensified. You insolent Lu Hao! Chapter 83. Retribution upon reaching his room. Lu Hao gently placed Wang Chuchu on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Perhaps due to it being his first time conducting such an act, he was a tad rough, causing Wang Chuchu to stir awake amidst her daze. Lu Hao, where is this? She asked, her heart racing upon seeing him in a strange environment. This is my home, Lu Hao replied with a smile. Your home? A blush crept across Wang Chuchu's cheeks as she recalled something, her expression turning slightly anxious. Are you all right? Do I appear to be in trouble? Lu Hao inquired, taking a seat beside her and lightly patting her cheek, his expression turning serious. What transpired today is known only to us. I wish for no one else to be aware, do you understand? After all, the display of power he had exhibited was utterly astonishing. He wished to keep the existence of Shen Jing a secret, and fortunately, Wang Chuchu remained oblivious to it. Yes, I understand. I won't speak of it. Wang Chuchu replied after a moment of hesitation. In truth, she was curious about how Lu Hao had managed to withstand the bullets, yet she refrained from asking, trusting that if he wanted to share, he would. Since he chose silence, further inquiries would be futile. Rest well, dinner will be ready soon, Lu Hao said with a smile, noting the time was already past 6. By the time Wang Chuchu recovered, it would be around 8, just in time for dinner. I'm not tired, but I think I want to take a shower. I feel so dirty, Wang Chuchu confessed shyly, having been covered in dust and sweat from the day's events. Then go ahead. There is a bathroom in this room. I'll step out for a moment. There is a washing machine and dryer nearby for your clothes, Lu Hao said before leaving the room, recognizing that it was inappropriate for him to linger while she bathed. Descending to the first floor, he found Su Qing glaring at him as if he owed her money. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Hao rubbed his nose. Truth be told, he had felt a surge of anger earlier. He was accustomed to freedom and detested being restrained. However, recalling that Su Qing was looking out for his well-being, he felt a twinge of guilt. Care for some wine? Lu Hao offered, pouring a glass of red wine and setting it before Su Qing. Su Qing turned her head defiantly. Miss Su, I admit I was in the wrong earlier, and you were merely fulfilling your duty as a police officer. Lu Hao observed her expression and realized she was not genuinely angry. Of course. Or do you think I have nothing better to do than follow you around? Su Qing replied, her tone more composed than before. Indeed, I must express my gratitude for your protection, Officer Su. Lu Hao chuckled, appreciating that with Su Qing nearby, the assassins would likely refrain from acting openly against him. Since you're so grateful, I have a request. If you agree, I shall forgive you, Su Qing said with a glint in her eye. What request? Lu Hao felt a sense of foreboding. Next month is my birthday, and my father is throwing a party. I want you to accompany me, Su Qing declared, her gaze fixed on Lu Hao, a hint of threat in her tone. Lu Hao rubbed his forehead in frustration. The thought of attending a party with this young lady was far from appealing. Yet, recognizing the fierce determination in Su Qing's expression, he knew refusing would lead to dire consequences. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly shrugged. Fine, I will accompany you next month. Seeing Lu Hao's agreeable response and his relatively pleasant demeanor, Su Qing's expression softened slightly, and she declared triumphantly, now that's more like it. However, she paused, then inquired, who is the woman you carried upstairs? Wang Chuchu, my friend. Just a friend? Su Qing pressed, her tone laced with suspicion. What else would you have me say? Lu Hao countered. Su Qing's face flushed slightly, seemingly relieved. I don't care about your relationship. I'm not interested. Really? Lu Hao was puzzled by Su Qing's unusual demeanor today. She seemed oddly gentle. Ugh! Lu Hao chastised himself mentally. If Su Qing could be gentle, then pigs could fly. Could one imagine a violent policewoman capable of knocking down an adult man with a single punch, suddenly speaking in a sweet, delicate tone? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. I'll head upstairs now. Let's meet for dinner later, Lu Hao said hastily, sensing Su Qing's disapproving gaze, and quickly retreated to his room. Once inside, he closed the door and began to reflect on the day's events. It was evident that the assassins were well informed about his circumstances, and he harbored a deep fear that they might involve his parents. If that were to happen, he would truly go mad. Shen Jing, is there any way to avert this danger? Young master, I suggest that since they have employed assassins against you, you might as well seek assassins to eliminate them. Unlike you, they lack such significant capabilities. If the source is extinguished, your danger will naturally dissipate. Lu Hao's eyes brightened at this suggestion. That's a brilliant idea. But Shen Jing, where would I find assassins? Young master, I have long been prepared for you. Here is a hiring website. As soon as you post a task, naturally, an assassin will take it on. Furthermore, you may specify your requirements within it. Huh? Truly? Shengong has thought this through. Lu Hao gazed at the website that appeared before him, flipping through it for a moment. Indeed, as Shengong had mentioned, this was a hiring platform where, with sufficient funds, one could employ anyone. Lu Hao even spotted a multitude of elite mercenaries from the Middle East. There was even a leaderboard for assassins, although the information about these individuals was concealed. Only their aliases and basic details were visible, including their success rates. After perusing it, Lu Hao was struck by the sheer impressiveness of the site. How could one encounter such formidable figures in everyday life? After a brief contemplation, he felt a surge of excitement. It was evident that none of these individuals were ordinary. However, since Lu Hao intended to hire, he aimed to recruit the very best. He immediately focused on the top figure on the first page, an assassin named Cold Wind, whose success rate was an astonishing 100%, indicating that he had never failed a task. Lu Hao clicked on Cold Wind's avatar, and instantly, a payment interface emerged, displaying a staggering 30 million as the fee. In other words, Lu Hao had to pay 30 million upfront to initiate communication regarding the assassination target, and the assassin would charge additional fees based on the task's difficulty. Even for a relatively simple job, the minimum fee to hire him was 30 million. Without hesitation, Lu Hao proceeded with the payment, and immediately, Cold Wind's avatar lit up. Chapter 84. The Pretty Boy? Once Cold Wind's avatar shone brightly, a dialog box promptly popped up on Lu Hao's computer screen, containing a form that required the basic information of the target to be assassinated, such as the country and city, the identity of the person, and even the time frame could be specified. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and recalled that he needed to deal with an organization called the Fire God Gang. He swiftly filled in the essential details and indicated a time frame of 1 month, hoping that Cold Wind could eliminate the Fire God Gang within that period. After completing the form, he submitted it, and Cold Wind's avatar flickered before transforming into a skull, indicating that the assassin had accepted the task. Lu Hao closed the web page and shut down his computer before rising to leave the room, leaving the ensuing matters to the assassin known as Cold Wind. As Lu Hao opened the door, he encountered Wang Chuchu emerging from the bathroom, looking remarkably beautiful after a shower. Upon seeing Lu Hao, her cheeks flushed slightly, as an instinctive feeling washed over her. After the events of the day, she sensed a closer bond between herself and Lu Hao, as if only a thin veil remained to be torn away. While showering, she had gazed at her flawless figure in the mirror and, for reasons unknown, thought of Lu Hao. This thought startled her. Yet the more she was taken aback, the stronger the feeling grew, as if hands were caressing her body, igniting a fervent heat within her. In a flurry of shyness and embarrassment, she hastily dried off, dressed, and rushed out, only to collide directly with Lu Hao, amplifying her awkwardness. All cleaned up? Perfect timing. Let us dine out, Lu Hao remarked with a smile, oblivious to the tension. Oh, all right, Wang Chuchu replied softly. As they descended the stairs, Lu Hao lagged a step behind, allowing Wang Chuchu to lead the way. Upon reaching the lobby, Wang Chuchu spotted Su Qing seated there. The sight of Su Qing's stunning beauty, extraordinary aura, and the refreshing athletic attire accentuating her figure made Wang Chuchu's heart ache, and she trembled involuntarily. Could that be Lu Hao's girlfriend? Wang Chuchu, who considered herself quite exceptional, felt utterly overshadowed in Su Qing's presence. While Wang Chuchu scrutinized Su Qing was likewise assessing her. The petite demeanor, delicate appearance, and the pitiful allure, particularly with Wang Chuchu's fairer skin, rendered her a woman with an innate charm that could captivate men. Is this Lu Hao's girlfriend? Su Qing pondered silently. The two women subtly compared themselves, while Lu Hao sensed the atmosphere but paid it little mind as he introduced them. This is Wang Chuchu, my dear friend. And this is Su Qing, an officer from the Jingnan City Police Department. Greetings, Officer Su. A woman of substance, Wang Chuchu said politely. Hello, Miss Wang. You two are quite lovely, Su Qing responded, shaking hands with her. Lu Hao then interjected, I trust you're both hungry. Let's head out for a meal. Indeed, both women were feeling peckish, and they nodded in agreement. Lu Hao drove them to the nearest hotel, which, while not the finest in Jingnan City, was convenient enough, and he preferred not to travel far. Upon entering the hotel, they found that it was peak dining time, and all private rooms were occupied. However, the three were unconcerned and opted to sit in the main hall. After ordering their meals, when the dishes arrived, Lu Hao, lacking any semblance of decorum, began to eat voraciously, needing to replenish the energy he had expended throughout the day. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Wang Chuchu chided playfully, yet continued to serve food in a Lu Hao's bowl. A glutton reincarnated. May he burst. Su Qing exclaimed, irritated as she clamped her chopsticks together. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interjected. Oh, such a lovely girl. Since he is ignoring you, why not come to my embrace and serve me some food? Rest assured, I will take good care of you. The three looked up to see a young man in his 20s, reeking of alcohol and holding a bottle. Su Qing, already in a foul mood, glared at him and shouted, Get lost. Ah, quite feisty, but I like it. Come now, enjoy a drink with me. I have plenty of money, the drunken youth slurred. Apologies, but please leave us be. Do not disturb our meal, Wang Chuchu interjected, sensing Su Qing's rising anger, attempting to defuse the situation. Hey, this little sister is rather pretty. It's a shame for you to be with this pretty boy. Come, follow me, and I promise you both a life of luxury in Jingnan City where no one would dare to offend you. How about considering it? The inebriated youth continued, audaciously seating himself beside Su Qing, his foul breath extinguishing any remaining appetite Lu Hao and the others had. Were it not for his composure and Lu Hao's presence, Su Qing would have already made the drunken youth aware of what true retribution entailed. Even so, she gritted her teeth, her chopsticks bending in her grip. Lu Hao set down his chopsticks, rinsed his mouth with tea, then curiously asked, Did you just call me a pretty boy? Since undergoing physical enhancement through medication, Lu Hao's physique had improved significantly, his complexion radiating health. While he indeed possessed the potential to be perceived as a pretty boy, it did not warrant just anyone to make such a remark. He recalled the last person who spoke so flippantly. Their grave had likely become overgrown with grass by now. Nearby, both the furious Su Qing and the composed Wang Chuchu felt a chill upon hearing Lu Hao's words, as if a cold breeze had swept through the air. Only the drunken youth remained oblivious, chuckling foolishly as he pointed at Lu Hao. That's right, you. Huh, pretty boy. If you're smart, you'll let these two beauties come to me. He punctuated his statement with a drunken belch. Su Qing, disgusted, immediately stood up and moved away, while Wang Chuchu covered her nose. Lu Hao, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Oh, you speak quite confidently, don't you? Well then. With a swift motion, Lu Hao seized a nearby wine bottle and smashed it over the drunken youth's head. A dull thud resonated, blood gushed forth, and the inebriated youth collapsed, unconscious. At this, the entire hotel lobby fell into stunned silence before erupting into chaos. Chapter 85. The cost Lu Hao, what have you done? While I share your disdain for him, you didn't have to go that far. Su Qing was the first to react, hastily approaching to assess the youth's injuries. Fortunately, they were not severe, and she stood, glaring at Lu Hao. Don't look at me like that. I'm not like you, Officer Su. You're a police officer, whereas I'm merely an ordinary citizen. Just a common man. I don't have your principles. If someone provokes me, I'll respond in kind. I don't engage in the philosophy of repaying kindness with kindness. Lu Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize this is illegal? Su Qing retorted angrily. That was for your sake. Lu Hao replied sharply. You didn't have to beat him to a pulp. Look around. Trouble is brewing. Su Qing shot back, casting a glance at the commotion around them. Don't worry. I'm the least afraid of trouble. Lu Hao reassured her with a calm demeanor. Kid, quite arrogant, aren't you? Accompanied by a resounding crash, a group of individuals approached, with the leader kicking the chair before him aside and coldly stating, Damn it. How dare you strike my brother? Li Bao strode forward with his nostrils flared, instructing his men to take the inebriated youth to the hospital before finally casting his gaze upon Lu Hao and the others. Like the drunken youth, his eyes were immediately drawn to the stunningly beautiful Su Qing and Wang Chuchu, whose contrasting auras rendered them irresistibly captivating. Despite his extensive experience with women, he had never encountered anyone as breathtaking as they were. Instantly, his heart ignited with desire. If he could entice such women into his bed, any cost would be worth it. Ladies, how should I address you? Li Bao asked with a lecherous grin. Respond, we are asking you a question, came the taunts from Li Bao's underlings. Hey girl, to be favored by our boss is your good fortune, they jeered. This is up to you, Su Qing said, glancing at Lu Hao. The lecherous gaze directed at her was unbearable, but with Lu Hao present, she was disinclined to take action. Wang Chuchu mirrored Su Qing's sentiments. and both women retreated behind Lu Hao. At this moment, Li Bao finally directed his attention to Lu Hao. At first glance, he appeared to be just another pretty boy. Yet his striking handsomeness was enough to incite jealousy even in Li Bao. "What use is it for you to look so good as a man?" Li Bao remarked coldly as he seated himself opposite Lu Hao. "You claim to have beaten my brother. How do you intend to settle this? And how do you propose we settle it?" Lu Hao replied nonchalantly. "Simple. Surrender the two lovely ladies behind you to me, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Li Bao decolet avoganti. "Very well, they stand here. If you possess the capability, you may take them at any moment." Lu Hao paused, then continued. "But let us also discuss the matter of your underlings interfering with my livelihood." Li Bao's smile faltered, his body slumping into the chair as he questioned, "What? You still wish to settle scores with me? Is that not permissible?" He laughed mockingly. "Brothers, listen to this. He dares to settle scores with me?" Li Bao's laughter was derisive, his underlings wearing expressions of scorn, as if Lu Hao's actions were utterly foolish. "Damn, this kid must be blind to not recognize Bao Ge. How dare he mix in Jingnan City without knowing Bao Ge? Is he not afraid of being beaten to a pulp? This brat is a riot," they scoffed. Unperturbed by the mockery, Lu Hao remained composed, casting a glance at the group of underlings before calmly asking, "Are your trivial prattlings finished? How dare you act so brazenly? You think you can show off before Bao Ge?" One of them seethed, ready to pounce on Lu Hao. Lu Hao's taunt had a notable effect, each underling itching to rush forward and strike him. Li Bao raised a hand, silencing his men, and poured 3 glasses of liquor. A hefty amount filled the glasses, and with a cold glare, he pointed at Lu Hao, saying, "Come over, down these 3 glasses, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Young man, one must pay the price for careless words. Drink?" Lu Hao chuckled, rising to stand before Li Bao, lifting a glass to his nose. Everyone assumed Lu Hao was capitulating, ready to admit defeat, and they began to laugh derisively. "Turns out he's just a coward. I thought he was formidable, but a little intimidation made him weak at the knees." "Huh, a soft egg," confirmed. The crowd chuckled, anticipating Lu Hao's consumption of the liquor. For an ordinary person, downing such a quantity would necessitate a trip to the hospital, and even among them, only a few would dare to down such an amount in one go. "Drink up, hurry! Hey, why are you dawdling? Drink it down, you worthless waste. You wouldn't dare, would you? Just right. Our brothers are itching for a fight." Lu Hao swirled the liquor in his glass, the white liquid dancing within, refracting the light into a hazy glow. After contemplating for a moment, he glanced back at Li Bao and his crew, then calmly declared, "This is the price I offer." Without hesitation, he splashed the contents of his glass directly into Li Bao's face, grinning. "Are you satisfied?" A profound silence enveloped the surroundings for a moment before it erupted into chaos. "Boss, Bao Ge, are you all right? Damn it, this kid must be tired of living." The underlings erupted, ready to pounce, but Li Bao was momentarily taken aback, then consumed by a surge of fury. No one had ever dared to confront him so brazenly. "No one has ever dared to throw liquor at me. I must admit, you possess remarkable audacity. However, those who are audacious often meet an early demise. Brothers, seize him and break both his arms." Li Bao growled, wiping the liquor from his face. With Li Bao's command, his underlings surged forward, excitement coursing through them. "Stop! Everyone halt! I am a police officer. Let us see who dares to make a move." Su Qing suddenly interjected, revealing her badge, to shield Lu Hao from danger. She had no choice but to disclose her identity. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hao shrugged and muttered, "Foolish girl." Li Bao also took notice, his heart racing. He had not anticipated that this stunningly beautiful woman was actually a captain in the municipal police. This became a tricky situation. It wasn't that he feared the police, but encountering them required a modicum of respect, did it not? "Everyone back," Li Bao commanded, and once his underlings retreated, he raised his thumb, saying, "Brother, you're impressive. Standing behind a woman and living off her is no easy feat. You might as well continue living in such a cowardly manner, relying on a woman. TSK, TSK, I spit." Having said that, Li Bao intended to depart with his crew. "Stop!" Lu Hao suddenly interjected, while Su Qing urgently signaled him to be quiet. Lu Hao feigned ignorance. "You wanted to show off. Now you've brought this upon yourself." Su Qing huffed, stamping her foot, her expression one of anxiety, mirrored by Wang Chuchu.